Chapter 201 Husband, please forgive me. Yi father was quite upset, clutching his chest, very angry. Yi Qing sighed softly, unwilling to continue defying his father like this. Looking at the arrogant Shirdahu, Yi Qing gritted his teeth and said, "Brother-in-law, I'm sorry." Shirdahu then nodded proudly and said, "Forget it, how can I be angry with you? You haven't been home for so many years, and I've been taking care of the family the whole time now. Because you went to prison, everyone in the village is secretly gossiping about our parents. You know how dull Big Brother is, so it's fair to say I've been taking care of everything, inside and out, for the family. Fortunately, I got a job as a security manager at Yi Qing, which gave me some connections, so people in the village didn't dare to bully Mom and Dad Yi Qing. I'm not saying this to take credit, I just want to tell you that our parents, and even I, have had a tough time because of you all these years." Yi Qing fell silent upon hearing this. He really couldn't refute Shirdahu on this point. After all, Yi Qing was born and raised in a small place and knew best about all the local gossip. It would be truly strange if the news of Yi Qing being imprisoned didn't spread like wildfire. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry your son was unfilial and made you suffer, but please rest assured, your son will never let anyone bully you again. I will make everyone look up to you and respect you." These were Yi Qing's heartfelt words, and also a fact he could already achieve. Yi father looked at Yi Qing, sighed, and said, "If you worry us less, that's better than anything else. These years, Dahu has indeed been a great help. In short, remember to be grateful, understand?" Looking at his aging parents, Yi Qing felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. To make his parents happy, he could only nod for now. "Alright, sit down and talk to your mother. We'll discuss other matters after we see Qingyue." Yi father seemed a bit dejected, as if he didn't want to scold Yi Qing anymore. At this moment, Shirdahu laughed and said, "Dad, there's something you forgot to tell Yi Qing, about our village, our branch of the Yi family, and the ancestral worship. Now that Yi Qing is back, he can't really not show up, can he? Gao Qingyue is the most important person in our family at that time. To save face and make you two elders proud, it will all depend on Gao Qingyue at this time. We absolutely cannot let Yi Qing mess around again. Especially since we heard that the prominent figures of our branch are now returning for ancestral worship. No matter what, we can't be too shabby, can we?" Yi father nodded upon hearing Shirdahu's words, and a melancholic expression immediately appeared on his face, as if this matter was a heavy stone weighing on his heart. Yi Qing naturally couldn't sit idly by upon hearing this. He immediately spoke, "Dad, is the family having ancestral worship? It sounds very grand." Yi father sighed upon hearing this and said, "That's because in family third master hasn't returned for many years, but this time, he's coming back, so it naturally has to be grand." "And family third master?" Yi Qing was stunned for a moment and said, "Didn't my in-family third master pass away?" Yi father shook his head and said, "It's the one a bit further out, whom you also call in-family third master. He is now said to have become a very important figure this time. He notified the village a month in advance about his return for ancestral worship. At that time, many important figures will come with him, and we, of course, also need to participate in the ancestral worship. It's just that we are all ordinary people and can't really save face at that time. We'll just have to rely on Qingyue to make an appearance." As soon as he said this, Yi Qing immediately understood what was going on. However, was Gao Qingyue considered a big shot? He knew very well that his parents lived for face, and this face wasn't a superficial one. It also represented the continuation of the Yi family's lineage and the blessings of their ancestors. Of course, even without considering these, if Yi Qing's parents wanted this face, Yi Qing had to provide it. He could afford it. "Dad, when is the ancestral worship?" "Don't worry, at that time, I will absolutely not let you lose face, and I will let everyone know that our family is no worse than anyone else." As soon as these words were spoken, Yi father sighed and said, "Then you should quickly reconcile with Qingyue." At this moment, Shirdahu laughed and said, "Yi Qing, forget about bringing glory to your parents. You, at that time, just don't let your parents lose face, and that would be a blessing. All the people who come will be important figures. Advise your sister-in-law, let her make an appearance. That would be your filial piety." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing said nothing, only giving Shirdahu a deep look. Anything said now would not be believed. Then let the facts speak for themselves. Since his parents wanted this face, then Yi Qing was prepared to give his parents immense face. After a while, Gao Qingyue returned home. Seeing Yi Qing sitting obediently on the sofa, a smile immediately appeared on Gao Qingyue's face. Husband, you're finally willing to come home. Did you have a good chat with your parents? I plan to let them stay here, and you don't leave either, okay? Gao Qingyue walked up to Yi Qing with a smile, naturally took his arm, and their intimacy was such that an unaware person would think they were still in love. Everyone present started to laugh. And Shi Dao's eyes revealed a fervent expression. What man wouldn't like a beauty like Gao Qingyue, let alone one so wealthy? If he could conquer Gao Qingyue, Shi Dao's heart would burst with joy. It was just that he didn't dare to for now. Only Yi Qing had a cold, even disgusted expression. Knowing that all of Gao Qingyue's gestures were fake, how could he be happy? Using his parents to pressure him, this crossed Yi Qing's bottom line. Let go of me, Gao Qingyue, stop pretending here. Yi Qing couldn't help but yell angrily, then fiercely shook off Gao Qingyue's hand. Gao Qingyue's eyes immediately turned red, and she said pitifully, Yi Qing, I know I was wrong. I've already apologized to you, won't you forgive me yet? Please, I'm begging you, isn't that enough? At this moment, Yi father slammed the table heavily, stood up, and angrily rebuked, Qingyue, why are you apologizing to him? This scoundrel is simply ungrateful. Yi Qing, what did you just say? Who are you giving attitude to now? Hurry up and apologize. And Shi Dao also quickly spoke up, Yi Qing, Qingyue has already bowed her head and admitted her mistake to you, what are you throwing a tantrum for? If you continue like this, I, as your brother-in-law, won't let you off. Hurry up and apologize. Chapter 202 I am the boss of the myth group. Gao Qingyue quickly shielded Yi Qing, sobbing, no, Dad, Mom, brother-in-law, it's not Yi Qing's fault. Don't scold him. I hurt Yi Qing's heart. It's my fault. I don't blame him for acting this way. Yi father sighed softly upon hearing this, saying, Yi Qing, you won't find such a good woman even if you search with a lantern. You clearly made a mistake, yet she's still speaking up for you. What more could you possibly want? You are someone who just got out of prison. If you haven't reformed, then you should just go back to prison. At this moment, Shi Dao also said with some dissatisfaction, Yi Qing, Qingyue is so beautiful, has a good personality, and can make money. She's simply a perfect woman. You truly don't appreciate what you have. Yi Qing listened to everyone, gritted his teeth, and said, are you all done talking? Alright, then I'll go have a good talk with Gao Qingyue. With that, Yi Qing directly pulled Gao Qingyue into a room and shut the door. When he looked at Gao Qingyue again, the expression on her face was no longer one of grievance or tears, there was only amusement and a triumphant smile. Yi Qing, are you going to hit me? Go ahead and hit me then, your parents are here anyway. Yi Qing looked coldly at Gao Qingyue, then finally sighed, I originally thought you were only changed by money and power, becoming greedy and indifferent, but I didn't expect you to change even more than I imagined. Gao Qingyue, honestly, have I, Yi Qing, ever done anything to let you down? I don't regret going to prison for you. Back then, you were swindled in business, and when they came to your door, you accidentally hit someone with a vase, causing serious injury. It was I, Yi Qing, who took the blame and went to prison for you. I was willing. I don't ask you to remember my past love, but can't we just part ways amicably? Why do you have to provoke me? Why do you have to involve my parents? Don't you know you're playing with fire? Yi Qing went to prison for Gao Qingyue back then. In fact, from the moment Gao Qingyue didn't object, and even cried hysterically out of fear, it already proved that she didn't love Yi Qing that much. Otherwise, if Yi Qing couldn't bear for her to go to prison and suffer, then if she loved Yi Qing, she also wouldn't be able to bear for Yi Qing to suffer, but she didn't. Yi Qing had seen it long ago, but he just hadn't been willing to admit it. But now, it has been proven that he misjudged the person. At this moment, Gao Qingyue was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She immediately bristled. Yi Qing, stop pretending to be innocent and a good person. You went to prison for me because you were willing. I didn't force you. Why are you bringing this up now? Do you expect me to pity you? In fact, haven't I pitied you? But you hit Yin Fatty, you hit my mom, Yi Qing, why should I forgive you? Alright, so I involved your parents, didn't I? But so what? Your parents are satisfied with me and are very willing for me to be their daughter-in-law. Aren't you very filial? Then just agree. Yi Qing's face turned ashen as he looked at Gao Qingyue, then suddenly he started to laugh. Gao Qingyue, I really don't want to play with you anymore given your painstaking efforts, I'll give you a promise. Now, let's make things clear and then part ways amicably. Your Qingyue group will still be yours. I promise I won't let you go bankrupt, and I certainly won't let you end up on the streets. This is your last chance, yes or no? As soon as he said this, Gao Qingyue immediately sneered. Qingyue group was originally mine. You wanted to make me go bankrupt and end up on the streets, Yi Qing. Was that what you were thinking before? But you don't know, you're simply too ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Do you really think Qingyue Group got to where it is today because of you? I admit, you, Yi Qing, have some ability now, but you also underestimate me, Gao Qingyue. Too much. My connections have long exceeded your imagination. As long as I want, Qingyue Group can expand several times over at any time, do you understand? Gao Qingyue had her own pride for her, everything she had was earned through her own efforts, and no one should expect to take advantage. And Yi Qing, looking at Gao Qingyue, said indifferently, so, you're not agreeing? Gao Qingyue sneered, no, unless you can provide me with 10 bottles, no, 100 bottles of life elixir every month. In that case, I might consider it. Yi Qing laughed directly upon hearing this. No wonder Gao Qingyue was so eager to bring his parents over and put on all sorts of acts in front of them. So, she was after the life elixir. However, this kind of outrageous demand really made people feel ridiculous. 100 bottles of life elixir every month? Did she really think life elixir was mineral water? Yi Qing could naturally produce it, but why should he? Gao Qingyue, wouldn't it be more convenient if I just gave you Myth Group directly? Gao Qingyue smiled and said, I'd like to, but you have to have that ability, so, if you can't do it, then just obediently play along with me. Yi Qing listened, looked deeply at Gao Qingyue, and said, playing along, of course, is fine. It's just, Gao Qingyue, when this act reaches its end, you will be utterly desperate. Your fate then will be much, much worse than bankruptcy. Are you sure you want to play this dangerous game? It will be very, very miserable, especially when you know everything about me. You'll go crazy. Looking at the indifferent Yi Qing, Gao Qingyue smiled faintly and said, then, let me go crazy. Yi Qing, I'd like to see what makes you think you can make me go crazy. With that, Gao Qingyue directly put her hand on the doorknob, looked at Yi Qing, and smiled faintly, husband, aren't you going to hug me? If mom and dad see that we haven't reconciled, I don't mind, but you'll get scolded again. Yi Qing looked coldly at Gao Qingyue and said, Gao Qingyue, from today onwards, you will have no chance to regret. At that time, I don't want to see tears of regret on your face, and I certainly don't want you kneeling before me, begging for my forgiveness. And I will also let my parents see your true colors at that time. It will be when you completely disappear from my world. Gao Qingyue saw that Yi Qing was still putting on an act at this point and immediately sneered. Yi Qing, if I don't bother with you, you really start to act up, don't you? And see everything? Ha, who do you think you are? Even if you told me now that you are the head of the one family, I wouldn't feel that way. You want me to regret? Regret? Ha, perhaps, only if you are the boss of Myth Group. And Yi Qing, hearing this, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps, I really am the boss of Myth Group. Chapter 203. Stop bragging. Yi Qing spoke the truth. He was the man behind Myth Group. However, this truth was met with Gao Qingyue's ridicule. Yi Qing, do you really think that just because you got a bottle of life elixir through some channel, you can brag? The boss of Myth Group? You? Do you deserve it? If you're going to lie, at least do some research, okay? When Myth Group was established, you were still in prison. As she spoke, Gao Qingyue shook her head and sighed, as if deeply lamenting that Yi Qing had a problem with his brain. Yi Qing, however, narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Gao Qingyue, and said indifferently, 3 years ago, you and I were both ordinary people. 3 years later, you became a famous beautiful CEO. Am I necessarily still the same as I was 3 years ago? Whether it's one family head, or Uncle Gong who wants to deal with me, have I, Yi Qing, ever been afraid of anyone? If these are still not enough to prove something in your eyes, then you, Gao Qingyue, truly have a problem with your brain. So, how did you, with a problematic brain, manage to make your business so big? Have you never really thought about it? Yi Qing looked at Gao Qingyue and said very seriously, why do those people give you business, let you make money, and even provide protection without asking for any conditions? Do you really think it's because of your charm? Gao Qingyue, have you never thought that the reason you've had such a smooth journey until now is because someone is helping you from behind? Yi Qing said that if Gao Qingyue wanted to play, he would play along with Gao Qingyue until she saw everything clearly and despaired. Gao Qingyue, however, looked at Yi Qing and said with disdain, "So, the person who has been protecting me all this time is you, Yi Qing, that's what you want to say, right? Alright, then let me ask you, do you know Manager Huang of Tiancheng Real Estate? Are you familiar with Manager Lin of Gaoye Media? You must know Director Wu of Jiangcheng Bank, right? These people all helped me without any conditions. Was it arranged by you?" A cold smile appeared on Yi Qing's lips as he shook his head and said, "I don't know any of the people you mentioned, because I don't need to know them, they just need to follow orders. The people behind them are the ones who know me, understand?" Seeing Yi Qing's bragging demeanor, Gao Qingyue covered her stomach and burst out laughing. "Alright, Yi Qing, I really find that after you came back from prison, you've become more and more adorable, huh? Interesting, truly interesting. It doesn't matter, I also want to see what your true background is, and in the end, who will be kneeling and crying. I'm really looking forward to it. Alright, get out, I've already booked a restaurant, Yi Qing. I'm good to your Yi father Yi mother, right? You, don't force me, or else, your Yi father Yi mother will be unhappy." With that, Gao Qingyue directly opened the door and walked out, her face instantly streaked with tears. As soon as Yi father saw this, he was so angry that he was about to scold Yi Qing. However, at this moment, Yi Qing walked out of the room with a slight smile on his face, naturally placing his hand on Gao Qingyue's shoulder, and chuckled, "Yi father, Yi mother, I think you're right. Since you like this daughter-in-law so much, then I'll forgive her." After saying that, Yi Qing looked at Gao Qingyue and chuckled, "Qingyue, why are you still crying at a time like this? Is it out of happiness? Hurry up and smile." It was just acting, and Yi Qing didn't mind anyway. Soon, everyone would know Gao Qingyue's true colors. But before that, he couldn't explain clearly, nor could he make his Yi father Yi mother sad, so he could only endure it. For now it was actually quite good. At least, the closer Gao Qingyue got to him like this, the more desperate she would be later. Now it was acting, begging for his forgiveness. Perhaps very soon, Gao Qingyue, knowing everything, would understand that she really should be kneeling to beg Yi Qing. The anger on Yi father's face slowly disappeared. He looked at Gao Qingyue and said, "Qingyue, is it true? You two have reconciled?" Gao Qingyue didn't expect Yi Qing to get into character so quickly, but she still smiled and said, "Yes, Yi father, Yi mother, older sister, brother-in-law, we've reconciled. It's getting late, and I've already booked a restaurant. Let's go eat." Upon hearing this, Yi father looked at Gao Qingyue and said, "Qingyue, why don't we just not bother? It's quite nice to cook something at home." Upon hearing this, Yi mother quickly got up and said, Yes, I'll cook, it'll be quick." The old couple had worked hard their whole lives and were most unwilling to trouble others. Gao Qingyue smiled and shook her head, saying, "It's already booked, it's no trouble, the car is also ready, let's go." Shirdahu also quickly spoke up, "That's right, Yi father, Yi mother, Qingyue is a dignified CEO, incredibly wealthy. A meal is nothing besides, you haven't been to Jiangcheng for a long time, so you should have a good meal." Yi father Yi mother couldn't resist the persuasion and thus followed them out the door. Gao Qingyue had indeed prepared vehicles. A luxurious commercial van was parked at the entrance, while Gao Qingyue herself drove her red sports car. Along the way, Yi Qing sat beside his Yi father Yi mother, chatting with them. Even though Yi father had been very harsh with Yi Qing earlier, Yi Qing knew that his Yi father Yi mother loved him. They just wanted him to live well and not take the wrong path. In this world, there might be Yi father Yi mother who don't treat their children as children, but at least Yi Qing's Yi father Yi mother were not like that. Upon arriving at the hotel, Yi Qing's Yi father Yi mother were stunned by the luxurious decor, especially when they reached the hotel restaurant. A huge private room that could accommodate more than a dozen people was occupied by only their small family. The table was filled with delicious dishes, and those were just appetizers. The treatment was indeed beyond words. Yi mother kept muttering that it was too wasteful. Yi Qing, however, smiled and said, "It's nothing as long as you like it, you can eat this every day." Upon hearing this, Yi father glared at Yi Qing and said, "You still have the nerve to say that? All this was brought by Qingyue, wasn't it? And you were still angry with her. In the future, you really can't treat your wife like this again, do you hear me?" Shirdahu nodded repeatedly, adding fuel to the fire. Yes, Yi Cheng, a good girl like Qingyue is truly hard to find you. Don't be ungrateful for the blessings you have if you really lose Qingyue. Are you going to sleep on the streets? That would be truly ungrateful. Upon hearing this, Yi Ching didn't say much. It was time to eat, so he had to let his Yi father Yi mother eat a full meal in peace. At this moment, Lin Ji was in the room seeing Yi Ching, her eyes lit up, and she really wanted to go up and say something, but in the end, she held back. Qingyue, everything is ready, the dishes and drinks are also arranged, do you need anything else? Gao Qingyue shook her head, then looked at Lin Ji and smiled. Nothing else. Today's main task is to make sure Yi father, Yi mother, older sister, and brother-in-law eat and drink well, nothing else matters. After saying that, Gao Qingyue looked at Yi Ching, showing a sweet smile, and said, Husband, you agree, right? Yi Ching glanced at Gao Qingyue, nodded indifferently, and said, everything you say is right. This scene left Lin Ji dumbfounded. The two of them had already reached such a point, yet Gao Qingyue could still control Yi Ching as expected. Her methods were formidable. No wonder Gao Qingyue wasn't anxious at all. It turned out she really had confidence. And this made Lin Ji's jealousy rise, but more importantly, Lin Ji wanted to regain the opportunity Yi Ching had given her before. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ji quietly walked over to Yi Ching and whispered, Yi Ching, come with me for a moment, I have something to tell you. Chapter 204, The Great Event of Ancestor Worship. Yi Ching glanced at Lin Ji, chuckled, and said, is there anything you can't say here? As soon as Yi Ching saw Lin Ji's expression, he knew that Lin Ji had already made that call. She regretted it. Lin Ji gritted her teeth and whispered, Yi Ching, I'm begging you, come with me. After speaking, Lin Ji looked at Yi Ching with pleading eyes. Yi Ching nodded. Then, he followed Lin Ji to an empty room. As soon as she entered the room, Lin Ji couldn't hold back and choked out, Yi Ching, was that call real? He said he was the CEO of Myth Group, is that true? Yi Ching heard this, nodded lightly, and said, it's true. If you don't believe it, then there's nothing I can do. From the moment Lin Ji called Yi Ching out, she actually already believed it was true, although it was incredibly unbelievable. What if it was? Yi Ching, although I don't know how you know the CEO of Myth Group, I'll believe you because you said it. I beg you, please give me another chance, okay? I swear, this time, I won't disappoint you again. Yi Ching heard this, but shook his head and said, I'm sorry, you've already been given a chance, and you missed it yourself. Is there anything else? If not, I need to go have dinner with Yi father Yi mother. Looking at Yi Ching's resolute face, Lin Ji could no longer hold back. Yi Ching, are you really reconciling with Gao Qingyue just like that? Is it because of Yi father Yi mother? But you know what kind of person Gao Qingyue is, don't you want to take revenge on her anymore? Choose me, just like you said before, as long as I live better than Gao Qingyue, then Gao Qingyue will be the most miserable one. Isn't taking revenge on Gao Qingyue in this way what you want? Yi Ching, give me another chance. Indeed, making the people around him live better than Gao Qingyue was a scene Yi Ching wanted to see, but now, was it still necessary? No need. Gao Qingyue took the wrongest step. She shouldn't have involved Yi father Yi mother, but since they are involved, she has no choice. I will personally let her see what kind of person the current Yi Ching is when she realizes that she is just an ant and I am already a giant dragon in the sky, that to spare. I think she will be very happy. Lin Ji, perhaps you will have another chance in the future, but not now. After speaking, Yi Ching pushed the door open and left. And Lin Ji stood there blankly, tears streaming down her face. She truly hated it, hating why she didn't make that call. It only needed a few seconds, a few cents for the call. Why didn't she even try? Taking a deep breath, Lin Ji wiped away her tears, looked at Yi Ching's back, and muttered to herself, will there be another chance in the future? Okay, this time, I won't miss it again. After speaking, Lin Ji composed herself and returned to the private room of the restaurant. At this moment, everyone who was supposed to be there had arrived. Yi father Yi mother sat at the head of the table, and Gao Qingyue sat beside Yi mother, accompanying them with a smile. Dad, Mom, I didn't invite outsiders today. It's just our family gathering. No need to be restrained, let's begin. Yi father heard this, smiled and nodded, saying, Qingyue, you really spent too much this, let's just eat at home from now on. Gao Qingyue smiled and nodded, saying, Jen, I'll listen to Dad. After speaking, Gao Qingyue raised her wineglass and said with a smile, although my elder brother and sister-in-law are not here, we are still gathered together, come, cheers. As Gao Qingyue emptied the baijiu in her hand, the other people who could drink also raised their glasses. Yi Qing, on the other hand, focused on talking and eating with Yi father Yi mother, without making any unnecessary movements. At this moment, Shirdaho smiled and said, sister-in-law, in a few days, we'll be returning to the village for ancestor worship. At that time, important figures will come, and they're even related to us this time. Yi father Yi mother's face will depend on you to earn back. You won't be busy then, will you? Hearing Shirdahu bring up this matter, Yi father Yi mother also put down their chopsticks and looked at Gao Qingyue with great expectation. At this moment, Yi Qing smiled and said, Dad, Mom, don't worry, I won't let you lose face. No one asked Yi Qing, but Yi Qing took the initiative to speak. Shirdahu immediately said disdainfully, Yi Qing, stop talking, it's good enough if you don't embarrass Yi father Yi mother at that time. It's best if you hide as much as possible. I'm just afraid that as soon as you go back, people will see you and keep asking if you just got out of prison and how prison life was. That face, even if it's not lost, it will be. Shirdahu was now showing off his presence everywhere, completely disregarding Yi Qing. Yi Qing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Shirdahu and said, brother-in-law, whether I lose face or not is not for you to criticize. I've noticed you've been talking a bit too much recently. I'll give you a suggestion. In the future, it's best to talk less, otherwise, something will happen. And Gao Qingyue saw this scene, smiled, stood up, and said, brother-in-law, don't worry Yi father Yi mother, don't worry. No matter how big the matter is, it's not bigger than ancestor worship at that time. I will definitely go back with you. Do you need anything else? I don't know the specific situation. If there's anything you need me to do, just say it. As long as I can do it, I will spare no effort. Yi father smiled and said, it's nothing much as long as you show up, we'll have face. Shirdahu immediately said, sister-in-law, Dad is too embarrassed to tell you, but the village side said that when that important figure returns home for ancestor worship, they will definitely donate money and goods to contribute to the village. If you can, see if you can also donate a little? Gao Qingyue heard this and immediately laughed, saying, yes, donating money is not a problem. Is 1 million enough? If not, it's fine to donate more. After speaking, Gao Qingyue looked at Yi Qing and said with a sweet smile, husband, you just got out of prison, and many villagers must have a lot of misunderstandings about you. Let's donate in your and Yi father Yi mother's names. Yi Qing heard this, smiled and said, 1 million is too little. I think donating your entire Qingyue group would be about right. As soon as these words came out, before Gao Qingyue could speak, Yi father angrily slapped the table. You scoundrel, Qingyue is thinking of you in every way. And everything she says is reasonable. What about you? What are you doing here, being sarcastic? Hurry up and apologize to Qingyue. Yi Qing heard this, smiled, and said, Dad, I have no problem apologizing, but what I said is also the truth. Donating Qingyue group, I personally think it's not a problem. If a group worth 1 billion becomes a village enterprise, then I think everyone in the entire village will be happy, don't you agree? After all, at that time, just the dividends alone would be enough to make everyone in the entire village wealthy. Wouldn't that be good? Chapter 205. I want to check the accounts. Yi Qing's serious expression made it truly difficult to discern if he was being sincere or disingenuous. However, Yi Qing was right about one thing: if Qingyue Group truly became a village enterprise, the dividends would certainly be enough for everyone to profit. But how could that be possible? Before Gao Qingyue could speak, Shirdahu stood up to object. Yi Qing, what nonsense are you spouting? Even if it's for charity for the village, or to save face, you can't just donate the entire group. This is an enterprise that your sister-in-law painstakingly built. Are you just going to donate it to those ungrateful people in the village? What kind of joke is this? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Shirdahu and said, you also know that some people in the village are ungrateful. So why are you speaking such strange words here? I, Yi Qing, am not a stingy person. When the time comes, I will help those who need my help, but some people don't deserve my help, and I won't lend a hand to them. Leaving everything else aside, let's talk about Qingshui Village's village-run enterprise. If I'm not mistaken, I was the one who invested money and effort to start it, right? But what was the result? Although I was in prison for the past 3 years, that doesn't mean I know nothing. Village-run enterprise has grown quite a bit, but do some people deserve this money? Eating my food, drinking my drinks, and yet slandering me behind my back. Heh. I'm not that magnanimous. I will return for the ancestral worship this time, and I think it's time to audit the village's accounts. Yi Qing spoke the facts indifferently, and even threatened to audit the accounts. The sudden declaration made Yi father, Yi mother, and even Shirdaho feel taken aback, and even that it was inappropriate. Especially Shirdaho, whose brows furrowed in apparent strong resistance upon hearing this. Village-run enterprise, you want to audit the accounts? On what grounds? Shirdaho said angrily, it's true that you invested money and effort into village-run enterprise, but the village has also contributed over the years. Now that village-run enterprise has grown strong, are you trying to cause trouble? Auditing the accounts? You're going to make our entire family lose its standing in the village. Upon hearing this, Village-Run Enterprise's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Shirdaho and said, if I'm not mistaken, I hold 40% of the shares in Village-Run Enterprise. Don't I have the right to audit the accounts? Or are you saying, brother-in-law, that you, as the security department manager of Village-Run Enterprise, were also involved in some illegal activities within the enterprise? If that's the case, I advise you to surrender quickly. As soon as these words were uttered, Shirdaho immediately flew into a rage, stood up, walked over to Yi Qing, grabbed his collar, and angrily said, Yi Qing, what nonsense are you saying? How dare you slander me? Yi Qing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the hand gripping his collar and softly said, I advise you to let go immediately, otherwise, I guarantee that hand of yours won't be saved. Just as Shirdaho was about to say something, Yi father slammed the table and said, what are you two arguing about? Isn't it enough to make people laugh at us? Both of you, sit down. Shirdaho then reluctantly sat down, yet his gaze remained fixed on Yi Qing, as if there was some deep-seated animosity between them. At this moment, Yi father sighed and said, Village-Run Enterprise, you do own shares in Village-Run Enterprise, but you haven't managed Village-Run Enterprise all these years. You are indeed qualified to audit the accounts, but what about the kinship among our villagers? Let's not mention the auditing of accounts. In short, the village hasn't treated us unfairly all these years, so don't cause any trouble. Not treated unfairly? Village-Run Enterprise looked at Yi father, chuckled, and said, Village-Run Enterprise has developed rapidly over the years. Even if the annual profit isn't much, it's not small either. But, father, mother, looking at your attire, it doesn't seem very good. Can you tell me how much money they give you each year? With my 40% shares, even if it earns 1 million a year, they should give you 400,000, right? Even if there isn't 400,000, isn't there at least 200,000? What's more, the enterprise's profit is more than 1 million a year. Please tell me, did you receive the money? As soon as these words were spoken, Yi father and Yi mother immediately fell silent. Evidently, this attitude already conveyed a lot. Yi mother softly said, they did give us some, though not much, but the enterprise also needs to develop and faces some difficulties, so we can all understand. After all, doing business isn't easy. Yi father nodded and said, Village-Run Enterprise, don't dwell too much on gains and losses. Village-Run Enterprise has done a lot of good things for the village over the years. Even if we receive a little less, it's nothing, as long as it's for everyone's good, that's fine. Yi Qing sighed in his heart. He knew what kind of people his parents were. They were just like thousands upon thousands of ordinary farmers, simple, kind, and even honest. However, sometimes, some people bully the honest ones. Yi Qing chuckled and said, is the enterprise truly in such difficulty? As far as I know, Village-Run Enterprise hasn't made less profit over the years, and many management personnel, even the village leaders' homes, have been renovated into villas, and they even have more than one good car. But have the village roads been repaired? Have the facilities at the nursing home been updated? Even the several thousand yuan in annual living expenses for elders over 70 years old are being embezzled, aren't they? This is what you call their good deeds? At this point, Yi Qing looked at Shirdaho and said, Shirdaho, you, as the manager of the security department, seem to have already changed to a good car, right? But what about my shares? I said back then that my portion of Village-Run Enterprise's money should all be left to my parents, but did they receive it? You can bully me. But bullying my parents is not allowed. I'll tell you the truth, I'm determined to audit these accounts. When the time comes, every single parasite found will be arrested, and all the money must be returned to me. I will also send them to prison. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Yi Qing's words made Sure Dahu's face turn ashen, and then deathly pale. If Yi Qing were truly allowed to audit the accounts so recklessly, it wouldn't just be a matter of one or two people. Most importantly, Sure Dahu himself was one of the beneficiaries, and he would inevitably face trouble. No, it can't be audited, absolutely not. Father, mother, listen to what Yi Qing is saying. I've worked diligently all these years and have always been filial to you, but what I get in return is Yi Qing's slander and questioning me is one thing, but he even questioned the entire enterprise and the village leadership. He's going to alienate himself from the entire Qingshui village. Father, mother, you must do something, otherwise, there will truly be no place for us to live in this village in the future. Everyone will curse our ancestors. Upon hearing this, Yi father gritted his teeth and angrily said, Yi Qing, apologize to your brother-in-law immediately. You are simply a scoundrel. I'm telling you, even if everything you said is true, these accounts are absolutely not allowed to be audited. Do you hear me? Chapter 206. Yi Qing, stop embarrassing yourself. Apologize? Does Yi Qing truly have no temper? Ever since he met his parents today, he had been forbearing, because he owed them, because he was filial, but he, Yi Qing, owed no one else besides his parents. Why should he apologize? Yi Qing slowly stood up, looked at Yi father, and said in a deep voice, Father, ever since I met you today, you've been telling me to apologize to Gao Qingyue, but do you know what happened between us? Have you listened to my explanation? What? Just because I, Yi Qing, went to prison, I'm a bad person now? When Yi father saw that Yi Qing dared to talk back to him and was about to lose his temper, Yi mother pulled him back. It doesn't matter, you will see Gao Qingyue's true colors, and you will know everything that happened between us. By then, you will realize that making me apologize, and even making me sit here today, is a huge mistake. And Sure Dahu, what kind of person is he? He says he's my brother-in-law, but what kind of person is he? Is he good to my sister? Is he really good to you? Have you forgotten how he used to bully me? If it weren't for the 40% of Yi Qing's village-run enterprise shares you hold, if it weren't for him still needing to appease you and keep you from causing trouble, do you really think he, Sure Dahu, would have been so filial to you all these years? Ha! Ha! How ridiculous! This account, I can choose not to investigate. This loss, I can also bear, but this indignity, I cannot swallow. After speaking, Yi Qing stared directly at Sure Dahu, sneering, Sure Dahu, I'm telling you, this matter isn't over between us. You can also tell the people behind you that I, Yi Qing, am back, and trying to fool me is impossible. I'll give you 3 days to make up all the money you owe my parents, and also the money you owe the villagers, otherwise, I'll let you know the consequences. After speaking, Yi Qing sat directly on the chair, his eyes gleaming with coldness. Sure Dahu was not afraid of Yi Qing in the slightest, and instead said coldly, You've really gained some nerve in prison, haven't you? Now you even dare to lecture your parents and me, Yi Qing, you really have guts. I won't say anything else, just one thing, Yi Qing, if you insist on making our whole family unable to stay in the village, then you, be careful. This world isn't peaceful, and if something happens, I won't be able to save you. A simple sentence, in reality, was already a threat. Yi Qing naturally wasn't afraid, but Yi father Yi mother's expressions immediately changed. Dahu, don't talk nonsense. Yi Qing just got back, and his mind is still a bit unclear. Don't tell anyone what was said today, did you hear me? Sure Dahu heard this, smiled and nodded, saying, Father, mother, we are family of course. I wouldn't harm Yi Qing. However, if he truly doesn't care about the reputation of everyone in the village, then, I'm afraid the village won't tolerate him either. You know, my words carry some weight, but only some weight if he offends everyone. I really can't save him. Yi father heard this, nodded heavily, and said, Dahu, don't worry, Yi Qing is my son, he must listen to me. I'll handle this matter. In short, I won't let him do anything out of line, rest assured. At this moment, Gao Qingyue smiled and said, Father, mother, brother-in-law, you actually don't need to worry about anything after all, isn't it just money? I still have some money now, and I won't let my parents suffer any losses if it really causes disharmony among the villagers because of money. That's a bit wrong. It's alright, father, mother, I'll pay for the road construction. I'll also pay for the nursing home if it's really necessary. I'll pay for all the money for the villagers over 70 years old. These are not problems. As long as our whole family can be harmonious, and our parents can be respected, have status, and save face in the village, money is nothing. What an arrogant tone. Gao Qingyue's words brought smiles to everyone present. Only Yi Qing, looking at Gao Qingyue, sneered, "You are truly wealthy, but is this a matter of money? I, Yi Qing, once swore that no one would ever bully me or my family. Some anger must be released, and some people must be dealt with. It's that simple." After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Yi Father Yi Mother and said, "Father, Mother, I don't want to make you angry today, I won't say much more, but remember one thing, I, Yi Qing, will not endure injustice. Nor will I allow you to suffer any grievances." Yi Mother, fearing that Yi Father would slam the table and get angry again, quickly pulled Yi Qing's hand and said, "Son, Father and Mother haven't been wrong. Mother knows you're worried about us and mean well, but you really don't have to. We're doing very well. Be good, let's not discuss this matter anymore. Let's eat, let's eat." Seeing Yi Mother's worried expression, Yi Qing also felt a pang in his heart and said no more. Just then, the private room door was pushed open, and a middle-aged man in his 40s, accompanied by 2 waiters, walked in. "General Manager Gao, I just heard from the waiter that you brought your family for a meal. I hope I'm not disturbing you?" The middle-aged man walked directly to Gao Qingyue, speaking with a fawning smile. Gao Qingyue didn't even stand up, just smiled and nodded, saying, "Manager Zhang, no disturbance at all. Is there something you need?" Manager Zhang smiled and said, "I just heard that your family was here, so I brought 2 bottles of good wine at the same time. I've already instructed the kitchen to add a few more dishes." "General Manager Gao, please enjoy your meal with your family. I won't disturb your family gathering." After speaking, Manager Zhang instructed the waiters to put down the wine, then left directly. Gao Qingyue then smiled and explained, "Father, Mother, this is Manager Zhang from the restaurant. He came to deliver something. It's alright, let's just eat." Dahu then smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, I told you you have influence, didn't I? Even the restaurant manager has to come and curry favor with you just for a meal." Unlike Yi Qing, who has no abilities but a huge temper. "Sister-in-law, I now understand how much grievance you usually suffer. Come, brother-in-law toasts you." After speaking, Dahu stood up and was about to toast Gao Qingyue. And Gao Qingyue also smiled and stood up, raising her wineglass, saying, "Brother-in-law, please don't talk about our Yi Qing. He's just out of prison and hasn't adapted yet. Moreover, Yi Qing is much more capable than me. It's just that you don't know it yet." Dahu heard this, sneered, and said, "Is that so? I think his temper is quite formidable, but other than that, I really can't tell." As he spoke, Dahu drank it all in one gulp, then looked at Yi Father Yi Mother and said, "Father, Mother, I'm going to the restroom." After speaking, Dahu directly left the room. After walking out of the room, Dahu's face immediately turned ashen. He directly pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "General Manager Han, this is Dahu. Yes, I'm in Jiangqing now. I have some bad news for you. Yi Qing is back, and he wants to check the accounts." "Yes, he wants to check the accounts, and he even directly said that our management team is corrupt and taking bribes, and he wants to send all of us to jail. And, make some preparations. I'll try my best to resolve it here. Don't worry, he's just a small piece of trash who just got out of prison and doesn't understand social etiquette. I used to deal with him easily, and I'll deal with him easily now. Just wait, I still know a few people in the Jiangqing underground world. By then, I'll see if Yi Qing still dares to be so arrogant after he's dealt with." As he said this, a cold glint flashed in Dahu's eyes, as if Yi Qing was not his wife's younger brother, but an enemy who was blocking his path to wealth. Chapter 207. This may not be your seed. After making this call, Dahu thought for a moment, then dialed another number. Once the call connected, a playful smile flashed across Dahu's face as he said, "Sister-in-law, what are you doing? It's noon, time to eat, right? Don't starve yourself, I'd be heartbroken." "Sister-in-law?" There might be many people Dahu called sister-in-law, but there was only one true sister-in-law, Yi Qing's elder brother's wife. "No need for your glib talk. I just have something to remind you. Yi Qing has become quite capable since he was released from prison. He wants to audit the company's accounts, and he even said we all engaged in corruption and bribery." "Sister-in-law, you need to be prepared. Although I will handle this matter, it's hard to guarantee there won't be any slip-ups. And your good-for-nothing husband, I think recently, we shouldn't arrange any heavy physical work for him. Otherwise, I'll find him an easier job to do." Alright, you didn't come, I really miss you, but we'll be back in a few days. Don't worry this time, we're probably going to make another fortune, huh? After Dahu hung up the phone, he returned to the room, still feeling unsatisfied. Meanwhile, in Qingshui village. In a two-story building, a woman in her 30s, adorned with gold and silver, dressed like a rich lady, had just hung up the phone and started shouting loudly. Yishan, you good for nothing, you're so slow making dinner. Are you trying to starve me to death? Hearing the woman's shouts, a man in his 30s, with an honest face and wearing an apron, quickly walked out of the kitchen and said, Wife, it's almost ready, don't worry. The woman clutched her stomach and sneered, You're so slow doing work you can starve me, but if you starve the child in my belly, you're in for it. Yishan looked at the woman with a gentle expression and said, Don't worry, our son will absolutely not be hungry, I'll go make it right away, right away. Your son? The woman sneered, Yishan, perhaps, this isn't even your child at all, don't flatter yourself, you good for nothing, do you even deserve to have a son? Yishan's face turned pale at these words, but he dared not get angry. The woman, however, seemed to have no intention of letting Yishan off the hook. She said coldly, Dava just called me, your brother has become quite capable now, he's even thinking of auditing the accounts, and he specifically named us Yishan, what's going on? Does your Yi family not trust us? I'm telling you, he can't audit these accounts. If he dares to audit them and offends everyone in the village, then we'll get a divorce, and you can forget about this child, did you hear me? Yishan hesitated for a moment and said, Wife, this. Yi Qing already has shares in the company, so it's only right for him to audit the accounts, and I can already tell there are problems with the company, there's no way he can't see it. How about we just let him audit it? If he finds something, it won't harm us, right? Upon hearing this, the woman immediately became agitated. She walked directly in front of Yishan and slapped him twice. You good for nothing, what audit? What benefits? I'm telling you, no auditing. No matter what method you use, you cannot let Yi Qing audit the accounts, otherwise, we'll get a divorce, and I won't even want the child in my belly. Also, if you care about your brother and don't want anything to happen to him, it's best to tell him not to mess around, otherwise, a human life doesn't cost much money. Don't say I didn't warn you. Yishan covered his face, his body trembling slightly. However, looking at the woman's belly, it ultimately turned into a sigh of helplessness. Alright, I understand, don't be angry when I see Yi Qing, I'll explain it to him and persuade him, don't worry. Only then did the woman nod in satisfaction. She sat directly on the sofa and sneered, Marrying a good-for-nothing like you, I must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Go make dinner. Oh, by the way, I'm going back to my parents' house this afternoon. My brother just built a new 3-story villa and bought a car, so I have to go congratulate him. Also, my mom bought a new house in the county town, so I'll have to go see that too. You don't need to come, I'd be embarrassed. Embarrassed? Yishan returned to the kitchen, his entire body trembling, his hand gripping the knife tightly. However, in the end, he let go helplessly. Her brother built a new house, bought a new car, and her mother also bought a house in the county town. Where did all this money come from? In contrast, Yishan himself never had more than 100 yuan in his pocket. Even this 2-story house was built with money borrowed from his parents and himself. Was it truly that they had no money? Then, where did the money for this woman's family come from? There were some things Yishan wasn't unclear about, but he had reasons he couldn't help but endure. However, Yishan was already finding it hard to bear now. It was only for the sake of the child. If this child truly wasn't his, Yishan himself didn't know what he would do. He was honest, but he wasn't a fool. After Shirdahu returned to the private room, his mood improved significantly. And then, several more groups of people came to toast Gao Qingyue, giving her ample face. When it finally quieted down, Shirdahu raised his glass, looked at Gao Qingyue, and smiled. Sister-in-law, eating with you here today has truly opened my eyes. I've always known you were a big shot, but I didn't expect you to have such influence. It's a good thing to have you return for ancestor worship. Come, sister-in-law, I'll toast you. Gao Qingyue stood up with a cheerful laugh and said, Brother-in-law, you flatter me. It's nothing. Instead, today, because of their interruptions, it affected my parents' mood while eating, and that is my fault. Ye father, ye mother, please don't mind it. Ye father, ye mother both shook their heads with cheerful smiles. We don't mind. You've achieved success, and we also gain face, don't we? Yi Qing, now that you don't have much ability, don't boast all day. Honestly, take good care of Qingyue. That's the main thing, and getting a child quickly is even more important. Do you understand? Yi Qing nodded upon hearing this and said, Ye father, I understand. Now, Yi Qing didn't want to say much more. It was Better to do nothing for now and wait until the time was right to let them all clearly see who he truly was, and who Gao Qingyue truly was. Soon, the meal was finished. When Yi father Yi mother were about to continue taking the car to Gao Qingyue's house, Yi Qing also got up and said with a smile, Yi father, Yi mother, come stay at my place, the scenery is good, the space is large, and it's good for your health. As soon as these words were spoken, Gao Qingyue immediately frowned. Yi Chang, what are you talking about? How can we stay in that small house of ours from before? It's too small for even two people, let alone Yi father Yi mother and my older sister and brother-in-law. I know you still don't want to get along with me, but you can't make Yi father Yi mother uncomfortable, can you? Yi Qing said softly, who said I'm still living in that small house? The place I'm living now is much bigger than your villa. Most importantly, the scenery is good, the air is good, with mountains and water, it's even better for your health. Chapter 208 Living Together. What a place with good scenery, good air, and even mountains and water. Gao Qingyue laughed. Yi Qing, the way you say that, it sounds like you're in the mountains, in the countryside. You didn't find a place on some mountain, did you? Are you trying to make mom and dad live in the village instead of the city with you? Gao Qingyue had indeed guessed half of it right. Yi Qing was about to speak. Sherdava shook his head and said, Mom and Dad just came out of the village, and now they're going back to live in the village? That's a joke, Yi Qing. I know you care about your pride, but you also need to know when to care about it. Is it right to make your parents go back and forth just for your pride? Yi father and Yi mother exchanged glances, then nodded and said, Yi Qing, don't bother, we'll just live in Qingyue's house, and you too, you must move and it's decided. Yi father and Yi mother's thoughts were simple, where they lived wasn't important, but making Gao Qingyue, their daughter-in-law, happy was very important. They wanted to reconcile Yi Qing and Gao Qingyue, so they definitely couldn't let them be separated. Yi Qing must live with them in Gao Qingyue's home. Once he settled in, many things would be easier to discuss. At this moment, Gao Qingyue looked at Yi Qing, her eyes slightly narrowed, and she smiled, saying, Yi Qing, go home, don't make your parents sad. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's lips curled into a mocking smile, and he said, fine, I'll live there, let's see how many tricks you try to pull. After saying that, Yi Qing said nothing more. After Yi Qing and the others all left, Lin Ji stood at the hotel entrance, her expression unpredictable. Yi Qing rejecting her was within her expectations, but the more he rejected her, the more it indicated that the matter might be true, and she had truly missed a huge opportunity. Since I'm going to be humiliated, I shouldn't be the only one. Gao Qingyue, do you really think you can get back together with Yi Qing? Dream on. After saying that, Lin Ji dialed Bai Weiwei's number. Yi Qing is now living with Gao Qingyue, at Gao Qingyue's villa, and Gao Qingyue has brought Yi Qing's parents over. I've told you everything now, it's up to you. After saying that, Lin Ji directly hung up the phone. Meanwhile, at Bai Ruoruo's home, Bai Ruoruo was unable to eat or drink, looking utterly exhausted. Bai Weiwei wasn't much better, restless all day, sighing constantly. The entire Bai family was shrouded in gloom. After receiving Lin Ji's call, Bai Weiwei's face was filled with anger. Jia, Yi Qing has been found. Bai Ruoruo's eyes lit up at the news, but then dimmed again. Found him, then found him. Yi Qing has nothing to do with us anymore. Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei angrily said, what do you mean nothing to do with us? If he dares to cut ties with you, then he's not a man. Everything you did was for his own good, he can't not know that. Jia, setting everything else aside, right now, Yi Qing actually moved into Gao Qingyue's villa. This scoundrel, he kept saying he'd cut ties with Gao Qingyue, but now? They divorced and yet they're living together. What is that if not scoundrel behavior? If they do this, then what were we doing before? Are they treating us like monkeys? And Gao Qingyue, I trusted her so much, almost treated her like my own sister, but what's the result? She's treating me like an idiot. No, I must get this off my chest. Bai Ruoruo was stunned at this moment. Looking at Bai Weiwei, she said incredulously, wait, what did you just say? Yi Qing moved into Gao Qingyue's house? Impossible, this is definitely impossible. Who told you that? They must be lying to you. Bai Ruoruo couldn't believe it, and she wouldn't believe it. She knew the conflict between Gao Qingyue and Yi Qing best. No matter who made up, it was impossible for them to make up. Bai Weiwei, however, gritted her teeth and said, "Jia, would I lie to you? It's true, Lin Shi called and told me just this noon, they even ate together." "Oh, it seems Yi Qing's parents came. Do you think it's possible they set them up?" Bai Ruoruo felt a little lost. Losing Yi Qing was already extremely painful for her. She didn't blame Yi Qing, but she blamed herself for not trusting Yi Qing. But now, hearing that Yi Qing had actually moved into Gao Qingyue's house, and that the two of them might reconcile, an extreme pain made Bai Ruoruo completely lose control. That's possible. Yi Qing is a person who values relationships and loyalty, especially towards his parents. He is very filial. The 3 years in prison prevented him from fulfilling his filial duties to his parents, so he would want to compensate them even more. But, he can compensate them in any way. Why use this method? Gao Qingyue is not a good person. She has hurt Yi Qing more than once, and now, she will hurt Yi Qing even more. No, absolutely not. I cannot watch Yi Qing be hurt by Gao Qingyue again. I'm going to find him now. After saying that, Bai Ruoruo stood up, ready to leave. At this moment, Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth and said, "Jia, I'll go with you." Bai Ruoruo hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Soon, the Bai Ruoruo sisters arrived at Gao Qingyue's villa. Standing at the door, Bai Ruoruo hesitated. "Jia, what's wrong? Ring the doorbell, let's go in." Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruoruo with a puzzled expression. Bai Ruoruo said with some hesitation, "Yi Qing's parents are both there. Is it appropriate for us to just go like this?" Bai Weiwei directly rolled her eyes and said, "What's inappropriate about it? Let's go." After saying that, Bai Weiwei didn't wait for Bai Ruoruo to react and directly pressed the doorbell. Soon, the door was opened. It was Gao Qingyue who opened the door. Seeing the Bai Ruoruo sisters, Gao Qingyue smiled and said, "Why are you here?" Bai Ruoruo's expression was not very good, especially when she saw Gao Qingyue. Anger welled up inside her. "Gao Qingyue, aren't you being a bit too despicable, using such methods to make things difficult for Yi Qing? You've gone too far." Gao Qingyue laughed upon hearing this and said, "You're quite well informed, but how am I going too far? Yi Qing and I were once legal spouses. Even now, I still call his parents mom and dad. What's wrong with me bringing mom and dad here to enjoy their retirement? On the contrary, Bai Ruoruo, are you coming now to ask for reconciliation? I think you should just forget about it and continue to follow your young master. Why come here and cause trouble?" After saying that, Gao Qingyue was about to close the door. At this moment, Bai Weiwei angrily said, "Gao Qingyue, how dare you speak to my Jia like that? You're the one causing trouble. I've always misjudged you." Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue's lips curled into a cold smile and she said, "Bai Weiwei, isn't this the time you called me Qingyue Jia one after another? Alright, hurry up and leave with your Jia. You're not welcome here." Just then, Yi Qing's parents walked over and asked curiously, "Qingyue, are these two your friends?" Chapter 209. She lied to you. Gao Qingyue looked at Yi father Yi mother and quickly smiled. "Father, mother, it's fine, don't mind them." However, at this moment, Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing's parents, her face flushed, and said, "Uncle, auntie, do you still remember me? I'm Bai Ruoruo." As soon as she said this, Yi father Yi mother were stunned for a moment, then seemed to remember something and smiled. "Oh, it's Bai Ruoruo. Quickly come in. Qingyue, isn't this your good friend? Quickly let her in." Gao Qingyue heard this and couldn't say much more. She looked at Bai Ruoruo and smiled. "Alright, then come in." After speaking, she leaned close to Bai Ruoruo's ear and whispered, "Bai Ruoruo, I advise you to be careful what you say." Bai Ruoruo ignored her and sat down after entering the living room. "Uncle, auntie, I came in a hurry and forgot to bring you gifts. Please don't be angry." Yi father Yi mother smiled and shook their heads, saying, "Why bring gifts? We're happy just to see you. Alright, we won't interfere with you young people's matters. You two chat." After speaking, Yi father Yi mother returned to their room. At this moment, Bai Ruoruo looked at Gao Qingyue and said coldly, "Where's Yi Qing? I have something to talk to him about." Gao Qingyue sneered, "Yi Qing doesn't want to see you." Bai Weiwei immediately became unhappy and said angrily, "Gao Qingyue, I'm telling you, if you're like this, then I'll shout at that time. Don't blame us for saying something unpleasant in front of Yi Qing's parents." And just then, Yi Qing walked out of the adjacent room with a calm expression and said, Bai Weiwei, what unpleasant things do you want to say? My parents already have enough worries, I don't want them to have any unhappy things, do you understand? Seeing Yi Qing finally appear, Bai Weiwei, at this moment, dared not lose her temper and had lost her previous arrogance and willfulness. The scene at the banquet hall seemed to have some impact on Bai Weiwei, but the actual impact was much greater than imagined. At least, she was truly afraid when she saw Yi Qing now. Yi Qing, you don't have to scare me, my sister and I are here to help you, not to harm you. Bai Ruoruo hesitated for a moment at this point and said, Yi Qing, can I have a good talk with you? Yi Qing looked at the somewhat timid Bai Ruoruo, sighed softly, and said, is there anything left for us to talk about? Bai Ruoruo felt heartbroken upon hearing this, but still endured the pain and said, just for a little while, okay? Yi Qing nodded and said, let's talk outside. After speaking, Yi Qing went out the door. Bai Ruoruo quickly followed the two, stood on the lawn in the yard. Bai Ruoruo lowered her head and whispered, are you really going to reconcile with Gao Qingyue? Looking at Bai Ruoruo, Yi Qing sighed and said, whether I am or not, it actually has nothing to do with you, does it? Bai Ruoruo, take good care of yourself from now on, you don't need to worry about my matters. Bai Ruoruo's tears instantly fell. She looked at Yi Qing and choked, I can ignore it, but you can be with anyone, just not Gao Qingyue. Have you forgotten how she treated you, how she hurt you, and even humiliated you? Yi Qing, she's just using you. She must have seen that you're a bit different now, which is why she wants to get close to you. She has bad intentions. Yi Qing nodded and said, everything you said, I know. Bai Ruoruo immediately became anxious upon hearing this. Since you know all that, why do you still let her succeed? You're playing with fire. Is it because of your parents? Yi Qing, if it's hard for you to explain clearly, I can go and explain it for you. Your parents have the right to understand what kind of person Gao Qingyue is at that time. They definitely won't force you to be with Gao Qingyue. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing immediately shook his head and said, my parents have been worried about me for all these years and haven't had an easy time. I don't want them to be unhappy. Bai Ruoruo, I'm not an idiot, I know how to do many things, so you don't need to worry about anything. Gao Qingyue can't hurt me, no one can hurt me. Do you understand what I mean by saying this? Bai Ruoruo nodded. Of course, she understood Yi Qing's meaning, but she was still worried. Yi Qing sighed and said, alright, we don't need to talk about these things between us anymore. Thank you for your concern, but I will take care of myself. You also take good care of yourself, find a good man, fall in love, get married, and have children, and stop thinking about me. It's impossible between us. After speaking, Yi Qing was about to turn and leave, but then he gently shook his head and said, Bai Ruoruo, regarding the matter of donating 2/3 of your family's assets, your Bai family is exempt. Consider it a gift from me to you. The exemption from donation was not what Bai Ruoruo wanted, but it was what Bai family had wanted. Looking at Yi Qing's resolute back, Bai Ruoruo couldn't help but cover her face and burst into tears. At this moment, Bai Weiwei saw Yi Qing walk in and was stunned for a moment. Then she stood at the door, looking at the crying Bai Ruoruo, and immediately lost control of her temper. Yi Qing, you jerk! My sister loves you so much, and all you do is bully her. Gao Qingyue is not a good person, yet you go back and get together with her again. Are you even human? Yi Qing frowned slightly upon hearing this and said, Bai Weiwei, I can be patient with your sister, but you are not qualified to yell at me. Get out, don't make me say it a second time. Looking at Yi Qing's cold expression, Bai Weiwei immediately felt a little scared. However, just leaving like that was impossible. Yi Qing, don't scare me, I'm telling you, if you miss my sister today, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Gao Qingyue, that liar, you actually treat her like a treasure. You are simply ignorant to the extreme. Do you know that she's lying to you, has been lying to you all along? Back then, if it weren't for my sister, you would have died long ago. Do you know the truth of the matter? Just as Bai Weiwei was about to reveal the truth of how Bai Ruoruo saved Yi Qing back then, Bai Ruoruo's voice came from outside the door. Weiwei, stop talking, let's go. Bai Weiwei gritted her teeth in anger, glared at Yi Qing, and said, you're just a fool. You've been deceived for so many years and you don't even know it. You missed the person who truly loved you with her life. Yi Qing, you jerk. You're an idiot. After speaking, Bai Weiwei stomped her foot and left directly. At this moment, Yi Qing's brows were already slightly furrowed. Then, Yi Qing looked at Gao Qingyue and said in a deep voice, "What's this about the liar she mentioned? You know what I'm asking." Chapter 210 I Can Protect You. A hint of panic flashed in Gao Qingyue's eyes. She wasn't afraid of Yi Qing, but this was a guilty secret she had hidden in her heart for many years, and she was actually very afraid to face it. Even her poor attitude towards Ruo Ruo, her deliberate estrangement, and so on, might not have been without this reason. How would I know what you're asking? It's not like Bai Ruo and her sister have only disliked me for a day or two. Now that they see you and I are back together, it's normal for them to be uncomfortable. Forget it, I'm not talking to you anymore if you keep questioning me like this. I'll tell Mom and Dad. Gao Qingyue now had a backer. Bringing up Yi Qing's parents was the most effective way to control him. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Qing heard about telling his parents, he immediately said coldly, "Gao Qingyue, I warn you, don't upset my parents. I'm cooperating with you now, so you'd best be sensible, otherwise, I won't let you off." After speaking, Yi Qing directly entered the room. Gao Qingyue looked at Yi Qing's retreating figure and sneered, "Do you think I want you to cooperate? Once I get what I want, I'll kick your whole family out." At this moment, Yi Qing came to the guest room and looked at Yi Qinglian, who was sitting in a chair in a daze, and softly said, "Sister, has Shirdahu been treating you badly all these years?" Yi Qinglian heard this, quickly shook her head, and said, "No, nothing like that Yi Qing, I know you care about me, but you've just been released from prison, so just take care of your own affairs. Don't worry about your brother-in-law's matters also, don't make our parents worry, just live a good life with Gao Qingyue. I can see that you have a lot of grievances in your heart, but sometimes life is like that. You can't always follow your own impulses." When Yi Qinglian spoke about Yi Qing, it was as if she was talking about her own worries, and her emotions were a bit low. Yi Qing might not understand others, but did he not understand his own older siblings? His older siblings had been honest and simple country folk since childhood. They didn't like to scheme against others, and sometimes, following their parents' belief that suffering a loss is a blessing, they had actually suffered quite a bit of loss since they were young. Especially in the past, when the family was not well off, his sister and brother truly endured a lot of hardship and toil to supplement the household income, yet they undoubtedly loved Yi Qing the most. His brother, Yi Shan, was honest and dependable. When Yi Qing went to prison, he was still unmarried. Why? Besides not knowing how to date, it was more because he had no money. And his sister? Was it really because of love that she married Shirdahu so early? Sighing softly, Yi Qing looked at Yi Qinglian with heartache and said, "Sister, I will handle my own affairs well. Gao Qingyue is not what you see her to be. If we could get along, do you think your Yin Fatty is someone who is heartless and ungrateful? But I understand our parents' thoughts. Don't worry, I won't defy them, but I will let them see with their own eyes what kind of person Gao Qingyue truly is. By then, they won't say anything. And you, sister, trust your Yin Fatty. I have the ability to take care of you all, and even more, the ability to let you live a happy life. You will no longer have to humble yourselves to anyone, nor will you have to endure anything. Shirdahu is not a good person. His whole family is not good people. Get a divorce. I will make our parents see the truth. Don't wrong yourself anymore, and don't think that divorce is a shameful thing. Shirdahu, he is not worthy." When Yi Qing mentioned Shirdahu, he was truly gritting his teeth, not because Shirdahu had bullied him so much back then, but because his entire family had been bullying Yi Qinglian. Back then, when Yi Qinglian was pregnant, just because it was a girl, Shirdahu's whole family forced Yi Qinglian to have an abortion, and not just once. As a result, Yi Qinglian has not been able to get pregnant again until now. How could Yi Qinglian not be sad about these things? Shirdahu drank and gambled, neglecting his proper duties, but had he not beaten his wife? The scars on Yi Qinglian's body had never been few, and Yi Qing was not unaware. He had tried to stand up for her more than once, but he couldn't win in a fight or an argument. But now, it was different. Yi Qinglian looked at Yi Qing, who wanted to stand up for her, gently stroked his hair, and smiled. "My Yin Fatty has grown up and become successful. I'm happy. Sister, you don't need to worry about me. My fate is just like this. I've accepted it as for you. You must be good and obedient, and don't get into trouble again." When Yi Qing wanted to say more, Yi Qinglian shook her head and said, "Don't say anything more. Just pretend I don't have that ability. As long as you live well, I'll be happy." Yi Qing knew that he couldn't convince Yi Qinglian. Now years of ideological confinement had left Yi Qinglian with no way out. Gently rising, Yi Qing looked at Yi Qinglian and said, "Sister, I know you all don't believe me, but it doesn't matter. Very soon, you will know that I am truly not the person I once was. I have the ability to protect you and make you happy. Just wait, sister, I will make you happy. After speaking, Yi Qing pushed open the door and walked out. The moment he walked out, he heard Yi Qinglian's aggrieved sobs. It was these sobs that made Yi Qing's face turn ashen, and his eyes flashed with murderous intent. He was back. No one would ever be able to bully his family again, no one. Gao Qingyue, tell my parents that I'm going out and will be back tonight. After saying that, Yi Qing didn't even look at Gao Qingyue and left directly. After leaving the residential area, Yi Qing directly got into the luxurious commercial vehicle that had long been parked at the community entrance. In the car, Red Eyes had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Yi Qing's displeased expression, Red Eyes' eyes flashed with murderous intent. Mr. Yi, if you really don't want to endure this, I'll just kill Gao Qingyue directly. In Red Eyes' eyes, only Mr. Yi was the most important, everyone else was irrelevant. Anyone who provoked Mr. Yi was an enemy. And enemies, regardless of gender, age, or youth, all deserve to die. Yi Qing glanced at Red Eyes and said in a deep voice, your killing intent is too strong. However, it's fine, you go to East Continent and help Tiger Tooth in a week. I need to go back to my hometown to worship my ancestors. Before that, help Tiger Tooth drive Uncle Gong out of East Continent and make everyone understand that Uncle Gong is already at the end of his rope, and East Province must be completely unified. Upon hearing this, Red Eyes' eyes lit up, and he nodded heavily, saying, don't worry, I will resolve everything in the shortest possible time. Yi Qing nodded, then frowned, and said, you have half a day to find out everything about my parents, my sister, and my brother. I want to know how they've been doing these past few years. Also, inform one family head and have him come to Cloud Mist Villa to find me. Chapter 211 Investigating Brother-in-Law and Sister-in-Law. With Yi Qing's current abilities, it was not difficult to investigate what had happened to his relatives over the years and whether they had suffered any grievances. Not only did he investigate his older brother and sister's situations, but he also arranged for Red Eyes to investigate the Yi Qing situation. Since Yi Qing had decided to act, he had no intention of letting go of anyone who dared to be unfair to his parents and relatives. He could, of course, choose to use other methods, even very cruel ones, to deal with everything, but for his parents' peace of mind, he still decided to openly let these people receive their due punishment. Upon arriving at Cloud Mist Villa, Yi Qing went directly to the back mountain. By the time Yi Qing emerged from the back mountain, it was already evening. One family head and Uncle Gong had already been waiting outside for a long time. Upon seeing Yi Qing, one family head and Uncle Gong respectfully bowed their heads, as if they had met a superior who controlled their fate. Mr. Yi, you summoned us. Is there something you need to arrange? Yi Qing nodded, sat on a chair on the lawn, and said, you two sit down as well. Have the family matters been handled? Hearing Yi Qing ask about this, a trace of sadness flashed across one family head's face. He nodded and said, it has been handled. That rebellious son had his limbs broken and was locked up. From now on, he will never harm anyone again. It's just that, please forgive Mr. Yi, I spared his life. Yi Qing nodded upon hearing this and said, after all, he is your own son. No matter how much he disappoints you, you can't bring yourself to do it. I understand. I will not interfere in your family matters, you handle them yourselves. Hearing this, one family head and Uncle Gong finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, young Master Wan had offended Yi Qing quite severely when they were called over at this time. They were afraid that their handling of young Master Wan would displease Yi Qing and that he would insist on executing young Master Wan. Mr. Yi, thank you for your generosity. Rest assured, Uncle Gong and I, the entire Wan family, will obey your commands as long as you say the word. We will spare no effort to get it done. Yi Qing chuckled upon hearing this and said, it's not that scary. I called you here because there's something else I need you to do. In about a week, at most, Uncle Gong will be completely driven out of East Continent. As for whether he can survive, that depends on his own fortune. I'm telling you this in advance. Yi Qing's sudden remark stunned both one family head and Uncle Gong. They knew Yi Qing wouldn't let Uncle Gong off, but they hadn't expected such a result. To drive Uncle Gong out of his stronghold, East Continent, within a week? Was he serious? But seeing Yi Qing's confident demeanor, and recalling what Yi Qing had accomplished, one family head and Uncle Gong no longer found it strange. Mr. Yi, is there anything you need us to do? Yi Ching shook his head and said, no need, Red Eyes and Tiger Tooth will handle all of this. Tiger Tooth? Uncle Gong immediately asked in surprise, Mr. Yi, do you know Tiger Tooth? Just then, Red Eyes, who was standing nearby, spoke indifferently, that little brat Tiger Tooth, what's so strange about knowing him? Is he that impressive now? Then when I get to East Continent, the first thing I'll do is teach him a lesson, to make him sober up and firmly remember who the master is. Looking at Red Eyes, one family head and Uncle Gong immediately stopped speaking. This was a truly ruthless person, especially one family head, who had been rescued by Red Eyes and had personally witnessed Red Eyes' ruthlessness and terror. Yi Ching looked at Red Eyes and said softly, you're going to do serious business, don't mess with him, or else he'll come crying to me again with complaints. One sentence was enough to explain the relationship between Yi Ching and Tiger Tooth. One family head, Uncle Gong, I called you here because I need you to do something. Help me find an audit team. I want to conduct a comprehensive audit investigation of the village-run enterprise in Qingshui village. Prepare this within a week, of course. My people will investigate the internal issues of the village-run enterprise, but I always need to find reasons that my parents will believe, don't I? The necessary procedures still need to be followed. In a week, my family will hold an ancestral worship ceremony. If you are free then, you can come and participate. Isn't it time for me, Yi Ching, to bring glory to my parents? With just a few simple sentences, one family head and Uncle Gong already knew what to do. This was about supporting Yi Ching, and although they didn't know why Yi Ching would need such a thing, as long as Yi Ching needed it, they couldn't refuse. Moreover, this was not a difficult task at all. One family head looked at Yi Ching and smiled, Mr. Yi, your filial piety towards your parents is admirable. Rest assured, we will definitely handle this matter well. We will definitely be present at the ancestral worship ceremony in a week. Yi Ching nodded upon hearing this. Then he slowly stood up, looked at the sky, and said, it's getting late, you two should go back first. I should go back too. As he spoke of needing to go back, a hint of coldness flashed in Yi Ching's eyes. It was night, and he was actually going back to Gao Qingyue's home. He might even have to sleep in the same room. This was truly interesting. After getting into the car, Yi Ching looked at Red Eyes, who was sitting next to him, and said, after you drop me off, take your people to East Continent. The faster you resolve it, the better, understand? Red Eyes showed a ferocious smile upon hearing this and said, don't worry, I'll start tonight. I guarantee Uncle Gong will have a big surprise when he wakes up tomorrow. Yi Ching glanced at Red Eyes, shook his head, and said, don't play too much in this world. There are always people better than you, and there's always a higher heaven, understand? Red Eyes nodded and said with a smile, understood, don't worry. After speaking, Red Eyes took out a file bag from behind him and handed it to Yi Ching. The matters concerning your older brother and sister have been investigated. Although time was tight and we couldn't clarify every single detail, it should be enough. Mr. Yi, before you look, I want to warn you, your brother-in-law and sister-in-law are not only bad people, but they deserve to be cut into 1,000 pieces. If you don't want to get angry, just let me handle this. Yi Ching's eyes turned cold upon hearing this, and he said, no need, it was already within my expectations that they are not good people. I just want to know how truly awful they have been all these years, and how much they have bullied my parents, older brother, and older sister. With that, Yi Ching directly tore open the file bag. However, he had only just begun to read the contents when Yi Ching's fists clenched, and his teeth ground together, making a grating sound. The air in the car became incredibly cold due to the intense killing intent. Bastards, damn them, they're simply damnable beasts. I will definitely slaughter them. Chapter 212. I want to kill someone. Even when he himself had suffered great grievances, Yi Ching had never been so furious. But the moment he saw the documents in the archive bag, Yi Ching's rage surged to the heavens. Shirdahu had not changed his bad habit of gambling. In fact, he had become even worse, leading to massive debts, even mortgaging his own house and car long ago. Not only that, but Yi Ching's parents' house had also been secretly mortgaged. He even used his authority as the manager of the security department and colluded with high-ranking officials of village-run enterprise to embezzle the shares and profits that rightfully belonged to Yi Ching's parents, and this was just the financial accounts. The most egregious part was that Yi Qinglian would run to the hospital every other day. her bruises almost never disappearing. These were all from Sherdala's beatings when he lost at gambling or was in a bad mood. There were even some photos in the archive bag, and the bruises and scars in those photos all belonged to Yi Qinglian. Damn Sherdahu, I will never let you go. Yi Qing took a deep breath and stopped reading. There was no need to read further. Sherdahu was as good as dead. This time, even if Yi Qinglian pleaded, it wouldn't matter. Flipping through the information of Yi Shan's wife, his sister-in-law whom he had never met, Yi Qing originally thought it might be better, but the result greatly surprised him. Yi Shan was doing the hardest and most tiring work at Village Run Enterprise, while Yi Shan's wife, in just 2 short years, had become the supervisor in Village Run Enterprise and even hired people to run a small supermarket within the enterprise. It wasn't quite raking in money daily, but it was close. However, this money seemed more like a share of ill-gotten gains. Yi Shan's wife's family went from being dirt poor to now having built multi-story houses and bought cars, while Yi Shan's house was built with money borrowed and loaned by Yi Shan and Yi Qing's parents. The disparity was already obvious. What Yi Qing found most unbearable was the last sentence. Yi Shan's wife was suspected of having an affair with Sherdahu. No, it wasn't suspicion, it was already confirmed. Yi Qing's sister-in-law and brother-in-law had hooked up. And the child in her womb was highly suspected of not being Yi Shan's biological child. Just this one sentence made Yi Qing's body tremble uncontrollably. His sister, Yi Qinglian, was so devoted to her family, so caring towards him, even enduring all sorts of grievances for the sake of family harmony, holding it in again and again. What did she get in return? His elder brother, typically honest and kind, hard-working and never complaining, married a wife whom he served well, even working like an ox or a horse. But what was the result? Not only was she not on his side, but she even cuckolded him, and the child wasn't even his own. Is there such a principle under heaven? If they were allowed to live well while the victims continued to suffer, then there would truly be no justice in this world. Have someone watch them closely. I want to make them have nowhere to go, neither to heaven nor to earth. Red Eyes at this moment dared not show even a hint of a playful smile. Having seen Yi Qing's fury before, he had never seen Yi Qing with such intense killing intent. No, perhaps there was one time, but that killing intent was not as strong as this one, yet it had already made countless people tremble with fear. This time, no one could persuade Yi Qing, and no one could stop Yi Qing. Don't worry, I have already arranged everything. They, including Village Run Enterprise and those in the village who bullied your parents, will not be able to escape. Yi Qing nodded, his body feeling somewhat fatigued at this moment. Perhaps it wasn't physical fatigue, but rather, psychological fatigue. Killing is easy. Torturing to death is not difficult either. The hard part is, how will his elder brother and sister accept this cruel reality? How will his elderly parents accept this shattered home? Thinking of his parents, Yi Qing couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Everything he had left behind was only to make his parents and family live better, but what was the result? Others reaped the benefits, and his parents had to humble themselves and were burdened with debt. How ridiculous. Red Eyes, I want to kill someone. I'll go with you to East Continent tomorrow morning. I'll come back alone. Yi Qing simply said this, then closed his eyes and turned off his phone. Red Eyes dared not say another word and immediately instructed the driver to accelerate towards East Continent. Originally, Red Eyes should have been the most excited when Yi Qing said this, but upon closer inspection of Red Eyes' eyes, one would see that he was wary, even fearful. It was as if some terrifying beast, even to him, was awakening. At this moment, in East Continent, Tiger Tooth was in a state of excitement. He knew Red Eyes had arrived, but he didn't know that Yi Qing had come along too. Yi Qing had given the order that Uncle Gong must be driven out of East Continent within a week at most, so the sooner, the better. At this moment, hundreds of people were gathered in Tiger Tooth's bar. Tiger Tooth held a microphone and shouted loudly, "Tonight at midnight, everyone will launch a full-scale attack. Even if we can't completely eliminate Uncle Gong in one go, we must make sure he has no foothold in East Continent from now on. Do well, and I will reward you handsomely. If anyone messes up, don't blame me for turning my back on you." Did you all hear that? Hundreds of people shouted in unison, "We heard you." Tiger Tooth nodded upon hearing this and said, "After tonight, we will be the biggest force in East Continent you will have faced when you go out and talk. Once we take over Uncle Gong's territory and drive him away, everyone will receive promotions at different levels, and money and beautiful women will be endless. So, this is not just for me, but even more so for all of you. What do brothers live for, risking their lives? Isn't it for prestige, money, beautiful women, and not being bullied by others? Then today is the best opportunity. I won't say any more, you all understand the reason. Later, convey the message to your subordinates. All right, disperse now at midnight, launch the attack on time." After Tiger Tooth finished speaking, hundreds of people scattered, leaving only about 100 people behind. Tiger Tooth looked at his confidants beside him and said in a deep voice, "Have you still not found any trace of Uncle Gong?" His confidant shook his head and said, "Uncle Gong is hiding in some rat hole. I don't know where he's been elusive these past few days, and we really can't track him down." Tiger Tooth heard this and said coldly, "If you can't find him, then don't. Once his forces are uprooted, I don't see what he'll have left to boast about. Get ready for an attack at any time." Meanwhile, in an apartment somewhere in East Continent. No one would have expected Uncle Gong to be living in this small house. Several of his confidants were currently reporting. "Uncle Gong, our insider just sent news that Tiger Tooth is launching a major attack on us tonight." Uncle Gong, with a cigar in his mouth, looked at the flickering neon lights outside the window and smiled faintly. "Youngsters are still too impatient. If that's the case, then let's give them a profound lesson. Notify our people to get ready and meet them head-on. This time, I'm going to pull out Tiger Tooth's teeth. Is a tiger without teeth still a tiger? Ha 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 ha." Chapter 213, The Traitor. At this moment, on the car heading to East Continent, besides Yi Ching and Red Eyes, there was one more person. It was none other than Uncle Gong's trusted subordinate, Tai Tu. At this moment, Tai Tu was not tied up, he was simply allowed to sit in the car. Tai Tu knew Red Eyes' strength, so he didn't dare to move recklessly, but his mouth was still very stubborn. "You'd best let me go, otherwise, Uncle Gong will definitely not spare you. I know you are very powerful, but what if you are powerful? Uncle Gong's terrifying nature is beyond your imagination." Upon hearing this, Red Eyes immediately slapped Tai Tu across the face. "If you can speak, speak properly. If you can't, shut up." Tai Tu was now furious but dared not speak, his face full of resentment and unwillingness, as if he had suffered a great grievance. Yi Ching looked at Tai Tu, his face devoid of any expression. "Do you feel very wronged? Do you think we didn't win honorably?" Tai Tu snorted and turned his head away. Yi Ching ignored Tai Tu and calmly said, "From the moment your subordinates were dealt with by Red Eyes, you should have known that this is a difference in strength, an overwhelming difference. You're not convinced? Perhaps you didn't see it with your own eyes. It doesn't matter if you're convinced or not, but I'm in a bad mood today, and I can let you see how I kill people." At this point, Yi Ching sighed and shook his head, saying, "I originally didn't want to kill anyone, but now, I'm truly in a very bad mood, so, consider yourself unlucky, and consider your Uncle Gong unlucky too." These words made Tai Tu feel very pretentious. "Yi Ching, don't talk big. Do you know how many people Uncle Gong has? He didn't actively seek trouble with you, yet you're going to his doorstep. You will regret it." Yi Ching nodded and said, "Then, let me regret it." After speaking, Yi Ching checked the time, closed his eyes, and said, "Call me when we reach East Continent. I'll rest for a bit and calm my mood, otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself then." Red Eyes respectfully said, "Yes, please rest. I will call you when we arrive." Time passed bit by bit, and as the clock struck 12, Yi Ching's vehicle successfully arrived in East Continent. And East Continent tonight, from midnight onwards, began to be restless. Yi Ching's car drove all the way to Tiger Tooth's bar. At this moment, Tiger Tooth was holding down the fort at his headquarters. Upon seeing Red Eyes, he was startled, but then, seeing Mr. Ye's appearance, he became even more excited. "Mr. Yi, why have you come? Quick, please sit." Tiger Tooth quickly cleared a table and had Yi Ching sit down. Yi Ching sat on the sofa and calmly said, "Get a bottle of wine." Tiger Tooth dared not delay and quickly brought the wine over. "Tell me, Upon hearing this, Tiger Tooth quickly said, reporting to Mr. Yi, the full-scale attack on Uncle Gong was launched at 12 o'clock. If nothing unexpected happens, after tonight, Uncle Gong will have no foothold in East Continent. At the very least, it will be a painful blow to him, preventing him from being arrogant again. Next, we just need to slowly find him. His answer was very triumphant, as if victory was already in his grasp. And at this moment, Tai Tu's brows furrowed tightly. He looked at Tiger Tooth and gritted his teeth, saying, Tiger Tooth, why is it you? How do you know Yi Qing? And what does your attitude towards Yi Qing mean? Upon hearing this, Tiger Tooth finally saw the restrained Tai Tu and immediately sneered, I am Mr. Yi's subordinate. Is it wrong for me to know Mr. Yi? Tiger Tooth was actually following Yi Qing? This truly surprised Tai Tu. However, this also seemed to prove some things and could explain certain matters clearly. Why Tiger Tooth suddenly launched an attack on Uncle Gong's forces, and why he initiated the war, all seemed to have started when Uncle Gong targeted Yi Qing. This was revenge. Yi Qing, you hide very deeply. Tiger Tooth is actually your subordinate. If you had said so earlier, perhaps there wouldn't have been any misunderstanding between us. However, do you think you can compete with Uncle Gong like this? Then you are greatly mistaken. I heard that you are preparing to attack Uncle Gong, but I advise you to stop now, otherwise, you will regret it too late. You will not be Uncle Gong's opponent. To badmouth Tiger Tooth in front of Yi Qing, how could that be tolerated? However, just as Tiger Tooth was about to speak, Yi Qing calmly opened his mouth. Perhaps, you are right. Uncle Gong's schemes are profound, and even this time, he was prepared. However, it doesn't matter, because today, since I brought red eyes, there will be no accidents. Most importantly, I am in a bad mood today, and I also came, so there will be even fewer accidents. Today, Uncle Gong's forces will inevitably collapse. Tai Tu, do you believe it? Looking at Yi Qing, who was calm in demeanor but outrageously arrogant in tone, Tai Tu wanted to say he didn't believe it, but at this moment, he furrowed his brows tightly, not knowing what to say. Time passed by minute by minute. Tiger Tooth was waiting for good news to arrive. However, at 12:30, good news kept coming in succession. One of Uncle Gong's bars was defeated, and its personnel were controlled. One of Uncle Gong's nightclubs was raided, and they returned victorious. It seemed everything was progressing smoothly. However, bad news began to emerge. Two groups of people in the eastern direction were ambushed by Uncle Gong's subordinates. Almost everyone was controlled, and the raid failed. Tiger Tooth's face instantly turned extremely grim. Not only because of the failure of this raid, but also because, if they were ambushed this time, it meant that Uncle Gong's side had already known the news, and it meant that other directions would probably also have problems. As expected, before Tiger Tooth could react, hundreds more people were ambushed in quick succession, and the raids failed. Tiger Tooth's body trembled uncontrollably. He walked directly to Yi Qing, stammering, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I've disappointed you. This raid will probably mostly fail. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing calmly said, there's already a considerable gap between your strength and Uncle Gong's. Moreover, this time, it was my whim, a sudden idea. It's not surprising to lose. At this point, Yi Qing chuckled softly and said, what's more, you have quite a few moles by your side. If you could still win like this, Tiger Tooth, then you would truly surprise me. After speaking, Yi Qing nodded to Red Eyes. Red Eyes' eyes narrowed slightly, and he directly said, who is Ant? With Red Eyes' words, a bald man in his 30s walked out, asking in confusion, I am Ant, what's wrong? Red Eyes nodded and calmly said, you are the mole, do you still need to ask me what's wrong? As soon as these words were spoken, Ant's face instantly changed drastically, and he loudly protested to Tiger Tooth. Brother Tiger Tooth, I'm not a mole, I really am not a mole. You can't listen to this person who appeared out of nowhere talking nonsense. However, Tiger Tooth's face was already livid at this moment. Would he believe Ant over Yi Qing and Red Eyes? Since Yi Qing and Red Eyes could accurately call out the name, it meant they had already confirmed it without a doubt. You scoundrel, I treated you well, yet you dared to betray me. After speaking, Tiger Tooth directly kicked Ant heavily, then plunged a dagger directly into Ant's chest. Betrayal is the most unacceptable behavior. Tiger Tooth's face was covered in blood at this moment, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Red Eyes, are there any more? Red Eyes smiled slightly and nodded. Of course there are, you useless person. Is this how you manage your subordinates? It's truly laughable. After speaking, Red Eyes called out a few more names. Undoubtedly, all these people had their lives ended directly by the enraged Tiger Tooth. And just after this was over, Yi Qing calmly said, Red Eyes, go do your job. Since we are here, we cannot lose this battle. Chapter 214. One man, one knife. Upon hearing this, Red Eyes bowed slightly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes, and said, Yes, sir. After speaking, Red Eyes looked at Tiger Tooth and calmly said, Find a few people to lead the way for us. Then, Red Eyes waved his hand, and immediately, 3 black-robed figures stepped forward, respectfully awaiting orders. De, Xian Yi, Huang Yi, take your men and split into 3 groups to support Tiger Tooth's people. The 3 black-robed men nodded heavily upon hearing this, then each took a guide and immediately set off. Of the 4 30-man teams, Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow, only the Heaven team of 30 men remained in Jiangqing to secretly protect Yi Qing's parents. The rest had been brought by Red Eyes. After giving orders to his subordinates, Red Eyes casually grabbed a guide and sneered, You, take me to another place where we suffered a defeat. The guide was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Just you alone? Red Eyes smiled slightly and said, Am I not enough by myself? Ha 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 ha. Then, Red Eyes quickly departed. After Red Eyes left, Yi Qing slowly stood up, looked at Tiger Tooth, and said, The most dangerous place should be Uncle Gong's hiding spot. Haven't you found it yet? Tiger Tooth heard this and showed a look of guilt, saying, I'm sorry, Mr. Yi, I haven't found it yet. Yi Qing nodded upon hearing this and said, It's not surprising that you haven't found it, after all, you have so many moles around you. After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Tai Tu and said, Although you are not with Uncle Gong, you must know where Uncle Gong is hiding. Take me to him. Tai Tu looked at Yi Qing as if he were looking at an idiot. Yi Qing, if you want to kill me, then kill me. If you want to dismember me, then dismember me. But if you want me to betray Uncle Gong, you're dreaming. What a man of unyielding integrity. Yi Qing smiled slightly, walked directly in front of Tai Tu, grabbed Tai Tu's neck with one hand, and lifted him up. I'm not asking you to betray Uncle Gong, I'm asking you to save him. Since I'm here today, I have no intention of losing. After tonight, there will be no place for Uncle Gong in the entire East Continent. And I, for now, have no intention of killing him, at least not yet. Let me find him, and perhaps he can live. But if I don't find him today, then he must die. So, do you understand? Tai Tu's face was flushed from Yi Qing's grip, and he was almost out of breath. He wanted to curse Yi Qing for dreaming, but looking at Yi Qing's indifferent, seemingly emotionless eyes, and the surging killing intent hidden within them, Tai Tu couldn't help but shiver. I don't know, I really don't know. Yi Qing heard this, was silent for a moment, then chuckled softly, released his hand from Tai Tu's neck, and said with a faint smile, It's alright, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, I understand. Then, I'll let you have a good look at what a coffin looks like. After speaking, Yi Qing turned to Tiger Tooth and calmly said, I specifically left the north side, not sending Red Eyes to reinforce it. You, find someone to lead the way for me. I came today to vent. Tiger Tooth heard this, and a fine layer of sweat broke out on his forehead, saying, Mr. Yi, are you going to personally act? This, perhaps, I can personally lead people and go with you. Yi Qing shook his head and said, No need, just find someone to lead the way. Tiger Tooth dared not say more and immediately dispatched a trusted subordinate to personally lead Yi Qing to the northern area where the battle had been lost. And Tai Tu, just like that, honestly followed Yi Qing. He also wanted to see what exactly made Yi Qing so arrogant. At this moment, the sky was covered with heavy dark clouds, and lightning flashed with thunder. Heavy rain began to fall slowly. At this moment, in the northern region of East Continent, hundreds of Uncle Gong's subordinates, armed with machetes and clubs, were swaggering through the streets. Squatting on the ground were 30 to 40 of Tiger Tooth's subordinates. These subordinates of Tiger Tooth excitedly rushed over, but before they could even react, they were surrounded and ambushed. Among Uncle Gong's subordinates, a middle-aged man in his 40s was sitting on a large sofa. The sofa was placed right in the center of the street, clearly carried out there. It must be said, it looked very arrogant and even more audacious. You trash, You actually dare to follow that useless Tiger Tooth and even dare to attack our territory? Do you really think we're afraid of you just because we didn't bother with you? This northern area is under my Sango's protection. Didn't you bother to find out beforehand? Beat them for me. Beat them until they cry for their daddies and mummies. Beat them until they all kneel and beg for mercy. Make them never dare to appear before me again. Beat them. As Sango gave the order, nearly 100 of his underlings swung their weapons, beating Tiger Tooth's 30-odd subordinates. The ground was already covered in blood. And just then, the sky began to rain. But Sango didn't dodge or hide. 2 subordinates stood beside him, holding umbrellas, so he wasn't wet at all. What wonderful weather, a rainy night. I love it the most, especially seeing your blood flow into rivers with the rain. This feeling, it's incredibly comfortable. Beat them hard. I want this ground to turn completely red. It's fine if a few of them die. As Sango's words fell, his subordinates struck even harder. In a short while, at least a dozen of Tiger Tooth's subordinates lay on the ground, wailing and unable to get up. Some even passed out, their lives unknown. And just then, a car drove up, its headlight shining directly on Sango's sofa. The person in the car was none other than Yi Qing, who had arrived. And beside Yi Qing sat Tai Tu. As soon as Tai Tu saw this situation, he knew it must be Sango, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Yi Qing, there are nearly 100 people here, and you are only one. I advise you to leave quickly, especially Sango. His strength is much greater than mine. I don't even dare to provoke him. He's a lunatic, do you understand? Yi Qing heard this, didn't even look at Tai Tu, and calmly said, is that so? I like dealing with lunatics the most. Then you, just sit in the car and watch carefully. After I deal with them, you'll only have one last chance to tell me Uncle Gong's location. Remember, it's the last chance. After speaking, Yi Qing opened the car door and slowly stepped out. He was now wearing a black raincoat. Step by step, Yi Qing slowly walked towards Sango and his men. At this moment, several of Sango's subordinates walked angrily towards Yi Qing, cursing as they went. Are your dog eyes blind? This road is closed, get lost quickly. And, turn off your headlights immediately, or we'll beat you to death. As they spoke, these 3 subordinates, holding machetes, had already reached Yi Qing's front. Yi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, and with a flick of his wrist, he directly snatched a machete from one of their hands, then cleanly and decisively, with one slash, severed the arms of all 3. 3 arms instantly fell to the ground. And these 3 immediately screamed in pain, kneeling on the ground and wailing incessantly. Blood had already stained the ground red. Yet, Yi Qing's steps did not falter for even half a second, dragging the bloodstained long blade in his hand. Braving the stormy wind and rain, his eyes cold, he slowly walked towards Sango and his men. Chapter 215, River of Blood. Sango sat on the sofa, watching Yi Qing slowly approach, his brow slightly furrowed. He was a renowned strongman under Uncle Gong, yet at this moment, he felt an intense killing intent, and most importantly, Yi Qing's clean and decisive strike made him feel danger. Go, deal with him. There was no need for further questions. Yi Qing had acted without a word, which meant he was already an enemy. More than a dozen of Sango's subordinates moved together, rushing towards Yi Qing. Meanwhile, a sinister smile played on Yi Qing's lips, his steps still unhurried, only his long saber slowly lifted, level with his shoulder. The next second, cold light flashed, and amidst the encirclement of over a dozen people, Yi Qing's figure was swift, his movements strange, like a ghost, making it impossible for anyone to touch even his clothes. However, after every move Yi Qing made, a scream would follow. In less than 10 seconds, all dozen people had fallen into a pool of blood. Some had broken arms, some broken legs, and others were not so lucky, their necks directly severed, unable to even scream, never to see the sun again. At this moment, Yi Qing's black raincoat was already covered in blood. Even his face was splattered with a lot of blood, making him truly look like a demon that had walked out of hell. At this moment, on the entire street, besides the sound of thunder, rain, and screams, there was only the sound of Yi Qing's footsteps. Having dealt with so many people in an instant, and with such ruthless strikes, many of Sango's subordinates involuntarily trembled at this moment. They were indeed involved in the underground world, and they were indeed fierce in their daily actions, but they also felt fear. Yi Qing's combat power was clearly not on the same level as theirs. And Sango finally no longer sat calmly on the sofa but stood up, pushing aside the two subordinates holding umbrellas, and slowly walked towards Yi Qing, holding a long saber. "Who are you, sir? Do we have a feud between us?" This couldn't be Tiger Tooth's subordinate. If Tiger Tooth had such a subordinate, he would have been recklessly arrogant long ago. Yi Qing spoke indifferently. "Today, I want to see blood. Everyone, sever an arm, let the blood completely dye this street red, and I will spare your lives." After speaking, Yi Qing pointed his long saber at Sango and said coldly, "Start with you." Arrogant. Too arrogant. Sango had already considered himself the most arrogant and insane person in the entire East Continent, but now, he finally saw someone even more arrogant and insane than him. And if people from Jiangcheng were to see this scene of Yi Qing, they would probably doubt their own eyes. No matter what, Yi Qing had never shown such bloodlust or ruthlessness in Jiangcheng. He was completely a different person. But perhaps, this was Yi Qing's true nature. "Kid, do you know who I am? Leave now, and it's still not too late, otherwise, you'll die here. You dogs, what are you standing around for? Do you want to be laughed at? He's just one person. If anyone dares to show cowardice again, I'll be the first to kill you." Perhaps it was Sango's long-standing oppression that made his subordinates fear him immensely. At this moment, even though Sango's subordinates harbored fear towards Yi Qing, they still picked up their weapons, ready to attack. Looking at Sango, Yi Qing sighed softly and said, "It seems you are unwilling to do as I say. Then, go to hell." As his words fell, Yi Qing's figure moved swiftly, even leaving a lingering afterimage, directly charging towards Sango's subordinates. In an instant, people were knocked over, and various screams were incessant. Yi Qing's figure was as fast as lightning, his movements ghostly, no one could touch him, and wherever he passed, it was as if death had descended. Groups of people fell. The blood on the ground almost converged into a red river. The rain grew heavier, and lightning tore through the sky, illuminating the world while also illuminating the hellish scene at this moment in Yi Qing's face. Sango watched Yi Qing, like a fierce tiger charging into a flock of sheep, slaughtering them, his face growing paler and paler, his eyes filled with nothing but anger and fear. "Madman, madman, where did you come from, you madman? This strength is clearly that of a grandmaster, or even a great grandmaster." At this moment, Sango almost lost the courage to resist. He could see that Yi Qing's strength was no longer something he could contend with, and most importantly, Yi Qing's ruthless and cruel actions were simply an outpouring of his desire for slaughter. Soon, among Sango's subordinates, only the two people beside him were still standing, everyone else had fallen into a pool of blood, and some had even lost their lives. And those who were still alive would probably suffer terribly from now on, if they didn't die. "Who are you? Who exactly are you? We have no grievances with you, why are you attacking us?" Sango looked at Yi Qing, covered in blood from head to toe and walking towards him, finally unable to help but roar with fear. And Yi Qing raised his long saber and spoke indifferently, "Last chance, sever, or not." As Yi Qing's words fell, Sango remained composed, but the two subordinates beside him at this moment treated Yi Qing as a devil. They dared not disobey Yi Qing's command, they did not want to die. "Sever, we'll sever." As their words fell, the two subordinates of Sango gritted their teeth, then fiercely swung their sabers, severing an arm. The moment the arm fell, blood instantly gushed out. Yi Qing nodded faintly and said, "Scram." The two subordinates of Sango were relieved, quickly clutching their severed arms, and fled as if escaping for their lives. At this moment, only Sango remained standing, his body trembling, truly like a stray dog. And Yi Qing, step by step, walked in front of Sango, then, without stopping, as if he hadn't seen Sango in front of him, he went to the sofa that Sango had previously placed in the middle of the street. Just like that, he threw down his long saber, slowly sat down, his hands resting on the armrests on both sides. Although he was sitting, when he looked at Sango, it was from a commanding position. "Come here, kneel." Sango felt utterly humiliated upon hearing this. He wanted to brandish the long saber in his hand, but he couldn't lift it at all. In his eyes, Yi Qing at this moment was full of weaknesses. As long as he dared to strike, he could kill him in one blow. However, he knew better than anyone that the more it seemed so, the more it meant that Yi Qing had no weaknesses at all, at least, What could be seen was definitely not. Who exactly are you? Which Grandmaster or Great Grandmaster are you? There must be a misunderstanding between us. Did Uncle Gong offend you? Or did Tiger Tooth invite you? Even if I must die, please let me die knowing why. Yi Qing's only reply to Sangdo was a calm sentence. Kneel. I'm only saying this once. Chapter 216. Kneel. Kneel? No. Sangdo glared at Yi Qing and roared, you can kill me, but if you want to humiliate me, you're dreaming. I, Sangdo, only kneel to heaven, earth, and my parents. Yi Qing heard this, a cold smile appeared on his face, and he said, I am your heaven. So, if I tell you to kneel, you must kneel. As he spoke, Yi Qing's voice suddenly became like a great bell, as if it carried the force of a collapsing sky and shattering earth, causing the lights and glass on the street to begin to crack. Kneel. Kneel. A single word, kneel, seemed to come from the horizon, and yet also from the depths of hell, causing people's minds to collapse. Blood instantly flowed from Sangdo's ears, and his eyes also began to show traces of blood. His legs involuntarily bent, crashing heavily to the ground. At this moment, he felt as if he was facing the might of heaven. Yi Qing's voice utilized the techniques of the Azure Emperor longevity art. Yi Qing might not be the Grandmaster Sangdo spoke of, but his strength was absolutely no weaker than any Grandmaster. Sangdo looked at Yi Qing with despair, feeling that Yi Qing was a demon, not a human at all. At this moment, Sangdo tried to force himself up, but he despairingly found that his legs were no longer under his control, and his shoulders felt as if an entire mountain was pressing down on them, making him unable to move. At this moment, Yi Qing waved his hand towards the vehicle. Tai Tu, who was sitting in the car, was already dumbfounded. He knew Mr. Yi might be strong, but he never dreamed that Mr. Yi would be so powerful. One man, one blade, he cut through the encirclement of nearly 100 people without a scratch, creating a river of blood and scattered limbs. And when he heard Mr. Yi's word kneel, which seemed to come from beyond the heavens, Tai Tu, even sitting in the car, almost knelt down at that moment. Even now, his legs were still weak, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, Tai Tu didn't know what he was thinking now, so he got out of the car, braving the rain. After getting out of the car, Tai Tu saw even more clearly the ground was already a river of blood, red blood mixing with the rainwater. The strong smell of blood was overwhelming, and the figures lying in pools of blood on the ground made people even more despair. With every step closer, Tai Tu used all his strength. Until he reached Yi Qing, looking at Sangdo, who was already bleeding from all 7 orifices, yet still alive in despair and collapse. Tai Tu could no longer hold back and knelt directly before Yi Qing. Sangdo looked at Tai Tu, then said with a surprised expression, Tai Tu, why are you here? Weren't you and Jianqing dealing with something? Still bringing that up? Is Sangdo brainless? Tai Tu smiled bitterly, almost collapsing. The person in front of you is Mr. Yi. Upon hearing this, Sangdo was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head helplessly. It turned out that it wasn't Mr. Yi who actively sought trouble with them, rather, they had sent people to kill Mr. Yi first. But who on earth did such a foolish thing? Who convinced Uncle Gong? Their intentions were truly malicious. If that person appeared before Sangdo, Sangdo would wish he could dismember them right now to vent his hatred. Tell me Uncle Gong's location, or you two take me to see Uncle Gong. Upon hearing this, Sangdo gritted his teeth and said, Yi Qing, I admit you are very strong, even the strongest and most terrifying existence I have ever seen in my life. However, it's impossible for me to betray Uncle Gong. Even if you kill me, I will not do such a despicable act. Quite unyielding. Yi Qing leaned on the sofa and spoke indifferently, is that so? Alright then, I'm a person who loves to fulfill others' wishes. I'll give you 3 chances. After speaking, Yi Qing looked at Tai Tu and said, pick up the blade and cut off his left arm. Tai Tu heard this and his body swayed violently. Don't act tough in front of me, you know very well that killing you is just a simple matter for me. Either you cut off his left arm, or I will cut off both of your arms. Remember, from now on, if you don't do what I tell you to do, double the price will befall you. 3 seconds. When time is up, if his left arm is still there, both of your arms will instantly disappear. After Yi Qing finished speaking, he calmly said, 1. At this moment, Taitu was almost on the verge of collapse. He really didn't want to do this, but he didn't dare not to. Watching Yi Qing finish saying 2, and seeing that he was about to count 3, Taitu no longer dared to hesitate. He immediately picked up the long blade that had fallen to the ground, raised it high, aimed it at Sangdo's left arm, and chopped down fiercely. In an instant, Sangdo's left arm fell off. The excruciating pain almost made Sangdo faint, but he endured it, not even letting out a single scream. "Taitu, you bastard. You wait, I will definitely cut down you, you coward." Taitu heard this, and tears streamed down his face. "Sangdo, if I didn't do this, you wouldn't even need to cut me down, he would have killed me." Yi Qing watched them bicker and said indifferently, "My time is limited. I still need to rush back to Jiangqing to have breakfast with my parents later, so I suggest you don't waste my time, otherwise, I'll get angry." Do these words have any connection to the current atmosphere? Here, he's killing people like flies, creating a river of blood and scattered limbs, and then Mr. Yi says he needs to rush back to have breakfast with his parents? Is this filial piety? Is there such a filial son in this world? Sangdo, if you don't answer in the next second and waste my time, what will be cut off are your legs. It's okay, you can continue to be unyielding, but I still stand by what I said. Even if I can't find Uncle Gong today, I have plenty of time to slowly find him. Moreover, since I've come to East Continent today, you guys here in East Continent shouldn't even think about winning. At worst, I'll just go on a killing spree and kill all your people, just to vent the anger in my heart. After speaking, Yi Qing started the countdown again. Taitu was a bit anxious now, perhaps because he had also betrayed. He wanted Sangdo to be with him, as this mental pressure would at least be a little less. "Sangdo, Mr. Yi said he might not act against Uncle Gong, but if he really finds Uncle Gong, then it's really hard to say." "You've seen Mr. Ye's strength. Even if he can't find Uncle Gong today, can Uncle Gong still win? Does he still have the power to fight back? If it were just Mr. Yi alone, you might think he couldn't do it, but what if I told you that Mr. Yi also has powerful subordinates? Even powerful individuals who made me despair? Sangdo, you've already lost your left arm. Next, you'll lose both legs. Don't you know what you'll face after that?" And just at this moment, Yi Qing had already counted to 3. And at this very moment, whether it was Taitu who convinced him, or if he was truly afraid of losing his legs after losing his left arm, what difference would that make from living a life worse than death? "I'll tell you, but you have to promise me one condition. That is, you absolutely must not harm Uncle Gong. As long as you promise, I will immediately take you to see Uncle Gong." And Yi Qing, his eyes narrowed slightly, looked at Sangdo, and said indifferently, "I don't like people bargaining with me, so, go, or not go, you choose." Chapter 217. Where does the support come from? Sangdo's body trembled violently. He really wanted to stand firm against Yi Qing to the very end. However, in the end, Sangdo completely collapsed, lowering his head and saying, "I hope you won't make things difficult for Uncle Gong." Yet, at the moment he lowered his head, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Sangdo's eyes, as if a conspiracy was brewing in his heart. Yi Qing slowly stood up and walked to the roadside, where Tiger Tooth's more than 30 subordinates were individually swallowing their saliva, looking at Yi Qing, scared and somewhat at a loss. There was nothing they could do. They truly didn't know Yi Qing, but they had personally witnessed Yi Qing's display of divine power, a scene where blood flowed like rivers, and not being afraid was a lie. Yi Qing didn't explain anything to them, merely saying indifferently, "Go back and tell Tiger Tooth that I'm going to find Uncle Gong. Tell him to just wait for me." After speaking, Yi Qing got directly into the car. Sangdo and Taitu also followed him into the car. At this moment, in the apartment building where Uncle Gong was located, nearly 100 people were on guard outside the building, each holding a weapon, looking menacing. Inside the building, on the floor where Uncle Gong was, the entire corridor was already packed with people. In this situation, anyone who wanted to cause trouble for Uncle Gong would first have to break through these people's blockade. Inside the room, Uncle Gong sat on the sofa, listening to the rain, closing his eyes to rest, appearing very leisurely and content. There were also 7 or 8 people in the room, either sitting or standing, and they were all Uncle Gong's true strong subordinates. "Uncle Gong, our people have been continuously sending back messages. More than a dozen groups of people have all achieved victory. Next, as long as you give the order, it will be time for a full counterattack. By then, in less than an hour, this Tiger Tooth will have no place left in East Continent." Upon Hearing this, Uncle Gong's mouth curved into a smile, and he said with great satisfaction, "Young people are just impatient from the moment he made a move against me. His outcome was already sealed." He thought I was old, but he didn't know that I was just waiting, looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. He is merely a stepping stone for me to unify the entire East Province, and a warning I give to everyone: just capture Tiger Tooth and deal with him directly, no need to bring him to see me. The loser has no right to speak with me. Uncle Gong was very conceited, and now he had the capital for such conceit because he had one. In the underground world, winner takes all, that's how it is. Just as Uncle Gong and his people were rejoicing, a message arrived that caused everyone present to frown slightly. Report: Uncle Gong, the group from the east, who had already achieved victory, was suddenly ambushed by more than 30 powerful black-clad individuals who appeared out of nowhere. They took care of all our people, the battle turned, and we were utterly defeated. More than 30 black-clad individuals? Each of our groups had at least 100 people. How could they be defeated by just over 30 people? Is this news true? Without Uncle Gong even needing to speak, Uncle Gong's confidants began to question the source of the news. However, the answer they received was definitive: they had indeed lost. However, like a chain reaction, one piece of news after another kept coming in. About 30 powerful black-clad individuals also appeared in the southeast direction, and the group in the southeast direction was defeated. Similarly, 30 black-clad individuals appeared in the southwest direction, and the group in the southwest direction was defeated. One bad piece of news after another caused Uncle Gong's originally relaxed and contented expression to turn pale. Who can tell me where these nearly 100 powerful black-clad individuals came from? Do Tiger Tooth's subordinates have such people? Or rather, does East Continent as a whole have such people? No one could answer Uncle Gong, because these people seemed to have descended from the heavens, and no one knew where they had come from. Just then, a subordinate ran in, saying with a look of horror, "Report, Uncle Gong, the west, northwest direction, our forces, defeated, the enemy, the enemy." Uncle Gong was somewhat annoyed at this moment and said angrily, "The enemy what? Is it another 30 powerful, inexplicably extra enemies?" Upon hearing this, the subordinate quickly shook his head and said, "No, not 30, but one. One person, shrouded in a black robe, alone, cut through all of our people. The scene, almost no one was left alive, like a living hell." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room quickly became solemn. Everyone's brows were tightly furrowed. One person, cut through nearly 100 of our subordinates? Is this true? Uncle Gong spoke, confirming again, because it was too incredible. It wasn't that such strong individuals didn't exist, but neither Tiger Tooth's subordinates nor his allies had such strong individuals. If such a strong individual truly existed, Uncle Gong would have shown Tiger Tooth some deference. An extremely powerful individual is often a strategic weapon. It can be unused, but it cannot be non-existent. Upon hearing this, the subordinate nodded heavily and said, "Absolutely true. Oh, and there's also a video recording that our people risked their lives to film with their phones and send over." After speaking, the subordinate quickly handed over his phone. On the screen, a black-robed strong individual immediately appeared, causing a river of blood in the rain wherever he passed. Swaths of enemies fell, and this strong individual seemed to be completely unharmed. At this moment, even Uncle Gong couldn't help but have his eyes light up. Grandmaster level strength. Where did he come from? How could a Grandmaster help Tiger Tooth? Upon hearing that this person possessed Grandmaster level strength, everyone present fell silent. A Grandmaster, that was a strong individual rarely seen. Every Grandmaster was an irresistible existence. Uncle Gong, no matter where Tiger Tooth invited this strong individual from, this time, we haven't completely lost. We still have the right to negotiate. So what if he's a Grandmaster? If a few of us team up, even if we can't win, I'm afraid we won't lose either. The several confidants around Uncle Gong all frowned, but still possessed strong self-confidence, indicating their strength. After a moment of silence, Uncle Gong said in a deep voice, "It seems we need to talk with Tiger Tooth. We probably underestimated him." Just then, a subordinate ran in, saying nervously, "Uncle Gong, quickly look downstairs. Tai Tu and Sang Go, they're back, and they're all injured. Not only that, but there's a person walking in front of them, looking as if he's been kidnapped." As soon as these words were spoken, Uncle Gong's expression instantly changed. Then, he rushed directly to the window and indeed saw nearly 100 of his subordinates surrounding Yi Qing and the two others downstairs. Chapter 218 Open the door to meet the enemy. What's going on? How could Sang Go be here? With so many groups this time, his group was the one I was most confident in. If he hadn't insisted on going out for some air, he wouldn't even have needed to personally oversee it. But now, what is this? Seeing Sang Go with his left arm missing, Uncle Gong instantly couldn't keep his composure. Sang Go's strength, among his subordinates, was one of the most notable. And Tai Tu, isn't he in Zhongcheng? Why did he appear too? Could it be someone from Zhongcheng? Several of Uncle Gong's subordinates gritted their teeth at this moment and said, "Uncle Gong, let us go down and meet this person. Not only did he dare to injure our people like this, I think his actions are also related to what happened to the other groups. Moreover, he even dared to come here to cause trouble. I want to see how much guts he truly has." Uncle Gong heard this and said in a deep voice, "Look closely, is this person the Grandmaster who acted earlier?" But as soon as he finished speaking, Uncle Gong himself shook his head, denying the answer. "No, it can't be that person. The build isn't similar, the clothes aren't similar, and the direction is different. It seems that this time, a truly formidable enemy has appeared." After saying this, Uncle Gong gritted his teeth, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes, and said, "Let them come up." As soon as these words were spoken, several of Uncle Gong's subordinates immediately became anxious. "No, Uncle Gong, if this person is truly powerful, he will definitely pose a threat to you. You cannot let him come up." "That's right, Uncle Gong, let us make a move. If the few of us combine our strength, even a Grandmaster would not be feared. What's more, we have so many subordinates here that can be dispatched. Even if a deity came alone, he wouldn't be able to leave." Uncle Gong still shook his head and said, "Since he has come, he is looking for me. I also want to see what kind of existence insists on being my enemy. Just let him come. The enemy has shown himself. If I hide and refuse to see him, wouldn't he ridicule me? Notify everyone to spread out and open the doors to welcome the guest." No one dared to disobey Uncle Gong's order. As Uncle Gong's order was given, the nearly 100 men in black downstairs all spread out. Sang Go gritted his teeth and said, "Yi Qing, Uncle Gong knows you're here, and he doesn't intend to stop you. I don't need to remind you where that confidence comes from, so I advise you to be sensible." Yi Qing looked at Sang Go, whose left arm was simply bandaged and who was still wincing in pain, yet still dared to challenge him, and immediately laughed. "It seems you're not in pain. I was still too lenient with you, wasn't I?" As he spoke, Yi Qing, in front of everyone, directly pinched Sang Go's broken left arm wound, and a large amount of blood instantly flowed out. And Sang Go's earth-shattering screams reached everyone's ears at this moment. The nearly 100 subordinates of Uncle Gong watched with their own eyes as the usually arrogant Sang Go was bullied so miserably. At this moment, they felt a deep fear towards Yi Qing, who wore a smile. Only a more evil demon can deal with a demon. And Uncle Gong and the others who saw this scene upstairs all had extremely cold expressions. "This is simply too much. Uncle Gong, is there still a need to speak nicely to such a person? Let us go." "That's right, Uncle Gong, let us make a move." Uncle Gong heard this and said with a cold expression, "All of you, shut up. Let him come up." After speaking, Uncle Gong sat on the sofa, took a hard drag from his cigarette, and his face, at this moment, appeared somewhat distorted. Clearly, Uncle Gong's mood was not just bad, but extremely bad. Soon, Yi Qing, accompanied by Tai Tu and Sang Go, walked into Uncle Gong's room. The various cold stares he faced along the way seemed to Yi Qing as if they didn't exist. And Tai Tu and Sang Go, neither of them dared to leave, and just obediently followed behind Yi Qing. It wasn't until they entered Uncle Gong's room that the two of them immediately seemed to find their backbone. "Uncle Gong, I'm sorry, we've disappointed you." Uncle Gong heard this and did not look at Tai Tu and Sang Go, but instead looked at Yi Qing, chuckled lightly, pointed to the sofa beside him, and said, "Mr. Yi, you wish to see me? There's no need to use such methods. Please, have a seat." Yi Qing was not polite. He directly sat on the sofa, then looked at Uncle Gong indifferently and said, "You are Uncle Gong." Uncle Gong heard this, nodded, and said, "That's right, I am Uncle Gong. May I ask who this gentleman is? Do we have any grievances between us? To the extent that you are so ruthless to my subordinates?" Hearing this, Yi Qing chuckled and said, "If there's no grudge, why would you send people to kill me?" As soon as these words were spoken, Uncle Gong was first stunned for a moment, then glanced at Tai Tu, frowned slightly, and said, "You are Yi Qing?" Yi Qing nodded and said, "Not knowing who your target is before killing, it's clear that Uncle Gong's arrogance is not just a little bit." Uncle Gong heard this and said in a deep voice, "This matter, I was blind and made a mistake, offending Mr. Yi. I have nothing to say. I promise I will do my best to compensate you, but I have a question I want to ask. Were the troublemakers who suddenly appeared tonight brought by Mr. Yi?" Yi Qing heard this and said indifferently, "If by troublemakers you mean those who disrupted your plans and killed your men, then yes, they are my subordinates." Hearing Yi Qing admit it, Uncle Gong actually breathed a sigh of relief, nodded and said, "Mr. Yi, I already know about the grievances between us. Just tell me how you wish to be compensated, but please do not interfere with tonight's matters. This is an internal affair of our East Province underground world. Do you think that is acceptable?" Yi Qing shook his head lightly and said, "No, because this matter is also my business. You want to deal with my subordinate, how can I not intervene?" As soon as these words were spoken, Uncle Gong was stunned again, and everyone else was also stunned. Tiger Tooth is also Mr. Yi's subordinate? Yi Qing placed his hands on both sides of the sofa, slowly leaned back, and said indifferently, "That's right, Tiger Tooth is my subordinate." "Uncle Gong, you don't need to probe me. I came to you this time with one sentence. If you agree, you live. If you don't agree, you die." What a domineering ultimatum. Agree and live, disagree and die, giving no opportunity for explanation. Uncle Gong's subordinates immediately became unwilling. A subordinate dies if his master is humiliated. How dare you speak to Uncle Gong like that? Yi Qing, don't think that just because you're powerful, no one can deal with you. This is our territory. Do you want to die? Only Uncle Gong looked at his subordinates and said in a deep voice, "All of you, shut up." Then, Uncle Gong looked at Yi Qing, took a deep breath, and said, "Mr. Yi, please speak." Yi Qing's lips curled into a cold smile, and he said indifferently, "It's very simple, I want you to concede. From today onwards, withdraw from the East Province underground world, and completely transfer all territories to Tiger Tooth. This way, I guarantee you peace and safety, and a comfortable old age." Uncle Gong's eyes grew colder. Looking at Yi Qing, he said coldly, "What if I refuse?" Chapter 219 Surrender, or Die. From beginning to end, Yi Qing was not discussing with Uncle Gong. Refuse? Alright, refuse, and die then. Uncle Gong looked at Yi Qing's indifferent eyes, slowly lowered his head, as if thinking about something. Then, a soft laugh came from Uncle Gong's mouth. "Mr. Yi, is there no room for negotiation?" Yi Qing nodded and said, "I am not discussing with you, this is my decision. You can only choose and then execute it." How overbearing, how arrogant. Uncle Gong's laughter grew louder. Then, he slowly rose from the sofa, looked at Yi Qing, and said calmly, "Mr. Yi, perhaps you are truly formidable, but I, Uncle Gong, have dominated the East Province underground world for so many years, I'm not to be trifled with. With a single word, you want me to withdraw from the underground world, and moreover, hand over my forces completely to Tiger Tooth. This is tantamount to asking me to surrender everything I've built up over these years. Mr. Yi, don't you think that's too unreasonable and too overbearing? Am I, Uncle Gong, worth nothing in your eyes, to be manipulated as you please? If that's the case, then there truly is nothing to discuss. However, I want to advise Mr. Yi not to go too far. You should know that there are always people stronger than you, and heavens beyond heavens. I, Uncle Gong, am not as weak as you imagine, and my forces are not something you can devour. It will be careful, you might choke to death." As Uncle Gong lost his temper, several of his trusted confidants beside him began to look displeased. "Uncle Gong, why waste words with him? Just kill him, and everything will be fine." "That's right, Uncle Gong, East Continent is our territory. If we let him leave alive, it would truly make us a laughingstock. Uncle Gong, give the order. It's no problem for a few of us to team up and kill him." Only Tai Tu and Sango, who had witnessed Yi Qing's true strength, dared not utter a single word, remaining silent as if they didn't exist. Yi Qing slowly raised his head, glanced at these people, and chuckled softly, saying, "I've decided to add another condition. That is, those few must also die." As soon as these words were spoken, Uncle Gong's confidants immediately became enraged. Arrogant, simply too arrogant. He actually threatened to kill them. They had never endured such humiliation. Uncle Gong looked at Yi Qing, his brows tightly furrowed, and said, Mr. Yi, isn't that a bit too overbearing? This truly means you don't regard me at all. Yi Qing looked at Uncle Gong, slowly rose, walked to the window, took out a cigarette, and lit it amidst the swirling smoke. His face became somewhat distorted and cold. Yes, I don't regard you. What can you do about it? Perhaps my coming here today to talk to you was superfluous originally. I just came to kill people. Then, I'll kill for you to see. As his words fell, Uncle Gong instantly felt a sense of foreboding. However, no sooner had this feeling appeared than Yi Qing was already in front of one of Uncle Gong's confidants. Yi Qing's movements were swift and clean. He directly struck the confidant's head with a heavy palm. There was no blood, no scream, and the confidant who had just been shouting at Yi Qing immediately collapsed limply to the ground. He was as dead as could be. And Yi Qing's movements did not stop. Just now, 3 people had provoked him, not one could be spared. Before the other 2 could react, Yi Qing gripped a dagger in his hand in an instant. A cold flash of light passed, and the 2 trusted confidants of Uncle Gong clutched their necks, unable to speak another word. The next moment, blood gushed like a pillar as they fell to the ground. Without a word, he instantly annihilated 3 people. The scene left Sango and Taitu even more speechless. Who would choose to die if they could live? They had already anticipated this outcome because Yi Qing was a madman. He simply wanted to kill. After doing all this, Yi Qing casually wiped the blood from his hands on a trembling person nearby, then sat back down on the sofa. Looking at Uncle Gong, whose face was ashen and extremely ugly, he said calmly, Now, shouldn't you reconsider my proposal? I'm only giving you one chance. Do as I say, and you will live. Your subordinates, except for those who are dead, will all live. But if you refuse, all of you will die. At this point, a hint of bloodlust flickered in Yi Qing's eyes, and he said softly, Actually, I quite want you to refuse, because I truly want to go on a killing spree. Uncle Gong took a deep breath, looked at Yi Qing, and said, Mr. Yi's strength has probably reached the level of a grandmaster. However, don't you think such a killing spree harms heavenly harmony? Mr. Yi, I admit, I've fallen today, but I will remember this grudge. At this point, Uncle Gong seemed to resign himself to fate, gritting his teeth and saying, You won, I surrender. However, Yi Qing, today's matter is not over. I will definitely get my revenge. Having said that, Uncle Gong was about to leave. Just then, Yi Qing spoke calmly, I don't mind you getting your revenge, or retaliating against me anytime, anywhere, but I'm in a bad mood today, and I don't like threats from others. Cut off one of your arms, and you can leave. As soon as these words were uttered, Uncle Gong suddenly turned around, his eyes burning with fury. Yi Qing, don't you dare bully me too much. If I go all out today, even if you win, you will pay a heavy price. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said softly, Is that so? Then let's try it, shall we? However, the first one to die will be you. Uncle Gong's face instantly turned pale, then green at this moment. A feeling of humiliation filled him with extreme rage. But Yi Qing was right. After witnessing Yi Qing's strength, he had no choice at all, unless he wanted to die. Uncle Gong took a deep breath, his eyes filled with ruthless malice. Bring me a knife. Uncle Gong shouted, and immediately, a long blade was handed to him. Uncle Gong held the knife in his right hand, his grip so tight his knuckles were white, and his hand trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. But everyone present knew that Uncle Gong could not attack Yi Qing. Because he couldn't win, because he wanted to live. Only by living would he have a chance for revenge. Just then, Taitu could no longer hold back. He hugged Uncle Gong's leg, sobbing, Uncle Gong, you can't cut it. Then, Taitu quickly looked at Yi Qing, a tough man who was now crying uncontrollably. Mr. Yi, please, if you must cut me instead. Even if you take both my arms, it's fine. Please let Uncle Gong go, okay? Uncle Gong has already agreed to withdraw from the East Province underground world. Please let him off. Uncle Gong would keep his life, but what would he do after losing an arm? At this moment, Sango also looked at Yi Qing with a pale face and said, Mr. Yi, I can give you my right arm, or even both my legs, if you just let Uncle Gong go, okay? Yi Qing looked at Taitu and Sango, gently shook his head, and said, No. Then, looking at Uncle Gong, he chuckled, Uncle Gong, it seems you usually treat them quite well, otherwise, they wouldn't be so loyal to you. What a pity, why did you provoke me? However, don't try to morally blackmail me in this way, and don't expect me to be merciful, because I've already been merciful, otherwise, no one would be alive today. Cut it whether you cut it early or late, you have to cut it, you might as well get it over with. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gong took a deep breath and sneered, then, thank you for your mercy, Mr. Yi. After speaking, Uncle Gong directly kicked Tai Tu and Sango away, then widened his eyes, let out a roar, raised the long blade high, aimed it at his left arm, and chopped down with a heavy strike. Chapter 220 Take over Dongzhou. When Yi Qing said he wanted Uncle Gong's arm, it was already an act of mercy. Yi Qing wouldn't play any mind games, like taking the long saber to make Uncle Gong grateful and follow him. He wouldn't do such a thing, nor did he have the inclination, and Uncle Gong couldn't possibly follow him. The long saber fell, there was no scream, but Uncle Gong's face was already ashen. Mr. Yi, is that enough? Sweat beads as large as beans appeared on Uncle Gong's forehead as he looked at Yi Qing, awaiting his answer. Yi Qing nodded and said, I keep my word, you can go. However, if you don't want your subordinates to all die, have them surrender. When taking over a faction, I don't want any accidents to occur, otherwise, many people will die. Understood? Uncle Gong nodded upon hearing this, saying, everything will be as Mr. Yi says. After speaking, Uncle Gong looked at his arm lying on the ground, an indescribable surge of anger rushing to his mind. Mr. Yi, mountains and rivers may change, but this grudge will surely be repaid in the future. Yi Qing nodded upon hearing this and said, I'll be waiting. Come at me. Uncle Gong then left the building, supported by Tai Tu and Sango. That very night, he left East Continent, and even East Province. A generation's legend, Uncle Gong, the strongest magnate of East Province's underground world, thus faded into obscurity. This was something no one had expected, yet it truly happened. And Yi Qing stood by the window, a cold smile playing on his lips as he watched Uncle Gong's disappearing figure. Revenge? I'm afraid you won't come. When Yi Qing left the building, many of Uncle Gong's subordinates had not yet left. However, this time, no one dared to stop Yi Qing, and they didn't even have the courage to glance at him. First, he brought Tai Tu and Sango like dogs, then single-handedly found Uncle Gong, killed 3 of Uncle Gong's trusted confidants, and finally, made Uncle Gong sever an arm to successfully leave. What Yi Qing did, and how strong he was already beyond their imagination. After getting into the car, Yi Qing spoke faintly, go back and find Tiger Tooth. The driver didn't even dare to breathe heavily. He had witnessed too many unimaginable scenes today, especially when Uncle Gong emerged from the building with a severed arm. The driver was almost scared witless. In his eyes, Yi Qing was a legend from ancient times, one who could take an enemy general's head from amidst 10,000 men. Though there were differences, how much did they really differ? Slowly starting the vehicle, the driver drove steadily, fearing he might disturb Yi Qing. However, they quickly returned to the bar. At this moment, Red Eyes had already brought his men back to the bar to rendezvous with Tiger Tooth. Red Eyes sat on a chair, while Tiger Tooth stood beside him, not daring to breathe heavily. It was clear that in Yi Qing's absence, Red Eyes had likely disciplined Tiger Tooth quite a bit. However, even though Tiger Tooth didn't dare to breathe heavily and was disciplined without daring to retort, his face still showed an excited expression. An accident truly occurred. If it weren't for the appearance of Yi Qing and Red Eyes, he would probably have suffered a huge setback this time, but with Yi Qing and Red Eyes' arrival, all losses were recovered. Perhaps it wasn't a win, but at least it wasn't a loss. Upon seeing Yi Qing enter alone, Red Eyes and Tiger Tooth quickly went to greet him. Mr. Yi, you've returned. Please sit down and rest. Yi Qing checked the time, frowning slightly, and said, prepare a room for me, I need to shower, and then prepare a set of clean clothes. Tiger Tooth didn't dare to delay and quickly said, everything is already prepared, I'll take you there now. Yi Qing didn't say much and then went to shower and change clothes. When Yi Qing came out again, the smell of blood was gone from his body. Looking at Red Eyes and Tiger Tooth, he spoke faintly, Red Eyes, stay here for the next few days and help Tiger Tooth deal with any potential problems that may arise. Red Eyes nodded upon hearing this and said, understood. Then, Yi Qing looked at Tiger Tooth and spoke faintly, you can send people to take over the territory Uncle Gong left behind. He has already left East Province. Upon hearing this, Tiger Tooth was instantly stunned. He never expected that the outcome of the matter would progress to this point. In his opinion, being able to turn the tide and win today was already the greatest victory. But, with Yi Qing's intervention, he actually forced Uncle Gong out of East Province. This was a tremendous surprise. Mr. Yi, has Uncle Gong truly left? No, I don't disbelieve you. I'm just afraid Uncle Gong might go back on his word. Old foxes like him sometimes do that. Yi Qing shook his head upon hearing this and said, I killed 3 of his confidants in front of him, and he severed his left arm in front of me. He is very clear about his situation, so you don't need to worry about anything. For a short time, Uncle Gong should not make a comeback. Even if he does, he won't come for you, but for me. Alright, I won't say more about other matters. Tiger Tooth, from today onwards, you are the biggest magnate of the underground world in East Continent, East Province. Next, I hope you can quickly unify the East Province underground world. How to do it? You decide. It's nothing more than winning over one group, suppressing another, and eliminating a third. Use both kindness and authority. If you still can't do it well, then we'll find someone else. His voice was indifferent, without any ferocity, yet to Tiger Tooth's ears, it was like the wrath of thunder, leaving him no retreat. Tiger Tooth's body trembled slightly, and he immediately knelt on one knee. Mr. Yi, you have already helped me to this extent. If Tiger Tooth disappoints you again, I will take my own life to atone, without you having to act. Just then, Red Eyes, whose hands had just killed many people, gently placed a hand on Tiger Tooth's head and chuckled, Take your own life. You think quite highly of yourself. If you dare to disappoint Mr. Yi again, I'll arrest you and torture you properly. However, I'm not very interested in torturing people, and my professionalism isn't very high, but Blackbone is very skilled at that. At that time, I'll send you to him to be a human specimen. How does that sound? Just one sentence, or even just the mention of Blackbone's name, made Tiger Tooth's face instantly turn pale with fright. It showed how great Blackbone's deterrent power truly was. I swear, I will never disappoint Mr. Yi. I swear a solemn oath. Yi Qing waved his hand and said, Alright, Red Eyes, don't scare him anymore. He is, after all, the most powerful boss in the East Province underground world. His authority must still be maintained. Just cooperate well these few days, don't do anything unnecessary. Alright, send a car to take me back. At this time, if I hurry back, I should be able to have breakfast with my parents. Red Eyes immediately said, The car is ready. You can depart any time. Yi Qing nodded upon hearing this, then directly left the door, got into the car, and told the driver to speed up. Staying out all night, usually, it would be fine. But now, his parents were staying at Gao Qingyue's house. Both Gao Qingyue and Shirdahu would definitely cause him trouble. Thinking of Shirdahu, Yi Qing's murderous intent, which had just calmed down a bit, once again flared up fiercely. Chapter 221. He didn't come back at night. Jiang City, Gao Qingyue's villa. Yi father Yi mother didn't know if they were unaccustomed to sleeping there or if they were just used to waking up early, but they got up at dawn, and Yi mother personally prepared breakfast. Yi Qinglian was also already up, but Shirdahu was still sound asleep, still reeking of alcohol even in the morning. Around 7 o'clock in the morning, Gao Qingyue woke up, her expression a mix of displeasure and grievance. Upon seeing Gao Qingyue, Yi mother quickly greeted her, Qingyue, you're up. Hurry and wash your face, then eat breakfast. Where's Yi Qing? Call Yi Qing up too. As soon as she heard Yi Qing's name, Gao Qingyue seemed unable to control her emotions, covering her face and sobbing directly. Mom, Dad, Yi Qing didn't come back last night. Boo-hoo, he definitely still hasn't forgiven me. Otherwise, why wouldn't he come back? Hearing this, Yi mother quickly stepped forward to comfort Gao Qingyue. Meanwhile, Yi father's face once again turned furious. That unfilial son, did he take everything I said to him as nonsense? Staying out all night, what does he think he's doing? Call him immediately. I want to see what this unfilial son is really up to. Gao Qingyue choked out, I called, but his phone was off. Dad, Mom, please don't make things difficult for Yi Qing. It's just that I don't have the good fortune to be your daughter-in-law. Please don't be angry. He just dislikes me. After speaking, Gao Qingyue cried even harder. Just then, Shirdahu stumbled out of bed, still drunk. Seeing Gao Qingyue crying uncontrollably, he chuckled. I say, sister-in-law, don't cry. Yi Qing is just ungrateful. It's alright, he'll definitely come later. When he does, watch me, your brother-in-law, help you vent your anger. Such a beautiful and capable wife, and he doesn't know how to cherish her. He's simply squandering a treasure, utterly clueless. Hearing this, Yi Qinglian quickly tugged at Shi Dahu and said, Dahu, say less. Shi Dahu scoffed, Yi Qing is allowed to do inhumane things, but I'm not allowed to speak? Besides, where did I say anything wrong? We came all this way, and Xingyue has treated us so well, being so considerate, just afraid we'd feel wronged. And she even apologized and made amends to Yi Qing, giving him plenty of face, right? But what Yi Qing did, was that humane? This scoundrel just needs a good beating, to put it plainly. A good thrashing would make him behave. Dad, please don't be angry at what I'm saying, but Yi Qing is indeed a bit out of line. Yi father frowned slightly upon hearing this, and said in a deep voice, this time, you're not wrong. Ever since arriving here, Yi Qing has repeatedly hurt Xingyue's feelings. He's asking for a beating. He needs to be taught a lesson. Xingyue, just wait, when he comes back, I'll give him a good thrashing. Just as they were speaking, the doorbell rang. Yi Qinglian quickly said, it must be Yi Qing returning. Dad, Mom, Xingyue, don't be angry yet. Perhaps Yi Qing was delayed by something last night, so he didn't have time to come back. Let's ask him clearly first. While others might not care for her younger brother, Yi Qinglian truly did. She knew what her parents were like, honest and upright, preferring to attribute all problems to their own family members. This might not be wrong, but being too harsh on their own children, even to the point of not trusting them, was wrong. Could Shi Dahu really spin a few words into a lie to make Yi father Yi mother believe it, and Yi Qinglian suffer less injustice? It was precisely because of this that she didn't want Yi Qing to suffer such injustice either. In the Yi family, she and her elder brother Yishan suffering was enough. If Yi Qing could live freely, happily, and contentedly, that would be another form of comfort for her. After opening the door, it was indeed Yi Qing. Yi Qinglian quickly pulled Yi Qing aside and whispered, no matter what Dad and Mom say later, remember to apologize and admit your mistakes, understood? Yi Qing nodded upon hearing this. From the moment he didn't come back last night, he knew what he would have to face today. Gao Qingyue wouldn't miss this opportunity to cause him trouble. Sure enough, as soon as he entered, he saw Gao Qingyue crying, her tear stains still not wiped away. When did Gao Qingyue become such a good crier? This acting was so tiring, even Yi Qing felt it. Before Yi Qing could speak, Yi father had already angrily blurted out. Speak, where were you last night? Why didn't you come home? Yi Qing looked at Yi father and chuckled, not coming home? I wouldn't say that Gao Qingyue and I are already divorced. Even if we were to reconcile now, we haven't remarried yet. Living together wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Dad, you care most about these matters of propriety and decency. What you're saying now isn't right. Yi father, hearing Yi Qing dare to lecture him, immediately became enraged. You scoundrel, can you be compared to others? You and Gao Qingyue, you were once husband and wife. Even if you're divorced now, if you reconcile, you can become husband and wife again at any time. Don't spout any crooked doctrines to me here. I'm just asking you, where were you last night? Yi Qing smiled and said, I had something to deal with last night, so I went out. Since it was late, I didn't call to inform you. See? I finished my business and rushed back first thing in the morning. Just then, Shi Dahu, who enjoyed watching drama, sneered, Yi Qing, you really know how to flatter yourself. You just got out of prison. Are you that busy? And what kind of business keeps you out all night? Don't tell me you were out womanizing. If that's the case, then I'll have a few words to say to you. Xingyue is so beautiful, what more could you possibly want? You're simply incorrigible. Yi Qing's murderous intent towards Shi Dahu had not yet dissipated. Yi Qing didn't even want to look at the disgusting things Shi Dahu and his never-before-seen sister-in-law did. As detailed in that file, every glance increased his killing intent, so much so that Yi Qing could barely resist killing him. Shi Dahu, don't say I didn't warn you. If you want to live a few more days, you'd better shut your stinking mouth right now in this house. In front of me, you have no right to speak. Did you hear me? Seeing Yi Qing dare to scare him, and even threaten him, Shi Dahu immediately became enraged. What a joke! If Shi Dahu could be scared by Yi Qing, then he wouldn't be Shi Dahu, especially not in front of Gao Qingyue. He couldn't possibly lose face. You good-for-nothing Yi Qing, if I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never know your place. Now, apologize immediately for the sake of Mom and Dad. I won't teach you a lesson otherwise. As your brother-in-law, I'll have no choice but to give you a good beating. At this moment, Yi Qing looked coldly at Shirdahu and said, "Brother-in-law? You trash, are you even worthy of being my brother-in-law? I'm telling you, I've long reached my limit. You're still alive now because it's not your time to die yet, but don't provoke me again otherwise, I don't mind making your life worse than death right now." Seeing Yi Qing still daring to talk back to him, Shirdahu immediately raised his arm, ready to slap Yi Qing hard. Chapter 222, The one being beaten is my brother-in-law. When Gao Qingyue saw this, she sneered, seeming to be waiting for Yi Qing to be taught a lesson. However, Yi Qinglian was unwilling. She directly stood in front of Yi Qing, grabbed Shirdahu's arm, and said, "Shirdahu, you are not allowed to hit Yin Fatty." Yi Mother also quickly advised, "Dahu, let's talk nicely, don't use your hands." Yi Qing is just confused for a moment, he'll be fine once he understands. Only Yi Father gnashed his teeth in anger and said, "Don't stop Dahu, let him hit him. This unfilial son won't amount to anything without a beating. He's completely ignorant. Without one, hit him hard." Upon hearing this, Shirdahu became even more energized. He looked at Yi Qinglian and said, "Yi Qinglian, you heard what Dad said." Shirdahu, don't want to hit Yi Qing either, but he's too much. Maybe a good beating will make him obedient. After speaking, Shirdahu pushed Yi Qinglian aside, almost causing Yi Qinglian's head to hit the wall. Yi Qing, who had not intended to endure any longer, saw this scene. How could he tolerate it? He immediately stepped forward to help Yi Qinglian up, and asked with concern, "Sis, are you okay?" Just then, Shirdahu directly kicked Yi Qing from behind. However, Yi Qing's eyes revealed a murderous intent, but he didn't turn around. Instead, he continued to look at Yi Qinglian with concern. Yi Qinglian rubbed her waist, shook her head, and said, "Sis is fine, Yi Qing, hurry and leave. Come back when Mom and Dad have cooled down." After speaking, she tried to push Yi Qing away to prevent Shirdahu from continuing to bully him. At this moment, Yi Qing said in a deep voice, "Sis, do you remember what I told you? I said, your brother is no longer the Yi Qing of the past in this life. I will never let you suffer any grievances again." After speaking, Yi Qing turned around, looked at Shirdahu, who had already raised his fist and was about to continue his sneak attack, and directly grabbed Shirdahu's fist. He said coldly, "Do you think I really can't beat you? Am I afraid of you? Shirdahu, do you know that I really want to kill you? But killing you would be too easy. I will make your life worse than death." Upon hearing this, Shirdahu became even more furious. However, amidst his anger, when he saw the cold killing intent in Yi Qing's eyes, he trembled uncontrollably for some reason. This was not what he wanted, but it was the fear that his body instinctively emitted, as if he had encountered a natural enemy that suppressed his bloodline, making him tremble uncontrollably. However, after realizing what happened, Shirdahu became furious. He was actually afraid of Yi Qing? Afraid of someone he used to bully often? It was simply a great humiliation. "You little bastard, you're strong now, aren't you? Do you really think I can't handle you anymore?" After speaking, Shirdahu swung his other fist, intending to smash it heavily into Yi Qing's head. However, before his fist could hit Yi Qing, who was holding Shirdahu's other fist, exerted a slight force, and Shirdahu cried out in pain. His entire body began to bend, and he even knelt down in front of Yi Qing. Yi Qing's hand did not loosen. Instead, he was continuously exerting force. The cracking sound of breaking bones reached everyone's ears at this moment. Yi Qing was actually going to crush Shirdahu's wrist alive. This scene was unexpected by everyone. At this moment, Shirdahu's forehead was covered in sweat from the pain. Let go quickly, you bastard. Are you trying to kill me? Dad, Mom, look quickly. Yi Qing is trying to kill me. He's trying to kill me. Yi Father and Yi Mother finally became anxious at this moment. Especially Yi Father, who directly stepped forward and heavily kicked Yi Qing, angrily saying, "Unfilial son, quickly release your brother-in-law. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to kill him? You're a scoundrel, utterly rebellious." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing said in a deep voice, "Release him? Dad, don't tell me that after all these years, you don't know what this scoundrel has done? I won't talk about anything else, but what about my sister? How much grievance has she suffered? Do you really not know? What does a daughter married out is like spilled water mean? What does if something happens, it's always my sister's fault mean? What does not giving birth to a child for Shirdahu was an original sin, that my sister is utterly evil and should be taught a lesson mean? Is my sister unable to have children? Or did Shirdahu and his family cause my sister to be unable to have children until now? Why do you only believe others and not us? Why do you only attribute blame to our own people, but listen to and believe others? The more Yi Qing spoke, the angrier he became. Finally, he directly exerted force and broke Shirdahu's wrist. Immediately, the room was filled with Shirdahu's screams. At this moment, Yi Father, who had been pale and somewhat guilty from Yi Qing's words, could no longer hold back. He directly stepped forward and slapped Yi Qing. You scoundrel, no matter how wrong your brother-in-law is, you can't be so ruthless. Looking at Shirdahu's terrifyingly twisted wrist, Yi Qing didn't feel relieved at all at this moment. Touching his face, which had been slapped by Yi Father, Yi Qing wasn't angry, only disappointed. Dad, originally, there were some things I didn't want you to know. I wanted you to continue living carefree lives, at least without guilt or pain for the past. But now, I've changed my mind. Some things, you should know, because some mistakes are caused by your indulgence. Dad, I hope you won't be too sad or too pain then for the next few days. You should rest well, take care of your body, and take care of your emotions. In a few days, you probably won't be in such a good mood anymore. After speaking, Yi Qing directly squatted down, then grabbed Shirdahu's neck and lifted him up. Shirdahu, remember what I just said. I won't kill you, because for what you've done, death is too easy for you. I will make you live in pain every day, every night, every minute, every second for the rest of your life. Not just you, but also your mother, your family, everyone. I will settle accounts one by one and make you pay a painful price. After speaking, Yi Qing casually threw Shirdahu, but he threw him so hard that he directly slammed into the wall. This impact directly knocked Shirdahu unconscious. Seeing that Yi Qing not only didn't restrain himself but became even more aggressive and spoke disrespectfully to him, Yi Father could no longer control himself. Unfilial son, you beast, I will definitely beat you to death today. After speaking, Yi Father was about to make a move. Yi Qing, however, did not dodge or avoid, his eyes indifferent as if devoid of emotion. If you want to hit me, I won't retaliate, but today, however much pain you inflict on me, you will regret it just as much another day. After saying this, Yi Qing suddenly walked to the table, picked up a fruit knife, and directly handed it to Yi Father, saying coldly, if hitting me isn't enough to vent your anger, you can just kill me. Don't worry, you are my father. If you kill me, I will have no regrets. Come on, kill me. Chapter 223. I'm waiting for you to kowtow. Yi Qing's words were meant to thoroughly provoke Yi Father. Especially the act of handing him the knife made it impossible for Yi Father to back down. Yi Father, fuming, immediately took the knife, pointed it at Yi Qing, and angrily said, you dare to talk back now? Do you think you're in the right? What if I hit you? What if I even kill you? Do you really think I wouldn't dare? After speaking, Yi Father raised the knife, intending to strike Yi Qing. Yi Qing, however, simply looked at Yi Father calmly, showing no intention of retaliating. Yi Mother and Yi Qinglian, at this moment, completely disregarded Shirdahu. Both desperately tried to stop Yi Father, snatching the knife from his hand. Old man, what are you trying to do? Even if Yi Qing made a mistake, educating him properly is enough. Is this really necessary? And you, Yi Qing, do you have to infuriate your father to death? Stop arguing, all of you. Dahu's wrist is already broken, and he's unconscious. We don't even know his condition yet. We need to get him to the hospital immediately. Yi Father seemed to finally come to his senses, glaring fiercely at Yi Qing and saying, Yi Qing, wait until I get back from the hospital, I'll deal with you properly then. With that, Yi Father and the others directly supported Shirdahu and headed to the hospital. When Gao Qingyue also wanted to follow, Yi Mother directly stopped her. Gao Qingyue, you don't need to go. You should use this time to have a good talk with Yi Qing. Can the two of you really make it work? If you can, then continue. If not, then part amicably. This family, you two have turned it into a chaotic mess, a complete uproar. How can we even live like this? Your father-in-law and I aren't blind, and we're not idiots. We just want you two to live well, but if you truly can't continue, then divorce. With that, Yi Mother left directly. Her final words were resolute, not siding with Gao Qingyue at all, they seemed more to side with Yi Qing, but no matter what, Yi mother was truly angry. After everyone had left, Yi Qing looked at Gao Qingyue and calmly said, Is this the outcome you wanted? Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue let out a dry laugh and said, Yi Qing, what are you talking about? I don't understand, I just want to live well with you, nothing else. As for how your sister and brother-in-law are doing, and why you have such a strong opinion of them, I truly don't know. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, he directly approached Gao Qingyue with a cold face, his eyes incredibly icy. And Gao Qingyue, not only had she seen Yi Qing's ruthless side before, but even just now, Yi Qing's outburst, directly crushing Shidahu's hand, was utterly terrifying. As Yi Qing took a step forward, Gao Qingyue took a step back, and soon, she was backed into the corner. Yi Qing, what do you want to do? Are you even going to hit me now? I'm telling you, Yi Qing, if you continue to be so stubborn, your parents won't let you off when they get back. Yi Qing directly grabbed Gao Qingyue's neck and coldly said, Don't threaten me with my parents again for their happiness, I've tolerated you all for a long time. But now, I don't want to tolerate it anymore. All the cards are on the table. It might not necessarily be a bad thing since my parents made mistakes, thought wrongly, then they should bear the suffering they've caused over these years. Gao Qingyue, I'm asking you one last time, what exactly do you want to do? Stop now, and I can give you a dignified exit, otherwise, I will make you regret it to your very core. Gao Qingyue was choked by Yi Qing and struggled to breathe, struggling continuously. Yi Qing, let me go, you're choking me to death. Yi Qing sneered and immediately released his hand. Gao Qingyue collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. At this moment, Gao Qingyue didn't even dare to look directly into Yi Qing's eyes. Just now, when Yi Qing was choking her, she truly felt the threat of death for a moment. She had a misconception that Yi Qing wanted to kill her. At the very least, Yi Qing had that thought. But he still gave up, didn't he? Gao Qingyue recovered for a moment, stood up, looked at Yi Qing, and said, Yi Qing, if you really want to end this farce quickly, it's simple, just as I said before, provide me with 100 bottles of life elixir every month, and then we can part amicably. Or, tell me where your life elixir comes from, give me the channel so I can get a share every month, and this matter will be settled, okay? Okay? After all that, it was indeed still about the life elixir. That's true, for a treasure like the life elixir, the profits obtained by whoever has control over it are unimaginably vast. Gao Qingyue was certainly no fool. Looking at Gao Qingyue, Yi Qing sneered, Do you know what you're saying? Gao Qingyue heard this and sneered, What? Do you think I'm dreaming? It doesn't matter, then let's continue. Don't forget, even if I separate from you now, your parents will be the most unhappy ones. Your family is going to have an ancestral worship ceremony in a few days, and they're all counting on me to save face. Yi Qing, at a time like this, you'd best not offend me. You can seriously consider whether to meet my demands. As long as you agree, I'll help you finish the act, ensure your whole family has a dignified appearance, and then I promise not to bother you again. This request is very reasonable, isn't it? It truly was, extremely reasonable. Getting something for nothing, that's what it was. Now, the scheme was being used against Yi Qing, even dragging his parents into it. Was this fair to Yi Qing? Yi Qing smiled. Looking at Gao Qingyue, he said, So, I'm telling you to get out now, lest you cry with regret later when it's too late. Do you know why? Because what you could have gotten wasn't just a few dozen bottles of life elixir, but rather, control over all of the life elixir. Everything should have been yours. You missed out yourself. Is it my fault? As soon as Yi Qing said this, Gao Qingyue became furious. Pointing at Yi Qing's nose, she angrily said, Yi Qing, you're still playing games with me now? What, are you going to tell me that the life elixir belongs to you, Yi Qing, and Myth Group also belongs to you, Yi Qing? Have some shame, will you? Let's talk about something practical, alright? Since you have no sincerity, then don't blame me. Yi Qing, however, looked at Gao Qingyue's expression as if she were an idiot. I believe I told you that Myth Group is mine, didn't I? It's just that you didn't believe it. Gao Qingyue, what I possess will only be far, far more than you can imagine. Leave now and keep your dignity, and you can still live otherwise. The more you know, the more you will regret living a life worse than death, understand? Yi Qing was stating a fact. Gao Qingyue, however, sneered, alright then, let me see how much you, Yi Qing, truly possess, and how you'll make me regret living a life worse than death. By then, I will definitely kneel and kowtow to apologize to you, begging for your forgiveness. We'll see if you have the ability to make that happen. Chapter 224, The Eastern Province Underground World is all the same. Apologizing on your knees is fine, but dreaming of my forgiveness is out of the question. Gao Qingyue, time and again, you've exhausted the last shred of sentiment between us. With that, Yi Qing directly left the room. Despite not sleeping all night, Yi Qing was still full of vigor. Having achieved minor mastery of the Azure Emperor longevity art, his physical constitution had been transformed significantly, to the point where it could only be described as a miracle. However, no matter how much his physical constitution changed and strengthened, his mind remained a human mind, and Yi Qing still experienced all the emotions a person should. Yi Qing did not return to Cloud Mist Villa, but instead went to the Wan family. Since returning to the village for ancestor worship was a matter close to his Yi father Yi mother's hearts, Yi Qing had no choice but to take it seriously. He should provide the dignity and respect that Yi father Yi mother deserved. Even if he held some resentment towards Yi father, he was still his father after all, and he had merely been deceived by others. When everything was revealed, Yi father would realize how wrong and outrageous his actions had been. Wan family head and Uncle Jiu received news of Yi Qing's arrival at the Wan family and immediately greeted him at the main entrance. Seeing Yi Qing alight from the car, looking a bit travel-worn, Wan family head quickly said, Mr. Yi, everything you instructed us to do earlier has been arranged and prepared. Is there anything else you need us to do? Your personal visit must mean it's an important matter. Yi Qing shook his head upon hearing this, saying, I'm a bit upset. I just returned from East Continent and don't want to go back to Cloud Mist Villa. I came here to rest for a bit and, by the way, discuss something. Upon hearing this, Wan family head and Uncle Jiu were immediately stunned. Returned from East Continent? They had just seen Yi Qing in Jiangcheng yesterday, so if he went to East Continent, it meant he traveled there overnight and returned overnight. What kind of matter would make Yi Qing travel so extensively, rushing back and forth? At this moment, because it was morning and the battle in the East Continent underground world had occurred at night, many messages had not yet spread. It was understandable that Wan family head and Uncle Jiu didn't know, but they would soon find out. Mr. Yi, you went to East Continent, did something happen? Yi Qing sat on the sofa, drank a cup of tea, and calmly said, something did happen. To be precise, I was in a bad mood and wanted to kill someone, so I went to East Continent to vent some negative emotions. And, Uncle Jiu, be prepared. I hope that when Tiger Tooth announces the change of ownership in the East Continent underground world and the news of Uncle Gong's defeat, you will be the first to stand up and support him, understand? Upon hearing this, Wan family head and Uncle Jiu immediately looked at each other in shock. They certainly believed in Yi Qing's abilities, but this news was simply too astonishing. Of course, they had also thought that Yi Qing would definitely win. There would be no surprises there, as Yi Qing's strength and influence were truly unfathomable. But this was too sudden. In one night, the East Province underground world had changed hands? Mr. Yi, you mean, Uncle Gong was defeated? And, in one night, he lost completely and left East Province? Yi Qing nodded and said calmly, there's no need to doubt the truth of this matter. I personally went to discuss it with Uncle Gong. The price for him to live was to cut off his left arm and then leave East Province, otherwise, he would only die. If the previous news was shocking enough, then the amount of information contained in these words now sent shivers down their spines. Mr. Yi, you said you personally took action, broke into Uncle Gong's lair? And made him cut off an arm and withdraw from East Province? This is too incredible. No, I'm not questioning you, I just feel that you are too amazing, truly too amazing. It was more than just amazing, it was absolutely incredible. Wan family head and Uncle Gong could barely imagine what the scene was like at that time. But it must have been extremely dangerous. That was Uncle Gong. A well-known big shot in the East Province underground world, famous for a long time, ruthless and cunning. Who would dare to underestimate him, having held his position for so many years? At this moment, both Wan family head and Uncle Jiu were practically prostrate before Yi Qing, filled with speechless admiration. They had bet correctly, and they had won. Uncle Joe was increasingly grateful that Yi Qing had finally woken him up, otherwise, his current fate would probably not be much better. Yi Qing waved his hand and said calmly, "There's no need for flattery, this small matter is not worth mentioning. Next, Tiger Tooth will quickly unify the East Province underground world. The strategy is to win over a group, suppress a group, and kill another group that doesn't obey." "Uncle Joe, you know what to do, don't you?" Uncle Joe immediately nodded heavily upon hearing this, saying, "Mr. Yi, don't worry, I will be the first to stand up and support Brother Tiger Tooth. No, I will draft a statement right now and notify everyone in the East Province underground world. Not only that, I will immediately contact the big shots I have good relations with and have them issue the same statement, making the correct choice. If they dare to disobey and cause trouble for Brother Tiger Tooth, then they are no longer my friends." Uncle Joe was still very pragmatic. Moreover, Yi Qing was currently sitting in their one family, they had the first mover advantage, and their relationship with Yi Qing could be described as very good, which was an advantage others did not possess. In this situation, let alone supporting Tiger Tooth's unification, even directly changing allegiance was not out of the question. Seeing Yi Qing nod, Uncle Joe immediately went out to do just that. At this point, one family head smiled and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Yi. From today on, you will be the sole big shot and magnate of the East Province underground world. Even if it's not yet, I think that day won't be far off." Yi Qing shook his head gently upon hearing this, saying, "I don't like to show my face. The specific matters will still be handled by Tiger Tooth, so this position of big shot is not mine, it's still Tiger Tooth's, do you understand?" One family head nodded and smiled, "I understand." What did it matter if Yi Qing didn't appear in person? Tiger Tooth followed Yi Qing. As long as Tiger Tooth didn't betray him, Yi Qing would be the one in charge of the East Province underground world. The big shot behind the big shot, the magnate behind the magnate. One family head looked deeply at Yi Qing's calm expression, feeling increasingly chills in his heart. Seemingly calm, but in reality, Yi Qing had probably already planned everything out in his mind. To turn clouds into rain with a flick of the hand was no exaggeration. Just then, one family head cautiously said, "Mr. Yi, the time you mentioned for the donation is almost here. It's easy to handle whether others cooperate or not, but regarding the Bai family, do you think we need to give them some leniency?" Chapter 225 Debt Collection. One family head knew a bit about the relationship between Bai Ruoro and Yi Qing, which was why he was somewhat troubled. Besides Bai Ruoro, one family head also found himself unable to make decisions regarding Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji. Yi Qing remained silent for a moment before gently shaking his head and saying, "Do what needs to be done, there's no need to ask me. The Bai family and I no longer have any relationship. Even if Bai Ruoro and I are still friends, I have no connection with Bai family head. Send people anyway. Most people's money is, more or less, ill-gotten. Donating it is an opportunity for them to accumulate good karma." With Yi Qing's words, one family head felt assured. He immediately nodded and said, "Then, I will arrange for people to visit them shortly. As for Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji, how do you think they should be handled?" Upon hearing this, Yi Qing frowned and said, "Handle them as they should be handled. If they don't appreciate the consideration given to them, then there's nothing more to say. Go do your work, I'll rest for a bit." Upon hearing this, one family head immediately left. Soon, the Bai family was visited by the people one family head had sent. "Bai family head, have your assets been accounted for clearly? When do you plan to make the donation?" One family head had sent a lawyer and two men in black. Bai family head stood in the living room, on the verge of tears. "Can you be accommodating? I beg you, please, okay? I can donate, but 2/3 of my fortune, that's asking for my life. If I really donate that much, I'm afraid I won't even have this house left. I beg you, please help me." Speak to one family head, speak to Mr. Yi, and ask them to be accommodating. Bai family head no longer had his previous arrogance at this moment, he pitifully began to beg for mercy. A good hand, played terribly, that probably describes their family. At this moment, Bai Weiwei gnashed her teeth and said, "Don't donate, just don't. Why should we do whatever you say? If you want us to donate, let Yi Qing come and tell us himself you are not qualified enough." The lawyer ignored them and instead took out a list of assets, calmly stating, according to our calculations, the Bai family's real estate, stocks, cash, and everything else combined are worth approximately 30 million. Of course, this doesn't include your jewelry, but let's just go by 30 million. You need to donate 20 million. Bai family head, tomorrow is the last day. If you do not donate the amount as required, then, I'm sorry, by then, it won't be me who comes knocking. After speaking, the lawyer left without even looking at them. Bai family head sat on the sofa, dispirited, his face a picture of misery. 10 million remained, which seemed like a lot, but in reality, that 10 million wasn't enough for them to even keep their house. It's over, everything is over. It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so deluded, how could I have offended Yi Qing so badly? If I hadn't offended Yi Qing, even if our Bai family hadn't risen, we wouldn't be living so miserably now. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Bai family had slapped himself repeatedly. Bai Weiwei watched heartbroken, choking back tears. Uncle, is there no other way? Yi Qing wants us to donate, do we really have to? This is too tyrannical. Why should we listen to them? Bai family head smiled bitterly and said, Weiwei, you are still young, you don't understand. Now, we simply have no choice. If we don't listen to them, not only will we lose the house, but our lives might also be in danger. Upon hearing this, Bai Weiwei said through gritted teeth, Yi Qing clearly owes my sister a life. If we just tell him this, he definitely wouldn't dare and wouldn't treat us like this, but sister insists on not telling. Upon hearing this, Bai family head's eyes immediately lit up. He said, tell me the details of the matter, explain it clearly. Bai Weiwei immediately told Bai family head what she knew. The more Bai family head listened, the brighter his eyes became when he heard that Gao Qingyue had gained Yi Qing's affection by relying on this life-saving grace. He gnashed his teeth in anger even more. Gao Qingyue, that scoundrel, she's not a person. It was she who ruined Ruo's good marriage these 2 times. It was also her interference that caused our relationship with Yi Qing to become increasingly tense. No, Yi Qing must know about this. This, perhaps, is our only way out. Having said that, Bai family head was about to leave. Bai Weiwei hesitated for a moment and said, Uncle, do we really have to? But, sister might be unhappy if she finds out. Upon hearing this, Bai family head huffed indignantly and said, what time is it now? Who cares if she's happy or not? Besides, she's just a foolish girl to have kept such a good thing secret for so long. It's one thing normally, but what time is it now? She should have clarified it long ago. If she doesn't say it, I will. In short, Yi Qing must know this truth. The kindness owed to our Bai family must be claimed. After speaking, Bai family head hastily left his house, got into his car, and drove away. At the same time, Lin Ji had just finished washing and dressing in her apartment and was about to go to the company when her doorbell also rang. It was also a lawyer and 2 men in black. Ms. Lin Ji, according to the previous list, you need to transfer 1 million in cash to the donation account by tomorrow at the latest. Please do not be late, or it will not look good. Lin Ji didn't expect these people to actually come looking for her. She immediately said angrily, I don't have money. Where am I supposed to find 1 million? You are just forcing donations, which is illegal. I'm telling you, I don't have money, and I won't donate. The lawyer chuckled and said, whether it's illegal or not is hard to say, but whether you donate or not is your business. However, if you don't donate, then you will have to bear the consequences. I am merely reminding you. The Wan family and Uncle Jiao, just bringing up one of their names was something Lin Ji, a person like her, couldn't contend with. Threats? That depended on who was threatening whom. Lin Ji looked at the lawyer, on the verge of collapse, and said, but where am I supposed to find 1 million? I don't have 1 million at all. You're forcing me to die. The lawyer smiled and shook his head. Looking at Lin Ji's house, he said softly, Ms. Lin Ji, we made our judgment after calculating all your assets. As long as you sell this house, then, everything will be enough. Impossible. I will absolutely not sell my house. This house was the result of Lin Ji's hard work and struggles over the years. How much effort had she put in to get this house, only to have to donate it? What a joke. You can kill me, beat me to death, but I will never sell this house. Chapter 226. Who was the benefactor back then? The house was her bottom line. Her life to sell her house would be worse than killing her directly. Moreover, she hadn't reached the final stage yet, she could still go find Yi Qing. What else can you do besides bully someone like me, who has no ability and no background? Why don't you go to Gao Qingyue? The lawyer smiled and shook his head, saying, "We'll go to everyone, Ms. Lin Ji, the notice has been delivered, whether or not it's enforced depends on your mood. Goodbye." With that, the lawyer left directly, showing no intention of discussing anything with her. Watching the lawyers retreating back, Lin Ji gritted her teeth and said, "You want my house? Impossible, Yi Qing, are you tormenting me in this way?" After speaking, Lin Ji angrily slammed the door shut and headed towards Qingyue Group. Meanwhile, at Gao Qingyue's home, only Gao Qingyue remained. The lawyer had also paid a visit. However, the result was naturally the door being slammed shut and him being driven out to get money from Gao Qingyue was a pipe dream. What's more, with Yi Qing currently under her control, what else mattered? Yi Qing did not participate in any of this, but without his nod, no one would have proactively sought them out. At this moment, Yi Qing was at the Wan family head's home, seeking peace and quiet, but Yi Qing himself knew that this peace wouldn't last long. Sure enough, soon, Wan family head hurried over and cautiously said, "Mr. Yi, Bai family head has arrived." Yi Qing was fishing by the pond. Hearing this, he said without turning his head, "I won't see him." One family head quickly interjected, "I know you don't want to see him, so I refused him." However, Bai family head seems very anxious and also said he has something important to tell you, saying that if you knew what he was going to say, you would definitely see him. What do you think? Yi Qing frowned slightly, then chuckled, saying, "That fickle villain, what could he possibly have to tell me? There's no need, let him go. He and I have nothing to say." One family head nodded upon hearing this, then personally went to handle the matter. Bai family head was anxiously waiting at the Wan family entrance. Upon seeing Wan family head come out, he quickly stepped forward and respectfully said, "Wan family head, how is it? Did Mr. Yi agree to see me?" Wan family head shook his head and said indifferently, "Mr. Yi said that he and you have nothing to say, you can leave." Leave? It was impossible to leave. If he left now, the Bai family would truly be ruined. "No, Wan family head, please help me persuade Mr. Yi again." "No, you just need to convey one sentence for me, just one sentence will do." Wan family head looked at Bai family head's pitiful expression and said in a deep voice, "What sentence? I'm telling you, I'll analyze it myself. If it's not important, I won't convey it." Bai family head quickly said, "It's very important, extremely important. Just tell Mr. Yi that the person who saved him back then made a mistake. He'll understand. He will definitely see me." Upon hearing that it concerned Yi Qing's past life-saving grace, One family head's expression immediately became serious. "Bai family head, is what you're saying true? This is not a joke." Bai family head, hearing this, immediately showed a bitter smile and said, "One family head, what time is it now? Do you think I have any reason or courage to lie about something like this?" One family head nodded. Bai family head indeed didn't have the courage to lie. "Alright, wait here, I'll go deliver the message." With that, One family head once again came to the pond, looked at Yi Qing, and cautiously said, "Mr. Yi, Bai family head said something he wants me to convey to you. I think it's quite important, so, what do you think?" Yi Qing chuckled, saying, "It seems he's unwilling to give up if he can't see me. Alright, what is it? Let me hear it." One family head quickly said, "He said that the person who saved you back then made a mistake." As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Qing's hand, which was waving the fishing rod, paused, then his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "It seems he really does have some secrets to tell me. Let him come over." One family head immediately went to bring Bai family head in. Soon, Bai family head came to Yi Qing's side looking at Yi Qing, who was calmly fishing. A fawning smile immediately appeared on Bai family head's face. "Mr. Yi, I hope I haven't disturbed your enjoyment, but I truly have no other choice. I can't go on. 2/3 of my family's assets are enough to make our whole family homeless. I'm old, so it doesn't matter much to me, but Ruo and Wei Wei are still young. Even if you don't consider me, please consider them. After all, you are friends." Yi Qing merely looked at Bai family head indifferently upon hearing this, saying, "Back then at the hotel entrance, you specifically stopped me and didn't treat me as Bai Ruoro's friend. You even told me to stay away from her." Bai family head, don't you think it's too redundant to say such things to me now? Upon hearing this, Bai family head immediately slapped himself. Mr. Yi, I was wrong, I was ungrateful, please don't be angry and give me another chance, alright? Yi Qing heard this and said indifferently, have you forgotten what you said at the hotel entrance back then? Bai family head gritted his teeth, looked at Yi Qing, took a deep breath, and then slowly knelt beside Yi Qing. Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with this? Yi Qing didn't even look at Bai family head, saying indifferently, speak, what did you mean by the message you just sent? Bai family head immediately said, Mr. Yi, do you still remember the car accident you had back then? It was that car accident that led you to meet Gao Qingyue, right? She said she saved you, correct? Yi Qing nodded and said in a deep voice, yes, that's correct. Bai family head immediately said angrily, no, you've been deceived, the person who saved you back then was not Gao Qingyue at all, she was impoverished at the time and saw that you had a nice car, thinking you had a lot of money, that's why she begged my daughter, Bai Ruoruo, to take possession of the life-saving grace that rightfully belonged to her. Her goal was to gain your gratitude and money, but she never imagined that in the end, you would actually get together with her. Because of this reason, at least, your relationship with Gao Qingyue and falling in love with Gao Qingyue has this reason of life-saving grace, right? In fact, from a phrase Bai Weiwei blurted out last time, Yi Qing pretty much knew that there might have been a mistake regarding the life-saving grace from back then. Actually, for all these years, Yi Qing had always been suspicious, he just hadn't gone to confirm it. Now, the truth of the matter was finally about to surface. So, the person who saved me was Bai Ruoruo? At this point, Bai family head's old eyes welled up with tears. Yes, it was Ruoruo. Do you think Ruoruo merely saved you without paying a price? No, that's not it. Ruoruo paid an extremely heavy price to save you back then, so much so that even now, she is still suffering because of saving you. Chapter 227. It was Ruoruo who saved you. Looking at the Wan family head, who was teary-eyed and seemingly heartbroken for his daughter, Yi Qing could tell at a glance that there was more performance than genuine emotion. However, Bai Ruoruo saving him was likely true. Sighing softly, Yi Qing whispered, so, the person who saved me back then was indeed Bai Ruoruo, and she paid a great price for it? What kind of price? The Bai family head dared not conceal anything and immediately said, it was burns, very severe burns. A large area of Ruoruo's back was burned, which is why she has been very self-conscious all these years, never wearing backless clothes, and not even daring to wear dresses much. Moreover, this wound occasionally aches, but the most crucial thing is that Ruoruo's distress cannot heal. She is a girl and loves beauty, but she has become like this. At this point, the Bai family head cried again, as if his heart ached for his daughter so much that he wished he could suffer in her place. Yi Qing could imagine the pain a girl would face after suffering burns, and even more so, the feeling of being engulfed by flames. Bai family head, why didn't Bai Ruoruo tell me about this? Over the years, she actually had countless opportunities to tell me the truth, including just recently. She could have. Upon hearing this, the Bai family head was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, Mr. Yi, Ruoruo has a gentle personality, but she is also a bit timid. She doesn't want to use kindness to seek repayment. Especially after she fell in love with you, she even less wanted to use this method to win your love, and in the end, when you fell in love with Gao Qingyue, she had even less reason to speak. Now, because of some misunderstandings, you don't like her, and she has even less intention of using this method to gain sympathy in her eyes. Saving you was something she did willingly, not something to be used to ask for anything else. Yi Qing nodded and said, indeed, Ruoruo has never been that kind of person, and she wouldn't do such a thing. So, I won't ask how you came today or how you found out. Go back and tell Ruoruo that I will heal her injuries. At this point, Yi Qing hesitated for a moment, took out a small bottle of greenish liquid from his pocket, and handed it to the Bai family head. The Bai family head looked at the small green bottle, his eyes immediately widened, and his expression became increasingly excited. Mr. Yi, this couldn't be the life elixir, could it? After seeing the real life elixir in the banquet hall, the Bai family head naturally couldn't forget it. It was still a small bottle, still a green liquid, and it came from Yi Qing's hand. The Bai family head couldn't help but think more deeply about it. Yi Qing nodded and said, this is the life elixir. Have Ruoruo drink it. Tell her that while it may not completely heal the scars on her back, it will definitely make her much better. As for the rest, once I find some time, I will help her with the treatment. I can guarantee that she will be restored to her original state. This is my, Yi Qing's, promise to her. Please tell her to rest assured. The truth of the matter was laid bare, and Yi Qing didn't even need to verify its authenticity in such circumstances. He couldn't remain indifferent to Bai Ruoruo's situation. At the very least, he had to heal the scars on Bai Ruoruo's back and restore her smooth and delicate skin. The Bai family head carefully took the life elixir, expressing his endless gratitude to Yi Qing, yet a greedy look appeared in his eyes. There was no other way. The life elixir he held, whether consumed by himself or sold, represented an unimaginable fortune. Yi Qing looked at the Bai family head and said indifferently, I said, this life elixir is for Bai Ruoruo, so, Bai family head, I think you know what to do, don't you? Upon hearing this, the Bai family head quickly came back to his senses and said anxiously, Mr. Yi, rest assured, I will protect this life elixir with my life and personally watch Ruoruo drink it. Yi Qing nodded, waved his hand, signaling that the Bai family head could leave. However, although the Bai family head understood Yi Qing's meaning, he still stood still, as if he had more to say. Is there anything else? The Bai family head smiled obsequiously and cautiously said, Mr. Yi, regarding the donation, what do you think? Could you be lenient? If our family truly donates according to that standard, we will truly be homeless. Mr. Yi, please, considering Ruoruo's deep affection and kindness towards you, forgive us this once and give us a chance, alright? With the words already spoken to this extent, Yi Qing naturally found it difficult to say much more. Everything, just consider it repayment to Bai Ruoruo. Sighing softly, Yi Qing looked at the Wan family head and said indifferently, Wan family head, the Bai family can be exempted. The Wan family head naturally dared not refuse and immediately nodded, saying, yes, Mr. Yi. Looking at the Bai family head, Yi Qing said coldly, Bai family head, I hope you will not do things that show contempt for others in the future. This time, your donation is waived, but you have also lost an opportunity to accumulate virtue and do good deeds. I hope you will conduct yourself well in the future, otherwise, even for Bai Ruoruo's sake, I will not let you off. At this moment, the Bai family head dared not say anything else. He only felt immensely surprised and delighted. After repeatedly expressing his thanks, he quickly left the Wan family under the escort of the Wan family head. After the Wan family head returned, he saw that Yi Qing's mood was somewhat fluctuating, and his fishing state was clearly off. Hesitating for a moment, the Wan family head cautiously said, Mr. Yi, is there anything you need us to do? Does the Bai family need any special care? Yi Qing shook his head upon hearing this and said, no need. What I owe Bai Ruoruo, I will repay. This has nothing to do with the Bai family head. Besides, haven't his donations already been reduced? Sighing softly, Yi Qing slowly stood up and said, to relax, I'm afraid I really have to wait until I've resolved everything before I can relax for a while. Wan family head, arrange a car to take me to the hospital. The Wan family head dared not ask further and immediately arranged a car to take Yi Qing to the hospital. At the hospital, Shirdahu had already regained consciousness, but the pain of his broken wrist made even anesthesia almost useless, causing him to writhe in agony. At this moment, even with Yi father and Yi mother by Shirdahu's side, Shirdahu couldn't control his temper and immediately burst into curses. Yi Qinglian, tell your brother that I will absolutely not let him off. I, Shirdahu, have never suffered such a loss all these years. This time, he dared to be so ruthless to me. I will definitely retaliate, definitely. Yi father's face turned somewhat grim at this moment, and his eyes showed even more worry. He was very angry at what Yi Qing had done, but after all, that was his own son. Most importantly, Shirdahu was not someone to be trifled with. He knew that very well. If Shirdahu were to truly harbor ill intentions towards Yi Qing, then Yi Qing would truly be miserable. Dahu, it's my fault as a father for not teaching my son properly. Don't be angry, don't be sad. I will definitely help you get your revenge, alright? I'll make this rebellious son kneel before you and apologize. How does that sound? Chapter 228 Beating. Yi mother, hearing this, gently tugged at Yi father. However, at this moment, Yi father was furious. He directly shook off Yi mother's pull and angrily said, what are you pulling me for? Look at what this rebellious son has done. It's simply outrageous. If we don't discipline him, he'll end up in trouble again sooner or later. A doting mother spoils her child. It's all your fault for indulging him. These words made Yi mother's eyes red, and she looked as if she was about to cry. Just then, Yi Qing slowly pushed the door open and walked in. Looking at you, father, he said in a deep voice, Dad, if you have any anger directed at me, don't take it out on my mom. Also, make me kneel and apologize to him? Is he worthy? Does he dare? At this point, Yi Qing took 2 steps forward and walked directly in front of Shirdahu, which startled Shirdahu, who immediately shouted loudly. Yi Qing, what do you want to do? This is a hospital. Do you still want to hit me? Fine, hit me. I dare you to hit me. Believe it or not, I'll call the police and have you arrested right now. After speaking, Shirdahu quickly took out his phone, about to dial the police. Yi Qinglian stepped forward, snatched the phone, and angrily said, Shirdahu, if you dare to call the police to arrest Yin Fatty, I'm not done with you. Shirdahu was immediately enraged when he saw Yi Qinglian acting like this. Yi Qinglian, I'm your man. I've been beaten like this by Yin Fatty, and you're still standing on his side? What do you want to do? You 2 siblings, don't go too far, or don't blame me, Shirdahu, for not showing you any face. At this moment, Yi Qinglian seemed determined to protect Yi Qing. She directly said in an angry voice, Shirdahu, I haven't bothered to argue with you about all the disgusting things you've done over the years. I want face, and my Yi father Yi mother want face too, but you've gotten worse. Do you think you're a good person? Fine. If you don't want Yin Fatty to have an easy time today, then no one will. Call the police. Go ahead and call. You want to bully Yin Fatty? Try to bully him. If I see Yin Fatty suffer even a little more harm, I will expose all those dirty things you've done. Shirdahu, I don't care about face anymore. I've gone all out. If you don't believe me, just try it. Yi Qinglian had never been so fierce with Shirdahu, but now, she seemed unable to hold back anymore. She was even standing up for Yi Qing because she knew best that Shirdahu was not a good person. If she didn't intimidate Shirdahu, Yi Qing would probably be in real danger. At this moment, Shirdahu was so angry he was practically insane. Yi Qinglian had always been a submissive little wife who could be bullied however he wanted, but now, she dared to challenge him and threaten him? Yi Qinglian, you barren hen, how dare you speak to me like that? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. As soon as these words came out, not only did Yi Qinglian's face turn incredibly pale, but Yi father Yi mother were also furious to the extreme. Yi Qinglian was their daughter, you don't hit someone's face. Before they could react, Yi Qing could no longer hold back. He stepped forward, grabbed Shirdahu's chin, his eyes almost spitting fire. Shirdahu, no one can save you. What I, Yi Qing, say, even the King of Heaven can't save you. As soon as he finished speaking, a heavy slap landed directly on Shirdahu's face, instantly swelling his face, and 2 teeth fell out of his mouth. And that was not all. Yi Qing, as if his reverse scale had been touched, was like a furious beast out of control. He directly forced open Shirdahu's mouth, then casually picked up a glass cup from the nearby table, and then, like that, he smashed it heavily into Shirdahu's mouth, repeatedly. Blood kept flowing, and Shirdahu's teeth were shattering one by one. But Yi Qing had no intention of stopping, even though Shirdahu had already fallen unconscious at this moment. Yi Qing still slammed him heavily, again and again. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he were possessed, as if he wouldn't be satisfied until he had beaten Shirdahu to death. This appearance of Yi Qing terrified everyone present. He was like a madman, making people shudder. It seemed that Shirdahu was about to take his last breath. At this moment, even the previously angry Yi Qinglian was frightened. However, without them needing to speak, the hospital doctors and nurses, hearing the commotion, came in. After entering, they were also startled and quickly went to pull Yi Qing away. Who are you? Stop it. You're going to kill the patient. Stop it. We're going to call security and the police. Yi Qing, hearing this, looked at the doctors and nurses with bloodshot eyes and angrily said, Get out. All of you get out, or I'll kill you. Yi Qing had never said he was a good person, especially when he was venting his anger. Anyone who dared to stop him was an enemy in his eyes. Only at this moment, Yi Qinglian also quickly pulled Yi Qing. Yi Qing, my good Daho, I know you're angry for your sister, but you're really going to beat him to death. It's not worth it, it's really not worth it. Stop it. Please, sister is begging you, okay? Yi Qing, stop it. At this moment, 2 lines of tears flowed down Yi Qinglian's face, not for Shirdahu, who was almost beaten to death by Yi Qing, but out of fear that Yi Qing would go to prison again because of today's incident. Yi Mother also couldn't care less at this point. She stepped forward, grabbed Yi Qing, and said, "Yi Qing, please stop. Even if your brother-in-law is wrong, you can't really beat him to death. Consider it your mother begging you, please stop." At this moment, Yi Qing's eyes slowly regained clarity. Looking at Shirdahu lying on the bed, his face covered in blood, almost unrecognizable, Yi Qing's eyes were wide, filled with blood, looking demonic, making anyone who saw him feel he still wanted to continue venting. "Shirdahu, I don't care if you can hear me now, but remember this, today is just the beginning. I will definitely kill you. No, I will definitely make your life worse than death. You wait, that day will come soon." After speaking, Yi Qing finally released his hand from Shirdahu's neck, but his body was still trembling. He hadn't been this angry in a very, very long time. Yi Qinglian directly hugged Yi Qing and burst into tears. "Yi Qing, what are you doing? You're too foolish. It's not worth it. It's really not worth it. If he calls the police, what will you do? Go, Yi Qing, hurry and go. I'll explain to them. I'll persuade Shirdahu not to call the police. You hurry and leave." At this moment, Yi Father angrily punched the wall and shouted, "Go where? What do you mean, go? If you dare to hit someone, you have to pay the price. Yi Qing, you've grown bold. If no one stopped you, would you dare to kill someone now? You rebellious son, can't you just give people a little peace of mind?" Upon hearing Yi Father still scolding him at this moment, and still speaking up for Shirdahu, Yi Qing could no longer control himself. Chapter 229. Father and son break up. "Father, in your eyes, am I, your son, really so disgraceful and deserving of death? Yes, I went to prison, and I embarrassed you, but even if I have a million flaws, what about my brother and my sister? What did they do wrong? Honest, trustworthy, filial, even submissive, they possess everything you ever wanted, but did you ever consider if they were living well? Did you ever think if they were being wronged?" At this moment, Yi Qing's mind was filled with the information from the archives, detailing how his older brother and sister had been wronged and suffered endlessly. And the cause of all these consequences, was it truly without Yi Father's responsibility? Watching Yi Father point at him, furious, Yi Qing roared, "I don't want to make you angry, old man. I even planned to endure it again and again, but now, I don't want to endure it anymore. I considered how to find a more suitable opportunity for you to accept it while suffering less harm, but now, I think it's necessary for you to know the truth, to know how ridiculously wrong you were. Shirdahu deserves to die. And that cheap sister-in-law I've never met, Sun Taohua, she deserves to die too. You wait, I'll let you know, soon, very soon." Yi Father was furious. Speaking of Shirdahu was one thing, but now he wasn't even sparing his sister-in-law. What was he trying to do? "You rebellious son, what do you want to do? What exactly do you want to do? Shirdahu treated you badly and bullied you, and you hold a grudge against him, which I can still understand, but your sister-in-law, you haven't even met her. Where does all this hostility come from? You are simply a scoundrel. Do you have to break up this family to be happy?" Yi Qing heard this and said coldly, "Just because I haven't met her, does that mean I can't know the truth? You see them every day, but have you ever stood up for my brother, my sister? You always tell them to endure, but why should they endure? The ones who made mistakes clearly weren't them. Father, mother, even if your son is unfilial, this time, I will let you see the truth of the matter. By then, you will know who is truly wrong." After speaking, Yi Qing pushed the door open and was about to leave. Before leaving, Yi Qing looked at Yi Father and said coldly, "Don't expect me to live in Gao Qingyue's house, and even less, don't expect me to reconcile with Gao Qingyue. You won't believe it even if I tell you, but the real victim is me, Yi Qing. But it doesn't matter, I will let you know. I will return for the family ancestral worship. At that time, everything will be revealed." After speaking, Yi Qing turned and left directly. Yi Father, furious, trembled as he pointed at Yi Qing's retreating figure and roared, "You scoundrel, you still want to go to the family ancestral worship? What do you want to do there? You are not allowed to go. I will pretend I don't have a son like you, you rebellious son." Yi Qing paused, not turning his head, and said coldly, I am definitely going to the ancestral worship. If by then, you still think it's best not to have me as a son, then I will hire a good lawyer, draft a statement of disownment, and sign your name from then on. You and I will no longer be father and son. After speaking, Yi Qing resumed his steps, walking away resolutely. He was truly angry. Just as Yi Qing reached downstairs, he saw Gao Qingyue approaching with many bags of nutritional supplements. A cold smile immediately appeared on Yi Qing's lips. Playing the whole part, is that it? Gao Qingyue, you don't need to act anymore. I've already made it clear to my parents I will absolutely not be with you. There's deep hatred between us. If you want your future to be slightly better, I advise you to leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for not warning you. Gao Qingyue frowned slightly upon hearing this, looked at Yi Qing, and said coldly, Yi Qing, what? You can't keep up the act now that it's just begun? It's not impossible for me to stop acting. You know my conditions, agree to them, and there will be no problems. However, before that, resolve the matter of the one family demanding donations. Otherwise, I'll tell your parents how you bullied me and how you're involved with people from the underground world. Don't forget, your parents are still counting on my Qingyue group to give them face during the ancestral worship. If you ruin my Qingyue group, your parents will be the ones who suffer the most, not me. Yi Qing heard this, paused for a moment, then chuckled, Gao Qingyue, actually, I admire you, you know? There are clearly several forks in a road, yet you always manage to choose the dead end every single time. No one else has that kind of skill. The one family won't bother you anymore, because that would indeed be too easy on you. You will watch with your own eyes how everything you currently possess is lost. Gao Qingyue, cherish your last good times. After these few days, your future will likely be very miserable, very miserable. After speaking, Yi Qing left directly, not wanting to bother with Gao Qingyue at all. Gao Qingyue, watching Yi Qing's retreating figure, sneered, Yi Qing, do you think having the one family can deal with me? I've told you more than once, you underestimate me too much. However, I do want to see what confidence you have to speak such arrogant words. I, Gao Qingyue, am waiting for you to deal with me. After speaking, Gao Qingyue also turned and entered the hospital. With the one family no longer pursuing the debt, she felt half the problem was solved, and her mood was indeed quite good. Moreover, Shurdaha having his wrist broken was not a bad thing in her eyes, rather, it was quite satisfying, as Shurdaha's gaze towards her disgusted her. If it weren't for the act, she would have wished to find someone to deal with Shurdaha herself. However, as soon as she entered the ward, Gao Qingyue saw Yi father, Yi mother, and Yi Qinglian, all looking solemn and silent, while a crowd of doctors and nurses filled the room. Father, mother, what happened? It's just a broken wrist, isn't it? It won't be fatal, will it? At this time, Gao Qingyue still didn't know what had happened. However, Yi father glanced at Gao Qingyue, sighed, and said, Qingyue, you're here, please go out for a moment. This isn't a pretty sight. Not a pretty sight? This sentence only piqued Gao Qingyue's curiosity further. Immediately, Gao Qingyue stretched her head to take a look, and that glance almost made her vomit. It made Gao Qingyue's body tremble uncontrollably. It was too gruesome, truly too gruesome. His face was almost unrecognizable, his mouth had hardly any teeth left, and there was blood everywhere. Miserable, a sight too horrible to behold. What happened? At this point, Gao Qingyue suddenly remembered that when she had just seen Yi Qing, there was blood on his hands. Connecting that with Yi Qing's previous ruthlessness, a strange chill suddenly ran through Gao Qingyue. This couldn't have been done by Yi Qing, could it? Chapter 230. Returning to the village to worship the ancestors. Yi father's expression turned grim. Qingyue, don't be afraid. This rebellious son would never dare to do such a thing to you. Yi father was furious with Yi Qing, but he still wanted to salvage Yi Qing's image in front of Gao Qingyue, fearing that he might scare Gao Qingyue away. Gao Qingyue took a deep breath, looked at Yi father, Yi mother, and said, Dad, Mom, don't worry, I understand. Yi Qing just got out. He's been in prison for 3 years, so it's normal for him to have some uncontrolled emotions. I won't be scared. Instead, is there any problem with brother-in-law's side? At the mention of this, Yi father, Yi mother's expressions were not good. Based on their understanding of Shurdaha, it was unlikely that this matter would end peacefully. Calling the police was not impossible. Gao Qingyue spoke directly, how about this, Dad, Mom, when brother-in-law wakes up, tell him that I can satisfy any compensation he wants, as long as he doesn't call the police everything is negotiable. I think brother-in-law will be reasonable. Upon hearing this, ye father ye mother were immediately deeply moved. Ye mother even held Gao Qingyue's hand, tears streaming down her face. Ye father said angrily, with such a good daughter-in-law, Yi Qing is simply blind. He even dared to threaten me, telling me to see the truth of the matter. If Qingyue truly didn't care about him, would she go to such lengths for him? An ordinary person who came out of prison, if it were someone else, they would have probably run away long ago. But what about Qingyue? Not only has she remained loyal to Yi Qing, but she's even better. That ungrateful scoundrel, he will definitely regret it. The better Gao Qingyue behaved now, the more Yi father felt that Yi Qing had a problem. If he didn't have a problem, would he reject such a good daughter-in-law and instead criticize her? He didn't think Gao Qingyue was acting, because in his opinion, they had nothing worth Gao Qingyue's attention. On the contrary, the wealth Gao Qingyue possessed was what many people coveted. Gao Qingyue looked at Yi father Yi mother and chuckled, Dad, Mom, stop scolding Yi Qing, he's just not thinking straight for a while, thinking everyone is trying to harm him. It's okay, he'll understand slowly, no rush, let him figure it out gradually. Oh, right, Dad, Mom, sister, you don't have to stay here all the time, I'll hire a good caregiver, don't worry, brother-in-law will be mostly recovered in a few days, so it won't delay the ancestor worship. At this moment, Yi mother looked at Qingyue, hesitated for a moment, and said, Qingyue, we know you mean well and are good to Yi Qing, but there's something we still need to tell you. Yi Qing had a conflict with your father, so he probably won't show up these few days, but Yi Qing said he would be back for the ancestor worship, don't mind it. Remember our 101 Kenshokum. Gao Qingyue's eyes dimmed slightly upon hearing this, and she said, perhaps Yi Qing doesn't want to be with me and is avoiding me, but it's okay, Dad, Mom, don't worry, I won't be angry. I believe that one day, Yi Qing will understand my feelings. If Yi Qing were here at this moment, he would probably just sneer. Gao Qingyue's acting was getting better and better. At this moment, Yi Qing had already taken a car back to Cloud Mist Villa. He didn't plan to leave here for the next few days. He did want to go and spend time with his parents, but obviously, until they truly saw some people for who they were, his presence would only cause his parents more pain, so it was better not to go. And within these few short days, the news of the East Continent underground world changing hands spread throughout East Province, and even to neighboring provinces. Tiger Tooth, with an almost absolute dominant posture, ascended to the position of the #1 person in the East Province underground world, and furthermore, declared his intention to unify the East Province underground world. For this, some people were worried, some were indifferent, and some were happy. Time, just like that, passed peacefully for a few days, until the Yi family's ancestor worship began. In Gao Qingyue's villa. Yi father Yi mother, Yi Qinglian, and even Shi Dahu appeared. However, although he looked much better, he still appeared somewhat miserable. Dad, Mom, the car is ready, we can leave any time. Only, should we wait a little longer for Yi Qing? Today is the Yi family's ancestor worship, he said he would come back, I think he will come. Early in the morning, Gao Qingyue had prepared everything, truly treating the Yi family's ancestor worship as an important event. Yi father said in a deep voice, no need to wait for him, it's best if he doesn't come. If he comes, he'll only make a fool of himself. Let's go, don't miss the auspicious time. Gao Qingyue didn't say much upon hearing this, nodded, and said, okay, then let's leave now. And at this moment, Yi Qing was already in Red Eyes' car, heading towards Qingshui village. Since he said he would attend the Yi family's ancestor worship, he would certainly not be absent. Moreover, for Yi Qing, today's ancestor worship was also about clearing the family. Red Eyes, you didn't make things difficult for Tiger Tooth in East Continent, did you? Red Eye smiled slightly upon hearing this, and said, Mr. Yi, why would I make things difficult for Tiger Tooth? These past few days, I've helped him a lot. The fact that he was able to quickly annex several surrounding cities in East Continent was all thanks to my efforts. If he were to complain to you about that, there would truly be no justice. Red Eyes was telling the truth. Without the help of Red Eyes and his subordinates, Tiger Tooth would have trouble stabilizing East Continent right now, let alone expanding everywhere. Yi Qing nodded and said, inform Tiger Tooth to be careful. Although Uncle Gong has been driven away, I have a feeling that he won't be content at that time, he might make a comeback. Red Eyes nodded and chuckled, actually, why bother with all this effort? One word from Mr. Yi, and I'll just kill him directly, and then there wouldn't be so many problems. Yi Qing shook his head gently and said, since I spared his life back then, I didn't plan to go back on my word afterwards. What's more, I also want to see his trump card perhaps. This will also become the best reason for us to break out of East Province and advance to other places. Having a just cause is something to consider sometimes. Red Eyes didn't refute anything. And Yi Qing chuckled, you, Red Eyes, have made a name for yourself in East Province. Now someone calls you the Red Phantom, right? Red Eyes frowned immediately upon hearing this title and said, I don't like that name, but whatever they want as long as they don't call me that to my face, it's fine. After speaking, Red Eyes handed over a file bag and said, Mr. Yi, this is the information and investigation data of the people who returned to the village from other provinces for ancestor worship this time. According to the data, the person who came is indeed your elder. Of course, they are not easy to deal with either, especially their eldest son and grandson, Yi Mingxin, who is known as Young Master Yi, is a person who hides a knife in his smile, and his methods are said to be quite formidable. Yi Qing took out the documents from the file bag and looked at them, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and said, it doesn't matter who it is, the most important thing is that they don't interfere with what I'm doing today, that's all. Chapter 231 Brothers Meet. Let's go to Yen Fatty's eldest brother's house first. Mentioning Yen Fatty's eldest brother, Yishan, Yi Qing couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, the car had already arrived at Qingshui village. Because Qingshui village had developed well over the years, and the car Yi Qing was driving wasn't particularly luxurious, it didn't attract much attention from the crowd. Meanwhile, at Yishan's home, Sen Taohua had woken up early, dressed herself up in a flamboyant manner, adorned with gold and silver, making it seem as if it were her wedding day. Yishan, on the other hand, was dressed in simple black clothes. Wife, today is ancestor worship, won't wearing this be a bit inappropriate? Yishan spoke cautiously, afraid of displeasing Sen Taohua. However, Sen Taohua never seemed to have a good expression for Yishan. What do you know? What's wrong with ancestor worship? It's ancestor worship, not a funeral. Why can't I dress nicely? Today, all the important people from the village and businesses will be here, not to mention some big figures from out of town. If I dress better, isn't it also so I don't embarrass you? Upon hearing this, Yishan gave a bitter smile and said no more. Then, are your parents and Yen Fatty also coming? Do you want me to pick them up? The Yi family's ancestor worship actually had nothing to do with Sun Taohua's family, but since there were many important figures coming, what if there was a good opportunity to make some more money? Sun Taohua would not miss such a chance. Even if there were no benefits, just coming for a meal and meeting more people was something to brag about. Pick them up? What are you picking up? You good for nothing, look at the grand spectacle when others return to the village for ancestor worship and you? You almost didn't even qualify for ancestor worship. It's embarrassing to even mention it. I'm telling you, don't talk to me later, I'm afraid people will laugh at me. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in Yishan's eyes. He clenched his fists, then released them. However, this scene was perfectly witnessed by Sen Taohua, who immediately put her hands on her hips and started scolding like a shrew. What? Did I say something wrong? You good for nothing, what are you clenching your fists for? Do you want to hit me or something? Come, hit me. Let everyone in the village see how you, Yishan, hit your wife. Hurry up and hit me. It's best if you beat me to death, and kill the child in my belly too. Yishan sighed, shaking his head helplessly. Wife, stop making trouble, okay? Sun Taohua glared, then stepped forward and grabbed Yishan's face, immediately leaving several bloody marks. You useless good for nothing, who are you saying is making trouble? I married you, this good for nothing, and I haven't said anything, yet you dare to dislike me for this and that? I'm telling you, if you provoke me again, I'll abort the child, and then we'll divorce. Just as Yishan was about to say something, he heard a long unheard voice, speaking with extreme coldness. Good. Hurry up and abort it, then get lost. As he spoke, Yi Qing walked in with a grim expression. Sun Taohua was immediately enraged to hear someone dare to say such a thing. Upon seeing that it was Yi Qing, a person she didn't recognize, her anger intensified. Who are you? What does our family business have to do with you? Who let you in? Get out. Because Sun Taohua had married after Yi Qing went to prison, she didn't recognize Yi Qing at all even if she had seen photos, she hadn't remembered them, and besides, the current Yi Qing was qualitatively different from the Yi Qing of 3 years ago. But Yishan recognized his Yin fatty at a glance. A look of surprise immediately appeared on his face, and he quickly stepped forward, saying, Yi Qing, you're back. Quick, come in and sit. After speaking, Yishan directly took Yi Qing's hand and examined him up and down, truly heartbroken. Yi Qing, you've gotten thinner, you must have suffered a lot, but it's okay, it's good that you're back. From now on, let's live properly, and everything will get better. Yi Qing showed a sincere smile and said, Yin Fatty's eldest brother, I'm fine. It's you, though, you've aged quite a bit. Yishan was only a few years older than Yi Qing, in his early 30s, but now he looked like a man in his 40s. If someone said Yishan was doing well, Yi Qing would be the first to disbelieve it. Moreover, the bloody marks on Yishan's face were still fresh. Yishan gave a dry laugh and said, Yin Fatty's eldest brother is getting old, so it's normal to look aged. Don't talk here, let's go inside. Just then, Sun Taohua stood at the living room door, hands on her hips, and said coldly, Go inside? What inside? I thought it was someone important, daring to come to my house looking for trouble. Turns out it's my criminal brother-in-law who went to prison. What? Did going to prison turn you into a bully, so you want to come to my house and rule the roost too? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. And you, Yishan, you useless good for nothing, he just told me to abort the child and get lost, didn't you hear him? And now you're still so polite to him, you spineless good for nothing. Do you want to infuriate me to death? Seeing Sun Taohua's behavior, Yishan's face immediately became a bit grim. Taking a deep breath, Yishan said in a deep voice, Wife, my Yin Fatty just stood up for me. He didn't mean any harm. Don't go too far. What's more, you already know he's my Yin Fatty, and you're still talking like this. What do you want to do? Sun Taohua sneered upon hearing this. What about your Yin Fatty? What does your Yin Fatty have to do with me? He's not my Yin Fatty. Tell him to apologize to me, otherwise, tell him to get out. You cherish your criminal Yin Fatty, but I don't. Just as Yishan was about to say something more, Yi Qing gently shook his head and smiled. Yin Fatty's eldest brother, my sister-in-law's temper is really not good, so it seems my guess was correct. You haven't been doing too well these past few years. Yin Fatty's eldest brother, do you trust me? Yi Qing looked into Yishan's eyes and spoke seriously. Yishan didn't even hesitate, directly nodding and saying, What kind of joke is that? You're my biological Yin Fatty. If I don't trust you, who will I trust? Yi Qing laughed heartily, directly hugged Yishan, and said, Good, Yin Fatty's eldest brother, since you trust me, then leave everything to me. Don't worry, I will definitely get justice for all the grievances you've suffered these past few years. After speaking, Yi Qing stepped forward, looking coldly at Sun Taohua, and said, I am now giving you one chance. Remember, you only have one chance, the only one. Immediately kneel down, kowtow and apologize to Yin Fatty's eldest brother, and confess everything you've done these past years. Then I will let you leave alive. Otherwise, I guarantee, even if you want to die, it will be very, very difficult. Not just you, but your family, everyone who deserves to pay the price, not one less, will all pay the price they deserve. Now, you choose. Chapter 232 Sister-in-law? She doesn't deserve it. Sun Taohua was absolutely furious at this moment. What do I choose? I choose for you to die. What are you, a criminal, daring to threaten me? Is this how you treat your sister-in-law? After speaking, Sun Taohua looked at Yishan and roared, Yishan, are you just going to stand there and watch Yin Fatty bully me? Are you not going to do anything? Am I still your wife or not? Do you want to infuriate me to death, killing both of us? Fine, then I'll just beat this child to death right now. With that, Sun Taohua started punching her own stomach wildly, as if she truly didn't care about the child's life or death. But Yishan panicked, quickly stepping forward and embracing Sun Taohua, saying, What are you doing? No matter how angry you are, you can't harm the child in your belly. Yin Fatty just got back, he didn't mean it, don't be angry anymore. After speaking, Yishan gave Yi Qing a look, signaling Yi Qing not to add fuel to the fire and to speak more politely to Sun Taohua. Yi Qing, with his eyes slightly narrowed, looked at Sun Taohua, who was acting like a shrew, and calmly said, If you really want to abort the child in your belly, then do it, I don't mind. What he said made even Yishan feel it was a bit too much. Yi Qing, what are you doing? Sun Taohua was even more enraged, shouting, Yishan, did you see that? This is your own brother. He doesn't care about you, his eldest brother, and he doesn't even care about the Yi family's bloodline. Fine, you want me to abort the child, right? You want to inherit the Yi family's property, don't you? Alright, then I'll grant your wish. Yishan, if you don't severely punish this good-for-nothing today, I'll make sure you have no children. At this moment, Yi Qing showed a cold smile, pulled over a chair from the side, sat opposite Sun Taohua, and quietly said, Yi family, is there any family property to speak of? After speaking, Yi Qing looked around. The house was built in a decent, two-story style, neither too grand nor too humble in this village. Even building your small building put Yin Fatty's eldest brother and my parents in over 300,000 in debt, didn't it? Does the Yi family have any property? But you certainly don't lack money to spend. In the few years you've been married to Yin Fatty's eldest brother, your parents built a new house, probably a 3-story villa, and bought a new car, and also bought a new house in the county town. Isn't it strange? Before you married Yin Fatty's eldest brother, your family was penniless. After you married Yin Fatty's eldest brother, our family became penniless, and your family suddenly became rich. Please tell me, sister-in-law, why is that? As soon as these words came out, Sun Taohua's body trembled. She hadn't expected Yi Qing to know so much. Immediately, she glared fiercely at Yishan, saying, Yishan, you tell outsiders everything, don't you? My parents have money, my brother has money, that's what they earn themselves. You, this good-for-nothing, can't earn money, is that my fault? Updates are not easy. Remember to share 101 Kenshukam. Marrying you, living this hard life, you don't feel ashamed, but I do now. What? Are you suspecting me of stealing your family's money? Yishan, speak from your conscience. Does your family have money? I would like to steal, but can I? You tell Yin Fatty, make it clear to him, otherwise, I'll die right here for you to see. Yishan took a deep breath, looked at Yi Qing, and forced a dry laugh, saying, Yi Qing, don't say anymore. It's Yin Fatty's eldest brother's incompetence getting married and building a house, and still making our parents burdened with debt. You just blame Yin Fatty's eldest brother. Looking at the helplessness and pain in Yishan's eyes, Yi Qing truly felt a pang of heartache for his honest and good-natured elder brother. His kindness was truly genuine. Eldest brother, I can't say much more, but I want to ask you one thing. Is this the life you want? I know you once said dreams, but now, are your dreams still there? For a woman like this, do you really need to give everything and endure everything for her? Yishan shook his head and said, Yi Qing, there are some things you don't know. Your sister-in-law saved our family. If she hadn't saved our mother back then, our mother's situation now would be unknown. Just for that, I must love her, protect her, and you too. Don't say anything more. It's all just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Yi Qing smiled. Saving someone was the real misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. If it wasn't a premeditated act, Yi Qing himself would slap his own face. However, all the truth, even witnesses and evidence, had been found by Yi Qing, and they would be brought soon. Yi Qing sighed softly, looked at Yishan, and said, Eldest brother, I'll just ask you one thing. If you find out that from beginning to end, this woman has been deceiving you, and even the child in her belly isn't yours, and she has harmed our entire family, what will you do? Upon hearing this, Yishan's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness, and he angrily said, If it's really as you say, I will kill her with my own hands. As soon as these words left his mouth, Sun Taohua immediately became enraged and started punching and kicking Yishan. Who are you going to kill? Tell me, who are you going to kill? At this moment, Yi Qing said in a deep voice, Sun Taohua, I already gave you a chance just now. From now on, you won't have any more chances. After speaking, Yi Qing checked the time and said, Eldest brother, Mom and Dad will be back soon. I think they don't want to see me for now, so I'll leave first. You here, think carefully about what I said today, everything will be revealed. Yi Qing turned and left directly. And Yishan, for some reason, suddenly hesitated, caught up with Yi Qing, and whispered, Yi Qing, I don't know what you know, but what exactly do you want to do? Can you tell me? Yi Qing's lips curved into a slight smile, and he said, Eldest brother, I actually don't want to do anything, but some people have gone too far, so I will reclaim everything that belongs to our family. At the same time, I will make everyone who bullied our family pay the price they deserve. Eldest brother, Sen Tao Hua will not have a good ending. I hope you are prepared and don't be sad, she deserves to die. As soon as these words came out, Yi Shan's body trembled slightly. Then, he returned to normal. I understand, Yi Qing, do what you need to do, don't consider our feelings, I trust you, you won't harm me. This was his true elder brother. Unconditionally trusting him, even if the final outcome would be painful. However, this also proved Yi Qing's guess. Yi Shan was honest, good-natured, and kind, but he wasn't foolish. Some things, perhaps, Yi Shan had already suspected in his heart, but he just lacked evidence. Chapter 233, Entering the Village. After leaving Yin Fatty's eldest brother's home, Yi Qing began to wander around the village. Having not returned for many years, the changes in the village were truly significant. However, perhaps the biggest change was in people's hearts. Red Eyes, seeing that Mr. Yi's expression was not good, whispered, Mr. Yi, you were almost unable to hold back just now, why didn't you just denounce Sen Tao Hua's crimes? Yi Qing sighed upon hearing this and said, it will ultimately hurt Yin Fatty's eldest brother, however, what needs to be done still has to be done, but let's do it all at once later, that way, Yi father Yi mother won't suffer secondary harm because of Yin Fatty's eldest brother. Just then, someone seemed to recognize Yi Qing. Wait, are you, Yi Chang? Little Qingzi from the Yi family, why are you back? Weren't you in prison? A middle-aged woman seemed to have seen something strange, exclaiming in surprise. Yi Qing's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, and he chuckled, I wasn't sentenced to life imprisonment when the time came, I was naturally released. The middle-aged woman then seemed to realize she had said something wrong and said with a smile, it's good to be out of prison after you're out, be an honest person and don't think about any crooked ways anymore. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, saying no more. But he knew very well that soon, the news of his release from prison and return to Qingshui village would spread throughout the entire village. As for what others would say, that was hard to tell. Red Eyes glanced at the woman's back and said in a deep voice, this person's eyes are a bit shifty, besides that, there's also a hint of condescension, I'm really curious what gives her the right. Yi Qing, however, was used to it. He pointed at the surrounding houses and chuckled, there's nothing to be surprised about, people are sometimes just like this. When they are not as good as others, or even when it can bring them benefits, they will flatter and fawn, but once something happens, and they are living a little better, then naturally, they will have a sense of superiority. Qingshui village was still very dilapidated 3 years ago, but now, almost everyone has built new houses. This is their confidence. There was another thing Yi Qing didn't say, which was that when others were doing better and better, Yi Qing's family, who had spent money and set up Yi Qing, allowing everyone to live well, had stagnated, or even were worse off than before. That was what made people look down on them. Soon, Yi Qing turned to the large public square in the village. The decorations here were extremely grand, with all sorts of flowers and balloons, and even a red carpet laid out from the village entrance to here. Yi Qing had already heard that all the prominent figures in the village had gone to the village entrance to personally welcome the important people coming to worship their ancestors. The specifications were exceptionally high. Yi Qing casually found a seat and waited quietly. At this moment, a long convoy of cars was heading towards Qingshui village. Seated in the luxurious commercial vehicle was the important figure of the Yi family returning to Qingshui village for ancestral worship, Mr. Yi, who was related to Yi Qing. Accompanying Mr. Yi was not a direct descendant of the second generation, but rather the eldest son and grandson of the third generation, Yi Mingxin, young Master Yi. Grandpa, many of our partners from East Province have come along to worship our ancestors. Qingshui village has also been arranged properly. You've returned to your hometown in glory, so why do you seem a bit unhappy? Mr. Yi's hair was gray, and he looked dignified without being angry. He sighed softly and said, Mingxin, fallen leaves return to their roots, but I feel timid returning to my hometown. I wonder how many of the people I once knew are still alive, but, Yi father Yi mother are no longer here, so no matter how well I do, who am I showing it to? Mr. Yi's voice was full of melancholy, and this kind of melancholy is actually felt by many people. Returning home in glory, wanting to bring honor to Yi father Yi mother and give them face and dignity, but unfortunately, Yi father Yi mother are no longer here. This is an absolute regret. Young Master Yi heard this and whispered, the spirits of the old master and them in heaven will surely be very comforted if they see this scene. Grandpa, we've arrived at the village entrance. The people welcoming us are all there. Should I go and deal with them first, and you can stay in the car? Mr. Yi heard this and shook his head, saying, No need, I'll go down myself. As he spoke, the car had stopped, and Mr. Yi, supported by young Master Yi, got out of the car. After Mr. Yi got out of the car, all the important figures gathered around, incessantly asking after Mr. Yi's well-being and praising young Master Yi, their fawning expressions clearly written on their faces. At this time, in a commercial vehicle nearby, the people watching all this included Yi father, Yi mother, and Qingyue. They had actually arrived, but Yi father insisted on not entering the village first, precisely because he was afraid of embarrassment knowing that these people were welcoming someone else. If they drove their car in, it would be strange if it wasn't awkward. A trace of envy flashed in Yi father's eyes, and he said softly, That must be third uncle. I can't even recognize him. He's returned home in glory. All the important figures from the entire village and the enterprise have come to welcome him. That's really good. Qingyue heard this and smiled, saying, Dad, don't worry. Although we can't compare to them, we can still enjoy VIP treatment during the ancestral worship today. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I won't let you lose face. Qingyue was confident about this. After all, she had made some preparations for this ancestral worship at that time. She would not only donate money and goods but also invite many partners to Qingshui village. Each of them was a business owner whom Qingshui village might not even be able to find for cooperation on a normal day. So, based on these alone, even if Qingyue couldn't compare to the other party, she wouldn't be too far behind. Yi father smiled and nodded, saying, Qingyue, you've put in a lot of effort. At this point, Yi father's expression became somewhat unpleasant, and he said, It's just a pity that my good-for-nothing son doesn't have this blessing. For such a good girl like you to be wronged, it's simply outrageous. Qingyue heard this and shook her head, saying, Dad, don't be angry. Yi Qing is just temporarily confused and misunderstood me. He will definitely understand that I am sincere towards him. They've entered the village. Let's enter too. As she spoke, Mr. Yi did not return to the car but walked into the village, surrounded by people like stars around the moon. Yi father heard this and nodded, saying, Okay, let's enter the village too. However, let's not take the car. Let's walk in. Qingyue naturally did not refuse. She immediately opened the car door and, leading Yi father, Yi mother, as well as Yi Qinglian and their group, followed behind the crowd, walking towards the village. However, along the way, Yi father's expression was not very good, because he had already heard that Yi Qing had returned. Chapter 234. A generous and generous move. That unfilial son, how dare he come back? Is he here to humiliate me? Yi father was furious, feeling that Yi Qing was just there to cause trouble. Yi mother quickly tried to persuade him, saying, It's such a big event, ancestral worship. Wouldn't you be unhappy if our child didn't come back? Yi father snorted coldly upon hearing this, saying, If he is willing to apologize to Qingyue and to her brother-in-law, I will forgive him. Let's go, first to Yi Shan's house, then we'll all go to the square. Soon, Yi father and the others arrived at Yi Shan's doorstep. However, before they even entered, they heard Yi Shan's wife roaring. Yi father's face immediately fell. Was there no one who could give him peace of mind? After entering, Yi father said in a deep voice, What are you two making a fuss about? Don't you know what day it is today? Do you have to make everyone laugh at our family to be happy? As soon as Yi Shan saw that Yi father and the others had arrived, he immediately ran out to greet them. And the arrogant expression on Sun Tao's face also disappeared, but she walked to Yi father, Yi mother with a wronged look and began to cry. Father, mother, you've come at just the right time. It's not that we want to make a fuss, but Yi Qing is simply too much of a bully. And Yi Shan, that good for nothing, he just stood there and watched Yi Qing bully me, not even letting out a fart. You tell me, how can I not feel wronged? Upon hearing that it was related to Yi Qing, Yi father's anger immediately flared up. You scoundrel, what exactly does this Yi Qing want to do? Taohua, tell me, how did Yi Qing bully you? Sun Taohua then exaggeratedly recounted how Yi Qing had cursed her, even bringing up words like aborting the child in her belly. This truly infuriated Yi father. This was the eldest grandson of the Yi family, he cherished him very much. This is outrageous, simply outrageous. That beast, I'm going to skin him alive today. Yi father was seething with rage, furious to the extreme. At this moment, Shirdahu, with a face full of injuries, started adding fuel to the fire from the side. Father, mother, you see, this Yi Ching is not a good person. He is determined to break up our family. Tao Hua. Tao Hua, you're still lucky. Look at me, these are all from Yi Ching's beating. Only then did Sun Tao Hua notice Shi Dahu's injuries, and she was immediately startled. At this moment, Gao Qingyue sighed and said, elder brother, elder sister-in-law, sister, brother-in-law, I'm sorry. I apologize to you on his behalf. Please rest assured, I will definitely compensate you. Please forgive him. After Gao Qingyue finished speaking, she bowed. Her attitude was so sincere, as if the one who made the mistake was not Yi Ching, but her. Sun Tao's eyes lit up at this moment. Looking at Gao Qingyue, she said, you must be Qingyue. Yi Ching is truly blessed to have married you. Oh well, for your sake, I shouldn't argue with him too much, should I? Giving face was false. Gao Qingyue's promised compensation was probably the real reason. After all, both Sun Taohua and Shi Dahu were well aware that Gao Qingyue's net worth was considerable, and even a small amount of money casually revealed from her would be enough for them to live in luxury. Gao Qingyue held Sun Taohua's hand and smiled, sister-in-law, today is a big day for ancestral worship. Our family cannot make a fool of ourselves, don't you agree? So, some things, don't take them too seriously. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. After speaking, Gao Qingyue looked at Yi Father and smiled, Father, don't be angry either. Yi Ching will understand. He might just need a little time, but today, don't let people laugh at us. Besides, today is not only a happy occasion for them, but also a happy occasion for us. I don't know what that important person who came for ancestral worship will do, but I can assure you that what I give to Qingshui village will not make you lose face. Yi Father finally showed a satisfied smile upon hearing this. Clearly, he was increasingly pleased with Gao Qingyue. Conversely, he was increasingly angry with Yi Ching. Good, Qingyue is right. Whatever it is, let's talk about it after this ancestral worship. Let's go to the big square first today. Although our family is not the main character, it is also a day to be proud. After saying these words, Yi Father took the lead and stepped out of Yi Shan's house. Many others followed behind him. At this moment, the square was already filled with tables, but on the high platform, there were only a few tables. That was a place where only true VIPs could be seated. The village leaders, enterprise leaders, and respected elders, and the rest were Elder Yi and young Master Yi, who had returned to the village for ancestral worship. The village chief, seeing that most people had arrived, smiled and said, Elder Yi, may I say a few words first? Elder Yi smiled and nodded, saying, good. The village chief then picked up the microphone, stood on the high platform, and smiled, everyone quiet down, everyone quiet down. I don't think I need to explain what day today is next. The good news I want to tell everyone is that Elder Yi has not only returned for ancestral worship, but has also brought generous benefits to all the villagers of Qingshui village. What exactly it is, I will let Elder Yi speak later, so I won't say anything. Now, please give a round of applause to welcome Elder Yi to speak. Although they had long guessed that there would be benefits, when the benefits were truly about to appear, it was still very exciting. Thunderous applause. Elder Yi glanced at young Master Yi and smiled, you go and speak. Young Master Yi nodded upon hearing this, then stood up, picked up the microphone, and smiled. Yan Fatty's grandfather said to let me speak on his behalf, which also counts as getting to know everyone, so I'll just say a few words. I don't have much to say, just a few sentences. Firstly, I want to thank all the folks in Qingshui village for their warm hospitality. We are very touched. Thank you, everyone. Secondly, Yan Fatty's grandfather's return this time is to give every elderly person in the village over 70 years old 10,000 yuan in cash, as a condolences. Please don't mind that it's a small amount. In addition, Yan Fatty's grandfather plans to take out 10 million yuan in cash to support the development of the village and the establishment of some basic facilities. In short, this 10 million yuan in cash will all be used for every person in the village, so that everyone will receive tangible benefits. These two items alone made the villagers applaud even harder. After all, they were taking out real money. They might not get the 10 million yuan in their hands, but the 10,000 yuan in cash per person over 70 was real. This was a real benefit, and many families in this village had elderly people. 10,000 per person, 2 people, that would be 20,000. Although the village was much wealthier now, the truly wealthy were still a minority. Most people had only seen a slight increase in their income. At this moment, young Master Ye's words continued. In addition to that, we will have deeper cooperation with the village. RE Group will sign a contract with Qingshui Village Enterprise. By then, we will be partners. In short, everyone's lives will get better and better. At this moment, Yi Father, sitting below the stage, said with great relief, "They are truly here to do good deeds good. Good, this young Master Yi is also good, neither arrogant nor impatient. He can be said to be a dragon among men. This is truly a favored son of heaven. Compared to him, Yi Qing is simply a world apart, utterly disgraceful." Chapter 235. Visitors from all sides. In Yi Father's heart, even if Yi Qing wasn't completely evil, he was close to it. He didn't want such a good wife as Gao Qingyue. He was ruthless towards his brother-in-law, and even the first time he met his sister-in-law, he bullied her, even threatening to abort the child in his sister-in-law's womb. Is this something a normal person would do? Father, he's just been a bit obsessive lately, don't worry. Yi Father sighed, saying nothing. At this moment, young Master Yi on the stage had not finished speaking. "Dear fellow villagers, I have said almost everything that needs to be said. As for the rest, I won't say much more. In short, we are all fellow villagers, and we will never let you suffer any losses. Moreover, although our Yi family has deep roots in North Province, we have decided to enter East Province. The purpose is to return to our roots, to be closer to our hometown. Therefore, we will have many more opportunities to meet in the future." Hearing this, the villagers all cheered happily. For them, a generous big shot like this frequently returning to the village, regardless of the direct benefits, was something worth boasting about. After young Master Yi finished speaking, the village chief smiled and said, "All right, now the banquet is about to begin, but let's wait a little longer. Many important figures will be attending our village's big day today. We'll start the banquet when they arrive." As the village chief spoke, people below the stage began to announce arrivals. The town mayor and deputy county head are here to congratulate Qingshui Village's Yi clan ancestral worship ceremony. The village chief heard this and immediately smiled at Yes Father and others on the stage. The deputy county head and town mayor are here. I'll go greet them. Subsequently, the announcements continued. The owners of Shanlin Leather Shoe Factory, Shueishan Towel Factory, and other businesses are here to congratulate Qingshui Village's Yi clan ancestral worship ceremony. At this moment, the person in charge of village-run enterprise also smiled and said, "Some partners have arrived. I'll go greet them as well." Yes Father smiled and nodded, not getting up. Given his past status, for these people, trying to meet him on a normal day would probably require an appointment months in advance. And no matter who it was, after each person arrived, they all showed great respect to Yes Father, giving him ample face. Soon, just when the village chief thought no one else would come, the announcements started again. The general manager of Jiangcheng Bay Hotel is here to celebrate Qingshui Yi clan ancestral worship ceremony. This confused everyone a bit. They didn't remember inviting any hotel general manager, but Bay Hotel was a 4-star hotel, and the general manager's background was indeed not small. Immediately, both the village chief and the general manager Gao went down to greet him. At this time, Gao Qingyue looked at Yi Father and smiled, "Father, the person I invited has arrived." Immediately, after the general manager of Bay Hotel finished greeting the village chief with a smile, he quickly came to Gao Qingyue, smiling, "General Manager Gao, you were hard to find. I hope you don't mind my abrupt arrival." Gao Qingyue smiled and shook her head, saying, "How could I mind? You are giving me face." The village chief seemed to just notice Yi Father and Gao Qingyue at this point and quickly asked, "Yes Father, this is?" Yi Father heard this, and his face seemed to light up. He smiled and said, "This is my daughter-in-law, Gao Qingyue. Have you forgotten?" And the general manager of Bay Hotel smiled and said, "How could anyone not know the illustrious name of Qingyue Group? Moreover, President Qingyue herself is even more famous than Qingyue Group." The village chief heard this, paused for a moment, and said, "Miss Qingyue, you are the president of Qingyue Group? I'm truly honored. How can we let you sit below? Let's go up to the stage and sit." Gao Qingyue heard this, pointed to Yi Father, and smiled, "Village chief, I won't go up. My father should be qualified to sit on the stage, right?" The village chief immediately smiled when he heard this. "Of course he is. Everyone, go. As he spoke, he pulled Yi Father and Gao Qingyue onto the stage to sit down. At this moment, 7 or 8 more important figures, not to be underestimated, came to celebrate. Without a doubt, all these people came for Gao Qingyue. And this immediately earned Gao Qingyue a lot of attention, and also made Yi Father extremely proud. The villagers below were all discussing animatedly at this moment. Many even looked directly at Yi Qing, who was sitting in the corner, with eyes full of envy and sighs. They cited why Yi Qing could marry such a beautiful and capable wife, and also sighed that Yi Qing simply wasn't worthy of her. Just as all this was about to conclude, Gao Qingyue smiled, stood up, and said, "Village chief, may I say a few words?" The village chief heard this, nodded, and said, "Of course you may." Gao Qingyue looked at Yi Father and chuckled, "Father, will you speak, or shall I?" Yi Father heard this, his face flushed with excitement, and he immediately shook his head, "You speak, you speak." Gao Qingyue then smiled, stood up, took the microphone, faced everyone, and smiled, "Hello everyone, I am Gao Qingyue, Yi Qing's wife, and a daughter-in-law of our village. So, I am not an outsider, it's just that I've been busy these past few years, so I haven't returned much. However, I will come back more often in the future and get closer to all of you. First, I want to thank Yes Father for returning to his roots and coming back to the village, bringing good fortune to everyone." "Yes Father, thank you young Master Yi, thank you too." Yes Father smiled slightly and nodded. Young Master Yi's eyes lit up, and his gaze towards Gao Qingyue held a hint of a meaningful expression. "I, too, have achieved a little success over the years. Of course, I cannot be compared to Yes Father, but I also want to make a contribution to our village and to our fellow villagers. And this is also my father's request to me. Therefore, I have decided to donate 5 million yuan to the village in my father's name, to be used for improving the village's infrastructure. At the same time, to learn from Yes Father, I have decided to establish our own village kindergarten in the village. Besides normal expenses, we will not charge a single cent more in tuition, and we will provide 3 meals a day, to lighten the burden on parents. Do you all think this is acceptable?" As soon as these words were spoken, thunderous applause erupted. Everyone gave Gao Qingyue a thumbs up, and many people gathered around Yi Father, praising him for having a good daughter-in-law. And whether it was Yi Mother, Yi Shan, or Yi Qinglian, many people also gathered around them, flattering them and saying good things. At this moment, Gao Qingyue brought immense glory to Yi Father's family. Even Yi Qing, sitting in the corner, was praised. "Yi Qing, you really have a good wife. What are you doing sitting here? You should be sitting on the stage." "Yes, Yi Qing, this wife is not only beautiful but also generous and capable. She's truly wonderful. You must cherish her well." But Yi Qing just sat quietly, watching Gao Qingyue's performance on the stage, a hint of mockery on his lips. Perhaps many people today were here to show support and add to the festivities, but what Yi Qing was going to do today would probably disappoint many. Chapter 236, Yi Qing's name. At this moment, Dahu and Sun Taohua were sitting nearby. Yi Shan and Yi Qinglian were right beside them, but it didn't affect their hushed whispers and discussions. "This Gao Qingyue is really rich. She can actually take out 5 million in cash for the village. How great would it be if that were given to us?" Sun Taohua's eyes were practically turning into the shape of money, and her jealousy was evident for all to see. Dahu heard her, gritted his teeth, and said with a smile, 5 million isn't a small fortune for us, but for Gao Qingyue, it's probably just pocket change. She's willing to do anything to please mom and dad. Now when the time comes, the grievances we've suffered will surely be compensated to us, don't worry. Besides, who said the money donated to the village can't be used by us? Don't forget, whether it's the village or the enterprises, if it weren't for us taking a loss and getting money over the years, they wouldn't have been able to account for the shares. So, just wait, this part won't be missing for us either. When Sun Taohua heard this, she immediately laughed, then looked at Dahu and said with some distress, "But, what virtue or ability does Yi Qing have? He's just a scoundrel. Is Gao Qingyue out of her mind to love such a person?" Dahu sneered, "Who knows, but at least it's not bad for us, right? The better Gao Qingyue performs, the worse Yi Qing looks, and the more disappointed mom and dad will be, and many things will become easier to discuss. Taohua, don't worry about anything for now. I will definitely give you an explanation regarding Yi Qing's matter. Even if not for me, it must be for the child in your belly." When he mentioned the child, Dahu's eyes lit up, and he looked at Sun Taohua's belly, revealing a meaningful smile. And Sun Taohua also gave Dahu a deep look, caressing her belly, and said, "That's right, the child in my belly is very precious, more precious than Yi Qing's life. Dahu, you understand?" Dahu nodded heavily and said, "Don't worry, I understand. How could I not understand? Yi Qing's life can't even compare to a single strand of hair from the child in your belly. At this point, Shirdaha suddenly frowned and said, "Now, I'm not worried about anything else, just one thing I can still understand Yi Qing's unconcerned attitude, but he seems to know quite a lot. Did someone betray us and tell him about our affairs?" Sun Taohua frowned upon hearing this, then sneered, "So what if he knows? What can he do? Don't forget, he's just a good-for-nothing now. If it weren't for Gao Qingyue, who would even know who he is? Even if he really was the Yi Qing who invested in the village enterprises back then, it's useless now. Years have passed, and everything has changed now. Both the enterprises and the village have long formed circles of interest. He won't even get through the door if he tries to squeeze in." Shirdahu nodded with a smile upon hearing this. Just then, Gao Qingyue smiled and said, Everything I've done is thanks to the guidance of my husband, Yi Cheng, and as for him, I believe everyone is familiar with him. After all, he was the one who initially started the enterprise in the village and selflessly donated shares to the village. Now, I know many people misunderstand him, but I want to ask everyone not to discriminate against him. He is a very, very good person. Let's give a round of applause and invite my husband, Yi Qing, to come up and meet everyone, alright? I think it's been a long time since everyone has seen him. After speaking, Gao Qingyue was the first to lead the applause. An enthusiastic applause began to resound from below the stage. But the expressions on stage were much more complex. The village chief and the high-ranking enterprise officials, among others, had been worried about something ever since they learned that Gao Qingyue was Yi Qing's wife. However, seeing that Gao Qingyue didn't seem to mind and was so wealthy, they weren't too concerned anymore. Nevertheless, Yi Qing's name still made them feel a bit uncomfortable. After all, they had all failed Yi Qing's expectations. Not only did the villagers not receive what they were due, but even the share dividends that Yi Qing's family should have received were stripped away. However, with the mood already set, they couldn't say much more. At this moment, Yi father looked at the village chief and smiled, "Yi Qing? I've looked at the family tree, and he should also be my grandson's generation. This young man is so good to the people in the village. How rare, how rare." The village chief could only force a smile and say, "You are right, elder. If it weren't for Yi Qing's efforts back then, the village wouldn't have developed so well. Although the later development had nothing to do with Yi Qing, one should not forget the well digger when drinking water. Yi Qing is very good, but I don't know why he went down the wrong path a few years ago and was imprisoned for several years." Yi father nodded upon hearing this and said nothing more. At this moment, with the encouragement of the crowd below, Yi Qing slowly stood up and walked step by step towards the high platform. Did Gao Qingyue want to put him in a difficult position? He truly didn't mind this matter. They weren't afraid of backfiring, so Yi Qing naturally wouldn't be afraid either. Just as Yi Qing slowly walked onto the stage, someone suddenly spoke out. "I object. It's fine for Yi Qing to come up and meet everyone, but to say he can sit on stage and dine with all the important figures, that's definitely not acceptable. After all, there are rules that must be followed." "That's right, I also object. Yi Qing has no contribution to the village whatsoever, and he even went to prison, bringing shame to the village and the clan. If he can go on stage and take a seat, where would our dignity be? Of course, if Yi Qing insists on relying on a woman to go on stage, that's not impossible, but as for lecturing everyone, I think that can be excused. He's not qualified enough." A group of young people started making a commotion as Yi Qing ascended the stage. At this point, the village chief frowned and said, "What's all this fuss about? Get out. This has nothing to do with you." Although he told them to get out, the village chief showed no signs of blaming them because, to put it bluntly, some people had already started preparing to give Yi Qing a hard time after learning of his return. This was part of that plan. It was to make Yi Qing recognize his place and stop causing trouble, otherwise, the village would not tolerate him. Yi Qing had already ascended the high platform with a smile at this moment, then looked at the noisy crowd, revealing a cold smile, extended his finger, pointed at them, and said indifferently, "You are just brainless fools." No one had expected Yi Qing to suddenly blurt out such a remark the moment he stepped onto the stage. The village chief quickly stepped forward and pulled Yi Qing, saying, "Yi Qing, they are ignorant and feel somewhat dissatisfied. I will teach them a lesson, but you should stop making a scene." Yi Qing heard him, glanced at the village chief indifferently, and said, "Is that so? Then I apologize for spoiling your mood." After speaking, Yi Qing turned to look at Yi Father, smiled faintly, and said, Yi Father has returned to his hometown to worship ancestors and benefit the villagers. I shouldn't have spoiled your mood, elder, but I apologize. I, Yi Qing, have a bad temper, so, if anything that follows spoils your mood, please don't mind it. Yi Father had not yet said anything upon hearing this. Yi Father had already stood up, his face ashen. It was a joke. The dignity Gao Qingyue had just earned was now being trampled underfoot by Yi Qing. All dignity was lost. Moreover, Yi Qing seemed intent on continuing the commotion. This was simply outrageous. Yi Qing, what are you doing up there? Get down. Chapter 237. I'm here to spoil your fun. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing looked at Yi Father and chuckled. Dad, I came up here, wasn't it because President Qingyue invited me, and so many people were egging me on to go on stage? Now, the main people haven't even spoken yet, and you're telling me to get lost. Isn't that inappropriate? Seeing Yi Qing daring to talk back to even his own father at this moment, Elder Yi frowned slightly and said, Yi Qing, I know you according to the family tree, you should call me third grandfather. Since I'm also considered your elder, may I say a few words? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing looked at Elder Yi, chuckled, and said, Of course you can speak. But are you sure you want to? You, sir, are a giant in North Province. You should know that without the right to investigate, there is no right to speak. So, are you sure you want to speak now? As soon as these words came out, Elder Yi was stunned for a moment, then he looked deeply at Yi Qing and smiled. You're right, without the right to investigate, there is no right to speak. But today is not a trial, nor is it doing business. I think no investigation rights are needed after all. I'm here today to return home and worship ancestors, and everyone present are relatives and friends. What's more, you're being such a spoilsport, even rude to your own father, and your words are full of provocation towards everyone here today. Yi Qing, have I offended you? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing chuckled. Elder Yi certainly hasn't offended me, but among those present today, there are indeed many who have offended me. To be honest, I'm here today to be a spoilsport, and I'm here to spoil many people's fun. Only when they are all unhappy can I be happy. If these words weren't a provocation, then what was? Everyone was gathered together, enjoying themselves, and then Yi Qing came up and said he wanted to spoil many people's fun. This was clearly causing trouble. The village chief's face was a bit displeased at this moment. He walked up to Yi Qing and softly said, Yi Qing, pay attention to the occasion. If there's anything, we can discuss it privately. Everything can be negotiated. Don't let everyone laugh at us. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing looked at the village chief and chuckled. Village chief, I heard you now live in a 3-story villa, and you also bought 2 houses and 3 cars in the neighboring city, is that right? Are you still afraid of being laughed at? As soon as these words came out, the village chief's face immediately fell. Not to say that no one knew his family's wealth, but no one had ever pointed it out directly in front of so many people. If this wasn't targeting him, what was Yi Qing doing? Yi Qing, you're being ridiculous. If you feel wrong sitting on stage, you can go down and find a place to sit. No one will care about you. Giving you face is more about giving face to President Qingyue. What are you trying to do? If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll have someone take you away right now. The village chief, in this village, if not possessing absolute authority, at least held considerable power, and there were quite a few people who followed him. At this moment, the few young men who had been making noise earlier all stood on the stage again, in a posture that suggested they were just waiting for a word to take Yi Qing away and teach him a harsh lesson. And Yi Father, seeing this scene, although his face was still extremely pale and he was angry that Yi Qing was not living up to expectations, he was still worried that Yi Qing would be harmed. He quickly put on a smiling face and stepped forward to persuade them. Village chief, and everyone, I'm sorry, it's my fault for not teaching my son properly. This kid just got out of prison, please bear with him. He's not thinking straight, he's been stimulated. Don't be angry, I'll take him down now. After speaking, Yi Father pulled Yi Qing and said angrily, Yi Qing, can you stop embarrassing me, please? Come down with me, be obedient, I'm begging you, okay? At this moment, Yi Qing sighed softly, looked at Yi Father, and whispered, Dad, you taught me since I was little to be kind, to be good, and to know how to repay kindness, but some people clearly don't know how to repay kindness, and instead bully the weak. What do you think I should do? If these people bully my family, my parents, my relatives, what should I do? Should I pretend I didn't see anything? Dad, you've always been a man of integrity, unafraid of power or being bullied, never bending or bowing, but why don't you ask me? Am I, Yi Qing, truly a child who brings shame to your face? Are you willing to believe in me one more time? Watching Yi Qing sigh and say these words, Yi father was at a loss for what to do for a moment. And just then, the village chief angrily said, "What are you still doing standing there? Get him out of here. When this is over, if he still doesn't repent, then open the ancestral hall and punish him according to family law. He's completely lawless. I don't believe I can't handle him." At this moment, Yi Qing did not look at Yi father, but looked at the village chief and said indifferently, "The ancestral hall will definitely be opened, and today, many people will kneel in the ancestral hall to beg for forgiveness. But the person kneeling there will definitely not be me." Seeing Yi Qing still daring to talk back, the village chief was furious. At this moment, Yi father also became angry and roared at Yi Shan, who was sitting below the stage. Yi Shan, what are you still doing standing there? Hurry up and pull your yin fatty down. Yi Shan was also afraid that Yi Qing would be harmed, so he quickly ran onto the stage. At this moment, several young men from the village had already surrounded Yi Qing, seemingly about to grab Yi Qing and Yi father and attack them, which enraged Yi Shan. "Whoever dares to touch my dad and my yin fatty, I'll fucking kill them." Yi Shan roared, directly grabbing a person's collar from behind and throwing him off the stage. At this moment, Yi Shan's strength was simply beyond everyone's expectation. Coupled with Yi Shan's height and strong physique, he truly had the aura of one man holding off 10,000. At this moment, Yi Qing smiled. This was the older brother. He remembered he had been tall and strong since he was a child, much stronger than his peers, and fearless for the sake of his family. At that time, Yi Shan was a well-known figure throughout the village. Although he was honest and sincere, he was definitely not to be provoked. But it seemed that in recent years, everyone had forgotten how formidable Yi Shan was. At this moment, both the village chief and the others had their expressions turn ugly. However, young Master Yi clapped his hands and laughed, saying, "Wonderful, wonderful. I didn't expect to see such a wonderful scene returning to the village to worship ancestors. But I'm very curious, this person, is he Yi Qing? Are you not welcoming our arrival? Otherwise, why would you do such a thing? Moreover, if your talk of spoiling everyone's fun is just this kind of nonsense, then it's truly a bit disappointing." And Yi Qing looked at young Master Yi, a smile playing on his lips, and said, "Young Master Yi, do you really want to see a joke?" Upon hearing this, young Master Yi chuckled, "I don't want to see it, so you won't cause trouble? You seem to have a lot of grievances. Why don't you speak them out and let everyone hear? We can also give you a fair judgment." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing pointed to the village chief, then the enterprise person in charge, and a host of other people, and chuckled, "I dare to speak, do they dare to listen?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces changed dramatically. Because without asking, they already knew what Yi Qing wanted to do. Chapter 238, Seeking Justice. How dare you? Yi Qing, what nonsense are you spouting here? Hurry up and drag him away. At this moment, the big shots of the village, who were seated on the stage, could no longer sit still and roared at Yi Qing. However, Yi Qing smiled and said, "Look, I haven't even spoken, and they're already anxious. What are they afraid of? If you haven't done anything wrong, you don't fear a knock at the door. Why are you all so anxious?" The village chief heard this, walked to Yi Qing's side, and said in a deep voice, "Yi Qing, the reason we are still speaking to you politely is because of your past contributions to the village. However, don't be ungrateful. You were imprisoned for 3 years. During these past few years, the village and the Yi Qing have undergone significant changes. Many things are not as you see them. Do you understand? If you step down obediently today, we can discuss anything privately." The village chief said this because he didn't want Yi Qing to say anything in front of Yi father that would tarnish their image. After speaking, the village chief looked at Yi father and said softly, "Yi Qing doesn't understand, but don't you? Causing such a scene on an occasion like this makes us a laughingstock, and our village's face will be completely lost." Yi father heard this, gritted his teeth, walked to Yi Qing's side, and said in a deep voice, "Yi Qing, step down now. Don't say anything else. Do you hear me?" Yi Qing heard this, looked at Yi father, and chuckled softly, saying, "Dad, why don't you believe me? Today, I am here to seek justice for you all, and also for the majority of people in this village. Don't I have that right? If I, Yi Ching, remember correctly, the original village-run enterprise was established with my investment, wasn't it? And to this day, I still hold 40% of the shares, don't I? Does that mean I, the major shareholder, have no right to speak? When he said this, most of the villagers finally realized that Yi Ching was indeed telling the truth. He was still the major shareholder of the Yi Ching. At this point, the general manager of the Yi Ching, General Manager Gao, said in a deep voice, Mr. Yi Ching, it is true that you are a major shareholder of the Yi Ching, but over the years, has the Yi Ching's growth from your investment of several hundred thousand to its current assets of hundreds of millions had anything to do with you? Of course, you have shares, but the Yi Ching needs money for development these years. There have been no dividends, and instead, there have been capital increases in financing, so your shares have been diluted to 7%. Therefore, you are not a major shareholder, do you understand? Moreover, after you went to prison, it had a very negative impact on the Yi Ching, almost causing it to go out of business several times. A hero? Hey, perhaps, if it weren't for us turning the tide, you, Yi Ching, would be more of a sinner. After General Manager Gao finished speaking to Yi Ching, he then looked at the crowd in the village and said, I know some of you feel that you should thank Yi Ching, but how much do you really know? Remember, Yi Ching is not a hero even if he had merits. The moment he went to prison, he became a sinner. Nowadays, almost every household in the village has someone working for the Yi Ching, earning a good amount of money without leaving their homes. You should be grateful to the Yi Ching, to us, and not to Yi Ching. Now, Yi Ching wants to destroy our Yi Ching. Are you willing to let that happen? He's going to make you lose your livelihoods. What a master of twisting facts. Most of the villagers were unaware of the full situation, but the thought of losing their livelihoods immediately made them side with General Manager Gao and begin to accuse Yi Ching, as if Yi Ching was the one who, seeing the Yi Ching's success, was trying to take advantage of it. This was like smashing their rice bowls. Facing the accusations from the crowd, Yi Ching did not offer any explanation, but merely looked at General Manager Gao and sneered, whether it's diluted shares, no dividends, or anything else, I just want to ask one thing, do my parents know about this? General Manager Gao heard this and said blandly, your parents naturally know. Not only that, your sister-in-law and brother-in-law have signed all the necessary documents, and they have received many benefits. So, if your family has any disputes, resolve them yourselves. Don't cause trouble here, do you understand? General Manager Gao had no intention of indulging Shirdahu and Sen Taohua. He immediately sold them out. At this moment, Sen Taohua and Shirdahu's expressions turned somewhat ugly, but they still maintained an arrogant demeanor, showing no fear whatsoever. Yi Ching glanced at them, then looked at Yi Father and said, do you know? Yi Father took a deep breath and said, what does it matter whether I know or not? I have no objections, and you can't have any objections either. We're all one family who took it, and what's the big deal? Also, General Manager Gao is right. Although you invested in establishing the village-run enterprise, because of you, the village-run enterprise was almost destroyed, and so many people's livelihoods were almost ruined. Yi Ching, if you still want to get along in this village, stop talking nonsense, okay? Get off the stage. Don't be so selfish. What a selfish person, Yi Ching smiled. What if I told you that this so-called village-run enterprise was able to grow so large because of me? What if I told you that all of them should be most grateful to me? What if I told you that I originally thought most of the profits would be distributed to all the villagers, but it turned out that they went into the pockets of a few individuals, who enriched themselves? I came here to benefit all of them and to settle accounts with the villains. How did it turn into everything being my fault? It's truly ridiculous. Yi Ching found it laughable. And at this moment, young Master Yi chuckled, if you find it ridiculous, then it can only prove one thing, you have no strength. If you had strength, all the ridiculousness would become other people's jokes. Yi Ching, lacking ability is your original sin, do you understand? What sincere words. Yi Ching looked at young Master Yi and chuckled, if we're judging heroes by their ability, then you're not qualified to speak to me. Young Master Yi seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, laughed heartily, shook his head, and said nothing. But the meaning was already very clear. At this moment, whether it was the village chief or General Manager Gao, everyone present felt that Yi Ching had gone mad. Get him off the stage. Don't make a fool of yourself here anymore. Yi Ching smiled, nodded, and said, you don't need to force me off the stage. I'll step down myself now. Strength is all it is. If you want to see it, then I'll show it to you. I came up here originally to remind you, to give you one last chance to repent, but it seems you don't need it. After Yi Qing finished speaking, he walked off the stage, smiling, a bunch of filthy things, just looking at you makes me sick later, just don't cry. Seeing that Yi Qing still dared to curse, the expressions of everyone on the stage changed. However, Yi Qing finally stepped down, which was a relief. The village chief looked at Yi Father, smiling apologetically, and said, "There was a small interlude, please don't mind it. This Yi Qing has gone mentally unstable from being in prison." Yi Father heard this, smiled, and said nothing. As the village chief held the microphone and was about to speak, a chorus of voices rang out. The chairman of Jiang City Dongwang Group has come to congratulate the Yi clan ancestral ceremony. The chairman of Jiang City Rose Group has come to congratulate the Yi clan ancestral ceremony. The chairman of Shui City Lingtian Group has come to congratulate the Yi clan ancestral ceremony. The chairman of East Province Mingzhu Group has come to congratulate the Yi clan ancestral ceremony. Chapter 239. Let's meet Mr. Yi. As soon as the announcement sounded, everyone on and off the stage was stunned. They had originally thought that all the guests who were supposed to come had already arrived, but they didn't expect that there were still people rushing over. Moreover, many of them had heard of the names of these corporations. They were all large companies with assets exceeding 1 billion yuan. The village chief was momentarily stunned, then looked at General Manager Gao and asked, "General Manager Gao, are these the guests you invited?" General Manager Gao shook his head and replied, "No, there are some among them whom I'd like to meet, but I've never had the opportunity." After speaking, General Manager Gao looked at Gao Qingyue and said, "Could it be that Yi Qing's wife, President Qingyue, invited them?" The village chief frowned slightly upon hearing this, but still walked up to Gao Qingyue and smiled. "President Qingyue, are these the guests you invited?" Gao Qingyue wanted to admit it, but if they said they weren't coming for her, it would be embarrassing, so she directly shook her head and said, "I didn't invite them, but I do know a few of the chairmen among them." The village chief smiled and nodded, saying, "That's good, since you know them, you might need to help entertain them later. Also, President Qingyue, please forgive us for how we treated Yi Qing just now. After all, you know the situation today." Gao Qingyue nodded in response, saying, "Village chief, rest assured, I understand Yi Qing did indeed go a bit too far, but I also ask you and everyone to be more understanding. After all, he just got out of prison, and it's normal for him to not think things through. Especially my father-in-law, please bear with him and don't let him be disheartened." The village chief quickly shook his head and said, No, yes, father and I have been good friends for many years, and we will definitely distinguish between the two. Just then, young Master Yi, who was sitting on the stage, smiled and said, "If you don't know who invited these guests, then is it possible that they knew Yan Fatty's grandfather had returned, and so they came to make connections and curry favor? After all, in North Province, with Yan Fatty's grandfather's status, they aren't even qualified to meet him." Yes, father heard this and looked at young Master Yi, saying in a deep voice, "Mingxin, watch your words. Have you forgotten how I taught you? No matter where you are, you must be humble and cautious, not arrogant. What status, what qualifications, that's North Province, this is East Province, my hometown. We must be careful with our words and actions. What's more, these are all local bigwigs. Perhaps their asset size and social status aren't too high, but inevitably we'll have to deal with them in the future, understand?" Young Master Yi dared not refute and immediately said, "Yes, Yan Fatty's grandfather, I understand. Then, shall I personally go and greet them?" Yes, father nodded and said, "Very good, go ahead." Young Master Yi looked at the village chief, General Manager Gao, and Gao Qingyue, and smiled. "Well, since they are so important to the village, I'll go with you to greet them." The village chief immediately showed a happy expression and said, "With you personally attending, it's naturally the best. Young Master Yi, please proceed." Young Master Yi smiled and nodded, then looked at Gao Qingyue and said, "Lady first." Gao Qingyue returned a smile and, without being modest, the four of them, along with a group of high-ranking officials, densely walked down the high platform to greet the chairman. At this moment, these chairmen were looking around, as if searching for something. After seeing the village chief and the others arrive, they all straightened their clothes and smiled. "Gentlemen, chairman, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I didn't expect that our Yi clan's ancestral ceremony would disturb you all. You truly honor us with your presence." At this moment, Gao Qingyue smiled and said, "Gentlemen, Chairman, long time no see, I didn't expect to meet you here." The leading middle-aged man was Chairman Ming, the chairman of Mingzhu Group. Seeing Gao Qingyue and the village chief, he smiled and said, "We naturally have to come and celebrate the Yi clan's ancestral ceremony in Qingshui village. What's more, Mr. Yi is here, so it is only right for us to come and pay our respects." The phrase, "Mr. Yi is here," left no doubt in the minds of the village chief and others. Although there were many people surnamed Yi present today, those who could be called Mr. Yi by these individuals were few and far between. Young Master Yi stepped forward upon hearing this, and with a smile, said, "Yan Fatty's grandfather is waiting for you on the stage, please follow us." These words made Chairman Ming and the others pause. They were not stunned by young Master Yi's somewhat arrogant attitude, but by the mention of his grandfather. When did Yi Qing become so old and have such a grown-up grandson? Of course, given Yi Qing's status and position, it was also a fact that many people would not even be qualified to be his grandson. "Your grandfather?" Chairman Ming asked, looking up and down at young Master Yi, seemingly doubting the authenticity of his identity. At this moment, the village chief quickly interjected, "Chairman Ming, that's right, this young Master Yi is indeed Ye's father's biological grandson, there's no mistake." Chairman Ming and the others exchanged glances, becoming even more confused. "Mr. Yi, he's not even 30, when did he have a grandson?" At these words, everyone present was stunned. Not even 30? Yes, father was already 70 or 80 years old, how could he be under 30? Young Master Yi's face turned somewhat ashen with anger at this moment. He looked at Chairman Ming and said coldly, "Chairman Ming, you're not joking, are you? Because that kind of joke isn't funny at all." Chairman Ming and the other chairmen were influential figures in their respective fields. Did a young man have the right to talk about what they liked or disliked in front of them? Moreover, they didn't even know who young Master Yi was. Even if they did, they wouldn't care. This was East Province, not North Province. "Young Master Yi, is it? I'm sorry, we're not joking with you, and we certainly wouldn't dare to joke about Mr. Yi." "Village Chief, where is Mr. Yi? We need to go and pay our respects to Mr. Yi." The village chief realized at this moment that these people were indeed not looking for Ye's father, so who exactly were they looking for? "Gentlemen, Chairman, may I ask the name of the Mr. Yi you are looking for?" Chairman Ming heard this and said respectfully, "Naturally, it's Yi Qing, Mr. Yi." At these words, not only did the village chief and the others show confused expressions, but even Gao Qingyue frowned. If she hadn't genuinely recognized these people as legitimate chairmen of corporations, she would have suspected that Yi Qing had hired them as actors. "Yi Qing? Are you sure you're looking for Yi Qing?" If the name Yi Qing wasn't too familiar to them before, now, the village chief and the others were truly as familiar with it as could be. After all, Yi Qing had just caused a scene and been driven off the stage. Chairman Ming looked at the village chief and nodded heavily, saying, "We wouldn't dare to casually misuse Mr. Yi's esteemed name. It is indeed Mr. Yi Qing. Village chief, where is Mr. Yi? We need to pay our respects." The village chief, feeling helpless, pointed to Yi Qing's location in the corner, still disbelievingly saying, "Are you sure you're looking for him?" At this moment, Chairman Ming and the others had already seen Yi Qing. Their faces lit up with surprise, and they actually sprinted directly to Yi Qing's front. "Mr. Yi, we have come uninvited, please don't be angry." Chapter 240. The head of the Wan family has also arrived. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, saying, "Since you're here, have a seat." Chairman Ming and the others quickly shook their heads, saying, we wouldn't dare, we'll just stand." Their attitude was probably the same as when they saw their own fathers. One should know that each of them owned companies with assets of over $1 billion, so there was no need for them to be so low-key. Yi Qing didn't say much when he heard this, but at this moment, the people at Yi Qing's table, whether they were scared by these general managers or for some other reason, directly got up and changed tables. Of course, there weren't many people sitting with Yi Qing to begin with, who knew that Yi Qing had caused such a stir before, making everyone afraid of getting too involved with him. The village chief and the others stood in place, looking at each other, one by one, not knowing what to say. "President Qingyue, don't tell us you don't know anything." Gao Qingyue heard this, glanced at Yi Qing, who was sitting there like a big shot, shook her head, and said, "I really don't know what happened, but I can explain why this situation occurred. The Wan family, you all know them, right? The village chief and general manager Gao's eyes immediately lit up when they heard this, saying, "Of course, we know them clearly. The Wan family is the richest family in Jiangcheng and controls a significant portion of the underground world's power, but what does this have to do with Yi Qing?" Gao Qingyue smiled and said, "Yi Qing helped the Wan family, and Wan family head trusts Yi Qing very much so. This time, he probably knew Yi Qing was returning to the village for ancestor worship, and specially arranged for some people to come and give Yi Qing face." As soon as these words came out, the village chief and the others all showed understanding expressions, but their faces were also hesitant, even showing a hint of apprehension. "President Qingyue, didn't Yi Qing just get out of prison? How does he have such a deep relationship with Wan family head? The most crucial thing is that Yi Qing is clearly looking for trouble with us. Since his relationship with Wan family head is so good, Wan family head might not hesitate to stand up for him." The village chief's face was a little worried, and General Manager Gao's face also flashed with a hint of apprehension. Only young Master Yi seemed unconcerned, but at this moment, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. Apparently, for him, the actions of Chairman Ming and these people, who didn't take him seriously, touched his self-esteem. "Village Chief, General Manager Gao, don't worry, as long as I and Yen Fatty's grandfather are here, no one can touch you. This Yi Qing is an ungrateful fellow. He thinks he can cover the sky with one hand just because he knows a few important people? In the past, maybe he could, but since we're here, he can't. Don't worry. What's more, who said we don't know people in East Province? If one family head gives face, then that's best. If he doesn't, then we won't be to blame." Young Master Yi spoke with conviction and certainty, which also gave the village chief and general manager Gao a way out. At this moment, young Master Yi looked at Gao Qingyue and smiled. "President Qingyue, if Yi Qing is stubborn and insists on causing trouble, then, if we teach him a lesson, you won't feel bad, will you?" Gao Qingyue looked at young Master Yi and chuckled. "If you can knock his arrogance out of him, then I actually couldn't ask for more. After all, he doesn't give me a good face now either. You should have seen that, right?" As she said this, the village chief and the others kept nodding. Indeed, in their eyes, Gao Qingyue was simply perfect and boundless, while Yi Qing was ungrateful and a waste of good things. Young Master Yi glanced sideways in Yi Qing's direction and said indifferently, "An unworldly bumpkin who suddenly got rich, still relying on others' power to act like a fox exploiting a tiger's might. He looks utterly ridiculous. The more arrogant and conceited he is, the more it represents his inner inferiority. Don't mind him. Once he's beaten sober, he'll understand everything." Just then, another long convoy of cars drove towards them. This time, before the announcements could even begin, Gao Qingyue smiled. "We were just talking about the main person, and here they are. These are Jiangqing's license plates, and I happen to recognize them. It's one family head and his people." The village chief heard this, looked at young Master Yi, and said, "Young Master Yi, what do you think? Should you go to the stage to wait first, or should you meet one family head with us? After all, one family head's status is extraordinary. Since he's here, no matter who he's here for, we should always go out and greet him." Young Master Yi heard this and said calmly, "It's fine, I'll wait here with you. I think, while others may not know the weight of Yen Fatty's grandfather and me, one family head must have heard of it. After all, Jiangcheng isn't too far from North Province." Seeing young Master Yi's proud demeanor, the village chief and general manager Gao felt much less pressure at this moment. Soon, one family head indeed got out of the car with a group of people following behind him. Were all the prominent figures in Jiangcheng this time. With everyone present, it really gave Yi Qing a lot of face. Before the announcements could begin, the village chief stepped forward first, extended his hand, and smiled. "One family head, to have you personally lead people here, our entire village is honored." One family head did not yet know Yi Qing's instructions at this time, but he knew that these people were all from Yi Qing's village, and might even be relatives, so he wore a smile on his face. What the village chief said, Mr. Yi himself rushed back. "How could we not come to show our support? We've actually caused you trouble." The village chief heard this and quickly shook his head, saying, "No trouble, not at all. One family head, do you want to sit on the stage? You shouldn't sit below the stage." At this moment, one family head had already seen Yi Qing and immediately frowned, saying, "Mr. Yi is sitting below the stage, how can we sit on the stage?" And the village chief then smiled and pointed to young Master Yi, saying, "One family head, you may not know, but not only has Yi Qing returned today, this is young Master Yi, and that old master of the Yi family from North Province has also returned for ancestor worship. That old gentleman is sitting on the stage." And young Master Yi extended his hand at this moment and smiled. One family head, I've heard much about you but never had the chance to meet in the future. When our family returns to East Province for investment, we'll still need one family head's help. One family head looked at young Master Yi, then looked at the stage, and said softly, that Elder Yi from North Province? Is he the one sitting on the stage? You are Elder Yi's grandson, that young Master Yi from North Province? Hearing that one family head recognized him and his attitude was very serious. Young Master Yi smiled proudly and nodded. I think no one would dare to impersonate Yin Fatty's grandfather, and similarly, no one would dare to impersonate me. Haha, one family head, since that's the case, why don't you come up to the stage and take a seat? Yin Fatty's grandfather must also be very eager to meet one family head. Young Master Yi felt that his invitation this time was a sure thing. One family head would definitely not dare to disrespect him. After all, even if it was to stand up for Yi Qing, it would depend on the time and the person now. Elder Yi was sitting on the stage for one family head to give up the opportunity to befriend Elder Yi for a mere Yi Qing. That would be foolish. However, what surprised young Master Yi was exactly what happened. One family head smiled and shook his head, saying, I'll go pay my respects to Mr. Yi first when I have some free time. I'll go toast Elder Yi. Gentlemen, please excuse me. Chapter 241 Young Master Yi's confidence in Eastern Province. As soon as these words were spoken, the village head and the others all showed surprised expressions. They all thought that young Master Yi's personal appearance this time was a sure thing after all. One family head also admitted that he had heard of Yi's father and respected him greatly, but in this situation, he still wanted to find Yi Qing, which clearly told everyone that in his heart, Yi Qing's status was higher than Yi's father's. At this moment, young Master Yi's face showed dissatisfaction. Watching one family head and the others enthusiastically walk towards Yi Qing, and seeing a large crowd already gathered around Yi Qing, young Master Yi's mood was at its lowest point. Simply ignorant. It's truly surprising that one family head could reach this point. At this time, the village head noticed young Master Yi's dissatisfaction and quickly said with a compensatory smile, Young Master Yi, don't be angry. One family head might think Yi Qing has something urgent, and he will naturally go greet Yi's father after he finishes. Moreover, we can all see that he respects Yi's father greatly, so he certainly wouldn't dare to offend Yi's father. Young Master Yi sneered upon hearing this, a mere one family head. I truly don't put him in my eyes to tell you the truth. Before coming to East Province, we had already made arrangements and greetings in advance. Everything here in East Province is already prepared. Uncle Gong is personally responsible for the safety of our one family in East Province. Now you understand why I am not afraid of anyone in East Province, right? Remember our 101 book network. When young Master Yi said this, the corners of his mouth curled up high, a look of extreme arrogance. Indeed, he was not afraid, because everyone present had heard of Uncle Gong's name. It's just that these past few days, the East Province underground world had fallen into a semi-silent state, and many people didn't know what had happened. If they knew that Uncle Gong had already had an arm severed by Yi Qing and then fled East Province, they probably wouldn't have these expressions now. The village head and general manager Gao looked at young Master Yi, swallowed, and said, Young Master, are you referring to Uncle Gong of East Continent? That giant in our East Province underground world? Young Master Yi nodded and said indifferently, besides him, is there anyone else in the entire East Province who dares to be called Uncle Gong? The village head and general manager Gao exchanged glances, and their eyes towards young Master Yi became even more respectful, mixed with awe. I didn't expect that you actually know Uncle Gong and have received his promise now. You and the old man will almost certainly reach the same status in East Province as you have in North Province very quickly. Young Master Yi smiled faintly and said, How could I have such qualifications? I merely borrowed my grandfather's influence to meet Uncle Gong and chatted with him for a few moments. However, Uncle Gong truly appreciates me. He even said that if I were to enter the underground world, he would almost want to train me as his successor. Young Master Yi was very proud. After all, in East Province, his grandfather's name might not be loud enough, but Uncle Gong's name was known by everyone. Didn't you see how the village head and general manager Gao's eyes changed after they found out? Young Master Yi's talent is truly astonishing. Even Uncle Gong appreciates him. We truly cannot envy that for us. Being able to follow young Master Yi and earn a living is a great blessing. Speaking Speaking of this, the village head hesitated for a moment and said, "Young Master Yi, later on, Yi Qing might try to cause trouble by leveraging one family head's influence at that time, please help mediate." Young Master Yi waved his hand and sneered, "This Yi Qing, he doesn't know what's good for him. I've already given him face, but he doesn't want it, so there's nothing I can do." "Don't worry, what about one family head? Does he dare not give Uncle Gong face?" I think, at that time, he would even be willing to have one family head directly beat Yi Qing up, ha ha ha. The village head and general manager Gao also burst into laughter with him. And Gao Qingyue also covered her mouth and smiled, "Then don't beat Yi Qing to death, he's still my man, after all leave him a way out." Originally, they thought Gao Qingyue and Yi Qing were deeply in love, but now it seemed that it was nothing more than that. At this moment, Yi Qing's side had already attracted the attention of everyone in the village. One important figure after another rushed here to attend the Yi family ancestor worship, but the village head and the others went to greet them, and even young Master Yi went to greet them, yet they still couldn't invite them over. All these people ran to Yi Qing's side, sitting or standing, which was truly surprising. At this moment, the ones whose scalps were probably tingling the most were Dahu and Sen Tao Hua. For the two of them, it was not just a guilty conscience, their hearts were utterly filthy. "Dahu, what's going on? Why are all these important figures going to find Yi Qing? They wouldn't be here to stand up for Yi Qing, would they?" Sun Taohua spoke with some worry. Dahu's face was also a bit grim at this moment. He gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible, he's just a good-for-nothing who just got out of prison. How could he know so many important figures? It must be a coincidence. Coincidence, absolutely a coincidence." A coincidence? Looking at how respectful all these important figures were to Yi Qing, no matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem like a coincidence. This was clearly them coming to pay their respects to Yi Qing. "Dahu, I have a bad feeling before, Yi Qing acted ruthlessly and wanted to settle scores with everyone. We didn't take it seriously, but now, it looks like he came prepared. No, how about we leave first? I don't feel so good." Dahu's legs were actually feeling a bit weak at this time. He seemed formidable, but in reality, he was just someone who bullied others by relying on power and picked on the weak. "No, don't rush. You also saw how many people Yi Qing offended, even young Master Yi in this situation. We are nothing, just watch slowly. Moreover, you also saw, didn't you? Young Master Yi and the village head are laughing. They're not worried about anything, so obviously, they haven't taken this matter to heart. Then, we don't really need to worry either. Just wait slowly. I think this time, the bigger a fuss Yi Qing makes, the bigger a joke he'll make in the end." As they spoke, young Master Yi and the village head had already started walking onto the stage. After returning to the stage, young Master Yi explained the situation to Yi's father. Yi's father's eyes lit up, however, seeing that these people actually went to pay their respects to Yi Qing and didn't come to visit him. His temper of many years was not good. He immediately snorted coldly, clearly displeased. At this moment, the village head looked at Yi's father and smiled faintly. "Yi's father, you've really raised a good son. So many big bosses, and even the head of the Wan family from Jiangchang, personally came to support him. Haha, what great ability, how impressive." Yi's father was also completely bewildered at this moment. He never imagined that Yi Qing would have such great ability. However, this kind of ability, on normal days, he could be happy about, but today, he couldn't be happy, because whether it was the village head, general manager Gao, or Yi's father, their expressions were not very good. Yi's father, village head, general manager Gao, although I don't know how this brat Yi Qing got to know these important figures, rest assured, he absolutely wouldn't dare to cause any trouble. Young Master Yi smiled faintly upon hearing this and said, "Uncle Yi, are you sure Yi Qing listens to you?" "I think, perhaps not. This Yi Qing seems to not give anyone face. However, Uncle Yi, I want to remind you that Yi Qing being so arrogant might lead to a great disaster. If he truly thinks that with these few people, he can bully the villagers and bully us, then, I'm sorry to say, that won't end well." Yi's father's face changed upon hearing this, and he quickly said, "He wouldn't dare, absolutely not. I'll make this rebellious son come over and apologize to you all right now." Chapter 242 The Greater Good Suppresses You. Young Master Yi smiled faintly upon hearing this, saying, "Yi father, I think we should just let it go. Yi Qing is doing very well now. As long as he doesn't cause us trouble, we won't take it to heart. After all, it's the Yi family's ancestral worship. The more people, the better, the grander, the better." I just don't know if anyone else will come from the looks of it, this is no simple matter. Ye father could hear young Master Yi's sarcasm, but at this moment, he had nothing to say but to force a smile. Just then, the village head looked at Ye father and chuckled, "Yes father, actually, anything can be discussed and negotiated, we are all one family, there's no need for outsiders to laugh at us. We've also seen Yi Qing's strength, so, if possible, it's best for everyone to coexist peacefully. If there's any dissatisfaction, we can discuss it." Now that Yi Qing has Gao Qingyue as his wife and one family head as his backer, to put it bluntly, he has money and influence at this point. Wouldn't it seem a bit too petty to still haggle over gains and losses and contend for profit with the villagers? What do you think? Upon hearing this, Yi father nodded silently and said, "Village head, don't worry, I will persuade Yi Qing. After all, his original intention was to benefit the villagers. He'd best not contend for profit with them, otherwise, as his father, I would be the first to not tolerate him." The village head immediately clapped his hands and laughed. "Good, yes father, as long as you resolve this matter today, you will be the most respected person in our entire village. Moreover, I can also guarantee you that every year from now on, whether it's the village or the enterprises, you will absolutely not be shortchanged in the dividends. Don't refuse. I know Yi Qing is capable and promising, but it's generally not good for us elders to ask our children for money. Don't worry, you will have money yourself from now on. Not only that, I will discuss Yishan's job with General Manager Gao and reconsider it, and Yi Qinglian's job will be handled similarly. In addition, I think you, yes father, can also join the village committee and serve as a consultant in the enterprise, earning a salary. This way, you save face, and everyone else saves face too. Everyone is happy, aren't they?" Upon hearing this, Yi father's eyes immediately lit up. He hadn't expected such benefits in the end, but when he thought that these benefits were all brought about by Yi Qing's current strength, his mood became complicated again. However, he really wanted to accept it now. Putting everything else aside, at least Yishan and Yi Qinglian could live a better life, and their family would have face in the village in the future, which is priceless. Village head, then thank you very much. It's just, don't let it be too difficult for you. The village head laughed heartily and shook his head directly. "Not difficult, yes father, I think you should go personally now and call Yi Qing to the stage to take a seat. Since the previous misunderstanding has been resolved, I don't think anyone will mind. Moreover, please invite one family head to come up as well. These important figures and big bosses have all come. Who knows, this might bring considerable benefits to our village for the sake of all villagers. Yes father, please bear with it." Originally, Yi father, as a father, was unhappy about having to personally go down to invite Yi Qing up, but upon hearing the village head say this and seeing that Yi Qing was indeed promising now, Yi father's mental burden was considerably lessened. He immediately nodded and said, "Okay, village head, don't worry, I will definitely call Yi Qing over. What happened just now will not happen again." After speaking, Yi father straightened his back, stepped off the stage, and walked towards Yi Qing. At this moment, almost everyone's attention in the village was on Yi Qing, as this had exceeded everyone's expectations, and the focus of all conversations was also on Yi Qing. One family head and Uncle Jiu were sitting beside Yi Qing. Others who considered themselves important enough also took seats, but there were still some wealthy bosses standing by. Yi Qing watched Yi father chatting on the stage. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying, he could sense that it was nothing more than them trying to make a deal, seeing that he was no longer what he used to be. "Yi Qing, the village head and the others are inviting you to take a seat on the stage." Yi father walked up to Yi Qing, sat down directly, and spoke indifferently. Yi Qing looked at Yi father and said softly, "Dad, they were the ones who drove me down just now, and now they're asking you to invite me up. Who do they think they are?" Upon hearing this, Yi father's eyes widened, just as he was about to get angry. Yi Qing smiled and introduced, "Let me introduce you. This is one family head, this is Uncle Jiu, this is Chairman Ming, and the others are all here to show their support." After speaking, Yi Qing pointed at Yi father and smiled, "Everyone, this is my father." That one sentence was enough. Everyone, including one family head, stood up respectfully, politely extended their hands, and wanted to shake Yi father's hand. "Yes father, hello, it's truly an honor to meet you. We came uninvited. We hope we haven't disturbed you." The title "Yes Father" was previously used for the person on the stage, and although Yi father was not young, the people in the village almost never used any respectful titles for him. They usually called him Yes Father or something similar. Now, even a prominent figure like one family head called him Yes Father, and Yi father was a little overwhelmed. I can't accept the title Yes Father. The one on the stage is Yes Father, just call me Yes Father. Everyone, thank you for coming to show your support. My son, Yi Ching, is a bit unruly. If there's any lack of hospitality, please be understanding. Only Yi Father dared to say such words, others wouldn't even dare to listen. But it must be said that at this moment, everyone was smiling and flattering Yi Father, which he found very gratifying. At least, these people had just shown no respect to the village head and young Master Yi, and now they were respectful to him. This feeling was very good. However, Yi Father still remembered young Master Yi's threat, and he remembered that today's events should come to an end. So, Yi Father looked at Yi Ching and said, Yi Ching, you wanted to make everyone look at you with new eyes, and you've already achieved that, but one shouldn't go too far. I know you're doing this for me, or for your brother and sister, to right or wrong, but let's just let it go. The village head has already promised to give sufficient compensation. Moreover, if you, Yi Ching, calculate the village and enterprise matters of these past years at this time, people will think that you are already rich but are uncharitable and contend for profit with the people. If that reputation spreads, it will be completely ruined. So, let it go. Uncharitable? Contending for profit with the people? Yi Ching laughed and said, Dad, you're wrong. What I'm doing is precisely to benefit all the villagers, and the uncharitable ones are not others, they are precisely those sitting on the stage right now. They embezzled money that rightfully belonged to you and all the villagers. How much? Perhaps you don't know, do you? But all their incriminating evidence is in my hands. Ready soon, I will make it public for everyone to see. At that time, let everyone see who is truly uncharitable. Who is contending for profit with the people, taking money that rightfully belongs to them from the villagers' pockets. Chapter 243. I'll accompany you to the platform. Looking at the righteous Yi Ching, Yi Father was at a loss for words. It was a good thing, but why did he not want to support Yi Ching anymore? Looking at Yi Ching, Yi Father sighed and said, Do the villagers really not know about the things you mentioned? Even if they don't know about most situations, they must know about some, right? But have you seen anyone cause trouble? Yi Ching, you are still too naive. These people sitting on the stage now give these villagers food. They are the villagers' providers. If you want to deal with them, will the villagers agree? They can incite all the villagers to unite and ostracize you, and even ostracize our whole family. Do you understand? When this matter was mentioned, Yi Father's expression was not very good, as if he had experienced it. Yi Ching was silent for a moment, then said, Dad, I know that because of my imprisonment, you and the family have suffered grievances in this village, but don't worry, you will never suffer this grievance again. At this point, Yi Ching slowly stood up, scanned all the villagers around him, chuckled softly, and said, I can overlook them ostracizing you and gossiping about me back then, but, Dad, this situation cannot happen again. If this time, they are still stubborn and assist evil, then, I'm sorry, this is the food I gave them, they shouldn't eat it anymore in the future. A cold light flashed in Yi Ching's eyes. He could treat these villagers with the greatest kindness, but he could also punish these people with the greatest malice. He was not a good person, so he would not let anyone bully him. Looking at Yi Ching's eyes, Yi Father felt as if he had never known this son in front of him. At least, since Yi Ching returned this time, he had become somewhat unrecognizable. Yi Ching, don't be stubborn anymore. You can't defeat them. I just heard that when Yi Lao and young Master Yi returned this time, they came prepared. They have a huge backer in East Province this time. They are already very displeased with you. If you are still stubborn and insist on continuing, they will be detrimental to you. Listen to Dad, solve the matter now. Everyone resolves the misunderstanding, and let bygones be bygones. This is the best outcome. Everyone will be happy, okay? Yes, perhaps everyone would be happy, but Yi Ching would not. Dad, are you sure you will be happy? Who you are, others may not be clear, but I am the clearest. When did you ever bow your head and compromise with evil forces? Ha ha. Ha, everyone is happy, but I am not happy, then it won't work. Yi Father's face turned livid with anger upon hearing this, just as he was about to bang on the table. Yi Ching suddenly sighed softly and said, Dad, I can give them a chance, but I'm afraid they won't cherish this chance at that time. Please don't stop me, okay? Yi Father immediately nodded and said, okay, as long as you are well and they don't bother you. If they insist on bothering you at this time, then Dad will stand by you. At this point, Yi Father gritted his teeth and said, it's Dad's incompetence, it's Dad's backbone that isn't straight, but these years, whether it's your brother or your sister, your mother's health isn't good, we have to live. A single sentence, we have to live. How much bitterness was revealed, Yi Qing's eyes dimmed. However, after the dimness, there was extreme anger. Live? If everything Yi Qing left before his imprisonment could have properly entered his parents' pockets, he would not have had to say such bitter words. Let alone all of it, even a small part would have been fine. Dad, it's not your fault, it's me who didn't understand your hard work all these years, but this kind of thing will never happen again. Do you want to gamble on human nature? But I tell you, human nature cannot be gambled on. When Yi Qing said this, what he thought of was Qingyue. If she had been willing to lend a hand, his parents wouldn't have had such a hard life, and there were Shi Dahu and Sun Taohua. They took everything that belonged to his parents, but if they had even a little conscience, life could still go on. But what did they do? Thinking about it, Yi Qing could only feel anger. Yi Qing slowly stood up, looked at Yi Father, and said, Dad, I'll go on stage with you, but as for what I specifically do, you don't need to worry about it. I just hope you trust me this time, that's all. As soon as Yi Father saw Yi Qing's attitude, he knew Yi Qing was definitely going to do something and immediately tried to stop him. Yi Qing looked at Yi Father and said in a deep voice, Dad, remember, whether I go on stage or not, this time, I will not let them off easily. This high platform cannot stop me. Yi Father nodded and said no more. Instead, looking at One Family Head, he said, Then, One Family Head, shall we go together? One Family Head heard this and quickly shook his head, saying, Yi Lao, I won't go on stage after all. Everyone sitting on the stage today are distinguished guests of the Wan family. Who am I to be there? Moreover, even if it's Mr. Ye's friends, my status and position might not be enough. I'll just sit below and wait. At this point, One Family Head hesitated for a moment, looked at Yi Father, and said, Yi Lao, there's something I don't know if I should say. Yi Father heard this, nodded, and said, One Family Head, just speak your mind. One Family Head nodded and said, Then, I'll say it. Mr. Yi, please believe Mr. Yi Qing. Everything he does is normal and necessary. You just need to wholeheartedly believe in him, and that's enough. Leave everything to him to handle. Believe him, he will definitely not disappoint you. At this point, One Family Head pointed to everyone present and said softly, I can guarantee you with the lives and fortunes of everyone who came here today that as long as Mr. Yi needs it, we are willing to give everything. This way, you can finally rest assured, right? As One Family Head's words fell, everyone present who had come for Yi Qing slowly stood up and nodded heavily to Yi Father, as if silently promising something. And Yi Father, at this moment, truly didn't know what to say. These people, all of them influential figures, had all gathered together for Yi Qing, and now, they were even willing to make such a promise for Yi Qing. The relationship between them and Yi Qing made Yi Father somewhat confused. However, at this moment, he clearly knew that his son had perhaps truly grown up, no longer needed his protection, and had his own power. Okay, I understand. After speaking, Yi Father looked at Yi Qing, hesitated for a moment, and said softly, Do what you want to do, but I hope it can be resolved peacefully. Try to resolve it peacefully. Yi Qing heard this, nodded slightly, and said, I will give them a chance, but it depends on whether they want it or not. After speaking, Yi Qing helped Yi Father by the arm and said softly, Dad, I'll accompany you to the high platform. Chapter 244 Criminal Evidence. At this moment, Yi Father was filled with emotion. Isn't a child's success what he wanted to see? He hadn't helped Yi Qing with anything, so what right did he have now to criticize Yi Qing about certain matters? Dad, you don't need to overthink things. Your son has grown up and will take good care of you in the future. However, before that, I'm afraid you'll have to go through some pain, but temporary pain brings long-term happiness in the future. I hope you won't blame me. Seemingly sensing Yi Father's emotional sigh, Yi Qing took the initiative to speak. As Yi Father and Yi Qing walked through the long crowd, enjoying the gazes of thousands of people, he felt nothing but nervousness at this moment. At the same time, he also felt a sense of anger. Because he sensed that among these gazes, there was envy, jealousy, and even hatred, as if everyone harbored ill intentions towards Yi Qing. He felt this pressure, let alone Yi Qing. Yi Qing, do what you want to do. I'm old and can't help you with anything anymore. I just hope I don't cause you any trouble. Speaking of this, Yi Father paused for a moment and said, It's just that, some things, if they can be salvaged, should be salvaged. Yi Qing nodded, not saying much. When he reached the front of the stage, Yi Qing glanced at the excited Yishan standing nearby and chuckled, "Brother, if you don't mind, let's go on stage together. I think, perhaps, I'll need your protection later." Upon hearing this, Yishan's eyes immediately widened, and he followed directly behind Yi Qing, saying in a deep voice, "Yi Qing, don't worry with your big brother here, no one will harm you. You just do whatever you want to do, your big brother will help you." Yi Qing smiled slightly, not saying much. Meanwhile, Yi father fell into silence. Even Yishan could trust Yi Qing so unconditionally, why couldn't he? It should have been him, the father, standing behind Yi Qing, serving as a pillar of support and a harbor. After getting on the high platform, the village chief smiled and said, Yi Qing, you've kept us guessing so hard. You actually know so many important figures, why didn't you say so in advance? It makes it seem like our village doesn't know how to entertain guests. We've been neglectful, truly neglectful of these distinguished guests. Yi Qing heard this, smiled slightly, and said, Village chief, there's no need to worry, they won't say anything. After speaking, Yi Qing helped Yi father to the main table in the center of the high platform and softly said, Dad, just sit here. Upon hearing this, Yi father immediately wanted to stand up. After all, this table was occupied by the truly influential figures of the village, and Yes father was also seated at this table. Even when Yi father had just gone on stage and taken a seat, he was at a side table, not the main one. Yi Qing, I'll still sit where I was. Yi Qing heard this, shook his head, and smiled, Dad, if you sit on the side, I wouldn't mind, but Yes father probably wouldn't be happy after all. From this moment on, wherever you sit, that will be the main table. To make Yes father travel all this way and then have to move for you, I don't think that would be very good, would it? These words were arrogant. Yes father's eyes narrowed slightly, and young Master Yi couldn't help but want to speak. Yes father sitting here is only right, Yi Qing, let's take our seats. Whatever matters there are, we can discuss them slowly in private, we're all our own people, there's nothing that can't be said. The village chief spoke with a laugh, as if all the previous unpleasantness had been forgotten. Meanwhile, Yi Qing stood on the stage, smiling calmly, and said, Naturally, there isn't too much of a problem, it's just that some things, when they need to be made clear, still need to be made clear. Only after they are made clear can everyone enjoy this meal happily, don't you think? Don't worry, village chief, General Manager Gao, you will definitely be able to eat this meal today, not a single bite will be missed. Yi Qing keeps his word. The words were spoken, but how exactly this meal would be eaten, Yi Qing didn't say. The village chief thought Yi Qing had compromised and immediately laughed. Easy to say, Yi Qing, whatever you want to say, whatever you want to resolve, we'll resolve it. Yi Qing heard this, nodded, and then calmly said, What I want is very simple. I want the village chief to publicly disclose how much money has flowed into the village from village-run enterprise over the years, where it was used, and how much was spent. Additionally, I want village-run enterprise to release its financial statements during the years I was away. How much income did it generate, and where was the money spent? This request isn't excessive, is it? As soon as these words were uttered, both the village chief and general manager Gao turned ashen. Not excessive? It was far too excessive. Demanding them to disclose their accounts and expenditure details right away was like exposing all their secrets. The village chief took a deep breath, looked at Yi Qing, and chuckled, Yi Qing, I know what you want to say. Actually, you're not short on money, you just want to vent, isn't that right? Alright, I'll let you vent. Whether it's the village's or the company's accounts, they can all be made public to you. In fact, I can even decide to compensate you for whatever is owed to you privately. How's that? In front of everyone, with everyone present, don't let this matter affect everyone's mood and delay their meal, don't you agree? Yi Qing heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he softly said, Village chief, since you can see that I'm not short on money, do you really think that compensating me with money will be useful? What I want is fairness. The village chief saw Yi Qing's unyielding demeanor, took a deep breath, and said, Yi Qing, you're doing this on purpose, insisting on turning a good thing into a bad one, aren't you? This is Qingshui village, don't forget that. Also, your father and I have already discussed it. Are you really going to be ungrateful? If that's truly the case, then I can guarantee that you won't be able to leave this village. Don't think that just because you know a few rich people, you can lord it over us here. I'm telling you, you're not qualified enough, do you understand? Seeing the village chief get anxious, Yi Qing, however, smiled. Village chief, why are you anxious? I'm just giving my father face, which is why I'm only asking you to disclose the financial accounts. What? Is it that difficult? Then, if you don't disclose it, how about I disclose it? The village chief heard this, frowned tightly, looked at Yi Qing, and said coldly, what do you want to do? Yi Qing sneered, extended his hand, and calmly said, Red Eyes. Immediately, Red Eyes, who had been staying in a certain corner, heard this and immediately came onto the stage, took out a file bag, and handed it to Yi Qing. Yi Qing shook the file bag, then in front of everyone, he loudly said, inside this are the evidences of corruption and bribery by the village and corporate executives over the years. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now read them to you. After speaking, Yi Qing opened the file bag, took out a piece of paper, and calmly said, Yi Shishing, within 3 years, embezzled a total of 187 million from village-run enterprise, and received 700,000 from the village's petty cash, totaling 257 million. Zhang Shuanggan, within 3 years, embezzled a total of 21 million from village-run enterprise, and received 650,000 from the village's petty cash, totaling 275 million. As Yi Qing called out names, the faces of 2 of the people standing on the stage immediately turned extremely pale. And everyone else instantly became uneasy. Because what Yi Qing was reading was not fabricated, but all true. And at this moment, the villagers below the stage had already erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 245, Village Attack. Oh my god, they embezzled so much money, they really deserve to die. These 2 people are both subordinates of the village chief and general manager Gao. They are only low-level executives, so there must be bigger fish. Is this true or false? These 2 people embezzled 5 million. Oh my god, that's 5 million. Yi Qing ignored the crowd's discussions and continued speaking. Yin Yao, illegal gains, totaling over 8 million. Gao Kun, illegal gains, totaling over 6 million. Chen Shan, illegal gains, totaling over 3 million. Yi Qing read out names one by one. Almost every high-ranking official in the village and the enterprise was involved. At this moment, both the village chief and general manager Gao could no longer hold back. Shut up, Yi Qing, this is slander. Do you have any evidence? You're just spouting nonsense, you're stirring up trouble, you're simply outrageous. Yi Qing looked at the village chief and general manager Gao, and said indifferently, if I didn't have evidence, I wouldn't dare to speak carelessly. Want evidence? Simple. Immediately, Yi Qing took out a USB drive and said calmly, this USB drive contains detailed lists for everyone, it can be checked clearly with a quick look. The eyes of the village chief and general manager Gao turned red. Although their names hadn't been called yet, they knew very well that they would be next. Moreover, among the people Yi Qing had already named, there were some of their relatives. Yi Qing looked at their bloodshot eyes and shook his head lightly, saying, don't even think about snatching the USB drive. Even if I gave it to you, there are backups. What's more, if I let you snatch it, could you even get it? As Yi Qing's words fell, Yi Shan's eyes were already bloodshot, and he stood beside Yi Qing, looking as if he would fight to the death with anyone who dared to lay a hand on village-run enterprise. Meanwhile, Yi Father, sitting on the stage, was also somewhat stunned. He had thought these people might embezzle and take bribes, but he never expected it to be so much. He wondered, wasn't it said that although Yi Qing was developing well, all the money was being used for development? How could so much have been embezzled? The village chief took a deep breath, looked at Yi Qing, and said, Yi Qing, if we're talking about embezzlement, it's not just us who embezzled, is it? What about your own family members? Aren't you going to mention them? Yi Qing heard this, chuckled, took out a document, and read, Shirdahu, Sentawa, illegal gains, plus money withheld that should have belonged to my parents, totaling 4,360,000. After finishing, Yi Qing looked at the village chief and said indifferently, next, it's yours and General Manager Gao's turn. The numbers are shocking. At this moment, Shirdahu and Sun Taohua were also flustered, not expecting that Yi Qing actually had evidence, and knew the exact amount they had embezzled. Yi Father, sitting on the stage, opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately didn't. His expression became much dimmer. He hadn't expected that Shirdahu and Sun Taohua would conspire together and embezzle money that belonged to their family, and despite this, they cried poverty every day, and even the house they built was built with money Yi father borrowed. Yi mother's illness required medicine, and they didn't even contribute a single cent. Yi father felt angry just thinking about how he had actually defended such people. At this moment, he finally understood why Yi Qing was so angry and wanted to teach them a lesson. Just then, General Manager Gao suddenly laughed, looked at Yi Qing, and chuckled, "Yi Qing, even if all this is true, so what? We built the roads in the village, and we provided jobs for the villagers. Without us, they would still be starving. It was us who gave them food and clothing, and it was us who made them rich. Are we wrong? Also, Yi Qing, if you calculate, the money any random person received is more than what you invested, right? And your own brother-in-law and sister-in-law have already taken millions. What are you not satisfied with? You only invested a few $100,000, and now you've gained so much profit. Why are you making such a fuss? This village, this enterprise, has come this far because of us. What does it have to do with you, Yi Qing? However, if you insist on bringing us down, then fine, the enterprise will also go bankrupt, and everyone will lose their jobs. I'd like to ask, will these villagers agree to that?" After speaking, General Manager Gao stood on the stage, looked at the many villagers below, and said indifferently, "Now Yi Qing wants to smash our rice bowls. I ask you, do you agree or not? If we fall, you will have nothing left. Do you accept this?" Before General Manager Gao could finish, the village chief immediately grabbed the microphone and angrily shouted, "Yi Qing, he's seeing us doing well and wants to reap the benefits, but he actually wants to use this method to wipe us all out. I ask you, fellow villagers, do you agree?" General Manager Gao and I discussed earlier that we would take out 10% of the profits every year, at least 3 million annually, to distribute among all the villagers, so that everyone can have an extra income each year and their lives get better and better. But now, it seems that won't be possible. Everyone, do you agree? When the many villagers heard General Manager Gao and the village chief say this, especially when they heard that at least 3 million would be distributed to them every year, their eyes all turned red. They immediately became furious, and their eyes were filled with hatred for Yi Qing. They didn't care who embezzled or who took bribes, because it had nothing to do with them. At least, in their opinion, it had nothing to do with them. But, making them lose their jobs and depriving them of their annual benefits, that was a big deal. No. We absolutely don't agree. What kind of damn evidence? Let him die. That's right, Village Chief, General Manager Gao, we won't listen to Yi Qing. You are the ones who gave us our livelihoods. We know best. Let Yi Qing die. Yes, let Yi Qing die. We won't be incited by him. We know who to thank. Yi Qing, you bastard. You just got out of prison and you're trying to harm all of us. You're a bastard. Get out. The Yi family doesn't have people like you. Provoked by the village chief and General Manager Gao, Yi Qing became the target of public criticism at this moment, constantly being cursed by the villagers. Even if some people didn't curse, their gazes towards Yi Qing were already somewhat abnormal. Yi Qing's eyes were indifferent. He watched all this, shook his head lightly, and said, "Have you ever thought that my intention in establishing village-run enterprise and donating the shares to the village for free was to let everyone live a good life? I stipulated at the time that 50% of village-run enterprises' profits each year should be distributed as dividends to the villagers, but they embezzled the money that should have belonged to you, and now you're cursing me?" Yi Qing smiled, as if he wasn't angry at all. However, the villagers didn't listen to Yi Qing and continued to curse angrily, even attacking Yi Qing's parents. "Yi Qing, stop twisting the facts here. What you say sounds good, but have you done it? Don't make excuses. You're just a liar. This enterprise gives us work and dividends. It's these executives who give us everything, not you, Yi Qing. You, Yi Qing, are just jealous that the enterprise has grown big. You actually want to monopolize the enterprise. Don't pretend to be so righteous." "That's right, Yi Qing, we won't fall for your tricks or be swayed by you. Your whole family, none of you are good people. You all deserve to die. Kick Yi Qing's family out. Expel them from the family registry. That's right, ask the patriarch to bring out the family registry and expel Yi Qing's entire family from the clan. Let them get out. Bring out the family registry. Expel Yi Qing's entire family from the family registry." Slowly, the unified voice throughout the crowd was only one: ask the patriarch to bring out the family registry and expel Yi Qing's entire family from the clan. At this moment, Yi father, Yi mother, and even Yi Qinglian and Yi Shan's faces all turned pale, ashen white. Only Yi Qing's eyes, the expression in them, even the killing intent gradually disappeared. What remained was only indifference, endless coldness, so cold that it seemed as if he had no emotions left. Chapter 246 Father and Son Reconciliation. In an instant, Yi Qing's family became the target of attack for all the villagers. Not only did they attack them, but they also wanted to expel them from Qingshui village and remove them from the family tree. If it were only verbal attacks, it would have been fine, but then, many people started throwing vegetables and eggs onto the stage, and Yi Qing, without dodging, seemed to want to let these people hit him. In a short while, Yi Qing's body became dirty. But in fact, if Yi Qing wanted to, he could completely avoid it, and there were also people who wanted to protect him, but he was unwilling. He just wanted to use this method to make his parents see clearly that some people are not worth pitying. Yi Shan constantly used his body to block the thrown vegetables and eggs for Yi Qing, and he roared in anger. Do you people have any conscience? Yi Qing wasn't doing this for himself, he was trying to get justice for you. How could you treat him like this? Are you even human? Uncle Jiao, sixth uncle, third aunt, and also eighth brother, ninth brother, we are all family. Is this how you treat us? Yi Shan's eyes were filled with grief and indignation as he continuously shouted at the stage, hoping to awaken their consciences. But now, these people were already red-eyed, brainwashed by the village chief and general manager Gao. In their view, Yi Qing finding so much incriminating evidence would ruin the village chief and general manager Gao, and at the same time, it would ruin them too. What's more, the village chief and general manager Gao had already promised that in the future, they would take out no less than 3 million annually to distribute to them as dividends. This was no small sum, and for this alone, they had to be satisfied. Just then, Yes father, his face pale, tremblingly stood up, looked at Yi Qing, and shouted mournfully, Yi Qing, hide. As he spoke, Yes father was about to go up and pull Yi Qing away to hide. And Yi Qing, looking at Yes father, smiled softly and said, Dad, I didn't do anything wrong, I just wanted to make them live better, but facts prove that they are not worth it. They didn't stand the test, did they? As he spoke, an egg smashed towards Yes father, but Yi Qing did not catch it with his hand. Instead, he tilted his head directly, blocking the egg for Yes father. The egg shattered on Yi Qing's face, flowing down, while a bright smile still hung on Yi Qing's face. At this moment, Yes father's eyes turned crimson. He could no longer control his anger. Bastards, bastards, you bunch of bastards. Yes father turned around like a madman, directly picked up a stool, and smashed it down fiercely. At the same time, he grabbed the village chief's microphone and roared, You dogs, how dare you bully my son like this? You deserve to die. How did my son treat you all back then? And then, after he was imprisoned, how did you treat us? Even today, my son is still thinking about your interests, even at the expense of his own personal safety and personal interests, and as a result, you treat him like this? Are you still human? Do you still have humanity? You don't need to expel us from the family tree. If this clan is full of bastards like you, then we will leave the family tree ourselves. Yes father was very angry. No matter how annoyed he was with Yi Qing before, Yi Qing was his son after all, and he couldn't just stand by and watch his son be bullied like this. The most crucial thing was that Yi Qing truly had no ill intentions. He just wanted to punish the wicked and reclaim the benefits for the villagers. What did he do wrong? At this moment, Yes father was heartbroken and despairing. Especially when he saw his wife, Yi mother, and Yi Qinglian, also being forced and even having many vegetable leaves thrown at them. Yes father completely exploded in rage. Yi Shan, go, call all our family members onto the stage. Aren't they going to expel us from the family tree? Don't they think we are bad people? Fine, then let's see who the bad people really are. After speaking, Yes father looked at Yi Qing and said in a deep voice, Yi Qing, I support you. Do anything you want to do. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing bowed slightly to Yes father and said softly, Dad, I'm sorry to have disappointed you. Yes father shook his head directly and said angrily, Dad is not disappointed. Even if I were disappointed, it wouldn't be with you. You are a good child. It was Dad who misunderstood you, but from now on, Dad supports you. Looking at Yi mother, who was helped onto the stage, with some chopped vegetables and eggs on her, a hint of sadness and sorrow flashed in Yi Qing's eyes. He bowed gently and said, Mom, you've been wronged. Yi mother's eyes were red, and she shook her head slightly, saying, Mom is not wrong. Mom knows you are not doing bad things, you are doing good things, it's just that they don't understand. Mom believes in you, Yi Qing, do what you want to do. At this moment, it seemed as if everyone wanted to distance themselves from Yi Qing, but only his family stood firmly by his side. The previous estrangement with Ye's father quietly resolved at this moment. Just then, the village chief waved his hand and spoke calmly, everyone, don't get agitated, don't throw things around, after all, those are bought with money, it's such a waste to smash them. As the village chief spoke, the crowd below indeed slowly stopped, and a satisfied smile appeared at the corner of the village chief's mouth. This was the result he wanted. The village chief looked at Ye's father and Yi Qing and smiled, Yes, father, and Yi Qing, you've all seen it, this is the will of the people. This is public sentiment. If you insist on going your own way, then you are going against the will of the people, and I can't control what they might do. Yes, father, don't be impulsive. Although some things were thrown at Yi Qing, no one was hurt. Look, he's still standing here perfectly fine, but if you continue to be so stubborn, then no one really knows what the consequences will be. Let Yi Qing hand over the evidence. I still say, everything can be discussed. If it really comes to bringing out the ancestral tablets and expelling you from the family tree, then you will truly be expelled from the village. This is not what you want, is it? General Manager Gao stood beside him, nodding calmly and saying, That's right, as long as Yi Qing brings out the evidence, we guarantee to let bygones be bygones. We can still discuss things properly if there's an issue. After all, we are still considered our own people, but once you are expelled from the family tree, then, you will be outsiders. It will be difficult for outsiders to cause us trouble. At this time, the village chief and general manager Gao were still worried about the evidence, not about a change of heart. Ye's father gritted his teeth, his face full of anger. And Yi Qing, looking at Ye's father, said softly, Dad, Mom, you've all seen it, these people are not worth being good to, are they? Then, from now on, no matter what I do, please don't be angry, okay? Ye's father nodded heavily and said, Yi Qing, this time, I support you, no matter what you do. I want to see what they can do, what they dare to do at work. I'll risk my life to get justice for you. Yi Qing smiled slightly and nodded gently. Then, Yi Qing slowly turned around, looked at the village chief, and said calmly, You, kill yourselves. Chapter 247 Exile you. At this, the village chief and general manager Gao were stunned. In front of everyone, in broad daylight, they were told to commit suicide? Yi Qing, what did you say? I didn't hear clearly? You're telling us to commit suicide? The village chief burst into laughter, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Yi Qing, at first I also thought there might be something wrong with your brain, but now, I realize you've truly been locked up in prison until you're stupid. You even said the words commit suicide. Do you know what commit suicide means? Crazy, truly crazy. At this moment, young Master Yi walked forward with a smile, as if the show was over and it was time to make his presence known. Yi Qing, I know you're angry, but no one is perfect. Even if the village chief and general manager Gao made some mistakes, they still did more things right, otherwise, these villagers wouldn't support them so much. So, you should look for problems within yourself. Yi Qing, don't be so stubborn anymore this way. You're not just implicating yourself, but also your family, and even your wife is being dragged into this. Speaking of this, young Master Yi looked at Gao Qingyue, who was standing aside, avoiding the mess and not having a single vegetable leaf on her, and smiled. President Qingyue, Yi Qing is your husband. I think you should persuade him more. After all, public opinion cannot be defied, and besides, President Qingyue probably doesn't care about this small amount of money. Gao Qingyue stood aside, quite enjoying watching Yi Qing be put in a difficult position. She was truly happy. Several times, Yi Qing had acted as if he could finally turn the situation around, but now, facing so many relatives and fellow villagers, Yi Qing must be at his wit's end. With a light chuckle, Gao Qingyue smiled and said, young Master Yi is right, but I can't control Yi Qing's temper when he gets angry. He even wants to deal with me. I'm really scared. As soon as she said this, young Master Yi immediately sneered. A man who even hits women, is that still a man? Yi Qing, originally I thought you were someone important, but now it seems you're worse than a pig or a dog. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing looked at young Master Yi indifferently and said, I wasn't talking to you. Are you deliberately trying to make your presence known? Get lost. Trash like you isn't qualified to speak to me. If you have something to say, let Yin Fatty's grandfather come and speak to me personally. Even though Yi Qing was covered in vegetable leaves and broken eggs, looking particularly miserable, the domineering aura in his eyes remained as strong as ever. At this moment, young Master Yi was absolutely furious. He was trash? He wasn't even worthy of speaking to Yi Qing? And only Yin Fatty's grandfather might be qualified to speak? This was simply insane. Yi Qing, everyone said there was something wrong with your brain, and I didn't believe it, but after that sentence, I believe it now. What are you? You're not even fit to be mentioned in the same breath as Yin Fatty's grandfather. After speaking, young Master Yi looked at the village chief and general manager Gao, and spoke indifferently. Village chief, general manager Gao, I think we should follow the will of the people, bring out the family genealogy, and expel Yi Qing from the Yi family. Such a person is not worthy of being our relative. Upon hearing this, the village chief nodded repeatedly, then looked at Elder Yi with a fawning smile and said, Elder Yi, what do you say? Elder Yi had not spoken all this time, but his status and position were evident, and his arrogance was well known without him even needing to say anything. Elder Yi slowly stood up and spoke indifferently, I've seen the whole incident. How about this? If Yi Qing's entire family is willing to kowtow and apologize to everyone, I think this matter can still be discussed. After all, they are our own kinsmen, and we should be lenient when possible. His opening statement was to have Yi Qing's entire family kowtow and apologize to everyone. Elder Yi's attitude completely disgusted Yi Qing. Yi Qing turned back, glanced at Elder Yi, and sneered, Old man, I originally didn't intend to trouble you, but since you're courting death, don't blame me. People say that when one gets old, they should know right from wrong, but now it seems you're useless except for being old. Elder Yi heard that Yi Qing not only showed no reverence but even dared to curse him, and immediately became enraged. He slammed the table heavily and angrily said, You scoundrel, this is outrageous. I considered you a junior and that you had contributed to the village, which is why I spoke up for you, but you even curse me, which shows that you are utterly detestable, without manners or upbringing, simply a beast. A beast? A hint of murderous intent flashed in Yi Qing's eyes just as he was about to turn around and fiercely deal with this old geezer. Yi father preempted him and immediately became furious. Elder Yi, I respect you as my third uncle, and I respect your contributions to the village, so we tolerated everything you said, but don't go too far. Elder Yi heard this and sneered, Too far? I, Yi, have dominated North Province for so many years, and no one has ever dared to say I went too far. Do you know why? Because they simply don't dare. They are afraid. They know that if I truly go too far, they won't even see tomorrow's sun. How can you ants comprehend my power? The fact that I can sit and talk with you is already a great honor for you. So arrogant, so domineering. At this moment, Elder Yi stood on the platform, incomparably proud, as if his presence there was a great gift to everyone in this world. Elder Yi waved his hand and spoke indifferently, Village chief, bring out the family genealogy. I think there's no need to say anything more. Expel them. After saying this, Elder Yi spoke indifferently to the crowd below, all you villagers are kind-hearted people. I've decided to add 10 million yuan as a bonus directly for your recent performance, to be distributed among you. As soon as these words were spoken, all the villagers completely erupted. There were only about 1,000 to 2,000 people present, so if an extra 10 million yuan was distributed, it would mean an extra few thousand to 10,000 yuan in cash for no reason. This was incredible, and everyone immediately became excited. They shouted even louder at Yi Qing's family. Expel Yi Qing's family! Yes, expel Yi Qing's family! With everyone clamoring, the village chief said nothing more, just smiled faintly, looked at Yi Qing's family, and said, "Well, I'm sorry then, we already gave you a chance, but you didn't take it, and you even dared to offend Elder Yi, haha, truly foolish. Someone! Bring out the ancestral tablets! Bring out the family genealogy!" At the village chief's command, someone immediately went to retrieve the ancestral tablets and the family genealogy, and the central position on the high platform was cleared to place the tablets and genealogy. Everyone watched this scene excitedly, seemingly all waiting for Yi Qing's family to burst into tears and be filled with endless regret. Chapter 248, Confusion of Right and Wrong, A Mad Dog Bites People. Soon, the Yi family ancestral tablets and family register were brought out and placed on the high platform. At this moment, Yi father's face turned ashen, though his words had been resolute. When it came to truly being expelled from the clan, his heart was in pain. Yi mother tightly grasped Yi father's arm, seemingly afraid that Yi father couldn't accept it. At this moment, the village chief bowed to the tablets and spoke at length about how Yi Qing's entire family had disrespected their ancestors, been unkind to their relatives, and committed numerous grave sins. Afterward, he began to call names, intending to expel Yi Qing's entire family one by one. "Yi Qing, the names of you and your 2 sons have now been expelled from the clan. From now on, you are no longer members of the Yi family. Next, your mother, your sister-in-law, your brother-in-law, and your wife will also be expelled." After speaking, the village chief began to read out the names. When Xingyue's name was read, Xingyue smiled for her. Being in or out of this family register was not important at all. However, when the names of Shi Dahu and Sen Taohua were read, these two, who were below the stage, began to cry and protest vehemently. "No, I don't want to be expelled from the family register. The mistakes they made have nothing to do with us." Shi Dahu shouted hysterically from below the stage. "Village chief, general manager Gao, it's Yi Qing and his sons who committed capital offenses. What does that have to do with us? Don't expel us." Sun Taohua, at this time, also clutched her pregnant belly and cried out, "That's right, it's their mistakes. Don't expel us." The village chief initially wanted to refuse directly, but young Master Yi spoke up. "Village chief, I see, these are Yi Qing's sister-in-law and brother-in-law, aren't they? Why don't we invite them up and have a good talk? If they speak well, then it's not impossible to keep their names in the family register." The village chief naturally wouldn't offend young Master Yi, so he immediately ordered Shi Dahu and Sen Taohua to come up to the stage. Shi Dahu and Sen Taohua were absolutely unwilling to be expelled from the family register, because this meant their income would become very, very little, and most importantly, given how Yi Qing's entire family had offended people now, if they followed along, who knew how much suffering they would endure. After Shi Dahu came on stage, he immediately displayed the scars on his body and said with immense grief, "Everyone, you all say I am Yi Qing's brother-in-law, but look, all these injuries on my body were inflicted by Yi Qing. Is this how one treats his own brother-in-law? He's a scoundrel who commits all sorts of evil. I'm telling you, he just wants to seize the benefits that belong to all the villagers, he just wants to snatch food from everyone's mouths. And that little slut Yi Qinglian, she never even treated me as a husband, and she's a hen that can't lay eggs. I've long wanted to cut ties with her whole family. And their parents, each of them pretends to be righteous and moral, but in reality, behind their backs, they do nothing but filthy things. I now demand to draw a clear line with them. Please, all villagers, give us a way out and let us stand on your side." Shi Dahu went on stage and babbled on, almost describing Yi Qing's entire family as heinous criminals. At this scene, Yi father clenched his fists so tightly his teeth almost shattered, and Yi Qinglian's face was even paler as she wept uncontrollably. And Yi Qing softly said, "Don't rush. One phrase, "don't rush," made them all temporarily quiet down. At this moment, the village chief looked at Shi Dahu and said, "It seems, Shi Dahu, you have suffered. Young Master Yi, what do you think?" Young Master Yi heard this and laughed, since he has been treated so badly by Yi Qing's entire family, then he is the victim. Our Yi clan are the kindest people. If someone is suffering, we naturally must help them. I think this Shirdaha can remain within the clan. Upon hearing this, Shirdaha immediately bowed profusely in gratitude. Thank you, young Master Yi, thank you, village chief. I will definitely perform well and draw a clear line with evil forces like Yi Qing's entire family. We are irreconcilable. The village chief nodded with great satisfaction, then looked at Sun Taohua and said, And you? What grievances do you have? These words made Sun Taohua freeze for a moment. Ever since she married Yishan, she had lived a life of luxury, never lifting a finger, and constantly taking money to her maiden family. Yishan had treated her like a goddess, pampering her. On ordinary days, it wasn't she who was bullied, but Yishan. But now, she had to fabricate a lie. Sun Taohua spoke without hesitation, immediately shedding tears and crying miserably, Old Yi, village chief, uncles and aunties, my life is so bitter. Yishan appears honest and kind, but in reality, he is a vicious person. He would beat and scold me at the slightest displeasure, and he didn't even spare me after I became pregnant. And my parents-in-law, who seem like reasonable people, actually indulged their son, and sometimes even helped Yishan scold and beat me, leaving me covered in bruises, so much so that I couldn't get out of bed for several days. Uncles and aunties, I have long wanted to cut ties with Yishan's family, but they threatened me, saying if I dared to speak out or divorce, they would kill my entire family. Wu, please, save me. After speaking, Sun Taohua cried even more miserably. And Yishan's teeth, at this moment, were almost shattered. You're spouting nonsense. You dare to slander me and my parents, you scoundrel. Sun Taohua saw Yishan roaring at her, feigned fright, and started wailing loudly, directly hiding behind the village chief, crying bitterly, Save me, village chief, save me, I'm so scared. Ye father ye mother, at this moment, finally witnessed what it meant for human hearts to be treacherous and what it meant to twist right and wrong. Didn't they know themselves what they had or hadn't done? Didn't most people in this village know, even? But now? They were facing the curses and accusations of everyone, as if their entire family had become utterly heinous criminals. Yet, many people clearly knew the truth. At this moment, Yi father lowered his head, his eyes dim, as if he had lost all his strength. And Yi Qing pulled Yishan, and softly said, Big brother, some things, some people, it's not too late once you see them clearly. Just then, the village chief became furious and roared, Men, tie up Yi Qing's entire family. Although they've been expelled from the clan, they've harmed so many people and done so many things that provoke divine wrath and human resentment. Family law must be enforced. Chapter 249. The big guys come together. Not only were they going to expel Yi Qing's entire family from the family tree, but now, the village head was also going to use family law. Immediately, over a dozen young men walked towards Yi Qing's family. At this moment, although they knew Yi Qing would not suffer any harm, one family head and the others still couldn't hold back. Stop! Who dares to be rude to Mr. Yi? One family head led a group of big and small bosses directly onto the stage, angrily saying, This is truly a ridiculous joke. Mr. Yi is such a good person, yet you want to expel him from the clan. Truly, I'm impressed. But today, with us here, who dares to touch Mr. Yi? As he spoke, Uncle Gong waved his hand and roared, Someone. At his command, nearly 100 men in black, one by one, glared menacingly at everyone on the stage. At this moment, the village head and general manager Gao both frowned. Normally, they would definitely fawn over and respect one family head and the others, but today, no. The village head took a deep breath and coldly said, One family head, Uncle Gong, you have all heard and seen the actions of Yi Qing's entire family. Even now, are you still going to protect such evil people? I advise you not to do this. We don't want to be your enemies. Just then, Old Yi slowly opened his mouth and said, One family head, Uncle Gong, is that right? Do you have some cooperative relationship with Yi Qing? However, no matter what cooperative relationship you have, it's not important. What's important is that I will soon be investing in East Province. At that time, I believe our cooperation will be even more beneficial. Moreover, are you sure you want to protect Yi Qing's entire family here? Don't forget, this is Qingshui village. There are 1,000 or 2,000 people here, all from the village. Are the few people you brought enough? Or are you saying that you don't want to leave the village either? After speaking, Olji looked at the village head and said lightly, "Today, I am sitting here whatever happens, I will bear the responsibility you, just do what you need to do." With Oldje's backing, the village head and general manager Gao became even more fearless. The village head looked at one family head and the others, chuckling. "One family head, you all heard Oldje's words. You are also very clear about Oldje's identity under these circumstances. Are you sure you still want to stand with Yi Qing? If so, then I really have to say sorry, this is Qingshui village. This is the Yi clan's ancestral worship ceremony." After speaking, the village head looked at the crowd below and roared, "Now, someone wants to obstruct us from carrying out the punishment on Yi Qing's entire family and save Yi Qing and others. Do you agree or not?" With the village head's roar, the 1,000 or 2,000 villagers present all fell into a rage. "No, whoever dares to obstruct our village from doing proper business, beat him to death." What one family head, what Uncle Gong, bringing 100 or so people and thinking they can run wild in our village, they've gone too far, beat them to death. Beat them, they should have been beaten long ago. Beat them all together, break all their legs and throw them out of the village. At this moment, one family head and the others seemed to have aroused public indignation. However, one family head and Uncle Gong's expressions remained unchanged, as if they were not affected in the slightest. For them, Yi Qing had proven his ability and strength more than once. This situation now didn't even count as a small scene. But while one family head and the others weren't afraid, Yi Father, at this moment, was a little worried. Yi Father looked at Yi Qing, sighed, and said, "Yi Qing, I know these friends of yours are here to help you, but given today's situation, they can't help much. Let them go, don't implicate them." Yi Qing, however, looked at Yi Father and smiled, "Dad, don't worry, nothing will happen." After speaking, Yi Qing looked at his miserable appearance and chuckled, "The reason I let them beat and smash me is to tell myself that there is no longer any affection between me and them. Their beating and smashing me has exhausted my last bit of tolerance for them, so I don't need to show them any mercy either. Dad, Mom, eldest brother, eldest sister, today, let me show you everyone's true colors, and at the same time, let me reintroduce myself to you." Before Yi Qing could speak, outside the village, cars suddenly arrived one after another. And at this moment, the announcement sounded again. "The president of Yunduan Group of East Province has come to visit. The chairman of Tianqing Group of East Province has come to visit. The chairman of Liao Group of East Province has come to visit." At this time, there were still people arriving. However, this was not important. What was important was that the caliber of the people arriving this time was clearly not low. Just by seeing the changed expressions of Olji and young Master Yi, one knew that the status of the arrivals was definitely not low. How did they come? These people, each of them has a net worth of billions, tens of billions. And just as they were wondering, the announcement sounded again. "Mr. Gao Tianming of Shuwei City has come to visit. Mr. Tu Bai of Mingzhou has come to visit. Master Huang of Tianzhou has come to visit. Tiger Tooth of East Continent has come to visit." If before it only surprised the village head and Olji, now, everyone present who understood the meaning of these names widened their eyes. Even Olji frowned. Because these people were all underground world big shots. Any one of them, if taken out, was a figure who could command wind and rain. Now, with so many of them coming together, it was an even more formidable force that one dared not underestimate. Especially Tiger Tooth, who was almost considered a giant in the underground world of East Province. But why did all these people come? While Olji was still frowning, young Master Yi whispered, "Grandpa, could it be that Uncle Gong temporarily doesn't have time to come, but knowing you came to worship ancestors, he arranged for these people to come? After all, Uncle Gong also has to give you face." Olji heard this, nodded, smiled, and said, "That makes sense. Uncle Gong is thoughtful. He truly lives up to his reputation as the leader of the underground world in East Province." Though he said this, for some reason, Olji felt a sense of unease at this moment. "Grandpa, I'll go greet these big shots and magnates." Olji heard this and waved his hand directly, saying, "No, I will personally go greet them." After speaking, Olji, leading the village head and others, was about to go down the stage to greet Tiger Tooth and the others. And the village head, even more so, looked at Yi Qing's entire family and sneered, "See? This is Oldje's strength in the future. The village will be even more prosperous. Unfortunately, you won't get to see it." Yi Father and Yi Shan did not know who these people were. It was one family head who explained it to them, and only then did they understand. However, the more they understood, the paler their faces became. One family head, however, smiled and said, "Old Mr. Yi, just you wait and see. These people are not here to support them, they are all here to pay respects to Mr. Yi." Upon hearing this, Yi Father and the others were stunned for a moment. Pay respects to Mr. Yi? However, thinking of the Mr. Yi that one family head and the others referred to, it seemed there was only Yi Qing. Immediately, they were all dumbfounded, looking at Yi Qing, as if they couldn't believe it. Only Yi Qing, with his hands behind his back, looked indifferently at everyone present. Although his clothes were torn and messy, he stood like an emperor, looking down upon the world. Chapter 250. I am Mr. Yi's dog. Old Man Yi, accompanied by young Master Yi and a group of others, personally went to welcome the arriving guests. General Manager Yao, hello. I didn't expect my return to the village for ancestor worship to trouble you. General Manager Yao was the CEO of Yunwan Group in East Province at this moment. He didn't know that these people had already had a conflict with Yi Qing, so he politely shook hands. Old Man Yi then extended his hand to the several bigwigs present, smiling, "It truly honors us to have all of you bigwigs here. Thank you, thank you. This must be Huya, right? As expected, you are young and promising. You truly live up to being the strongest junior in the underground world of East Province. Very impressive." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present showed expressions of amusement. The strongest junior in the underground world of East Province? Heh, that title is outdated. The current Tiger Tooth is the strongest bigwig in the underground world of East Province, and soon, perhaps, he will be the sole giant. Tiger Tooth didn't know who Old Man Yi was. He nodded and said, "Mr. Yi is returning to his village for ancestor worship. Of course we must come." Hearing Mr. Yi, Old Man Yi thought he was referring to himself. He quickly exchanged pleasantries and said, "All you bigwigs, please take your seats on the high platform." Village Chief, General Manager Gao, why aren't you quickly greeting the bigwigs? The village chief had never seen so many important figures. He was a bit dazed at the moment, but these were real connections. "All you bigwigs, please follow me. Let's take our seats on the high platform." "Of course, I apologize, our village is currently handling a small matter. Please wait a moment, all you bigwigs and giants, and don't be annoyed." As Tiger Tooth and the others approached, their expressions all changed. Perhaps many of them didn't know Yi Qing's appearance, but how could Tiger Tooth not know? What's more, Red Eyes was standing next to Yi Qing. Who else could that person be, covered in dirty vegetable leaves and broken eggs, looking disheveled but full of spirit, if not Yi Qing? What's going on? Tiger Tooth opened his mouth, almost unable to believe his eyes. The village chief thought Tiger Tooth was curious, and immediately said with a smile, "Oh, this person is Yi Qing. He was rebellious and angered everyone in our village, so we just removed them from the family tree, and now we are about to carry out family punishment. Everyone, you're seeing a spectacle, but it won't affect you. Just treat it as a joke." Upon hearing this, Tiger Tooth immediately became enraged, and the others, even if they didn't know Yi Qing, knew that the disheveled young man was Yi Qing when they heard his name. Their heads all swelled. Such an important figure was being treated like this? Presumptuous. What an asshole. Tiger Tooth could no longer hold back and directly cursed. At this moment, young Master Yi, standing nearby, thought Tiger Tooth and the others were speaking up for the village, and immediately sneered, "That's right, this Yi Qing is simply an unforgivable scoundrel. He doesn't cherish the opportunities given to him. He deserves to die." When Tiger Tooth heard this, he immediately stopped, then turned around, looked at young Master Yi, and without a word, delivered a heavy slap directly to young Master Yi's face. This slap stunned everyone. This was young Master Yi. Even if Tiger Tooth was an underground world bigwig, he couldn't just hit him like that, could he? Moreover, weren't they here to pay respects to Old Man Yi? There's no way you just hit someone's grandson. You're spouting bullshit, you dog. How dare you insult Mr. Yi? All of you are looking for death. After speaking, Tiger Tooth didn't care about anything else. He quickly ran onto the platform, looked at Yi Qing, who was covered in dirty vegetable leaves, and without a hint of disdain, directly used his hand to clean him. His eyes were red, and he said with immense anger, "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, we came late and let you suffer. Don't worry, I will kill all of them today to vent your anger." As he spoke, tears almost flowed out. And this scene once again shocked everyone. Only Yi Qing spoke calmly, "You are all giants of the East Province underground world. Doing something like this will make people laugh at you." Tiger Tooth heard this and immediately said, "Let whoever wants to laugh at most, I'll smash their mouths. Besides, what kind of giant am I? Without you, Mr. Yi, I am nothing. I, Tiger Tooth, am your dog, always." Yi Qing heard this and said calmly, "Alright, I'll just go change my clothes." After speaking, Yi Qing directly waved his hand. Immediately, a dozen black-clad men, who appeared from nowhere, formed a circle on the platform and respectfully offered clean water and new clothes. At this moment, the truly bewildered and helpless ones were everyone present except Yi Qing, including Yi Qing's family, who even felt a sense of being caught off guard by this change. And Old Man Yi, as well as the village chief and others, at this moment, their faces were pale, even livid, as if they had suffered immense humiliation. But before they could say anything, Tiger Tooth had already erupted in anger. "Men, secure all exits here. Without my command, not even a fly is allowed to leave. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed on the spot." As Tiger Tooth gave the order, the other bigwigs followed suit and issued commands. If before there were only over 100 people, and the villagers weren't afraid, this time, Tiger Tooth himself brought several hundred people, plus the people brought by other bigwigs, totaling over 1,000 people. They directly held various weapons and surrounded the place, making it impenetrable. By this time, who couldn't see that Yi Qing was not as simple as they had imagined? All the bigwigs and giants who came today were here for Yi Qing. Thinking about how they had treated Yi Qing just now, at this moment, the village chief and others suddenly felt their legs go weak. "Old Man Yi, what should we do now? These people are all here to support Yi Qing. This is truly over." Old Man Yi's face was extremely grim. He had originally thought that this return to his hometown would be a glorious one, where he would enjoy everyone's attention. Instead, it turned out like this, which was simply humiliating. Now, because of his ill treatment of Yi Qing's family, he was already on Yi Qing's opposing side at this point. Whatever he said was too late. "Don't worry, some things may not be as we think, and it hasn't reached the point of no return." At this moment, young Master Yi gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Besides, who said we have to compromise with Yi Qing this time? Don't forget, behind us stands Uncle Gong. I don't believe these people would dare to offend Uncle Gong by dealing with us." Chapter 251. How can it be so powerful? The words of Old Master Yi and Young Master Yi helped the village chief, General Manager Gao, and the other village executives regain their confidence. "Di Dahu, what's going on? How did Yi Qing suddenly become an unapproachable big shot, and why are the village chief and the others starting to tremble?" Sun Taohua cautiously spoke, her eyes filled with terror. Shirdaha swallowed upon hearing this and carefully said, "Don't be afraid, let's wait and see. Old Master Yi is such a big figure, he'll definitely win." Sun Taohua nodded and carefully said, "Then if things go south later, I'll go over to Yishan's side. I'll just say I was forced by these people." "Besides, Shirdahu, can't you tell? No matter who wins or loses this time, Yi Qing's family is completely different now. Yi Qing is not a simple person at all. Just by him knowing so many important figures, even a little bit leaking from between his fingers would be enough for us to live in luxury. How could I have listened to you? This is infuriating." At this moment, Sen Taohua had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. What she regretted was potentially losing money. Meanwhile, Shirdaha gritted his teeth and said, "Let's wait and see if Yi Qing and his people are finished, then money is nothing. Who knows, we might even inherit their wealth." At this point, Shirdahu's eyes lit up. Only Gao Qingyue stood at one side of the high platform, her eyes flickering with melancholy, dissatisfaction, resentment, helplessness, and a hint of a sigh. She finally understood why Yi Qing was so overbearing and arrogant, completely disregarding them. She sighed softly, looking at Yi Qing, who was washing and changing clothes within the human wall. Gao Qingyue softly said, "So, this is your true strength?" "As expected, it's quite unexpected. But, with just this, you want me, Gao Qingyue, to bow down to you? It's not enough. Yi Qing, do you have any other trump cards?" At this moment, the human wall dispersed. Yi Qing, having washed and changed into a black suit, looked extremely energetic. At this moment, whether it was everyone's illusion or a change in circumstances, Yi Qing's eyes seemed to glow. Whoever met his gaze would involuntarily look away, as if his eyes carried cold knives. Old Master Yi looked at the somewhat fearful village chief, General Manager Gao, and the others, and coldly said, "Everyone, follow me onto the stage. This is Qingshui village, the place where our Yi clan worships its ancestors. As long as I am here, no one dares to be presumptuous." With Old Master Yi backing them, the village chief and the others felt a little relieved. However, they no longer dared to treat Yi Qing and his people with the same overbearing manner as before. After ascending the high platform, Old Master Yi took the lead and walked directly in front of Yi Qing, speaking indifferently, "Yi Qing, I still underestimated you." Yi Qing heard this and indifferently said, "I, however, have never underestimated you, because in my eyes, I have never even seen you." Upon hearing this, Old Master Yi pointed at Yi Qing and angrily shouted, You are presumptuous. You have no respect for your elders." Before Yi Qing could speak, Tiger Tooth directly slapped Old Master Yi's hand away and angrily said, "Get lost, you old dog. How dare you speak to Mr. Yi like that? Do you believe I'll chop off your hand?" Old Master Yi had never been treated like this before. At this moment, he was consumed by rage, almost exploding. Absurd, simply absurd. I, Yi, have dominated for so many years, and no one has ever dared to treat me like this. Good, this is truly good. Don't think that just because this is East Province, I, Yi, can't do anything to you. Tiger Tooth, right? I still remember the slap you gave my grandson. I'm telling you, don't think that just because you underground world big shots are here to back Yi Qing. I'm afraid of you. I'm telling you, you have people, and I, too, have people. Uncle Gong is my best partner in East Province. If Uncle Gong hadn't been busy and unable to come this time, would you still dare to be presumptuous? At the mention of Uncle Gong's name, many people present began to laugh. However, some who were unaware still felt fear. Tiger Tooth laughed loudly and coldly said, "I was wondering whose influence you were relying on. So, you're relying on that dog to be so lawless, huh? Alright, you call Uncle Gong here. I'd like to see if he dares to come. You don't even need to say I'm here, and you don't need to mention our names. Just say Mr. Yi is here. Just say you offended Mr. Yi, and you'll see if Uncle Gong dares to respond." Tiger Tooth's presumptuous voice and arrogant words made Old Master Yi feel a hint of unease. But, it didn't make sense. What do you mean? Tiger Tooth heard this and sneered, "My meaning is, you old dog, your news is too outdated. If you knew some of the recent news, you would clearly know that Uncle Gong has already been driven out of East Continent and might not even be in East Province anymore, understand? Now, in the East Province underground world, I, Tiger Tooth, call the shots." At this point, Tiger Tooth respectfully glanced at Yi Qing and said, "Of course, I, Tiger Tooth, am Mr. Yi's dog." Old Master Yi heard this and saw the unperturbed expressions of the many big shots, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. However, how could this be possible? Impossible. You're talking nonsense, trying to scare me this way. I'm telling you, you're dreaming. Uncle Gong has dominated East Province for so many years. Who dares to say they can easily defeat him? Tiger Tooth, you want to trick me? No way. At this moment, Yi Qing slowly spoke, "He didn't trick you, because Uncle Gong has indeed left. If you don't believe me, make a call and ask, you'll know." As for how I know? It's very simple. Yi Qing's eyes slowly grew cold. In front of everyone, he spoke indifferently, "Because I personally, in front of Uncle Gong, ordered him to cut off one of his arms, and that's how I spared his life and let him leave." Chapter 252, I cut off Uncle Gong's hand. At this moment, the entire village fell silent. Mr. Yi was first stunned, then burst into laughter. "Alright, Yi Qing, I already know you're very capable at a time like this, don't tell such jokes. If you said Tiger Tooth and his people united to defeat Uncle Gong, I might still believe it a little, but you said you ordered Uncle Gong to sever one of his own arms to spare his life? Ha, that's truly a huge joke." Mr. Yi looked at the village chief and the others, shaking his head, finding it laughable. And the village chief and the others also quickly shook their heads, indicating their disbelief. Even some of the big figures who came with Tiger Tooth had only just learned of this situation, and their expressions towards Yi Qing showed some doubt. They believed in Tiger Tooth's prowess, but they could never imagine Yi Qing being that formidable. However, seeing Tiger Tooth nod gravely, they all swallowed hard, forced to believe. And at this moment, Gao Qingyue's body also trembled uncontrollably. Yi Ching looked at Mr. Yi and chuckled, "Don't believe it? Call and ask." Mr. Yi saw that Yi Ching wasn't lying and said in a deep voice, "I'll call then, I'll call right now." Yi Ching smiled and said, "Wait." Mr. Yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief and laughed, "What? Don't dare let me call, afraid the truth will be exposed by me?" Yi Ching shook his head, waved his hand indifferently, and said, "Someone, prepare the big screen." Then, he looked at Mr. Yi and sneered, "What's the point of just hearing a voice? Let's make a video call directly so everyone can see." Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi saw that Yi Ching wasn't joking and said angrily, "Fine, then I'll see how you prove your words." After speaking, Mr. Yi directly dialed Uncle Gong's phone, making a video call. Everyone fell silent, waiting for the call to connect. And soon, the call connected. An old man with white hair appeared on the screen at this moment, looking aged and weathered, without the slightest appearance of an underground world overlord. However, those who knew Uncle Gong clearly understood that this was Uncle Gong. And Mr. Yi, at this moment, was also stunned for a moment before speaking, "Uncle Gong, you look much older after not seeing you for some time." Uncle Gong looked at Mr. Yi on the video and sighed, "Mr. Yi, is there something you need me for? If it's about cooperation in East Province, then, I might have to say I'm sorry, I may not be able to help." Mr. Yi's body trembled uncontrollably, and he said softly, "Uncle Gong, I heard some things. Most importantly, I heard someone say that you have already withdrawn from East Province, and that you were also made to sever one of your own arms. Is this true?" Everyone was waiting for Uncle Gong's answer. And at this moment, Uncle Gong fell silent. Finally, he slowly nodded and said, "It's true. Could it be that you've met this person? If that's the case, I advise you, it's best not to be his enemy. His ruthlessness is beyond your imagination. No one in East Province can stop him anymore." As soon as these words came out, Mr. Yi finally couldn't control his trembling, and he swallowed, saying, "This person, it couldn't be Yi Ching, right?" Before Uncle Gong could continue speaking, Yi Ching's voice faintly reached Uncle Gong's ears. "Uncle Gong, it's been a few days, how are you doing?" Everyone saw from the screen that Uncle Gong shivered uncontrollably, as if he had heard the voice of a demon. And the phone was quickly taken by Tiger Tooth, who then respectfully aimed it at Yi Ching. The moment he saw Yi Ching's figure, Uncle Gong's face was filled with bitterness. "Mr. Yi, are you still not going to let me go?" Uncle Gong personally answered the question. He was indeed forced by Yi Ching to cut off one of his own arms, which was the only way he left East Province alive. At this point, Uncle Gong revealed his body with the missing arm in the video, and no one dared to say another word. Yi Ching looked at Uncle Gong and said indifferently, "Retire then, take good care of yourself in retirement. Of course, if you want revenge, I'll be waiting for you anytime, anywhere. But you know, next time, it won't be as simple as just one arm." Yi Ching waved his hand, Tiger Tooth directly hung up the phone, and then threw the phone to Mr. Yi. And Mr. Yi was completely stunned. His greatest reliance in East Province didn't even dare to breathe heavily in front of Yi Ching. He had made a mistake. At this moment, Mr. Yi's face was full of bitterness, and he looked at Yi Ching and said, "I always thought I was a good judge of character, but I never expected that today. I made the biggest mistake of my life. I actually misjudged you." Upon hearing this, Yi Ching said indifferently, "Many people have misjudged me. I don't care." "Mr. Yi, not so arrogant anymore?" After speaking, Yi Ching looked at young Master Yi, who was standing at the back, trembling, and said indifferently, "You're not arrogant anymore either?" Young Master Yi lowered his head, not daring to say a word, his body even trembling. But, was this the end of it? Impossible. Yi Ching was an easygoing person, but he was also someone who held grudges. "Mr. Yi, considering your age, I won't bother with you too much. Let your grandson here enjoy the same treatment as Uncle Gong. Sever one of his own arms, and then, get out of East Province. That's how it will be." Yi Ching waved his hand, as if granting a great favor. However, how could Mr. Yi bear to let young Master Yi lose an arm like that? And young Master Yi wouldn't possibly do it either. "No, Yi Ching, you can't do this. I can apologize to you, we can compensate you. Name a price, and I'll give it to you right now. We are blood relatives." At this time, talking about blood ties? Talking about kinship? Yi Ching burst into laughter, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Is it laughable? Just now, when you were forcing us and wanting to punish us, why did no one talk about blood ties or kinship? Talking to me about these things now, are you worthy? If you don't carry it out, then I will personally carry it out. Don't regret it then. As Yi Qing's words fell, he stretched out his left hand, and a long saber was respectfully handed to Yi Qing by Tiger Tooth. The long saber gleamed coldly, as if it would draw blood in the next second. And Mr. Yi's face was pale, while young Master Yi was so scared that he directly collapsed onto the ground. And also trembling with fear were Shidahu and Sen Taohua. Although their names were not mentioned by Yi Qing, they knew very well that even if everyone here could escape today, they would not be spared. Chapter 253. If you don't kill me, I will. When Mr. Yi, a person of such stature, returned to worship his ancestors, he naturally brought bodyguards, but were they useful? At this moment, the entire village, over 1,000 people, were obeying Yi Qing's command, so his few bodyguards would be completely useless. Mr. Yi watched Yi Qing holding a long saber, took a deep breath, and said, Yi Qing, is there really no room for reconciliation? If it's really not possible, we can leave East Province and never return. I know that Yi Qing is now deeply rooted in East Province and holds a transcendent position, but in North Province, I am also someone with influence. Can we be friends? Upon hearing this, Yi Qing placed the long saber directly on Mr. Yi's shoulder, the blade just a tiny bit away from touching Mr. Yi's neck. Mr. Yi's brows furrowed tightly, and his body trembled slightly, but he did not dodge. Mr. Yi, are you threatening me? Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi quickly said, I wouldn't dare. I'm just stating a fact. It's better for us to be friends than enemies, isn't it? I can promise that as long as Mr. Yi is willing to forgive our offense this time, in the future, we will definitely give generous returns. Truly, he was eloquent. Yi Qing smiled and patted Mr. Yi's shoulder with the long saber. This action was not just impolite, it was an insult. Mr. Yi, you almost swayed me with your words. Unfortunately, my temper, Yi Qing's temper, isn't very good. Some things can be overlooked, but for some things, I am meticulous and will quibble over every penny. However, considering Mr. Yi's painstaking efforts, it's not that I can't give you a chance. As he spoke, Yi Qing waved his hand and said, give our young Master Yi a dagger. I'll give Mr. Yi face and won't sever his arm instead, it'll be 5 fingers. If he cuts off 5 fingers himself, then today, he'll be done. Mr. Yi, there's no room for discussion. I've already given a lot of face. Mr. Yi looked at Yi Qing, took a deep breath, nodded, and said, yes, thank you, Mr. Yi, for your mercy. Young Master Yi was forced to pick up the sharp dagger, however, he was already drenched in sweat from fright. No, I can't cut off my fingers. Grandpa, save me, Grandpa, save me. For someone like young Master Yi, letting him eat, drink, and be merry was fine, even letting him scold people from a high position was fine, but asking him to harm himself even a little bit was unacceptable. The reason Mr. Yi could bring Yi Mingxin to worship ancestors clearly showed that he placed great trust and responsibility in Yi Mingxin. However, young Master Yi was, after all, someone who had been pampered since childhood. When had he ever seen such a bloody scene? Moreover, it was to be used on himself? Mr. Yi sighed softly, looked at Yi Qing, and said, Mr. Yi Qing, please give me some time. Yi Qing nodded and said with a smile, today, there's plenty of time to resolve all issues, but my time is also very precious. I'll give you 1 minute. Mr. Yi no longer cared about so much. He walked in front of Yi Mingxin and whispered, Mingxin, compared to losing an arm, only losing 5 fingers is already the best outcome. Cut it perhaps. After this, you will undergo a transformation. You've always had it too easy, so easy that perhaps you've forgotten that in this world, there is always someone better, and there is always a higher heaven. As he spoke, Mr. Yi unconsciously sighed, as if educating young Master Yi, and also as if lamenting today's encounter. Were these words not also about himself? At this moment, young Master Yi shed tears, looked at Mr. Yi, and choked out, Grandpa, please save me, okay? Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi sighed, I can't save you. If you must blame someone, blame that we are under someone else's roof. Mingxin, cut it. Don't act so tearful anymore, it's just losing our dignity for nothing. Do it. Yi Mingxin knew that if Mr. Yi said that, there was no room for reconciliation. Raising the dagger high, Yi Mingxin looked at his fingers, looked at the sharp, gleaming dagger, and suddenly felt a breakdown, directly kneeling before Yi Qing. Yi Qing, I know I was wrong. Please let me go, okay? I swear, I will never oppose you again, I beg you. Mr. Yi also didn't expect that Yi Mingxin would, at the last moment, directly kneel before Yi Qing, which made Mr. Yi's face incredibly pale. This was the grandson he had placed such high hopes on? Now it seemed, he was clearly a useless piece of mud. And Yi Qing, looking at the crying and begging Yi Mingxin, just glanced at the time and said indifferently, "You have 20 seconds left." Upon hearing this, Yi Mingxin gritted his teeth. Knowing that begging Yi Qing was useless, he immediately turned his head and looked at Yi father, who was still in shock. These were Yi Qing's parents, surely, they wouldn't be so heartless. "Uncle, auntie, save me, I beg you to save me, don't let him chop off my fingers, I beg you, save me." As he spoke, he kowtowed like pounding garlic. Soon, young Master Yi's forehead was bleeding from the kowtowing. At this moment, everyone watched young Master Yi beg without dignity. But at this time, was dignity really important? Yi father Yi mother were currently in a state of shock. They never expected the turn of events to come so quickly and so intensely. And their child, Yi Qing, had actually become someone even Mr. Yi dared not provoke. However, Yi father Yi mother had always been ordinary people, their hearts were kind, especially when it came to such violent, bloody matters, they truly had never seen anything like it. At this moment, seeing young Master Yi kneeling before them, kowtowing like pounding garlic, it would be false to say they didn't feel pity. Yi mother was even somewhat at a loss. You quickly get up, don't kneel before us." Yi father opened his mouth and looked at Yi Qing. However, at this very moment, Yi Qing, with tenderness in his eyes, took a step forward and softly said, "Dad, Mom, please step back a little." Yi father Yi mother were at a loss, but they still obediently took a step back. And the moment they stepped back, Yi Qing gave them no chance to speak, and said indifferently, "Time's up." Then, a cold light flashed. Young Master Yi's arm was thus directly severed by Yi Qing and fell to the ground. Blood instantly sprayed out. Young Master Yi's shrill screams, like a tormented demon in hell, at this moment, made people's hearts turn cold and tremble. Chapter 254 Departure Sadly. A long saber, blood dripped continuously from it. Young Master Yi collapsed on the ground in pain, constantly clutching his severed arm, looking at his arm lying beside him, crying miserably. "Yi Qing, Yi Qing." At this moment, in young Master Yi's eyes, besides pain and despair, there was only hatred. And Yi Qing stood there quietly, holding the blood-dripping saber, his face also stained with blood, but his mouth was smiling. "I gave you a chance to cut off your own finger, and you could keep an arm, but you didn't dare. You're a good for nothing, you don't even have the courage to be ruthless to yourself, what can you do?" The words were simple, but they made everyone present gasp. Let alone someone as pampered as young Master Yi, even those in the underground world who live by the sword, if they were told to cut off an arm, probably not many of them could do it directly. That requires more than just great courage. Yes, father's face was ashen at this moment. Looking at young Master Yi, who was still wailing miserably, he said angrily, "Shut up, you idiot, I told you to cut off your own finger earlier, now, who can you blame? If you still want to live, shut your stinking mouth, otherwise, even if you die, I won't say another word." As Yes father's fierce scolding, young Master Yi slowly stopped crying, his face twisted to the extreme due to the pain. At this time, Yes father looked at Mr. Yi and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Yi, what needed to be punished has already been punished, may I ask if we can leave now?" Mr. Yi heard this, chuckled, and said, "Yes father, didn't you come back this time planning to settle down and gradually transfer all your businesses to East Province? To put it bluntly, I, Yi Qing, in East Province, should still be considered someone, perhaps I can help you with a small favor." He spoke with true humility. If Yi Qing was merely considered someone, then there would be no big figures in East Province. Yes father shook his head and said in a deep voice, "The waters of East Province are too deep since I, this old man, misjudged someone and made the wrong choice. I will not make another mistake, Mr. Yi Qing. East Province is not for me. If you ever go to North Province, I will certainly entertain you well." Mr. Yi heard this, nodded, and said, "Since Yes father is so insistent, I won't say more. As for North Province, I will definitely go, Yes father can rest assured." Speaking of this, Mr. Yi pointed at Tiger Tooth and said indifferently, "This is Tiger Tooth. I plan to make him the person in charge of the underground world in East Province, but I think it would be more appropriate for the Southeast 5 provinces to be connected, so I will definitely go to North Province at that time. I hope yes father can make the correct choice. As soon as these words came out, yes father looked at Mr. Yi in shock. He understood that Mr. Yi was not only planning to unify the underground world of East Province, but he was setting his sights on all the territories in the entire Southeast 5 provinces. If that day truly arrived, Mr. Yi would become the true uncrowned king of the Southeast underground world. To put it bluntly, calling Mr. Yi the Southeast King would be perfectly fitting. But how could it be so simple? Yes father took a deep breath, looked at Mr. Yi, and said, then, I will await good news from Mr. Yi, and I also wish Mr. Yi success. Speaking of this, yes father was silent for a moment, then said, today, Yi Mingxin lost an arm. It was because he was blind and arrogant. I can guarantee that I will absolutely not hold a grudge. His status as young Master Yi of the Yi family will be immediately revoked once he returns. From now on, he, Yi Mingxin, only needs to live out his days and wait to die. This was Yes father giving Mr. Yi a promise. And Mr. Yi looked at Yes father, chuckling, Yes father truly doesn't hold a grudge? Yes father heard this, and said in a deep voice, in one's life, opportunities are few, and opportunities to make mistakes are even fewer. I made a mistake this time, but I believe that next time, I will not make a mistake. Mr. Yi Ching is a dragon among men. I believe my judgment is not wrong. Mr. Yi heard this, waved his hand, and said, clear a path for Yes father, let them leave. Immediately, a path opened up in the crowd. Yes father cupped his fists towards Mr. Yi, then turned to look at Yi father, and said in a deep voice, you have a good son. I misjudged nephew. It's not wrong to listen more to Mr. Yi Ching's words. Perhaps you cannot understand today, but believe me, you will understand in the future. After speaking, Yes father directly stepped down from the high platform and, under the escort of bodyguards, left the center of this vortex. And after Yes father left, the village head and general manager Gao and others could no longer hold back and immediately begged for mercy. Even their biggest backer, Yes father, had left in disgrace, and young Master Yi even had an arm severed. What were they then? Mr. Yi Ching, we were wrong, please give us another chance. Yes, Mr. Yi Ching, please, give us another chance. Yes father, please help us say something, let Mr. Yi Ching spare us. Money, no, all the assets of the entire Yi Ching, we don't want any of it, we'll give it all to you, we just ask you to spare us this one time, please. Looking at the village head and general manager Gao and others, Mr. Yi smiled indifferently. The opportunities one gave you, it seems it wasn't just once or twice, was it? But what did it result in? After speaking, Mr. Yi waved his hand calmly. Immediately, the village head and everyone else were all pressed to their knees on the ground by Mr. Yi's subordinates. And Mr. Yi, at this moment, looked down at the stage. Looking at these panicked, somewhat fearful villagers, Mr. Yi smiled. You must be very happy with this outcome, right? You must have enjoyed smashing me just now, right? Don't worry, I won't hold these against you smashing me, I'm willing to accept it, because only then can I see what kind of people you are, and only then can I truly let go of you. The phrase let go already proved Mr. Yi's inner thoughts. Mr. Yi said indifferently, when I first started the enterprise and gave the company shares to the village, the only request I made was to distribute most of the profits to the villagers of Qingshui village, to lead all of you to prosperity together, at the very least, to make your lives better and better. I think, based on this initial intention alone, I have a clear conscience towards you, haven't I? Mr. Yi spoke slowly, still the same rhetoric as before, but this time, no one dared to refute a single word. Instead, one by one, they all lowered their heads in contemplation. But they did not know that what they were about to lose would be even more, so much more that it would almost make them collapse. Chapter 255 I could have owned a mountain of gold. Yi Ching chuckled softly, do you know how much these people embezzled? If this money were distributed among you, I think everyone's life would undergo a qualitative change. Oh, you might say that these are the fruits of General Manager Gao and the village head's labor, and have nothing to do with me, Yi Ching but does it really have nothing to do with me? Yi Ching sighed lightly and said, many of the village enterprises partners are here today. I might not know them, but they definitely know the bosses who came to see me. You can ask them, if it weren't for these bosses' orders, would they bother to run all the way to a village to discuss business? As Yi Ching's words fell, several bosses immediately stepped forward, stating that they were the ones who told these partners to come and discuss business. Many of the village enterprises partners also came forward at this time, confirming the matter. At this point, General Manager Gao and the village head, among others, all turned pale. They had always believed that their shrewd management was what made the enterprise prosper and rake in huge profits. Now they were being told that all of this was Yi Qing's doing? At this moment, all the villagers were stunned. However, there was one person on the stage whose body trembled slightly. This person was none other than Gao Qingyue. At this moment, Gao Qingyue seemed to have thought of something, and the look in her eyes as she gazed at Yi Qing grew increasingly complex. Whether it's the village head or General Manager Gao, if you support them doing this, that's fine. I understand, however, some things need to be made clear. Speaking of this, Yi Qing said indifferently, since I have no relationship with the village anymore, then I have no need to care about your well-being. Therefore, from now on, my enterprises will no longer cooperate with you to give up such a large profit. Haha, I, Yi Qing, am not a fool. Why should I give up profits to others for free? As Yi Qing uttered these words, the bosses present expressed their stances, and most of the companies that cooperated with the enterprise began to demand the termination of their contracts. To put it bluntly, from this moment on, the seemingly colossal and rapidly developing village enterprise officially entered the countdown to bankruptcy, and might even face debt collection. Despair, at this moment, filled everyone's hearts. And this was not the end. Yi Qing then continued, do you know what I plan to bring to the village this time? Originally, I felt that as long as everyone could get by, I could let some things go. After all, we are all fellow villagers and relatives. Making your lives a little better would make me feel a little more at ease. Even if it was just to ensure that Yi Qing's parents received a little more respect in the village, I intended to make your lives better. But now, I'm sorry, there is no longer any relationship between us. As his words fell, Yi Qing looked at one family head and said, One family head, tell us what you originally intended to do. One family head heard this, bowed slightly, then looked at the audience and said coldly, this is Mr. Yi's hometown, so naturally I plan to do something for the folks in Mr. Yi's hometown. I originally intended to donate 50 million yuan to support the village's construction. And this is just my attitude alone. The bosses who came here today actually all have their own plans, either donating money, or setting up businesses, or building roads and houses, or building schools. In short, all of us combined originally planned to make a very large investment in this small village. Moreover, it was the kind of investment where the profits would not be taken away. To put it bluntly, an investment of over 1 billion yuan was certainly possible, which would ensure that all of you would be well fed and clothed for the rest of your lives. But now, that's naturally impossible. After saying this, one family head fell silent. However, his words had brought absolute shock to everyone in the village. An investment of over 1 billion yuan from so many bosses combined, and the profits not taken away? What kind of concept was this? This meant that almost every household in the village could receive at least hundreds of thousands in dividends every year for no reason. But now, it was gone, all gone. At this moment, the eyes of all the villagers changed, one by one becoming frantic, then desperate and collapsing. If Yi Qing and them hadn't revealed it, it would have been fine. But now that it was revealed, it was like a mountain of gold that they had missed out on for nothing. And now, they had not only missed out on a mountain of gold, but they would probably also lose their future livelihood security. I'm sorry, Yi Qing, it was our fault. It's all the fault of the village head and General Manager Gao. They instigated it. Yi Qing, blame them. Yes, Yi Qing, forgive us, we were forced. Yi Qing, we are relatives, we are of the same clan. We watched you grow up. Please forgive us this one time. It's the village head and General Manager Gao. They are bad people. You can punish them however you want, but please forgive us. At this moment, voices rose and fell, one after another, all pleading with Yi Qing to punish the village head and General Manager Gao, as if they were the culprits in all of this, and the villagers were innocent. Many even cried bitterly, calling out Yi Qing's parents' names, hoping they would show mercy and give them a chance. But at this moment, Yi Qing's parents' faces were ashen, and even if they felt a hint of reluctance, they did not say a single word. Because they still vividly remembered that just moments ago, it was these very people who had shouted about wanting to kill their entire family, as if they were sworn enemies. Yi Qing looked at the crowd below and chuckled, forced? Deceived? Or any other reason, it doesn't matter. But they didn't make you throw rotten vegetable leaves at me and Yi Qing's parents, did they? They didn't make you curse us, did they? The way you hated us so much just now, wishing you could kill us, I certainly can't forget that now. I'm sorry, you don't have another chance. The last bit of kindness I'll give you is not to harm you, but from now on, how you live will have absolutely nothing to do with me. As he spoke, Yi Qing waved his hand and said, "One family head, please have the legal team conduct an assessment in addition to recovering the embezzled funds and ensuring these people get what they deserve. I want to reclaim my losses. If the villagers present need to be held responsible or compensate, I fully authorize you to handle it. If I'm not mistaken, the village enterprise is now several 100 million yuan in debt, right? Heh, all the money earned has been taken away, and the debts are left behind. The villagers also seem to be creditors, so it's time to demand payment. Anyway, it's not much. Each household will probably compensate a few 100,000 to 1 million, and that should fill the hole." At these words, all the villagers present almost collapsed. Not only were the benefits they had almost received gone, but each household would also have to compensate hundreds of thousands to 1 million? This was asking for their lives. But at this moment, Yi Qing's eyes held a killing intent amidst their indifference. Chapter 256, Every villager is in debt of hundreds of thousands. No, why should we pay? Yeah, we're just working. Yi Qing, how could we be in debt? If anyone should be, it's the village chief and general manager Gao who should compensate. Many villagers didn't believe it, but Yi Qing extended his hand, and immediately, a file bag was handed to him. Yi Qing took out the documents from the file bag and said with a slight smile, "You originally didn't need to pay, just lose your jobs and income." But back then, General Manager Gao and the village chief, in order to avoid risk, listed all of you as creditors, and you supported it. Of course, even if you have a say in that, there's one thing you probably can't avoid paying. Have you forgotten something? All of you lent your ID cards to the company, didn't you? As soon as these words were spoken, all the villagers present changed their expressions dramatically. That's right, not only did they lend their ID cards to the company, but they even lent all their family assets to the company, just to get high interest. Yi Qing softly said, "Each of your ID cards has been used for loans. The lowest is 200,000, and the highest is 500,000 to 600,000. Almost every person in a family of several has had their ID card used, so each of your households will have to compensate at least several 100,000. This, you can't blame anyone else. You even personally signed, took photos, and stamped documents, so the company is gone, and now, it's your turn to repay the debt." At this point, Yi Qing chuckled softly and said, "You might think that my actions caused you to have to pay so much money, but unfortunately, I'm not taking the blame for this. General Manager Gao and the village chief, these people, were too greedy from the beginning and had already hollowed out the company. If it weren't for the people I arranged constantly giving them benefits, the company would have collapsed a long time ago. This was a ticking time bomb, it's just about to explode now." After Yi Qing finished speaking, he said nothing more. The villagers had already erupted, their eyes filled with despair and hatred, but this time, they weren't looking at Yi Qing, but at the village chief and general manager Gao. "Damn village chief, damn general manager Gao, you bastards, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. Beat them to death, we must beat these bastards to death." The crowd was enraged, countless villagers were blinded by hatred at this moment, and were about to rush forward to beat general manager Gao and the village chief to death. But, they were stopped by Yi Qing's subordinates. Yi Qing said indifferently, "Excuse me, everyone, whether you want to beat them to death or how you want to get revenge, please deal with it after I leave." After speaking, Yi Qing walked to his parents and softly said, "Father, Mother, this is no longer our home, let's go." Yi father sighed, wanting to say something, but ultimately said nothing. And just at this moment, Shirdahu and Sen Taohua, their eyes gleaming, almost pleadingly ran to Yi Qing and fawned over him. "Yi Qing, yes, these people aren't worth our family being good to them, let's go. Father, Mother, come, I'll help you. We just need to listen to Yi Qing for everything. In short, Yi Qing will not treat us badly." Yi Qing looked at Shirdahu and Sen Taohua, who shamelessly approached him, and said indifferently, "Do you two have anything to do with us? Seeing that I'm ignoring you, are you afraid I've forgotten you? Don't worry, I remember all your sins. Even if I let go of everyone in the village, I won't let go of you." As soon as these words were spoken, Shirdahu and Sen Taohua couldn't help but tremble, their faces filled with despair. Shirdahu directly knelt before Yi Qing, weeping and saying, "Yi Qing, I know my temper towards you was bad before. Brother-in-law knows he was wrong, please forgive brother-in-law this once, I beg you." "Father, Father, mother, I beg you, for the sake of my past filial piety towards you, please ask Yi Qing to forgive me. I will turn over a new leaf and become a new person. I beg you, give me a chance. At this point, Shirdahu even directly knelt before Yi Qinglian, hugging Yi Qinglian's leg, and cried, Yi Qinglian, save me, we are husband and wife, please intercede for me, okay? I beg you. Yi Qinglian looked at Shirdahu, who was pleading with her, and there wasn't even a trace of pity on her face. Only she knew how she had lived these past years. Pushing Shirdahu away, Yi Qinglian angrily said, get lost. There has never been any affection between you and me. How you treated me all these years, do you think I will continue to endure it? After speaking, Yi Qinglian looked at Yi Qing, her eyes red, and said, Yi Qing, he's yours to deal with. You can deal with him however you want, even if you kill him, I have no objection. Yi father Yi mother heard this, opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but seeing Yi Qinglian's resolute attitude, they ultimately said nothing. However, at this moment, Sun Taohua also came over, walked directly to Yishan, took his arm, and sobbed, Yishan, I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong before. I didn't do well. Will you give me a chance, okay? Ask my younger brother not to bully me, okay? I swear, I will definitely change. However, Yishan's eyes were cold, and he directly shook off Sun Taohua, saying coldly, Sun Taohua, don't cry and put on an act in front of me. Your tears, in my eyes, are crocodile tears. If you want my younger brother to let you go beg him yourself. Sun Taohua looked at Yi Qing, sobbing, wanting to speak, but seeing Yi Qing's cold face, she knew it was useless to beg. At this time, Sun Taohua directly knelt before Yi father Yi mother, sobbing, Father, mother, I know I was wrong before. I will definitely change in the future. I will definitely be filial to you and take care of Yishan. Please, save me, okay? Even if you don't consider me, please consider the child in my belly. This is the eldest grandson of the Yi family, your own grandson. You wouldn't want your grandson to be born without a mother, would you? Father, mother, Yishan, please give me a chance. I will definitely be a good wife and a good mother in the future. I beg you. Even the child in her belly was being used at this moment. Yi father Yi mother, even if they didn't want to speak, couldn't help but do so. Yi mother looked at Yi Qing bitterly and said, Yi Qing, your sister-in-law, how about we just let it go? Yi father also sighed and said, Yi Qing, I know you hate them both, but they are your brother-in-law and sister-in-law after all, and what's more, she's carrying your elder brother's bloodline in her belly. How about we just let it go for now and see their future behavior, okay? See their future behavior? Yi Qing smiled. Sun Taohua could deceive others, but could she deceive Yi Qing? Was the child in her belly truly Yishan's? Chapter 257. Whose child is it? Yi father Yi mother's plea was within Yi Qing's expectations. Although the child in her womb was definitely not Yishan's, the problem was that Yi Qing's parents didn't know, and even Yishan only suspected it. Yi Qing was silent for a moment, then looked at Yi father Yi mother and said, Father, mother, Yan Fatty's eldest brother and my sister have lived many years of wronged lives. From now on, I don't want them to suffer any more grievances. Today, our whole family is here, having experienced betrayal and pain. Now, it's time for the bitterness to turn into sweetness. However, before the bitterness turns into sweetness, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you one more time. Yi father frowned slightly upon hearing this and said, Yi Qing, what do you want to do? Yi Qing sighed softly and said, if the child in Sun Taohua's belly is truly Yin Fatty's eldest brother's, then I might not be able to give her a way out. But what if it's not? What if this child has no relation to our family at all? The child in her belly is a bastard. Do I still need to let such a person go? As soon as these words came out, Yi father's expression immediately became grim. Yi Qing, you can't talk nonsense like that. Yi Qing looked at Yi father, sighed softly, and said, Father, do you still think I'm someone who talks nonsense? These past years, whether it was me, or my brother and sister, we all listened to you, regardless of right or wrong. But this time, let us choose for ourselves, okay? Yi father opened his mouth when he heard this, then nodded somewhat dejectedly, saying, Perhaps, I really was wrong all these years. Yi Qing, do what you want to do. Yi Qing nodded lightly upon hearing this, then looked at Yishan and said, Yin Fatty's eldest brother, can you accept this outcome? Yishan was silent for a moment. This man of iron bones slowly shed tears in his eyes at this moment. Yi Qing, I've suspected it for a long time, but I just didn't dare to believe it. However, I'm mentally prepared. Yin Fatty's eldest brother trusts you. Yi Ching nodded, then looked at Yi Qinglian and said softly, "Sister, trust me, from now on, you will be happy." Yi Qinglian also smiled upon hearing this and nodded. Then, Yi Qing looked at Sun Taohua and Shirdahu, and spoke indifferently, "I can spare your lives, but Sun Taohua, don't try to use the child in your belly as a bargaining chip, because you know very well that the child in your belly is not my eldest brother's at all." Sun Taohua's face was pale at this moment, but she couldn't possibly admit this. Now, the child in her belly was her only capital for survival and stability. Not only could it save her life, but it could also bring her immense wealth and glory. Everyone could see Yi Qing's current situation as long as she was still Yi Qing's sister-in-law, and as long as Yi Qing still acknowledged Yi Shan as his eldest brother, then, in the future, she would simply have everything she wanted. "No, Yi Qing, I didn't lie to you. I don't know what you heard from whom, but I swear, the child in my belly is really your eldest brother's. He's your eldest nephew." "Yi Qing, I know you don't like me and think I'm not good to your eldest brother. I'll change, I swear, I'll definitely change." After speaking, Sun Taohua hugged Yi Shan's thigh and cried, "Yi Shan, say something for me. The child in this belly is really yours. I swear, it's really yours. There's no way it's fake. Please beg Yi Qing, let him spare me. I promise to listen to you and everything from now on and live a good life with you. Yi Shan, brother Shan, quickly plead for me." Looking at Sun Taohua's unyielding appearance, Yi Qing chuckled and said, "So, I gave you a chance, but you don't want it, right?" Sun Taohua gritted her teeth and said, "The child is Yi Shan's." Yi Qing nodded, then looked at Shirdahu and said indifferently, "Do you have anything to say?" At this point, Yi Qing reached out, picked up the long saber that had previously cut off Yi Mingxin's arm, and gently placed it against Shirdahu's neck. "I can allow you to lie, as long as you can pay the price. Tell me, whose child is it?" As soon as these words came out, Yi father Yi mother were stunned, and Yi Shan and Yi Qinglian were all stunned. Especially Yi Shan, his body trembled uncontrollably. Yi Qing's single sentence already carried many implications. It was clearly the child in Sun Taohua's belly, yet Yi Qing asked Shirdahu whose child it was. What did this mean? It was already self-evident. Yi Shan was on the verge of collapse, and Yi father Yi mother were so angry they were almost grinding their teeth. If it were someone else, they might have felt a little better, but why was it Shirdahu? Their own son-in-law and daughter-in-law getting together and even having a child was simply a huge joke. At this moment, Yi Shan's eyes turned red, and he directly choked Sun Taohua's neck, roaring, "Sun Taohua, you slut, tell me, whose child is in your belly?" Sun Taohua was choked by Yi Shan and couldn't breathe, yet even so, she desperately gritted her teeth and insisted the child was Yi Shan's. At this time, Shirdahu also took a deep breath, looked at Yi Qing, and said, It's Yi Shan's." Yi Qing narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this, and chuckled, "Interesting, you're really not afraid of death." As his voice fell, a cold light flashed, and the long saber in Yi Qing's hand directly severed one of Shirdahu's arms. Blood instantly gushed out, and Shirdahu's scream, at this moment, once again showed everyone Yi Qing's ruthlessness. However, all of this had only just begun. Shirdahu didn't even have the right to roll on the ground in pain. Two men in black directly grabbed Shirdahu's hair, making him kneel before Yi Qing again. And the blood-dripping long saber in Yi Qing's hand was once again gently placed before Shirdahu's neck, saying, "You can continue to speak. I'm not in a hurry anyway. I also want to see, after how many cuts, you will tell the truth. It's mine, it's mine. The child in Sun Taohua's belly is mine. Please, spare me. It's not my fault. It's really not my fault. It was Sun Taohua who seduced me. She thought Yi Shan was incompetent and couldn't give her the life she wanted, so she tried to get close to me. I'm innocent. I know I was wrong. I beg you, let me go." At this moment, Shirdahu finally told the truth. But this truth was so cruel. Yi father Yi mother's bodies swayed violently. Fortunately, Yi Qing's subordinates were taking care of them, otherwise, at this moment, they really wouldn't know how to face it. And Yi Qinglian looked at Shirdahu with hatred, angrily snatching a dagger directly from one of the men in black's hands and rushing towards Shirdahu. And Sun Taohua completely collapsed. "No, don't believe him, he's lying, he's really lying. Yi Shan, believe me, I did have relations with him, but the one who was forced wasn't him, it was me. I was the one who was forced. I'm innocent, I'm really innocent. Most importantly, the child in my belly is yours, Yishan, the child in my belly is really yours, I'm not lying to you, I swear, I'm really not lying to you. At this moment, Sun Taohua seemed to only have this one bargaining chip left. However, at this very moment, even the anger in Yishan's eyes seemed to disappear, replaced by absolute coldness and crazy murderous intent. Chapter 258 I will hold up the sky even if it falls. Yi Qing stood in front of Yi Qinglian, preventing her from stabbing Shirdahu with the dagger. Sister, this trash is too dirty, he's not worth you personally handling him. Let me deal with it, okay? Yi Qinglian's eyes were practically spitting fire, but hearing Yi Qing's words, she slowly calmed down. Kill him, Yi Qing, I never want to see him again. Yi Qing nodded slightly at her words and said, Sister, killing him is too easy for him, I will make him wish he were dead. Only then did Yi Qinglian nod, then she spat fiercely in Shirdahu's direction before walking to her parents and bursting into tears. Meanwhile, Yi Qing slowly walked up to Shirdahu, sighed softly, and said, You made my sister cry. Hearing this, Shirdahu begged almost despairingly, It's my fault, I beg you, please give me another chance, we have feelings for each other, I swear, I'll change from now on. Yi Qing slowly shook his head and said indifferently, No, you're not worthy. As his words fell, the long blade was raised again, a cold glint flashed, and Shirdahu's sole remaining arm was also directly severed by Yi Qing. At that moment, Shirdahu directly fainted. Yi Qing handed the long blade to Red Eyes and said indifferently, I want him alive, but I want him to live every second from now on without dignity, in utter misery. Remember our 101 Kenshokum. Hearing this, Red Eyes elegantly bowed slightly to Yi Qing, then smiled and said, As you wish. As his words fell, Red Eyes stepped forward directly and cleanly severed both of Shirdahu's legs, making Shirdahu awaken from the intense pain. At this moment, Shirdahu lost both his arms and his legs. Red Eyes waved his hand, and several personal guards immediately stepped forward. Immediately send him to the hospital, remember, keep him alive. After he survives, send people to watch him, make him beg for food on the streets from now on. I want to see him helpless, without even a place to shelter from the wind and rain, do you hear me? His subordinate immediately nodded, indicating understanding. Red Eyes then thought for a moment, then took out a dagger and walked directly to Shirdahu. He then pried open Shirdahu's mouth, and in the next second, a living tongue was directly cut out in front of everyone. Red Eyes was splattered with blood, but he didn't mind at all. Instead, he seemed to enjoy the feeling. Good, that's enough, no need to worry about him biting his tongue to commit suicide now. Alright, drag him away. Oh, and these pieces of trash removed from him, throw them to feed the dogs, they're so dirty, it's disgusting. After dealing with Shirdahu's matter, Yi Qing walked towards Sun Taohua. And Sun Taohua, after seeing Shirdahu's fate, had already fainted from fright. Yi Qing looked at Yishan and said softly, Yin Fatty's eldest brother, I'll handle this of course, if you feel like showing her mercy, it's not impossible. Hearing this, Yishan looked at Yi Qing with bloodshot eyes and said, You've already done so much for me, for us, your hands are already stained with blood, let me handle what comes next. After speaking, Yishan directly grabbed Sun Taohua's neck, then slapped her heavily, again and again. In a short while, Sun Taohua's face was red and swollen from the slaps, and she was slapped awake. Bitch, I'm giving you one last chance, tell me, whose child is in your belly? If you dare to hide it again, I'll kill you. Sun Taohua had never seen such a fierce Yishan. However, compared to Yishan, she was even more afraid of Yi Qing, who stood expressionlessly to the side. It's yours, it really is yours. I'm not lying to you, really the child in my belly is yours, it's a child of the Yi family. At this moment, Sun Taohua still insisted that the child in her belly was Yishan's. She had no choice in her opinion. If she admitted it now, then everything would truly be over. Only by insisting the child was Yishan's might there still be a chance for a turnaround. After all, as long as the child wasn't born, no one could prove that the child wasn't Yishan's. Yishan raised his hand in anger, about to slap her hard. And Yi Qing said softly, Yin Fatty's eldest brother, actually, it's not without evidence. After speaking, Yi Qing extended his hand, and immediately, a file bag was placed in Yi Qing's hand. Yi Qing took out the documents and said softly, Sun Taohua, using Yin Fatty's eldest brother and mom and dad's identities, colluded with Shirdahu and worked with the village chief and the others to embezzle and accept bribes, thereby obtaining a large amount of profit. profit. Her parents' new house, her younger brother's house, car, as well as savings, jewelry, totaling several million, are all illegally obtained. Oh, it also details evidence of Sun Tao's illicit relationships with others. Shirdahu is not the only man she was involved with, but the child is indeed Shirdahu's. Here's a surveillance video where Sun Tao personally told Shirdahu. When Yi Qing threw all these documents in front of Sun Tao, she was already pale and couldn't utter another word. And Yi Qing continued to smile. Actually, it doesn't matter if you continue to insist that the child in your belly is Yin Fatty's eldest brother's. After all, this evidence can't completely prove anything. But perhaps you don't know, in this era, technology is already very advanced. Even if the child hasn't been born yet, paternity testing can be done. It only takes a little time to find out whether this child is Yin Fatty's eldest brother's or not. Sun Tao, are you still going to be stubborn now? Of course, you can continue. After all, even if you don't do a paternity test now, you'll be giving birth in 2 months, right? What if we support you for 2 months? Once the child is born, if it's not Yin Fatty's eldest brother's, how good can your fate be? So, your lies are meaningless. At this moment, Yi Shan had already picked up the documents and began to read them in detail. The more he read, the angrier he became, the more furious. In his rage, he directly kicked Sun Tao hard in the face, immediately making her mouth and nose bleed. Yi Qing, don't let her go. Absolutely don't let this vicious woman go. She not only betrayed me but also continuously used her pregnancy to exploit me and exploit our parents, causing our elderly parents to work hard to earn money for her, yet she has already earned so much money with a black heart. She deserves to die. She deserves to die. And her family, they cannot be let off, absolutely not. Not. At this moment, Yi Shan no longer had his former honest and kind appearance. His eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent. He had been deceived too deeply and hurt too severely. Yi Qing slowly nodded, looked at Red Eyes, and said indifferently, pick out a team of men and hand them over to my brother to command personally. Whatever demands my brother makes, they must be executed, understand? Hearing this, Red Eyes nodded slightly and said, don't worry, I understand what to do. At this moment, Yi Qing walked up to Yi Shan, gently patted his shoulder, and said softly, Yin Fatty's eldest brother, with me here, you can vent your anger as you please. Do whatever you want to do, I support you. Remember, I am your younger brother. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up for you. I can handle it. Chapter 259. Let me do it myself. Yi Qing's words came from the bottom of his heart. For his family, he was willing to do anything. Yi Shan looked at Yi Qing, nodded heavily, and said, I want Sun Tao to live. For now I know the child isn't mine, but since she's being stubborn, let's do a paternity test then. I'd like to see what else she has to say. Yi Qing nodded and said, everything is up to you. Afterward, Yi Qing waved his hand, and immediately someone took Sun Tao away to be guarded. Yi Shan was silent for a moment, then said, her family deserves to die. They took what they shouldn't have, and I want them to spit it all out, principal and interest. Yi Qing nodded and said, alright, let them lose everything and beg on the streets. Everything will be as you wish. Big brother, I've already arranged for people to be at your command at any time. You have full authority to handle these matters. Go ahead and do what you want to do with confidence. As I just said, if the sky falls, I'll hold it up. What's more? The sky won't fall. When Yi Qing said these words, at this moment, no one dared to doubt him. With matters mostly handled, Yi Qing looked at his parents and said softly, now, there's nothing left here worth our attachment. Let's go. It's hard to leave one's homeland. But this time, this place had broken Yi father Yi mother's hearts. They had grown up here and were almost all related to the villagers in the entire village, but what was the result? Their whole family had done nothing wrong to others, yet they were thrown vegetable leaves, had eggs smashed at them, cursed with various malicious words, and even had their names removed from the family genealogy. Who wouldn't be sad? Who wouldn't be heartbroken? Yi father nodded and said, Yi Qing, do whatever you want. I'm old, and perhaps I'm also muddled with age. At this point, a bitter expression appeared on Yi father's face. He was old and muddled, thinking about his actions since seeing Yi Qing this time. Yi father's heart was filled with mixed emotions, regret, and even heartache. Yi Qing knew that today's blow was almost devastating for Yi father Yi mother, but some things had to be done. Sighing softly, Yi Qing looked at his parents and said gently, "Father, Mother, you are just too kind, too benevolent, which is why you can be misled and deceived, but it's okay, from now on, you will never be deceived again." At this point, Yi Qing looked at Yi Father and said softly, "Father, I know that you still have feelings for this place. I can only say that they got what they deserved, but please rest assured, not everyone deserves to die. There is a small group of people, and those who have a good relationship with you, are salvageable and didn't bully us. I will give them a way out." Upon hearing this, the light in Yi Father's eyes rekindled. Looking at Yi Qing, he nodded and said, Good, Yi Qing, you can do whatever you want, but don't let a single bad person go, and don't harm good people." Yi Qing heard this, nodded, and said, "Father, rest assured. Believe me, if you are willing to return to this place, everything will be different when you come back." After speaking, Yi Qing waved his hand, and immediately, people escorted Yi Father Yi Mother away. And Yi Qinglian and Yi Shan also left with them. At this point, on the high platform, only Yi Qing remained from the Yi family. And this plunged everyone present into despair. Having personally witnessed how ruthless Yi Qing was, they did not believe that Yi Qing would show them mercy. "You can begin." Yi Qing nodded to some of the big bosses beside him. "Proceed with your liquidation, terminate contracts that need to be terminated, seek compensation where compensation is due, likewise, call the police where necessary and follow legal procedures. Everyone works hard to earn money, there's no need to let them off lightly for free." After speaking, Yi Qing looked at the many villagers below the stage and chuckled, "Everyone, I wish you good luck." Then, Yi Qing prepared to leave. At this moment, the villagers were all in despair. They knew very well that even if Yi Qing didn't deal with them, the upcoming debts alone would be enough to cause them significant trouble. "Yi Qing, we were wrong, we were also misled. Yi Qing, for the sake of us all being relatives, please give us a chance even if we lose our jobs, please don't let us be burdened with debt again. Yi Qing, please let us go. Yi Qing, I watched you grow up since you were little, please just help us, okay? Please, I beg you, don't hold it against us. Yi Qing, save us, please save us." At this moment, all those who had previously cursed Yi Qing, and even threatened to kill him, began to beg Yi Qing. And Yi Qing merely said indifferently, "I'm sorry, I have no relation to you. Our entire family's names are no longer on the family genealogy." After speaking, Yi Qing looked at one family head and chuckled, "Later, bring them to Cloud Mist Villa tonight, I'm hosting a banquet to entertain the bosses who came to show their support." Then, Yi Qing looked at Tiger Tooth and said indifferently, "After things here are handled, you all come to Cloud Mist Villa as well." After doing all this, Yi Qing left without looking back. Meanwhile, Gao Qingyue was no longer on the high platform, but was following behind Yi Father Yi Mother. "Father, Mother, I'll go back with you." Gao Qingyue walked directly from behind to Yi Mother's side and naturally linked her arm with Yi Mother's. However, at this moment, Yi Father Yi Mother, including Yi Shan and Yi Qinglian, all frowned. In their current situation, it was impossible for them not to trust Yi Qing anymore. "Qingyue, go back by yourself, don't involve us in your and Yi Qing's matters anymore, you two decide for yourselves." Yi Mother sighed and said, "If Yi Qing and you truly aren't happy together, then divorce might not be a bad option." Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue immediately froze, then quickly looked at Yi Father and said, "Father, Yi Qing and I have feelings for each other, we can still reconcile." Yi Father heard this, frowned slightly, and said, "If that's the case, then you should clarify it with Yi Qing yourself, but we will not participate in this matter." As he said this, Yi Father's body trembled slightly. He didn't even dare to look at Yi Shan and Yi Qinglian. It was as if Yi Shan and Yi Qinglian's current predicament was inextricably linked to him. Just as Gao Qingyue was about to say something more, Yi Qing's indifferent voice reached Gao Qingyue's ears. "Gao Qingyue, do you still want to continue using my parents?" Chapter 260 Yi Qing, please. Gao Qingyue's body trembled slightly as she looked at Yi Qing and smiled. "Yi Qing, what are you talking about? How could I be using my parents? I genuinely want to be filial to them." At this point, Gao Qingyue pointed at Yi Shan and Yi Qinglian and said, "I'm not sure Daha, nor am I Sun Taohua. What they did was truly too much. I wanted to kill them when I heard about it." Yi Qing smiled. "You are indeed not sure Daha, nor are you Sun Taohua. If you were, Gao Qingyue, do you think you would still have the right to stand before me today?" Sure, Daho's limbs were severed and his tongue was cut out. I don't think I need to remind you what his future days will be like. Sun Tao's eldest brother was soft-hearted and temporarily didn't touch her, but when the paternity test results come out, do you think she'll have a good ending? At this point, Yi Qing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Gao Qingyue and said, I can tell you truthfully, even if the child in this belly is truly my eldest brother's, Sun Tao will not have a good outcome. It's impossible for her to try to make me soft-hearted by relying on the child to gain status. What Yi Qing said was truly ruthless enough to send shivers down one's spine. Yi Qing is capable of doing things like taking the child and abandoning the mother. Gao Qingyue, today, do you believe that all of your achievements were supported and given by me from behind the scenes? Yi Qing's words made Gao Qingyue's body tremble. Yes, she believed it, because the facts forced her to believe. Yi Qing indeed had the power to do this. Even though Gao Qingyue was still unwilling to admit it, she had to believe that it was the truth. Taking a deep breath, Gao Qingyue looked at Yi Qing and softly said, Who exactly are you? I don't know what happened to you. I don't even know if you were still Yi Qing. A short 3 years in prison turned you into a completely different person. Yi Qing, are you really still Yi Qing? This doubt was not only in Gao Qingyue's heart. It also lingered in the hearts of Yi father, Yi mother and others. After all, the difference between before and after was too great, so great that it seemed like it wasn't the same person at all. And Yi Qing, looking at Gao Qingyue, said indifferently, I have always been myself, I have never changed, it's just that I've become capable. At this point, Yi Qing turned to look at his parents and chuckled, Father, Mother, I'm not a monster, I'm still Yi Qing, it's just that your son has become successful. The phrase, become successful, explained everything clearly. Yi father, Yi mother nodded and said, You are naturally our son, you have just grown up. Yi Qing smiled, then looked at Gao Qingyue and said, Gao Qingyue, everything that needed to be said has been said. From the moment I was released from prison and you abandoned me with a divorce, there has been no relationship between us. Or rather, from the moment you truly sought someone to deal with me, even wanting to beat me to death, our friendship had already completely ended. The reason you are still alive, the reason you are still the high and mighty President Qingyue, is simply the time I left for you. But now, everything must return to normal. What was taken from me must be returned. Qingyue Group will go bankrupt and be liquidated. Gao Qingyue, prepare to return to being penniless. Oh, and remind your whole family to prepare for this as well. After saying all that, Gao Qingyue's face had already turned extremely pale. Yi Qing indeed wanted to deal with her, and he wanted her to lose Qingyue Group, lose her wealth, lose everything. No, absolutely not. Gao Qingyue would rather die than accept this outcome. No, Yi Qing, you can't do this to me. Even if I made mistakes, isn't it enough that I've changed? I'll apologize to you, I'll make amends, I'll even kowtow to you. Yi Qing, please give me another chance. Okay? Having witnessed the power Yi Qing displayed today, Gao Qingyue was very certain that with just a word from Yi Qing, her Qingyue Group would quickly disintegrate like scattered sand. Moreover, with Yi Qing's ruthlessness, her entire family would face astronomical compensation, which was not impossible. After all, Yi Qing was currently making all the villagers in Qingshui village wish they were dead. Sorry, you don't have another chance. If there's nothing else, go back and arrange everything for yourself and your family as soon as possible. After all, when you truly end up on the streets, you won't be used to it. After speaking, Yi Qing was about to leave. There was nothing more to say between him and Gao Qingyue. However, at this moment, Gao Qingyue desperately clutched Yi Qing's arm, her eyes red as she looked at Yi Qing and said, Yi Qing, are you really going to be so ruthless? Yi Qing narrowed his eyes upon hearing this and said, I'm just taking back what I gave out. What? Is there something wrong with that? Of course, if you insist on calling me heartless, then heartless it is, I don't mind. With that, Yi Qing directly shook off Gao Qingyue. And Gao Qingyue's body trembled as she pointed at Yi Qing and angrily said, Yi Qing, who do you think you are? Do you really think you call the shots in East Province? I'm telling you, there are always people stronger than you, and there's always a heaven beyond heaven. The power I, Gao Qingyue, possess now is something you simply don't know about. Now, it's me, Gao Qingyue, giving you a chance. As long as you agree to forgive me, I'll let bygones be bygones, but if you don't agree, Yi Qing, I promise, I will definitely retaliate against you, retaliate against your whole family, and make your whole family die a horrible death. If Yi Yi Qing usually didn't hit women, then at this moment, Yi Qing didn't treat Gao Qingyue as a woman, but as an enemy. Against enemies, regardless of gender or age, if they should be killed, then they are killed. Yi Qing turned around, his eyes cold, and walked directly in front of Gao Qingyue. He raised his hand and delivered a heavy slap across Gao Qingyue's face. The force was so great that it directly sent Gao Qingyue stumbling to the ground. Not only did her face immediately swell up, but 2 of her teeth even fell out, and her lips were covered in blood. And at this moment, the hatred in Yi Qing's eyes had not diminished in the slightest. Chapter 261. I'm going to kill you. You dare to hit me. At this moment, Gao Qingyue was on the verge of going crazy. Especially when she saw her own teeth knocked out, Gao Qingyue completely broke down. Yi Qing, you bastard, you damn thing, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Gao Qingyue, as if insane, directly rushed towards Yi Qing, intending to scratch his face. Yi Qing, however, directly grabbed Gao Qingyue's hair and said coldly, I don't care how much you want to make a scene, but you dared to threaten and curse my family. Gao Qingyue, you deserve to die. At this point, Yi Qing slapped Gao Qingyue's face heavily again, saying angrily, do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? For me, making you disappear doesn't even require me to do it myself. Gao Qingyue, what are you? I've tolerated you for a long time. Get out now, or you'll die here. After saying this, Yi Qing released his grip on Gao Qingyue's hair and pushed her away. Gao Qingyue, whether truly insane or truly fearless, at this moment, showed no fear, glaring at Yi Qing, still roaring. Yi Qing, you will regret this. I swear, I will make you regret what you did today. You think you call the shots in East Province? I'm telling you, you're dreaming. Soon, I'll make you realize that everything you possess is nothing but dog shit in my eyes. You wait, Yi Qing, you just wait for me, I will definitely kill you. Yi Qing looked coldly at Gao Qingyue, who was like a mad demon, and said indifferently, alright, then I'll wait for you. However, before that, think about where it would be best to beg for food. After speaking, Yi Qing turned around indifferently, looked at his parents, who seemed to want to speak but hesitated, and said softly, Father, Mother, let's go. Don't let this kind of person affect your mood. Ye father ye mother sighed, and finally looked at Qingyue, saying, Qingyue, you two should part ways amicably. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue became even more agitated and said angrily, No. I swear, I will absolutely not part ways amicably with him. I want him to kneel before me, begging for my forgiveness. I want him to beg me like a dog. Ye father ye mother shook their heads, said no more, and then, accompanied by Yi Qing, got into the car and left Qingshui village, a somewhat sorrowful place. Gao Qingyue, slumped on the ground, with disheveled hair, looked like a shrew. Those who passed by, even if they saw her, no one dared to greet her, much less help her up. Not only that, they kept their distance, as if Gao Qingyue was possessed by a plague god. Wait, all of you wait. I won't let any of you off. I swear, I definitely won't let any of you off. All of you, I will definitely let you know who I, Gao Qingyue, truly am. After roaring, Gao Qingyue's eyes turned cold, as if she had made a decision. She slowly got up, limped back to her car, and then quickly dialed a number. Brother Nangong, I've been bullied. Can you please help me? Yes, Brother Nangong, I'll tidy up and then come find you. Yes, I know you're doing something important, don't worry, I won't waste your time. I just miss you. Okay, Brother Nangong, wait for me. After hanging up the phone, Gao Qingyue's sweet expression quickly turned ferocious. Yi Qing, you think you can control everything in East Province, but you're wrong. There are plenty of people stronger than you. Everything you've accumulated in just a few years is nothing but an illusion in front of truly powerful people. Once Brother Nangong completely takes over Myth Group, he will become the most powerful person in East Province and even the entire Southeast. At that time, I will make you lose everything, and make you beg me like a dog. At this moment, Yi Qing was sitting in the commercial vehicle, accompanying them back to Jiangcheng. Yi Qing, aren't you a little too harsh on Gao Qingyue? After all, she's a girl. You even knocked out her teeth. She'll resent you for life. Yi father hesitated for a moment but still spoke. No matter what, you were once husband and wife. Even if you really can't get along, you should part ways amicably. Yi Qing chuckled upon hearing this and said, Father, Mother, it's not that I don't want to part ways amicably, but rather, she doesn't want to. You only saw me bullying her, but you didn't see how ungrateful she and her family were, and how they treated me. I've given her more than one chance. Do you really think she's genuinely remorseful and wants to get back together with me? You've been deceived by her. When Yi father was about to say something more, Yi mother shook her head and said, listen to Yi Qing, he's the person involved, no one knows the actual situation better than him. Old man, stop meddling, haven't you learned your lesson yet? With that single sentence, Yi father sighed and said no more. His face showed a sense of loss. At this moment, Yi mother looked at Yi Qing and said, Yi Qing, you've grown up from now on, you'll be your own master, do whatever you want to do. Your father and I can't help you much, but we hope we won't hold you back. Yi Qing immediately smiled upon hearing this and said, Mother, what are you saying? How could you and father hold me back? With you two here, my heart will be at peace, and I'll be able to confidently do what I want to do. Yi mother smiled upon hearing this and said, then where will we stay when we go to Jiangqing this time? Is there enough space at your place? Yi Qing laughed heartily and said, don't worry, my house is much bigger than Gaoqing Yu as I told you to go before, but you didn't. I guarantee that once you go, you won't want to live anywhere else. Yi Qing had full confidence in Cloud Mist Villa. It wasn't just about being spacious and having beautiful scenery, it also gathered spiritual energy from over 100 kilometers around. As long as people entered, they would feel refreshed, a benefit that could not be obtained no matter how much money was spent. Yi father Yi mother would definitely be satisfied, Yi Qing was very certain of this. At this moment, Lin Ji and Jiangchang was inexplicably scolded by Gao Qingyue and told to wait for her at the hospital. This left Lin Ji completely bewildered. It wasn't until Lin Ji saw Gao Qingyue at the hospital that her mouth dropped open in astonishment. That swollen, bruised face, looking like someone had been beaten, was Gao Qingyue? What a joke! Chapter 262 You Are My Dog. Qingyue, what happened to your face? Gao Qingyue was filled with rage, not knowing who to vent it on, but upon seeing Lin Ji, her anger immediately flared up. Can't you see what happened? I was beaten. Beaten by Yi Qing, beaten by that Yi Qing who wanted to give you an opportunity to soar. Lin Ji, are you very happy? I've known for a long time that you're dissatisfied with me, thinking you're the most outstanding, so why should I be above you? Now, seeing me like this, are you feeling great? Gao Qingyue roared at Lin Ji. Lin Ji was yelled at until her face turned pale, and her heart was filled with anger. This was clearly taking her as a punching bag. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ji looked at Gao Qingyue and said, Qingyue, how could you think that? We are good friends, good best friends. Even if I have some dissatisfaction, some other thoughts, I absolutely don't want to see you beaten like this. Is that damn Yi Qing really the one who did it? No, we can't just let this go. Even if he has one family head backing him, we absolutely cannot let it go. Qingyue, how do you want to get revenge? I refuse to believe it. Can Yi Qing really stay vigilant at all times? As long as we catch him, won't we be able to vent our anger however we want? These words slowly reduced the anger in Gao Qingyue's heart, but what followed was even greater fury. You idiot, don't you know that even Uncle Gong's arm was severed by Yi Qing? Half of the entire East Province underground world now obeys Yi Qing's orders. Also, do you know how many big bosses and important figures are acting according to Yi Qing's wishes today? It's easy to say you want to deal with Yi Qing, but it's impossible. As soon as she said this, Lin Ji's face instantly turned pale. How is that possible, Qingyue? Are you mistaken? Yi Qing, isn't he just arrogant because of the Wan family's influence? How could he be so powerful? This is impossible. Not to mention Lin Ji not believing it, even now, having witnessed everything firsthand, Gao Qingyue still couldn't quite believe what she saw. Because it was too exaggerated and too terrifying. This cruel reality was something Gao Qingyue simply couldn't accept. Remember our 101 Kenshokum. Gao Qingyue looked at Lin Ji and sneered, bitch, now that you know Yi Qing is so powerful, aren't you itching to crawl into his bed right now? I'm telling you, even if you do crawl up there, in this life, you can only obediently kneel at my feet if I tell you to live, you live if I tell you to die, you die. Do you understand? Insulting, Gao Qingyue seemed to have gone mad, completely exposing her true nature. And Lin Ji trembled, but said nothing. However, her dissatisfied expression had already betrayed her. Gao Qingyue said coldly, not convinced? I'm telling you, Lin Ji, don't think Yi Qing seems incredibly powerful right now, but I'm telling you, as long as I want to deal with him, I will definitely be able to deal with him. Do you know why? Because young Master Nangong likes me. You are very clear about young Master Nangong's background, but there's one thing you're not clear about, and that is, young Master Nangong will soon get Myth Group into his hands. At that time, as long as Myth Group is taken, with the treasure that is Life Elixir, the entire Southeast will tremble at young Master Nangong's feet. Do you understand? So, he thought he was powerful enough to humiliate anyone, but in reality, he will soon be dead beyond dead. All the grudges I have today, I will definitely get revenge for, definitely. Lin Ji's eyes widened. She had heard too many unbelievable things today, but seeing Gao Qingyue's crazy expression, she knew that Gao Qingyue was not lying to her. Young Master Nangong already had a profound background, and if he could truly take down Myth Group, with the Life Elixir, his future prospects would be unstoppable and immeasurable. Yes, President Qingyue, Yi Qing will definitely kneel at your feet and repent for what he did to you today. Don't worry, I, Lin Ji, will be your loyal dog for life, and I will faithfully follow you. Lin Ji took a deep breath and spoke these words that almost made her despair. Gao Qingyue sneered, patted Lin Ji's face, and said, don't be unconvinced. You'll understand if you become a good dog for me, you'll be able to become someone else's master in the future. Lin Ji, fortunately, you didn't choose to stand by Yi Qing and make that call. Otherwise, you would have been incredibly glorious today, but it would have been just a flash in the pan. Yi Qing said that everything I have today was given by him. I believe that now, but he made one mistake. He still treated me as the Gao Qingyue he could manipulate it. Well, this is his huge mistake. I, Gao Qingyue, already have my own connections and my own confidence. Even if he can deal with me now, very soon, I will have more and more. Yi Qing, that fool, he should have killed me. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the chance anymore. Gao Qingyue's eyes were bloodshot, filled with madness at this moment. She actually burst into laughter. Let's go see the dentist, get my teeth fixed, and then have the doctor use the best method to restore my face within these 2 days. I want to see young Master Nangong. I want to sentence Yi Qing to death. Lin Ji didn't dare to say anything more and took Gao Qingyue to see the pre-booked doctor. Meanwhile, young Master Nangong, whom Gao Qingyue was constantly thinking about, was in his own manner, holding a wine party that wasn't a celebration but felt like one. And the protagonists of the wine party, besides young Master Nangong, were General Manager Jia, the Vice President of Myth Group, and various program staff from Myth Group's R&D and production departments. To put it bluntly, currently, Myth Group's various departments, from production to R&D to marketing, all had people here. In fact, if conditions were ripe, in the eyes of these people, they could immediately replicate the authentic Life Elixir. They represented everything about Myth Group together. They were Myth Group. Even if they couldn't take down Myth Group, they could quickly replicate another Myth Group. Young Master Nangong raised his glass and laughed heartily. Everyone, welcome. From now on, you are Myth, we are all Myth. Myth Group belongs to all of us. Come, raise your glasses. Chapter 263, Taking Over the Myth Group. The cocktail party was held at the Nangong family's manor. The Nangong family is deeply rooted and well known in East Province, even having considerable influence throughout the entire Southeast. However, ordinary people don't know much about them, because the Nangong family has actually been semi-hidden behind the scenes. General Manager Jia sat beside young Master Nangong, raised his glass, and smiled. Everyone, I know many of you are still uneasy and afraid of Myth Group's investigation, but remember, young Master Nangong is our biggest backer. As long as young Master Nangong is here, that dead CN, General Liu, he wouldn't dare do anything to us. What's more, he's already a grasshopper in autumn. He won't be jumping around for many more days. Remember this, once we cooperate with young Master Nangong to take over Myth Group, each and every one of you will be a meritorious official by then. Money, beautiful women, you'll have everything you want, haha. General Manager Jia laughed heartily, as if victory was already within reach. After finishing his drink, General Manager Jia looked at young Master Nangong and smiled. Young Master Nangong, when do you plan to start the project? I'm ready to cooperate anytime, anywhere. Even if General Liu, that CN, doesn't compromise, we can still develop Myth Group into another Myth Group. Everyone present today is a key person in every process of manufacturing the life elixir. As long as they are here, the life elixir can be produced at any time. Young Master Nangong nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. General Manager Jia, your contribution is indispensable. I will remember your merits. Just wait until Myth Group falls into our hands. By then, you will be the CEO of Myth Group. I think I don't need to elaborate on the power and wealth that position brings, do I? General Manager Jia's eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this. Myth Group has been developing for over 2 years and is already a behemoth. Of course, in the eyes of many, Myth Group's wealth is far less than the influence it brings. Only those who know will understand how great the impact of a life elixir is. After all, that is a treasure that countless magnates and giants are scrambling to buy. Everything is thanks to you, young Master Nangong. Without you, even if I had immense abilities, I would find it difficult to display them. Young Master Nangong, no more words, it's all in the wine, I'll toast you. With that, General Manager Jia tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Young Master Nangong smiled and said, can these people produce the life elixir? I need a precise answer. After all, you know how important this matter is. If there's even a slight mistake, it will be an unforgivable capital crime. Not only can you not bear it, but even I cannot bear it. You should know that this time, not only is my Nangong family planning this, but other forces in East Province are also involved. Most importantly, young Master Qin is also among them. If we offend the Qin family, I think even I would have to beg for forgiveness, let alone you. General Manager Jia looked at young Master Nangong, gave a confident laugh, and said, young Master Nangong, I can guarantee this with my head. I had planned to report this good news to you personally later, but giving it to you now is also perfect. With that, General Manager Jia took out a thumb-sized glass bottle from his pocket, which was exquisite and delightful to behold. Young Master Nangong's eyes lit up slightly and he said, why are you giving me the life elixir? General Manager Jia whispered, young Master Nangong, this is indeed the life elixir, but it is not the life elixir produced by Myth Group. It is what we have imitated in another place. Although the specific effects have not yet been tested, its appearance, scent, and everything else are exactly the same as the real life elixir. I think this should be a success. Upon hearing this, young Master Nangong immediately took the life elixir and examined it carefully from top to bottom, constantly exclaiming in admiration. Beautiful, simply too beautiful just from its appearance, it's exactly like the life elixir. After speaking, young Master Nangong unscrewed the cap, and a strange fragrance wafted out. Young Master Nangong took a deep breath, a comfortable expression appearing on his face, and said, this is the feeling, this is the taste, General Manager Jia, this is the real life elixir. Now, we just need to test its effect, and then we can truly report the good news. At this point, young Master Nangong looked at his subordinate standing beside him and said, you, come here and drink it. The subordinate was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then said with some hesitation, young master, is something so precious really for me to drink? Young Master Nangong laughed heartily upon hearing this and said, it is indeed an incomparably precious treasure, but in the future, I can have as many of these treasures as I want. Come on, drink. The subordinate said no more and immediately drank the life elixir in his hand in one gulp. Young Master Nangong and General Manager Jia stared directly at the subordinate, asking somewhat nervously, do you feel anything? The subordinate closed his eyes, looking very comfortable, and replied, comfortable, I feel warm all over, and a warm current is surging through my body. My old injuries, which I've had for years, have gotten much better. Young Master, this is a treasure. Upon hearing the subordinate's reply, young Master Nangong no longer had any doubts. He laughed heartily and patted General Manager Jia's shoulder vigorously, saying, old Jia, you've made a great contribution, a huge contribution. Don't worry, neither I nor young Master Qin will treat you unfairly from now on. You will be the CEO of Myth Group. General Manager Jia smiled happily and said, everything is to serve you, young Master Nangong. Young Master Nangong smiled upon hearing this and extended his hand, saying, do you have any more life elixir? I've forgotten the taste. Get a few more bottles out so I can feel comfortable. Upon hearing this, General Manager Jia gave a dry laugh and said, I'm sorry, young Master Nangong, for now, only one bottle has been made, and it has already been drunk by your subordinate. You know, Myth Group is heavily guarded. It took us a great deal of effort just to get the materials to make one bottle. Young Master Nangong was somewhat disappointed upon hearing this, but then he quickly thought that soon, precious things like the life elixir would be like water for him to drink. With the life elixir, he could greatly elevate his status. This feeling was indescribably exciting. It's fine, anyway, there's no rush for this moment, ha ha ha. General Manager Jia smiled, raised his glass, and said, Young Master Nangong, General Lu is an unyielding person. He probably would rather die than hand Myth Group over to you. How about we prepare for the new company in advance? Young Master Nangong shook his head directly upon hearing this and said, No, we must try our best to get Myth Group into our hands, even if it means paying a higher price, it doesn't matter. You must know that the life elixir has been equated with Myth Group. We don't want to cause too many complications, understand? Alright, you will slowly understand the hidden meaning in this. Now I ask you, besides the various production processes, have you sorted out the raw material suppliers? You need to know that raw material supply is extremely important. Perhaps, even a slight error in the middle could lead to a huge difference, understand? General Manager Jia smiled immediately upon hearing this and said, Young Master Nangong, please rest assured, all the raw material suppliers, even those for the packaging boxes, I have already sorted out. As long as we take over, everything will be exactly the same as Myth Group. Young Master Nangong laughed heartily, picked up his wineglass, drank it all, then took out his phone and calmly said, You can make your move now. Chapter 264. There is a traitor in the Myth Group. After hanging up the phone, young Master Nangong looked at General Manager Jia and chuckled, We'll have news very soon. However, before that, I still want to meet the mysterious president of Myth Group. General Manager Jia frowned slightly upon hearing this, looked at young Master Nangong, and said, Is that necessary? He won't surrender. It's better to just act directly and get it over with. Young Master Nangong knew what General Manager Jia was worried about just by looking at him, so he patted General Manager Jia's shoulder and said, Don't worry, no one can replace your position. Even if General Lu Ruhai now pledges allegiance to us, we won't use him. Of course, if he truly has that realization, then we won't treat him unfairly. It's just that, compared to him, we trust you more. So, you need to have that awareness, understand? General Manager Jia immediately smiled happily upon hearing this. And at this moment, the president of Myth Group, Yin General Lu, had just finished a day's work and returned to his villa. The villa was surrounded by at least a dozen security personnel, and all kinds of surveillance equipment were readily available. It could be said that Yin General Lu's safety was not an issue. However, this time, the one to deal with General Lu was a huge alliance led by young Master Nangong. The most crucial thing was that there were traitors within Myth Group. At this moment, sitting in his study, General Lu took out his computer and made a video call to Yi Qing. Things at Myth Group were progressing smoothly, but General Lu was not unaware of some unfavorable signs. At this moment, at Yi Qing's Cloud Mist Villa, a grand banquet was being held. The guests were precisely the various influential figures who had visited Qingshui village today. Everyone who came to Cloud Mist Villa described their experience with the word stunning, especially the air here, which seemed exceptionally sweet. Yi Qing's parents, even though they had been shocked all day, were still incredibly astonished at this moment. Yi Qing specially found a picturesque small courtyard in the villa for the old couple to live in, which made them very satisfied. The banquet was held on the open-air lawn. All the food consisted of wild ingredients from Cloud Mist Villa. They were not only fresh but also absolutely unforgettable. Yi Qing raised his glass, looked at everyone, and chuckled, Everyone, thank you for showing your support today. Come, I'll toast you all. Yi Qing raised his glass, and everyone present raised their glasses together. The wine was also an unknown type, but it was exceptionally sweet and delicious, like a divine elixir. I won't say much more. I'm not a fan of showing off, so you all know what to do. Alright, everyone, enjoy your food and drinks. I won't stay to accompany you much longer. After speaking, Yi Qing left directly and went to the quiet Lake Heart Island. On the island, Yi Qing received a video call from General Lu. After answering, before Yi Qing could speak, General Lu immediately apologized. Mr. Yi, I couldn't make it to Qingshui village today, please forgive me. Yi Qing heard this and smiled, shaking his head, It was I who didn't want you to come. You didn't do anything wrong. Myth Group is at a crucial moment now since we are expanding rapidly. Your task is very important. Focus on your work. You don't need to worry about anything else. General Lu nodded upon hearing this and said, Mr. Yi, I was just about to report this to you. Everything is ready. There were a few days of delay due to procedural issues before, but everything is resolved now. If possible, I would like to hold a press conference within 3 days to release our 3 new products from Myth Group. At that time, Myth Group will enter a period of rapid expansion. At this point, General Lu became excited. He would witness the emergence of a miracle. A miracle that was almost impossible to replicate. But General Lu was even clearer that this miracle was given by Yi Qing, not by his own ability. As long as Yi Qing was willing, anyone could be the president of Myth Group. Yi Qing slowly nodded, looking at General Lu, and said, I await your good news. Tiger Tooth's side will soon complete the unification of the East Province underground world. I plan to stabilize things then, and afterwards, use Myth Group as a base to expand throughout the entire Southeast. I want the entire Southeast to have no other voices. I want the entire Southeast 5 provinces to have only my voice. Do you understand what I mean? As soon as these words were spoken, General Lu immediately became serious and said, Mr. Yi, I understand. Please rest assured, I will do my utmost to make this day come true as soon as possible. The Southeast 5 provinces will soon be yours to command. The Southeast is yours, and the title of Southeast King is also yours. Southeast King? Yi Qing stroked his chin, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and said, I originally didn't plan to be so rushed, but now it seems, a little haste is fine. Only after taking over the entire Southeast will I not be constrained in many matters. And only then can I have greater capital to contend with those people. Just as Yi Qing was about to hang up the video call, General Lu hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said, Mr. Yi, there's something I must report to you, which is that there seem to be unstable factors within Myth Group. Someone, I'm afraid, is going to betray us. When he said this, General Lu stood up and bowed respectfully to Yi Qing in front of the camera. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, it's my poor management that has led to this situation. Please give me time, I will personally handle this matter. Yi Qing heard this, looked at General Lu, and chuckled. It was within my expectation that Myth Group would encounter problems. Especially internal problems, isn't that normal? Wealth moves hearts. Even if Myth Group offers top-tier benefits, human greed is insatiable. This is human nature. When Myth Group was first established, the quality of personnel varied, which is understandable. Even if they were truly high-quality, capable individuals, one can never truly see through a person's heart. These matters are not important anyway, they can't cause any fundamental damage to the group. You handle it yourself. Neither Yi Qing nor General Lu were afraid of internal problems, because even if someone betrayed them, or even everyone betrayed them, it would be useless. The foundation of Myth Group's existence was Life Elixir. And the true supplier of Life Elixir was Yi Qing. Without the diluted Life Elixir extracted by Yi Qing's Azure Emperor longevity art, no one could replicate it. This was the true trump card. And some people who laughed wildly, thinking they knew all the processes and all the suppliers, would ultimately discover that it was all for naught. Just as General Lu was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. And in the video, several masked men in black appeared. These men directly held knives to General Lu's neck. This scene was precisely seen by Yi Qing in the video. Chapter 265, Arresting in front of Yi Qing. Just now, Yi Qing and General Lu were discussing the betrayal within Myth Group. Now, there's no need to even suspect. It's certain that there was an inside job to infiltrate General Lu's villa. Who are you people? Do you know who I am? Let me go, and I'll let you leave, otherwise, you'll regret it. General Lu frowned deeply, speaking coldly, showing no sign of nervousness. The man in black sneered, as expected of the president of Myth Group with a knife at your throat. You're still so unyielding, but will your neck be harder than your mouth? As he spoke, the sharp dagger immediately grazed General Lu's neck. Instantly, a bloodline appeared, and blood flowed from General Lu's neck. General Lu, does it hurt? Is your mouth still hard? General Lu took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Speak, who sent you, and what do you want to do? Several men in black immediately took out contracts from their hands and chuckled. Nothing much, we're just here to visit General Lu and resolve the problem in the simplest way possible. Please, General Lu, sign this transfer contract. As long as you sign it, from now on, Myth Group will have nothing to do with you. But General Lu doesn't need to worry about anything. Trading Myth Group for your life is very worthwhile, isn't it? What's more, General Lu must have already earned astronomical wealth for the rest of your life. You can live in luxury and do whatever you want. Isn't that wonderful? Upon hearing this, General Lu immediately showed a mocking smile and said, "You want Myth Group? Ha, I tell you, that's a dream. Even if I sign, you won't get Myth Group, understand? I advise you to leave now, otherwise, I promise I will find you, and then, kill you." The man in black smiled slightly and said, "It seems General Lu doesn't believe us. In that case, I apologize, General Lu, but you'll have to suffer a bit." As soon as he finished speaking, the man in black slapped General Lu heavily across the face, then took out a long nail and said indifferently, "General Lu, if you don't sign, then I'll nail your hand to the table." General Lu gritted his teeth and said nothing. The next second, a scream came from General Lu's mouth. The man in black directly nailed the nail through General Lu's palm. At this moment, Yi Qing, watching this scene on the other side of the screen, already had a cold expression and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "I don't know who you are, but I can tell you who I am. My name is Yi Qing. I am the true boss behind General Lu. The person you are looking for is me." Released General Lu. It wasn't until Yi Qing spoke that these men in black realized there was a young man sitting in front of the computer, watching their actions. The men in black were startled, but then they dismissed it. Yi Qing? General Lu's boss? The true boss behind Myth Group? Yi Qing? Never heard of him. You say you're the boss of Myth Group, how can you prove it? What's more, whether you're the boss or not, everything of Myth Group is under General Lu's name. As long as General Lu signs, it has nothing to do with you. Is there a difference whether you're the boss or not? After speaking, the man in black was about to hang up the video. Yi Qing said with a cold voice, "I don't know who you are, but I can guarantee that very soon, I will find out your identities. As long as I find you, I will let you know what true living hell is like. From now on, stop tormenting General Lu. I can spare your lives, but if you dare to disobey, dare to continue harming General Lu, I, Yi Qing, swear that I will search heaven and hell and tear you all to pieces." Apparently, these men in black were not afraid of Yi Qing's vow. After all, in their eyes, Yi Qing was just a person appearing on a screen. Even if he really was the boss behind Myth Group, what then? Behind them was a powerful force led by young Master Nangong. Alright, then let's see how you'll tear us to pieces. But now, you've threatened me, and I'm very unhappy, and when I'm unhappy, I'll make General Lu unhappy. After speaking, the man in black directly grabbed General Lu's hair and slammed his head heavily onto the table, immediately causing General Lu's nose and mouth to bleed. And that wasn't all. The man in black took out a small pair of pliers and said with a smile, "Blame this Yi Qing. He threatened me and made me unhappy, so you shouldn't be happy either." After speaking, the man in black directly used the pliers to clamp one of General Lu's fingernails, then pulled it forcefully. A scream echoed again. Fingers are connected to the heart. How painful it is to have a fingernail pulled out alive, perhaps only the person involved truly knows. The man in black grabbed General Lu's hair and chuckled, "Now, I want you to curse this person named Yi Qing. Curse him as a pig, a dog, an animal. As long as you curse him, I won't torment you anymore. Otherwise, the next fingernail will be pulled out immediately." General Lu was already drenched in sweat from the pain, but hearing these men in black tell him to curse Mr. Yi, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and angrily said, "You want me to insult Mr. Yi? Impossible. You bastards, you will get your retribution." At this point, General Lu looked despairingly at Yi Qing, who was almost going mad with anger on the screen, and showed a tragic expression. "Mr. Yi, I'm afraid I won't be able to continue helping you in the future. If possible, please avenge me." At this moment, Yi Qing's fists were clenched tightly, his fingernails even digging into the flesh of his palms from the force, and blood flowed from his fists. "General Lu, no matter what they want, agree to them. I want you alive, do you understand? I want you, General Lu, to live." What Myth Group, what else? At this moment, Yi Qing only wanted his good brother, General Lu, to survive. General Lu, however, shook his head at this moment. "Mr. Yi, even if I die, I will not betray you. This is my only bottom line in this life." The man in black sneered, "A bottom line, huh? Alright, then let me see how many bottom lines you have. Pull them out, pull all his fingernails out, just leave him with one breath." Then, the man in black looked at Yi Qing and sneered, "Kid, whether he lives or not is not up to you. Also, I've remembered your face, just wait, maybe you'll be next. Yi Qing's eyes were bloodshot at this moment, almost spitting fire. Then you all, remember my face clearly. Remember it firmly, remember it tightly. I will find you, I swear, I will definitely find you. You, wait, very soon, I will appear before you. Save General Lu's life, let him live if General Lu dies, I tell you, and the person behind you, I don't care who you are, or how powerful the force behind you is, I swear, I will uproot you all, I will make sure you have no burial place. I, Yi Qing, swear. I will definitely find you. Definitely. Chapter 266. I'd rather die than be a traitor. The man in black looked at Yi Qing, who was radiating a crazed killing intent, and for a moment, he hesitated. The killing intent in Yi Qing's eyes seemed almost substantial, making one feel a bone-chilling coldness even through the screen. However, after feeling the killing intent and his own momentary fear, the man in black became even more furious. Alright, then we'll wait for you to come find us. After saying that, the man in black directly cut off the video. Even the man in black himself didn't realize that the moment he disconnected the video call, his heart involuntarily relaxed. Looking at General Lu, the man in black smiled and said, now that this Yi Qing can't see you, you don't need to pretend to be fearless anymore. Sign it, wouldn't it be better to suffer less? General Lu heard this, revealed a tragic smile, and said, if you want to kill me, then kill me. If I, General Lu, even frown, I am not a true man. Spoken like a true man. The man in black nodded and said, I originally wanted to take credit, but now it seems I can't help the boss take you down. Well then, please come with us. However, I must warn you, if you still maintain this attitude after meeting my boss, I'm afraid you will die a very, very miserable death. After speaking, the man in black directly took General Lu away. Meanwhile, at young Master Nangong's estate, the banquet was still ongoing. Everyone was excited and drinking happily. General Lu was brought through the back door to young Master Nangong's study. At this moment, in young Master Nangong's study, besides young Master Nangong, only General Manager Jia was present. Upon seeing General Lu, whose fingernails had been pulled out, dragged in like a dead dog, General Manager Jia instinctively stood up, startled. Young Master Nangong, this is General Lu? Young Master Nangong heard this, looked at General Manager Jia, and chuckled, General Manager Jia, there's no need to be so curious. After all, you leaked his address and guards to me, otherwise, I wouldn't have taken him down so easily. However, I intended to invite him here for a discussion. How did it end up like this? It makes it seem like I'm very cruel, sigh. Ye Quan, weren't you a bit too heavy-handed? Ye Quan, who was called out by young Master Nangong, opened his mouth and smiled, revealing his pale teeth, and said, this guy is a tough nut to crack. Boss, I also wanted to make a contribution, but the result wasn't ideal. However, I did get an unexpected surprise. I met this General Lu's boss behind the scenes, of course, if what that person said is true. Upon hearing this, young Master Nangong and General Manager Jia immediately became interested. Everyone knew that there was a boss behind Myth Group, but who this mysterious boss was, no one knew except General Lu. Now that Ye Quan had actually met him, it truly was an unexpected surprise. Who is his boss? Ye Quan shook his head and said, I haven't heard of him. He seems to be called Yi Qing, around 20 to 30 years old. He looks quite arrogant, but he seems more sensible than General Lu. After all, when I was tormenting General Lu, he was watching on video. He told General Lu to sign and suffer less, but unfortunately, General Lu refused, insisting on showing his unwavering loyalty. Yi Qing? Young Master Nangong thought carefully for a moment, then shook his head and said, I haven't heard that name then, he's not worth paying attention to. A young man, perhaps, he just happened to get the secret formula by chance, and that's how he created Myth Group. Heh, hearing you say that he's so sensible further confirms my guess. He's probably just some nobody who popped up from nowhere, and not a very courageous one at that. At this point, young Master Nangong personally walked up to General Lu, helped him up, and smiled, General Lu, I'm really sorry my subordinates were heavy-handed and misunderstood my intentions. Are you alright? General Lu looked at young Master Nangong, then glared fiercely at General Manager Jia, who was standing nearby, and said coldly, General Manager Jia, I treated you well, and the group entrusted you with heavy responsibilities. Is this how you repay me and the group? Traitors will not come to a good end. General Manager Jia originally had some fear, and even guilt, towards General Lu. However, upon hearing General Lu still threatening him at such a time, he immediately became displeased. General Lu, don't talk about heavy responsibilities or such nonsense. Did you ever treat me as a human being? To outsiders, I, the vice president of Myth Group, seem impressive, but in reality? I couldn't even get the right to dispense a single bottle of life elixir, so what am I? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too selfish. Looking at the self-righteous General Manager Jia, General Lu didn't want to explain anything, only sneered. When you were down and out, even to the point where others were hounding you for debts, it was I who saved you, gave you a high salary, and paid off your debts. No matter what you say, you cannot deny that you were a scoundrel, ungrateful, and a traitor who sold out his master for glory. At this point, General Lu looked at young Master Nangong and said, using such a scoundrel, sooner or later, you will also be harmed by him. He can betray me today, and he can betray you tomorrow. General Manager Jia heard this and immediately expressed his unwavering loyalty to young Master Nangong. Young Master Nangong, don't listen to his nonsense. I swear, I will only be loyal to you my entire life and will never betray you. Young Master Nangong, meanwhile, chuckled and sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and said with a slight smile, General Lu, regarding whether General Manager Jia will betray me, you don't need to worry about it. After all, if I didn't even have this much ability to control people, then I wouldn't be sitting here discussing things with you today, would I? If General Manager Jia truly betrays me someday, then it can only be said that it's my destiny, that I'm meant to face a tribulation. Otherwise, as long as I remain high above, why would he betray me? How would he dare to betray me? It's you, General Lu. I heard your boss behind the scenes is named Ji Qing, right? I wonder if you could give me a detailed introduction. Who is this Mr. Yi? I'm really curious how he came to possess the life elixir. General Lu heard that young Master Nangong wanted to inquire about Mr. Yi, and immediately sneered, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Since you want to take my life, then take it. But if you want to know anything about Mr. Yi from my mouth, you're dreaming. And I'll tell you, Mr. Yi will definitely avenge me when that time comes. He will kill all of you, he definitely will. Young Master Nangong heard this and burst out laughing, patting his chest and saying, you really scared me, I'm so scared. General Lu, looking at you, you don't plan to cooperate nicely? Do you really not want your life anymore? At this point, young Master Nangong took out a contract and chuckled, sign it, and I guarantee you'll leave alive. How about it? Of course, if you don't sign, you definitely won't live. Your boss even told you to sign, so why are you still hesitating? Come on, living is always better than dying, isn't it? Chapter 267, Mythical CEO, Four Eyes was killed. Indeed, living is better than dying. Because once you're dead, you have nothing left. However, for some people, honor, credibility, and faith are more important than life itself. General Lu looked at young Master Nangong, who was within arm's reach, and spat directly onto young Master Nangong's face, roaring, if you want to kill me, then kill me. If you want me to sign, no way. Young Master Nangong took out a tissue, wiped the spittle from his face, and his smile remained, though it was much colder. It seems we can't come to an agreement. That's right, even if you sign, you won't live. But Myth Group, I'm definitely taking it. Young Master Nangong pointed at General Manager Jia and chuckled, you only see General Manager Jia, but do you know how many other people from Myth Group are outside? If I told you that everyone from Myth Group, from procurement to production, and even those in any packaging stage, are all here, what would your expression be? General Lu heard this, looked at young Master Nangong, sneered, and said, then, that can only prove one thing. I, General Lu, deserve to die. I failed Mr. Yi's expectations, which led to Myth Group having so many loopholes and traitors everywhere. I am guilty of a myriad of deaths. At this moment, General Lu truly shouted these words, believing he deserved to die. He knew Myth Group had traitors, but he didn't know there would be so many. Even though he had actually anticipated it and even made plans, when the result truly appeared before him, General Lu still found it somewhat impossible to accept the fact. Myth Group's salary and benefits were undeniably generous, yet despite such high treatment, it couldn't win people's hearts. This was his dereliction of duty as the president. Young Master Nangong looked at General Lu and chuckled, whether you deserve to die or not is no longer important. What's important is that since you know this much, I don't mind letting you know a little more. more. Just now, General Manager Jia brought out a bottle of life elixir, and after verification, its effects have been proven real. But do you know where this life elixir came from? Ha, it came from your so-called traitors, secretly concocted outside Myth Group. Do you know what this means? This means I have completely gained the ability to replicate life elixir whether I want Myth Group or not. It doesn't matter to me. Because with life elixir, I will have everything. Young Master Nangong laughed unrestrainedly for him. This was something worth celebrating and being proud of every time it was mentioned. The very foundation of Myth Group's existence, now it belonged to him. How significant was this? This represented immense profits and countless connections. The Nangong family would undoubtedly leap from a first-tier family in the southeast 5 provinces to a top-tier family in Dragon Kingdom. This was not a dream, but a fact about to become reality. And he, young Master Nangong, would, with this merit, have no one left to contend for his position as family head. How could he not be happy? How could he not be excited? Only General Lu, at this moment, had a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if mocking young Master Nangong, mocking General Manager Jia, and mocking all the betrayers. What? You don't believe it? Young Master Nangong chuckled. General Lu heard this and sneered, believe? Why wouldn't I believe it? But if you really think life elixir can be replicated that easily, then go ahead and think that. Young Master Nangong heard this, sighed, patted General Lu's shoulder, and chuckled, you truly are loyal. It makes me a little reluctant to kill you, but you still have to die. If you don't want a sign, then don't consider it a warning to everyone, the consequence of daring to betray me. I think with your life as a reminder, few people will dare to betray me. After speaking, young Master Nangong waved his hand and said, Yaquan, take him away and dispose of him. Yaquan nodded. Upon hearing this, he immediately grabbed General Lu's hair and dragged him out. After a short while, Yaquan, with blood on his hands, walked up to young Master Nangong and chuckled, Boss, it's done. The body has been thrown into the lake to feed the fish. Young Master Nangong heard this, smiled, and nodded. Then, looking at the trembling General Manager Jia, he chuckled, General Manager Jia, don't be afraid. He's dead from now on. You can temporarily act as the president of Myth Group, can't you? You won't betray me, and there won't be any mishaps, right? General Manager Jia heard this and looked at young Master Nangong, trembling, saying, Don't worry, I wouldn't betray you even if I died. There will definitely be no mishaps, absolutely not. Young Master Nangong heard this, nodded, and smiled, then I can confidently sell the quotas for life elixir. Many people are looking forward to life elixir. Once this batch is sold, countless funds and connections will flow into my hands. By then, I will have everything, ha! He watched young Master Nangong laugh wildly, envisioning the future. Yaquan was silent for a moment before saying, Boss, what about Yi Qing, the boss behind General Lu? I don't know why, but just now, I seem to have vaguely heard that name somewhere, but I can't recall it at the moment. Do we need to investigate thoroughly? Young Master Nangong heard this, nodded, and said, I also seem to have heard that name, but it doesn't matter. He's not a big shot anyway. If you can find him. If not, he's lucky. After speaking, young Master Nangong looked at General Manager Jia and smiled faintly. Now, Myth Group has no president. Can you get the presidential seal and authorize the current inventory of life elixir in Myth Group? General Manager Jia heard this and dared not lie, immediately saying, there should be about 10 bottles. Young Master Nangong heard this, nodded, and said, that's enough. Take 1 bottle and send it to Gao Qingyue and Jiangqing. Send all the others to me. I want to use these life elixirs to initiate my first batch of connections, to make everyone believe that I can provide life elixir. After that, things will be much easier. Alright, get to work. Today, I'm very happy, ha ha ha. Young Master Nangong laughed wildly there, non-stop. Meanwhile, in Jiangcheng, at Cloud Mist Villa, Yi Qing's rage and killing intent had already reached the sky. Chapter 268. I want to be the king of Southeast. Lake Heart Island was filled with spiritual energy and fresh air, allowing one to calm their mind and feel at ease. However, at this moment, Yi Qing's face had become incomparably distorted. He watched with his own eyes as General Lu had his nails pulled out and was brutally beaten in the video. How could he remain calm? The Cloud Mist Villa was still holding its banquet, but Yi Qing was already consumed by towering rage. Ah! Yi Qing smashed the computer with one punch, stood up directly, and roared to the sky, his powerful voice echoing like thunder at this moment. And almost everyone attending the banquet also heard this furious roar. Many people were even startled, their faces turning pale from the killing intent within it. Just at this instant. Whether it was the guards led by Tian Lang at Cloud Mist Villa or Red Eyes' subordinates, they all treated it as a grave threat, gathering towards Lake Heart Island one by one. Uncle Gio's face turned even paler as he looked at one family head and said with a terrified expression, This must be Mr. Ye's roar, right? This roar is filled with intense killing intent. Who could have made Mr. Yi so furious? And one family head's face was also pale at this moment. Something major must have happened, otherwise, Mr. Yi would absolutely not be this angry. You know, nothing that has happened in the past few days has made Mr. Yi so angry, not even facing the betrayal of the entire Qingshui village. Mr. Yi remained very calm at this moment. He is so enraged. Oh my god, I'm afraid the sky is about to fall. All the major magnates speculated about what had happened. And Tiger Tooth, who was directly subordinate to Yi Qing, rushed towards Lake Heart Island immediately. Red Eyes' eyes, moreover, flashed with killing intent and madness. Not even waiting for a boat, he actually stepped on the waves, like a bolt of lightning, rushing towards Lake Heart Island. This miraculous scene left all who witnessed it utterly amazed, further elevating their perception of Red Eyes' strength. When Red Eyes was the first to rush onto the island, he saw Yi Qing standing quietly by the lake, his back emanating an intense killing intent. Most importantly, at this moment, a hint of fear flashed in Red Eyes' eyes, and his body even trembled uncontrollably. It was as if this world made him somewhat breathless. This was Yi Qing's killing intent, so intense that it almost covered the entire island. Red Eyes took a deep breath, not daring to speak, and immediately knelt on one knee behind Yi Qing, awaiting Yi Qing's furious outburst. And Tiger Tooth and the others who arrived subsequently all knelt silently behind Yi Qing, just like Red Eyes. In a short while, on Lake Heart Island, apart from Tian Lang and others who had not yet arrived, over 100 of Red Eyes' subordinates all knelt behind Yi Qing. No one dared to speak, everyone waited, waiting for Yi Qing to speak. Xi Yan has been captured. After a long silence, Yi Qing turned around and spoke slowly. His voice was flat, but this indifference, far from making everyone feel relieved, instead made everyone feel an even more intense killing aura. And when these words were spoken, Tiger Tooth was the first to be stunned. Who captured him? Damn it, how dare they capture Xi Yan, I won't let them get away with it. Tiger Tooth and Xi Yan's relationship was unusual. They were like good brothers. Red Eyes naturally knew Xi Yan, but compared to Tiger Tooth and Xi Yan's relationship, his was much shallower. However, for Red Eyes, the depth of the relationship was not important. In fact, whether he knew him or not was not important. What was important was that Yi Qing was furious. Yi Qing took a deep breath and said softly, I was just talking to Xi Yan, and then a group of men in black broke into his home. These people, right in front of me, brutally beat Xi Yan, and even pulled out his fingernails. Ha, they truly didn't put me in their eyes. Perhaps I've been too low-key, to the point where even when I announce my name, people don't take it seriously. Well, I hope Xi Yan is still alive. If Xi Yan dies, I will make them all pay with their lives. A murderous statement, uttered from Yi Qing's mouth, was absolutely not just talk. Behind these words would be rivers of blood, and countless lives piled into mountains of skeletons. Tiger Tooth, immediately order your subordinates to go to Xi Yan's residence and find all possible clues. You, also return to East Continent immediately. From now on, you have only one thing to do, and that is to find Xi Yan. Have the Myth Group personnel use man-to-man surveillance to find the traitors for me this time. It's an inside job, and there might be many traitors. I don't care whether these traitors actually betrayed Xi Yan or not. Better to kill 1,000 innocent than let one guilty go find them for me. Tiger Tooth nodded heavily upon hearing this and said, Mr. Yi, I'll depart now. I swear, I will find the enemies and bring them before you. Yi Qing then looked at Red Eyes, gritting his teeth, except for one team to remain at Cloud Mist Villa to protect my family's safety, everyone else, go with you to East Continent. Red Eyes immediately accepted the order upon hearing this. Mr. Yi, rest assured, I will make those people regret ever being born. After speaking, a trace of ferocity appeared on Red Eyes' face. And at this moment, Yi Qing took out his phone and dialed a number. After the call connected, Yi Qing only said one sentence. Pujuan, bring your men back. I want the entire Southeast 5 provinces underground world to be unified. I want to become the king of Southeast in the shortest possible time. After speaking, Yi Qing directly hung up the phone. Red Eyes and Tiger Tooth had not yet left at this time. Hearing Pujuan's name, Tiger Tooth was stunned, seemingly not knowing who it was, but Red Eyes' eyes were filled with excitement. Mr. Yi, you finally called back brother Pujuan. Yi Qing heard this and said coldly, as one of the trump cards my master left for me, I originally didn't plan to use Pujuan so early, but now, I am very angry, so let Pujuan come. With him, the unification of the Southeast 5 provinces underground world is just around the corner. After saying this, Yi Qing remained silent for a moment, then waved his hand and said, you all, depart. 2 days later, I will personally arrive in East Continent. By then, I hope there will be an answer. At Yi Qing's command, both Tiger Tooth and Red Eyes, and all the others, quickly left Lake Heart Island and rapidly advanced towards East Continent. And Yi Qing, looking at his parents who were arriving by small boat, sighed softly and forced a smile onto his face. He didn't want his parents to worry too much about his affairs, especially matters of life and death. Chapter 269, third on the tiger list, Pujuan. Yi Qing, what's wrong? Are you all right? After Yi Mother arrived on the island, she quickly ran to Yi Qing and carefully examined him, fearing that something might have happened to him. Yi Qing smiled and said, I'm fine, aren't I? I just drank too much and felt a bit frustrated, so I yelled, see, I feel much better now. Hearing Yi Qing say that, Yi Mother finally relaxed. Then your yell was a bit too loud, it scared everyone. Yi Father frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, are you really alright? Yi Qing nodded and said, really, I'm fine Dad, Mom, the environment here is nice, isn't it? There are many courtyards. If you get tired of one, you can change places anytime. Yi Mother immediately shook her head and said, no need, it's already excellent. Most importantly, the air here is really good, and the environment is especially beautiful. I feel much better here. And the food and drinks are all exceptionally fresh. Yi Qing, can I plant some vegetables and fruits in the courtyard? I feel it's better to grow them myself. Besides, I don't have much to do when I'm idle, so planting something will give me something to do. Yi Qing naturally wouldn't refuse such a request. He immediately smiled and nodded, saying, as long as you're happy, but if you're going to plant a little less, don't get too tired. This villa, including the mountain behind it, is mine. There's an endless supply of fresh ingredients, people deliver them every day, but as long as you're happy, that's what matters. Speaking of this, Yi Qing looked at Yi Shan and Yi Qing Lian and smiled, brother, sister, with Mom and Dad here, you don't have to worry when the time comes. If you don't do something, you'll definitely feel very bored. If there's anything you want to do, you can tell me. If you want to join the company, I'll arrange it for you. If you want to start your own business, that's not a problem either. I'll provide the funds and everything else. The Yi family members now clearly understood Yi Qing's true strength. Yi Shan and Yi Qing Lian hesitated for a moment, then looked at Yi Qing and said, you must be very busy and won't always be at home, so we'll spend some time with our parents first, and then consider this matter later. Yi Qing nodded and said, that's good too. Mom and Dad won't be too bored with you accompanying them. Speaking of this, Yi Qing looked at Yi Shan and Yi Qing Lian and smiled, although it might not be the most appropriate time to bring this up. If you have suitable marriage partners, you can bring them to meet Mom and Dad. Remember, you are my, Yi Qing's, older brother and sister in this world. You are worthy of anyone. Don't be shy, and certainly don't feel like you're not good enough for them. If there's someone you want, just boldly pursue them. Yi Shan and Yi Qing Lian had both experienced failed marriages, even torment. At this moment, Yi Qing was afraid they might not think straight and decide not to marry again, which is why he spoke up to remind them. At this point, Yi Father looked at Yi Qing and said, what you said is right. However, don't just focus on your brother and sister. You, yourself, should also find a suitable marriage partner as soon as possible. Don't stay single forever. Yi Qing didn't expect the topic to shift to himself and could only nod with a smile. At this moment, Yi Father looked at the Lake Heart Island and said, the environment here is good and quiet, but it's too quiet. You also have to take a boat to get here, and it's surrounded by water. Will it be bad for your health? Too much humidity? You should live here less often. Being a parent, sometimes, it's like this, nagging, but it's genuine care. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, then sent his parents back to the courtyard. As for the banquet, it gradually dispersed due to Tiger Tooth and Red Eyes' departure. Yi Qing did not personally see off the guests. He had already met the people he needed to meet, and what needed to be discussed had already been discussed privately on his return. Sitting on Lake Heart Island, Yi Qing's eyes were icy cold. Tonight, there would be no sleep. At this moment, Yi Qing was not the only one sleepless. Northwest, at the peak of Dragon Mountain. A strong man who looked to be in his 30s, holding a long saber, was waiting for something. It wasn't until the bright moon hung high that a man in his 50s, holding a bamboo stick, slowly ascended the mountain. Pujuan, Dragon ranking has 10 people, Tiger ranking has 100 as the third on the Tiger ranking. Instead of challenging the top 2 on the Tiger ranking, you come to find me, a gatekeeper of the Dragon ranking. Haha, does that mean you're arrogant? Or are you too presumptuous? The man in his 30s was indeed Pujuan. At this moment, Pujuan pointed his long saber directly at the man in his 50s and said indifferently, "Those two are no longer worth a fight in my eyes. It's you, Lin Pashan. A battle with you is the only thing that can interest me. The power of the Dragon ranking, I really want to gauge it. Enough nonsense, let's see if your Broken Mountain is more formidable, or if my Pujuan is stronger." As his voice fell, a flash of silver light appeared, as Pujuan had already rapidly approached Lin Pashan, his long saber swinging out, emitting a long blade aura. A hint of solemnity appeared in Lin Pashan's eyes, and he said coldly, as expected of Pujuan, who was hailed as the god of war, "Truly formidable, but today, the 10th spot on the Dragon ranking still belongs to me, Lin Pashan." As he spoke, Lin Pashan brandished the long staff in his hand and quickly engaged in battle with Pujuan. Cold light flickered, and saber and staff collided, causing a series of piercing clanging sounds, while the scattered aura caused the flowers, grasses, and trees in the area to snap in half. Just like that, after nearly 100 moves, a bloodstain appeared on Pujuan's arm, and Lin Pashan's clothes had a tear. Lin Pashan said in a deep, solemn voice, "Pujuan, you cannot defeat me. But it is indeed not easy for me to defeat you either. You are infinitely close to the strength of the Dragon ranking, but it's still not enough." Pujuan looked at the blood mark on his arm, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and said, "Is this the strength of the 10th on the Dragon ranking?" "Nothing more than that, Lin Pashan. It won't be long before I can defeat you." Facing Pujuan's provocation, Lin Pashan said in a deep voice, "I am only the 10th on the Dragon ranking, representing only the lowest threshold of Dragon ranking strength. If you look down on the Dragon ranking strength because of this, and underestimate the other Dragon ranking experts, Pujuan, I can only say you are seeking death." Upon hearing this, Pujuan put away his long saber, slowly turned around, and said, "Tonight, I still have things to do, so I won't continue fighting with you. The top 10 of the Dragon ranking have vastly different strengths. I naturally know that, but, having defeated you, will defeating them be far off? Ha 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 ha. Lin Pashan, the day we meet again will be the day I, Pujuan, step into the Dragon ranking. Ha 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 ha." Watching Pujuan's arrogant retreating figure, Lin Pashan frowned tightly and sighed softly. The world is about to fall into chaos. At this moment, Gao Qingyue didn't know if the world was in chaos, but she was already too excited to sleep. Because, just now, young Master Nangong had given her a huge surprise. The life elixir she had been longing for would be delivered to her by tomorrow at the latest. And her first reaction was to find Yi Qing and show off properly, to let Yi Qing know just how amazing she, Gao Qingyue, truly was. Chapter 270 The True Essence of Life. The next morning, Gao Qingyue appeared in the CEO's office. Not only that, but Gao Qingyue greeted everyone with a smile, even smiling and saying it was fine when she encountered someone who was late. When Lin Shi saw Gao Qingyue, she thought Gao Qingyue had taken the wrong medicine. "Qingyue, what's wrong with you? Why do you seem so excited?" Lin Shi still remembered how Gao Qingyue had scolded her yesterday. This was abnormal, completely abnormal. Gao Qingyue directly took Lin Shi's hand and smiled. "Am I very excited? Is that so? You noticed, ha, I am very excited, I am very happy. Lin Shi, we are the best of sisters, and when I'm happy, I certainly won't hide it from you." This intimate attitude made Lin Shi quite uncomfortable. The best of sisters? Yesterday, she was cursing and calling her my dog, and today she's the best of sisters? Well, that sisterhood seemed a bit cheap. Yes, we are the best of sisters, so, is there something happy happening? Gao Qingyue laughed heartily and carefully said, Lin Ji, I'm about to have the life elixir, don't you think that's worth being happy about? As soon as she said this, Lin Ji's eyes immediately lit up, and she looked at Gao Qingyue, saying, You and Yi Qing have made up? This made Gao Qingyue pause for a moment, then she sneered, Made up with Yi Qing about what? My having the life elixir has nothing to do with him. I know he's very powerful now, perhaps even more powerful than we imagined, but I'm telling you, no matter how powerful he is, I'm not afraid. It's young Master Nangong. Young Master Nangong has already sent someone to mail me the life elixir. If nothing goes wrong, I should receive it soon. Lin Ji, tell me, am I excited or not? Lin Ji was stunned when she heard this. She had originally thought Gao Qingyue and Yi Qing had reconciled, but she didn't expect it to be sent by young Master Nangong. How does young Master Nangong have the life elixir? I remember you said he couldn't get it, so he couldn't give it to you temporarily? No matter who possessed a treasure like the life elixir, they would never think they had too much. Even if young Master Nangong had some, it probably wouldn't be much, but now it seemed he could even send it to Gao Qingyue, which clearly indicated Gao Qingyue's importance to him was different. Gao Qingyue smiled and said, Lin Ji, I think there's no need for me to say what my standing is in young Master Nangong's heart. Just this point alone should tell you. But, the most important thing you don't know is that when young Master Nangong sent me the life elixir, it meant he had already taken control of the situation. Myth Group, I'm afraid, is now under young Master Nangong's command. Haha, that's why I'm so excited. Young Master Nangong's family background is already illustrious, and now with the blessing of Myth Group's life elixir, his future achievements are simply immeasurable. Yi Qing, he may seem imposing, but what is he, really? As long as young Master Nangong wishes, he can eliminate Yi Qing at any time. Lin Ji, just you wait, I will get revenge for Yi Qing hitting and humiliating me. As she spoke, Gao Qingyue's eyes held deep hatred. Clearly, Yi Qing's humiliation of her yesterday had made her hate him to the core. Lin Ji was completely stunned at this moment. Myth Group, controlled by young Master Nangong? Could this be true? But looking at Gao Qingyue's expression, she wasn't lying at all, and coupled with young Master Nangong's strength, Lin Ji truly didn't know what to say now. However, whether the life elixir was real or fake, and whether it would be delivered, would be known soon. If the life elixir was real, then it meant everything Gao Qingyue said was true. Just then, Gao Qingyue's phone rang. After answering, it was the delivery person. Gao Qingyue immediately ran out, and in a short while, she brought the package back, then closed the door and carefully opened it. Looking at the package, which was just an ordinary box, Lin Ji swallowed and said, such a precious thing as the life elixir was just mailed like this. Gao Qingyue chuckled at her words. What do you know? Perhaps this is great reclusion in the city. Of course, more importantly, the item arrived intact. However, I still need to remind young Master Nangong about this. Even if he doesn't send someone to deliver it personally, it shouldn't be packaged so simply. After carefully opening the box, a thumb-sized bottle appeared before Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji. The light green liquid shimmered with specks of light, looking beautiful and captivating. Gao Qingyue picked up the bottle, her body trembling slightly with excitement. Lin Ji, do you see? This is the true life elixir. Lin Ji looked at Gao Qingyue with envy and said, Qingyue, this is the life elixir. Why does it look a bit different from the one Yi Qing took out before? It was indeed a bit different. The one Yi Qing had given was a darker color, and aside from the poor packaging, it seemed more exquisite than the bottle of life elixir in front of them. But Gao Qingyue sneered, who knows where he got that from, but this is the genuine life elixir produced by Myth Group. Look at this bottle, this packaging, it's the real deal. Indeed, just the bottle itself was expensive, it looked like a luxury item. Lin Ji swallowed, her eyes filled with envy. Then, are you going to take it now? Gao Qingyue heard her and directly opened the lid. A refreshing fragrance instantly wafted into Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji's noses. This exotic scent instantly made them feel much more comfortable all over. This fragrance is truly too beautiful. I can't even imagine what the result will be after I consume it. After saying that, Gao Qingyue didn't waste any more words with Lin Ji. She tilted her head back and drank all the life elixir from the bottle, not leaving a single drop. Lin Ji watched with extreme longing, even wishing she could snatch it, but fortunately, she had her reason. Wonderful, it's truly wonderful. Lin Ji, I feel a warm current flowing through my body right now. Oh my god, this feeling is so miraculous. At this point, Gao Qingyue touched her face, and then she saw Lin Ji's horrified gaze. Your face, your face. Chapter 271 Clues, got it. Hearing this, Gao Qingyue quickly touched her face, looking at Lin Ji nervously, and asked, what's wrong with my face? I just felt a warm current surge on my face. Could it be that something is wrong with my face? As she said this, Gao Qingyue started looking for a mirror everywhere. Lin Ji covered her mouth and said, it's amazing, Qingyue, the injury on your face has healed. Not only that, but I also feel that your skin seems even fairer and more translucent than before. Your skin now is like it's returned to your maiden days. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue searched for a mirror even more eagerly. Then, when she found the mirror and saw her face, she couldn't stop smiling. Life elixir, it's truly amazing. Ha! Ha, Yi Qing, oh Yi Qing, you self-righteous good-for-nothing, you think you can boss me around and humiliate me wantonly just because you have some ability. Just wait, soon, I will make you kneel before me and beg for mercy. At this point, Gao Qingyue suddenly stomped her foot in anger and said, damn it, I shouldn't have taken the life elixir so hastily. I should have gone to Yi Qing and taken this life elixir in front of him, to let him know that this is my Gao Qingyue's strength. Moreover, the life elixir is incredibly precious to others, but it won't be long before I can drink it like water. As long as young Master Nangong takes over Myth Group, I can have as much life elixir as I want. Ha! Gao Qingyue couldn't help but laugh excitedly as she imagined this scene. At this moment, Lin Ji's eyes also lit up. She looked at Gao Qingyue, gritted her teeth, and then said flatteringly, Qingyue, you are truly amazing. Being able to follow you in this life is my greatest fortune. Lin Ji, meeting you is my luck for 3 lifetimes. Qingyue, you are right. Lin Ji, am just a dog from now on. This dog, will only have one master. I swear, I will never betray you. Qingyue, you must not abandon me. I will faithfully follow you. At this time, Lin Ji recalled what Gao Qingyue had said. Being a dog also depends on whose dog you are. Previously, Gao Qingyue's achievements were not enough to make Lin Ji have the awareness of being a dog, but once Gao Qingyue truly got together with young Master Nangong and took over Myth Group, the future was simply unimaginable. Being a dog to such a person seemed not so unacceptable. Gao Qingyue looked at the fawning and obedient Lin Ji, smiled and nodded, and said arrogantly, having this awareness means it's not too late after all. We're good best friends, and I am kind-hearted, so, Lin Ji, from now on, I don't want you to hide anything from me, and even more so, I don't want you to do any small actions behind my back, understand? Hearing this, Lin Ji immediately nodded heavily and said, Qingyue, don't worry, I swear, I definitely won't. Only then did Gao Qingyue nod with satisfaction and say, alright, do well in the future, it's not impossible to let you use the life elixir. Lin Ji was waiting for these words. She immediately showered Gao Qingyue with flattery and gratitude. At this moment, Gao Qingyue smiled and said, what do you think? Since I've already taken the life elixir, how should I annoy Yi Qing and make him regret how he treated me yesterday? Hearing this, Lin Ji quickly said, although the life elixir has been used up, the bottle is still there. Most importantly, Yi Qing saw what you looked like yesterday, but today, you're completely fine. What else besides the life elixir can achieve such a miraculous effect? So, Qingyue, just arrange to meet Yi Qing at that time, just humiliate him as you please, he'll definitely be dumbfounded. Gao Qingyue nodded upon hearing this and said, I'll call him now. After saying that, Gao Qingyue dialed Yi Qing's phone. The call was quickly connected, and Yi Qing's cold voice came from the other end. Gao Qingyue, you'd better have a reason. Yi Qing's voice was very unfriendly. He was already forcibly suppressing his temper. He still didn't know whether Si Yan was alive or dead. If Si Yan was alive, everything would be fine, but if Si Yan was dead, Yi Qing didn't know what he would do. But, whether Si Yan was dead or alive, it could no longer stop Yi Qing's determination to bloodbath his enemies. Yi Qing, can't you be a little nicer? Of course I have something to say to you, however, I want to say it in person. Where are you? I'll come find you. Hearing this, Yi Qing said coldly, want to beg me? Forget it, it's best not to meet again, otherwise, I'm afraid you'll regret it. This tone clearly meant he intended to continue acting against Gao Qingyue. Gao Qingyue was instantly furious. Now that young Master Nangong's big plan was complete, and he specifically sent her the life elixir, this already represented her status in young Master Nangong's heart. Based on this alone, Gao Qingyue really had nothing to fear. At least, in East Province, she was fearless. I have the life elixir, Yi Qing. I want you to see what a real life elixir looks like, unless you don't dare to look. This was a provocation used to make Yi Qing accept. However, Gao Qingyue didn't see that the moment she said she possessed the life elixir, a strong killing intent appeared in Yi Qing's eyes, and his cold gaze was terrifying. Forcibly suppressing his anger, Yi Qing tried his best to keep his tone calm. Where did you get the life elixir? Gao Qingyue thought Yi Qing was envious, and immediately laughed loudly. Do you think only you can get things of unknown authenticity? I'm telling you, what I have is the genuine life elixir produced by Myth Group, and not only do I have it today, but in the future, as long as I want it, a continuous supply of life elixir will be sent to me. I can even drink it like water. Ha! Yi Qing, now do you understand what kind of power I, Gao Qingyue, possess? On the other end of the phone, there was a moment of silence. Address, I'll send it to your phone, Gao Qingyue. I'll be waiting for you to come. Then, the call ended. And Gao Qingyue still didn't know how big of a mistake she had made. The life elixir can be drunk like water? Even Si Yan wouldn't dare to do that. However, the people who abducted Si Yan, who wanted to usurp, and had even temporarily usurped Myth Group, could do that. Yi Qing was currently troubled by not knowing who the mastermind was, and Gao Qingyue had just delivered herself to him. Chapter 272 Greed. After hanging up the phone, Gao Qingyue immediately showed an excited expression, looking at Lin Ji and saying, Lin Ji, you'll come with me later this time, we'll go and see Yi Qing's stunned expression. And his parents, this time when I see them, I no longer need to pretend anything to them. I'm going to ridicule them severely and let them know that I, Gao Qingyue, am someone they can't possibly reach. The thought of Yi father Yi mother, whom she had painstakingly tried to please, ultimately not helping her, and even ignoring her when she was beaten, ignited a raging fire in Gao Qingyue's heart. This time, she had young Master Nangong backing her up in Myth Group as her trump card. She didn't believe that Yi Qing would dare to cause her any trouble. She also wanted to let Yi father Yi mother know what it meant to regret too late. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi glanced at Gao Qingyue and cautiously said, Qingyue, should we be a little more restrained? After all, you said before that the current Yi Qing is very strong. So many big bosses and magnates in East Province have connections with him. Wouldn't provoking him at this time lead to us being bullied by him? I know young Master Nangong is very powerful, but isn't young Master Nangong not by our side right now? A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. Lin Shi's words made sense. Gao Qingyue wasn't brainless, she had just been momentarily blinded by anger. However, since the words were already out, taking them back in front of Lin Ji would make Gao Qingyue lose face. Don't worry, he wouldn't dare do anything to me. Even if he really dared, I don't see it as a bad thing. Wouldn't going to young Master Nangong for help with a few bruises be even more effective? Alright, stop talking so much, let's go. Lin Ji nodded upon hearing this and said, then, should we bring more bodyguards, just in case? Thinking of Gao Qingyue's ability to command over 1,000 people in Qingshui village, Gao Qingyue felt that bringing any number of bodyguards wouldn't really make much difference. However, this was also a display of her status, and if something really happened, having more bodyguards could buy her a little time, allowing her to escape if necessary. You're right, go and bring all the security personnel from the group, and temporarily borrow some more people. You don't need many, 30 to 50 should be enough, I think. That way, if something really happens, we can handle it. Lin Ji finally breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and said, I'll go arrange it right away. But where are we going? This address Yi Qing gave looks like some desolate wilderness. He wouldn't really want to do something, would he? The address wasn't too far from the city, but not too close either. Although Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji hadn't been there, they knew it was definitely not a bustling area. Who cares, let's just go first. Lin Ji nodded heavily upon hearing this and said, Qingyue, don't worry. Even if Yi Qing really has some malicious intentions, I will definitely stand in front of you and not let anything happen to you. I will protect you with my life. Lin Ji was seizing the opportunity after witnessing young Master Nangong's strength. She had temporarily given up on competing with Gao Qingyue. Showing loyalty at this time was also to curry favor with Gao Qingyue. Gao Qingyue looked at Lin Ji, a slight smile appearing on her lips, and said, "Alright, then I'll watch your performance. In short, you know what should be done and what shouldn't. I hope you won't disappoint me." After speaking, Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji went downstairs, and at this moment, a convoy consisting of 7 commercial vans and 1 luxury car was already waiting downstairs. More than 50 men in black stood neatly in front of the cars. Upon seeing Gao Qingyue emerge, they immediately bowed and greeted her. Gao Qingyue looked at these men in black, smiled, and said, "Today, I'll have to trouble you to protect me. Everyone knows my character. I'm not a stingy person. Those who protect me with their lives, I will remember and will never treat them unfairly, but if anyone is cowardly or deserts in battle, I will not let them go. Do you all understand?" More than 50 men in black immediately pledged their loyalty to Gao Qingyue, each proving that they would protect Gao Qingyue with their lives. However, Gao Qingyue also knew that these people might not be entirely trustworthy, but having them was better than nothing. Depart. After getting into the car, the convoy headed towards the address Yi Qing had given. It didn't take long to arrive. Upon arrival, black-clad security personnel blocked the convoy's path and wanted to conduct a search. However, after Gao Qingyue stated that Yi Qing had invited them, they seemed to have received a message, and from then on, they were allowed to pass all the way through. Until the convoy slowly drove to the main entrance of Cloud Mist Villa. Only then were they stopped. Tian Lang personally guarded the main entrance of Cloud Mist Villa, and he didn't even bother to glance at the more than 50 men in black who got out of the cars. "This is Cloud Mist Villa, you need to walk in." Gao Qingyue looked at Tian Lang, nodded faintly, and said, "My subordinates need to come with me." Tian Lang casually nodded and said, "You may. Mr. Yi didn't say you couldn't enter, but remember, once you enter Cloud Mist Villa, you must abide by the rules. No wandering around, and no damaging anything. In short, not even a single blade of grass in Cloud Mist Villa is to be touched, otherwise, whoever violates this will pay the price." These words were extremely arrogant. However, Gao Qingyue didn't say much. She immediately led the group of people into Cloud Mist Villa. The moment they entered Cloud Mist Villa, Gao Qingyue, Lin Ji, and the more than 50 men in black she had brought with her all stood rooted at the entrance, unable to move, completely stunned. "Lin Ji, are you sure this is Yi Qing's home?" Gao Qingyue swallowed hard. Facing the picturesque scenery, clusters of buildings, and utterly beautiful scene before her, she truly had never, ever imagined such a place. How could Yi Qing possess such a residence that only appeared in dreams? Lin Ji's body trembled slightly as she looked at Gao Qingyue and said, I don't know. It's too beautiful here, and the air here even has a fresh, sweet scent that makes one feel much more comfortable just by smelling it. I've never heard of such a place in Jiangcheng. It's beautiful, truly too beautiful." Gao Qingyue took a deep breath, a hint of greed flashing in her eyes, and said, "Yi Qing, he hides himself so well. This residence clearly wasn't built in a day or two. Lin Ji, tell me, before this residence was built, wasn't I still married to Yi Qing? Then, does half of the property rights here belong to me?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ji immediately looked at Gao Qingyue, feeling utterly speechless. Lin Ji could understand the desire for this residence. But trying to redivide marital assets was ridiculous, wasn't it? When Gao Qingyue and Yi Qing divorced, if they were to truly divide assets, at least half of Qingyue Group's assets should have gone to Yi Qing. But did she give it to him? Now that she was envious, Yi Qing would have to agree, too. Qingyue, this, perhaps, but Yi Qing probably won't agree. Gao Qingyue scoffed upon hearing this. "I already knew he wouldn't agree, and I didn't hold out much hope. But who says this residence can't belong to me?" Gao Qingyue's eyes lit up, the greed in them growing even stronger. "Myth Group is ours, let alone this residence. Just wait, Lin Ji, once I meet young Master Nangong and we've discussed it, don't you believe that I can make Yi Qing kneel and beg me to give this residence to me?" Chapter 273. Who is the person behind you? Just then, a security guard walked up to Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji and said indifferently, "Mr. Yi is waiting for you, follow me." Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji immediately led their subordinates and followed him. They continued until they reached the lakeside. The security guard said indifferently, "Mr. Yi is on Lake Heart Island. Do all of you wish to go over?" Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji were now speechless. The vast cloud mist villa was almost entirely filled with breathtaking scenery, and in the middle of this enormous lake, there was even a small island. How comfortable it must be to live there. I didn't expect Yi Qing to enjoy life so much. It's truly infuriating. Why didn't I notice this before? Of course, we all have to go if Yi Qing intends to harm us. We need people to protect us. Upon hearing this, the security guard immediately laughed. I'm sorry, but if Mr. Yi truly intended to harm you, do you think the people you brought could protect you? As he spoke, his attitude and expression were full of disdain. Clearly, he didn't put the people Gao Qingyue brought in his eyes at all. These subordinates Gao Qingyue brought were actually resentful in their hearts, but ever since they entered Cloud Mist Villa, they had kept silent. Obviously, they also had brains and naturally knew that someone who could own such a residence was a big shot they absolutely could not afford to offend. Of course, if you insist, I can arrange for them to go to the island as well. After all, Mr. Yi hasn't stopped you, so it's up to you. Just as Lin Ji was about to nod in agreement, Gao Qingyue suddenly sneered and said, then let them wait here. Lin Ji and I will go to the island alone. If Yi Qing wants to appear powerful and fearless, there's naturally nothing for me, Gao Qingyue, to be afraid of. With that, Gao Qingyue directly boarded the small boat, and Lin Ji followed suit. As the small boat drifted on the lake, the already fresh and sweet air, combined with a hint of moisture, created an even more intoxicating sensation. Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji liked this place more and more the longer they looked at it, almost unable to hide their true feelings. Beautiful, it's truly beautiful, Lin Ji. I must obtain this place. Gao Qingyue looked at the surrounding scenery with a mesmerized expression, especially when she saw the full view of the small island. The greed in Gao Qingyue's eyes grew increasingly intense. Lin Ji dared not defy Gao Qingyue now and immediately nodded heavily, saying, Qingyue, you will definitely get what you wish for. However, if possible, let me stay here for a while then. Gao Qingyue laughed heartily, nodded, and said, as long as you perform well, rest assured, there will definitely be a place for you. After all, this place is so big, and we've already seen several buildings of different styles. It's enough for you to stay. Lin Ji quickly nodded, looked at Gao Qingyue, and smiled, then thank you, President Qingyue. The security guard responsible for steering the boat remained expressionless, as if he had heard nothing. Or perhaps, he heard it but simply didn't take it seriously. After the boat docked, Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji disembarked. After walking a few steps, they saw Yi Qing sitting quietly on a bamboo chair on a patch of grass, with his eyes closed, resting. The sunlight fell on Yi Qing's face, making Yi Qing look exceptionally handsome and elegant at that moment. Gao Qingyue looked at Yi Qing and smiled, Yi Qing, you really hide your strength well. Is this your home? Yi Qing slowly opened his eyes and nodded indifferently, since you already know, why ask the obvious? You brought quite a few people, why didn't you let them come to the island? After all, that would give you more security, wouldn't it? Gao Qingyue chuckled upon hearing this and said, your eyes are quite good. However, there's no need for them to come to the island. You wouldn't dare do anything to me anyway. Yi Qing, I'm very curious, when was this place built? Why have I never heard of it? Hearing Gao Qingyue's question, Yi Qing had no intention of hiding anything and said indifferently, the official construction should have been over 2 years ago. You don't need to be surprised. After all, I was able to achieve so much while in prison. Building a residence seems to be within reason, doesn't it? Gao Qingyue nodded, looked at Yi Qing, and said, I'm very curious, if I hadn't asked to see you today, how long would you have planned to hide it? Yi Qing, from the very beginning, you've been hiding things from me. It seems you've been wary of me all along, yet you still pretend to be the one who's been wronged. You really have a thick skin. Gao Qingyue felt that Yi Qing had been hiding things from her. But in reality, hearing this, Yi Qing just wanted to laugh. Slowly getting up, Yi Qing looked at Gao Qingyue and smiled, if I hadn't been released from prison, and you had filed for divorce on the first day, you would have known everything about me, including moving here to live. Gao Qingyue, you've always been the one who made mistakes at this point. Don't you think it's ridiculous to keep saying these things? After speaking, Yi Qing extended his hand and said indifferently, let's not talk about these meaningless things anymore. Where's the life elixir? Give it to me. This was what Yi Qing was most concerned about now. The life elixir itself was not important, but what was important was that Gao Qingyue possessed the life elixir, and it was after Xi Yan was arrested that couldn't help but raise suspicion. Especially what Gao Qingyue said, it was clear she knew something. Gao Qingyue looked at Yi Qing and smiled. You're really not polite, are you? The life elixir is such a precious thing you think I'll just give it to you because you ask? Besides, haven't you noticed the changes in my body? I've already taken the life elixir. The changes in my body are the biggest proof, Yi Qing. You wouldn't fail to notice, would you? Although she said that, Gao Qingyue still took out the bottle of life elixir from her bag. This is the empty bottle left after I took it. How about it? It's a genuine product from Myth Group, isn't it? Holding the packaging bottle of the life elixir, a coldness slowly emanated from Yi Qing's eyes. It was indeed the life elixir bottle, so there was something to discuss. Tell me, who gave you this life elixir? Also, what do you mean by being able to take the life elixir every day in the future? Tell me, who is the person behind you? Chapter 274 Nangong Family? At this moment, Yi Qing was not angry, his voice was calm, as if devoid of emotional fluctuation. But, it was precisely at this moment that Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji, looking at Yi Qing, involuntarily shivered, and a strange, terrifying thought suddenly emerged deep within Gao Qingyue's heart. She shouldn't have come. And she definitely shouldn't have taken out the life elixir in front of Yi Qing and uttered such grand words. Yi Qing, are you questioning me? Who do you think you are? Do you think I have to listen to everything you say? I'm telling you, Yi Qing, don't think you're so powerful now. In reality, you're nothing at all. What you possess now is just an illusion, and it will soon vanish like a bubble. At this moment, Gao Qingyue seemed to have already foreseen Yi Qing's tragic end, and she pointed at his nose arrogantly, saying, I came today just to tell you this, Yi Qing. If you want me to humble myself and beg for forgiveness, I'm telling you, you're dreaming. Lin Ji, at this moment, was truly breaking out in a cold sweat when they came. They had agreed that they shouldn't provoke Yi Qing if possible. After all, they were under his roof. So, Lin Ji gently tugged at Gao Qingyue, signaling her not to go too far. Gao Qingyue glanced at Lin Ji and sneered, what's wrong? Are you scared? Lin Ji, if you're scared, then stay far away and just watch from the side. As for what she said, it was certainly no problem for Lin Ji to stay far away, but knowing that Gao Qingyue would soon become an unattainable important figure, she was unwilling to miss such an opportunity. How could that be, Qingyue? I'm on your side no matter what you do, I will support you. Meanwhile, Yi Qing's expression remained calm. Looking at Gao Qingyue's arrogant and overbearing manner, he became increasingly certain that someone was behind her, and it was definitely related to Xi Yan's disappearance. Gao Qingyue, didn't you come here just to show off? But now you're not saying anything at all. Will you achieve your purpose for coming here? After all, anyone can brag, can't they? A bottle of life elixir doesn't seem to be that hard to obtain. You think you can shock and scare me with just that? You're overthinking it. Gao Qingyue sneered when she heard this. Yi Qing, a bottle of life elixir is naturally nothing, but what does it mean to have life elixir every day? I don't need to say more, do I? Yi Qing smiled and nodded, saying, indeed, only the CEO of Myth Group could probably manage to consume life elixir every day, but what makes you think you can? Seeing Yi Qing proactively mention Myth Group, Gao Qingyue's eyes immediately lit up, and she sneered, what makes me think I can? I naturally couldn't before, but who says I can't in the future? The power and foundation of Myth Group, Yi Qing, I don't think I need to remind you, do I? So, if such a powerful Myth Group, plus an even more terrifyingly powerful force, what kind of chemical reaction will that bring about? I don't think I need to say more, do I? Yi Qing, the achievements you currently possess, your so-called connections, will be pulverized under the dual pressure of this force and the life elixir. I don't think I'm exaggerating, am I? Do you admit it? Yi Qing smiled slightly, nodded, and said, you make it sound very terrifying, but what does it have to do with you? Leaving aside that Myth Group has nothing to do with you, even if there really is such a powerful force behind you, it doesn't seem to have anything to do with you either. Gao Qingyue, you've fallen back into your old habit. You always like to daydream. Did I hit you too hard before and damage your brain? If so, then I'll give you money, go see a doctor for your brain. Saying this, Yi Qing pulled a few 100 yuan banknotes from his pocket and threw them on the ground. This action was more than just humiliation, it was a blatant slap in the face. Gao Qingyue's expression, as expected, instantly became furious. Yi Qing, who are you insulting? Do you think you can really bully me with impunity? Oh, right, Myth Group seems to have some connection with you, doesn't it? I remember you bragging about it, but now, I'm telling you, even if Myth Group really has some connection with you, it's useless now. Because Myth Group already belongs to young Master Nangong, ha ha ha, Yi Qing, I'm not afraid to tell you, have you heard of young Master Nangong? Don't say that young Master Nangong already owns Myth Group. Even if young Master Nangong didn't have Myth Group, he could easily crush you, from beginning to end, or actually nothing at all, understand? And I, Gao Qingyue, will be the future matriarch of the Nangong family. Now you know why I think you're useless, why I think you're not worthy of me, and why I wanted to divorce you the moment you were released from prison, right? Because young Master Nangong is my true destiny. At this moment, Gao Qingyue's face was full of arrogance, and when she mentioned young Master Nangong, her eyes sparkled. And when she looked at Yi Qing, her eyes were filled with disdain, as if even a slight comparison between Yi Qing and young Master Nangong was an insult to young Master Nangong. And Yi Qing, at this moment, narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Gao Qingyue, and calmly said, young Master Nangong? So, the one who made a move on Myth Group is this young Master Nangong you're talking about, right? Heh, since he dared to attack Myth Group and is boasted about so much by you, presumably, this young Master Nangong is very powerful, but unfortunately, I don't seem to have heard much about him. As for Yi Qing, he indeed didn't know much about the Nangong family. After all, in these past few years, he hadn't deliberately tried to understand noble families or anything like that, and even after returning, he didn't need to know that much about many things. Taking a deep breath, Gao Qingyue looked at Yi Qing and said, the fact that you haven't heard of him only means you're ignorant. So, Yi Qing, what you possess is merely an illusion. Very few people genuinely help you the moment you show signs of a disastrous defeat. Everyone will abandon you and betray you cruelly. This is human nature. If you don't believe me, you can ask your powerful friends if they've heard of the Nangong family, and even tell them that the Nangong family has already taken over Myth Group, and then reveal the news that you've offended the Nangong family. Yi Qing, I bet that in no time, most people will distance themselves from you. You will become a lonely man. This is the power of the Nangong family, and what's more, this time, it's not just the Nangong family. Young Master Nangong has allied with over a dozen powerful families in East Province. These families, now united, form a colossal entity who would dare to offend them? Just you? What a joke! A joke? Yi Qing smiled. Well, let it be a joke then. In front of Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji, Yi Qing took out his phone, dialed a number, and calmly said, I've received news that the perpetrators are likely from the Nangong family. Investigate for me, dig out everyone, including those traitors. Tomorrow, no, I'll arrive in East Continent today. This time, I want everyone to know what kind of fate awaits those who dare to touch Yi Qing. Especially those traitors, I want to cut them into 1,000 pieces. Chapter 275 Myth Group is originally mine. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qing looked at Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji, and said with a smile, it was just a phone call, it's fine, you can continue. What more was there to say? Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji weren't fools. How could they not understand what Yi Qing was trying to do? It was just that Gao Qingyue couldn't believe that Yi Qing had the ability to deal with young Master Nangong. Yi Qing, who are you trying to scare with your phone call? Do you really think Myth Group is yours? You still want to deal with traitors? Even deal with young Master Nangong? Didn't you understand what I just said? Yi Qing looked at Gao Qingyue, chuckled lightly, and said, if I remember correctly, I told you something, Myth Group is mine, but you just didn't believe it. At this point, Yi Qing pointed at Lin Ji and said calmly, the call I gave you before, don't tell me you didn't make it. Who answered the phone? Tell Gao Qingyue. Upon hearing this, Lin Ji's face immediately turned pale. Then she looked at Gao Qingyue and said, I did make the call, but I was just trying it out. I didn't really believe Yi Qing, and besides, I regretted it as soon as I made the call. Yi Qing was playing a trick on me. Gao Qingyue looked at Lin Ji and said in a deep voice, I don't care if you made the call or not. What does he mean by saying that? Lin Ji quickly said, the person who answered the phone said he was the president of Myth Group. But how is that possible, right? He must have been playing a trick on me, so I didn't take it seriously. I swear, Qingyue, I only made that one call, and I absolutely had no intention of betraying you. Really, I swear. Gao Qingyue snorted coldly, looked at Lin Ji, and said, "You don't dare to betray me now, but that doesn't mean you haven't thought about it before. However, Lin Ji, I don't intend to quibble with you about this. But, are you sure it was the president of Myth Group?" 101 Redbooks 101 Cancom all manually typed, no error site. Upon hearing this, Lin Ji immediately shook her head vigorously and said, "Qingyue, I really don't know how could a small person like me know the president of Myth Group. I've never even seen him, never heard his voice, so how could I confirm?" Gao Qingyue nodded, then looked at Yi Qing, and said with a smile, "Yi Qing, even if what you say is true, what then? Even if you really are the boss behind Myth Group, it's useless now, because I've already made it very clear to you, Myth Group is now in the hands of young Master Nangong." As she said this, Gao Qingyue's eyes lit up, and she sneered, "I was wondering how you suddenly rose to prominence and how you gained the support of so many people. It seems many people were currying favor with you now, I understand. If you were the boss behind Myth Group, these people, in order to get the life elixir, had no choice but to listen to you. But now, if they knew that you have lost control of Myth Group, and the life elixir has nothing to do with you anymore, Yi Qing, what do you think will happen?" The more she spoke, the more excited Gao Qingyue became, as if she had thought of something amusing. "You say, if I were to use the life elixir as a reward right now, and have these people turn their guns on you, Yi Qing, would you cry?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Yi Qing looked at the excited Gao Qingyue, chuckled lightly, and said, "You can try it, but for now, please call young Master Nangong. I have something to say to him." Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue immediately burst into laughter and said, "What? Are you scared now and want to beg for mercy? Unfortunately, it's too late. You no longer have any capital to negotiate. Of course, you could beg me properly. As long as you beg me properly, maybe if I soften my heart, I might let young Master Nangong spare your life." At this point, Gao Qingyue looked greedily at Cloud Mist Villa and said with a smile, "I really like this residence, Yi Qing. You are not worthy of this residence, do you understand what I mean?" Yi Qing nodded and said, "Cloud Mist Villa was built with a lot of my effort. What you see is just the tip of the iceberg. The real environment here is even better than you imagine. In fact, I can tell you that living here for a long time will make one immune to illnesses and improve one's physique. In short, there are many benefits." Gao Qingyue, you like it, right? You want it, don't you? Gao Qingyue nodded and said, "I like it, I want it. That's me giving you face. Yi Qing, you wouldn't be ungrateful, would you? After all, having lost Myth Group, you are now just a lamb that can be harvested at any time. Your life is barely safe, and you still dream of keeping this Cloud Mist Villa? Voluntarily handing it over won't do you any harm." Yi Qing nodded, looked at the greedy Gao Qingyue, and extended his hand, saying, "Alright, if you dare to want it, I dare to give it, but wait until you are sure you dare to want it before you mention it to me again. Now, call young Master Nangong. Tell him he can take Myth Group, but if he doesn't want to die, he must ensure my brother's life. Otherwise, I guarantee he will die a very, very miserable death, and the entire Nangong family will be destroyed because of him." Yi Qing said it. As he spoke, a cold killing intent flickered in Yi Qing's eyes. This killing intent made Gao Qingyue, who had intended to mock him, swallow her saliva and dare not say anything more. Gao Qingyue hated the feeling of being intimidated by Yi Qing, yet her body trembled uncontrollably. Yi Qing's eyes were terrifying, as if at that moment, he truly would kill someone. Gao Qingyue took a deep breath, looked at Yi Qing, and said with a grim expression, "Yi Qing, are you crazy? Do you know what you're saying? Considering the past affection we had, I'm warning you now, don't push your luck, otherwise, you won't even know how to regret it." Yi Qing looked at Gao Qingyue and chuckled, "So, I should thank you? Make the call once it's connected, I can speak to him personally. I only want results as long as my brother is alive. Everything is negotiable, but if my brother dies, I guarantee no one will survive, including that young Master Nangong you mentioned. I will dismember him, and I will make his entire family turn to ashes." Yi Qing, rarely get this angry, but this time, I said it. Whether you make the call or not is not up to you. Unless you don't want to leave. Gao Qingyue's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Other threats she could ignore, but this kind of threat, Gao Qingyue could not ignore. This was Yi Qing's territory, and here, Yi Qing called the shots. Gritting her teeth, Gao Qingyue glared at Yi Qing and said, "I'll make the call, then regret it." Chapter 276. Don't touch my brother. The situation Gao Qingyue was facing was a classic case of having to bow her head when under someone else's roof. She had come to teach Yi Qing a lesson and make him regret it, but the truth was, this was Yi Qing's territory. Looking at Yi Qing's grim and cold expression, Gao Qingyue knew very well that if she didn't make this call, she wouldn't have a good outcome. Soon, Gao Qingyue directly dialed young Master Nangong's number. The call connected quickly. The moment it connected, Gao Qingyue's voice and expression completely changed. From ruthless and cold, it became sweet and gentle. Young Master Nangong, it's Qingyue. I called to thank you. The life elixir is simply too miraculous. I don't even know what to say. Young Master Nangong, thank you. The most amazing treasure I've ever used in my life is the life elixir. At this moment, Gao Qingyue ignored Yi Qing and continuously praised the life elixir, as well as young Master Nangong. Young Master Nangong spoke indifferently, Qingyue, since you promised to be my woman, then I won't let you suffer any losses. What's best to use? Naturally, it's the best things. The life elixir, a treasure in the eyes of others, but as long as you behave, you understand, I can let you drink it like water, ha? When Gao Qingyue heard this, she had already turned on the speakerphone. Young Master Nangong's voice reached not only her and Lin Ji's ears but also Yi Qing's. Before Gao Qingyue could speak again, Yi Qing directly took the phone and, in front of Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji, said indifferently, "What happened to Si Yan? Is he still alive?" On the other end of the phone, there was an obvious pause, then a voice said, "Who are you? What's Si Yan? What's still alive?" When Gao Qingyue wanted to say something, Yi Qing glared fiercely at Gao Qingyue, scaring her so much that she kept her words to herself, unable to speak. "I am Yi Qing. I told your subordinates not to touch Si Yan as long as Si Yan is still alive, the myth group. If you want to take it, I'll give it to you." "But, is Si Yan still alive?" "Oh, if you don't know the name Si Yan, then you should know the name General Lu, the CEO of Myth Group." As soon as these words were uttered, the other end of the phone fell silent instantly. Then, there was a burst of wild laughter. "Ha ha ha, so General Lu Rahai is Si Yan." "Yi Qing, I thought the name sounded familiar when I first heard it." "You are Yi Qing, the one Gao Qingyue mentioned, who went to prison, just got out, and is already divorced, right?" Yi Qing's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, and he said indifferently, "That's right, I am Yi Qing. Answer my question, is Si Yan still alive?" Young Master Nangong chuckled, "You ask, and I must answer you?" At first, I heard Gao Qingyue say that you are incredibly arrogant. Initially, I couldn't understand it, but now I do. Indeed, as the boss behind Myth Group, controlling almost terrifying wealth, if such a person isn't arrogant, who can be? Ha ha ha. But why are you arrogant in front of me? You, Yi Qing, somehow luckily obtained the life elixir formula, but couldn't you just make a small fortune? You had to rely on the life elixir to make big money and become a big shot, but you don't know how deep the waters of this world are, do you? Fool, at a time like this, instead of hiding properly, you dare to show your face and let me know who you are. You truly aren't afraid of death, huh? Young Master Nangong's words conveyed from his very core just how arrogant he was. Yi Qing's expression remained indifferent, as if young Master Nangong's words held no importance to him. "Young Master Nangong," I said, "if you want the Myth Group, you can take it, but leave the person for me. If Si Yan is still alive, you still have the capital to negotiate with me." I hope you understand how much weight these words carry. Before Yi Qing could finish, young Master Nangong sneered directly, "What are you? Don't you understand what I'm saying? The Myth Group is something I can take if I want it, not something you give. And what negotiation capital? Yi Qing, do you have the capital to negotiate with me now?" As soon as these words were uttered, a cold smile appeared on Yi Qing's lips, and he said, "No? Then, what about the owner of this phone? She is in my hands right now. Does that count as negotiation capital?" As soon as these words were uttered, Gao Qingyue's face immediately turned panicked. She never expected that she would become Yi Qing's bargaining chip to threaten young Master Nangong. "Yi Qing, you deserve to die. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you want to do?" As Gao Qingyue spoke, she tried to rush forward and snatch the phone. The result was that Yi Qing directly slapped Gao Qingyue across the face. Shut up. If you dare to say another word, I'll kill you right now. Then, Yi Qing spoke indifferently into the phone. According to Gao Qingyue, young Master Nangong, you seem to have a soft spot for Gao Qingyue. Now, I'm not asking for her to exchange for anything else, but I only want her to guarantee Xian's safety. As long as Xian is safe, Gao Qingyue will be safe. This deal is very cost-effective, isn't it? Young Master Nangong's voice became cold. Yi Qing, no one dares to threaten me, never. Do you know what you're doing? Alright, you want to exchange people, right? Fine, I'll let you exchange. Bring Gao Qingyue to East Continent and exchange her with me in person, face to face. Do you dare? In young Master Nangong's view, Yi Qing could only hide and be secretive now, not daring to show his face at all. But he was wrong. Yi Qing said indifferently, good, I will arrive in East Continent tomorrow. You'd better keep Xian alive, otherwise, I'll let you know what true ruthlessness is. After he finished speaking, Yi Qing directly hung up the phone. Then, he casually threw the phone back to Gao Qingyue. Looking at Gao Qingyue covering her face and looking at him with anger, Yi Qing sneered, what? Does it hurt a lot? Don't worry, more pain is yet to come. Chapter 277. Let them bleed into a river. Gao Qingyue now truly hated Yi Qing to her bones. Being slapped once had already made her furious to death, and now, Yi Qing had slapped her a second time. Yi Qing, remember this. I will definitely return today's slap to you. Yi Qing nodded indifferently and said, no problem, but do you have the ability to do so? Or do you think relying on your so-called young Master Nangong is enough to avenge you? Gao Qingyue, tomorrow, you will completely wake up from your dream. After speaking, Yi Qing waved his hand, and immediately, a subordinate drove a boat, waiting by the shore. Yi Qing looked at Gao Qingyue and said indifferently, let's go, we can set off for East Continent at the latest tomorrow, you will see your old lover. At these words, Gao Qingyue's body trembled slightly, as if she found it unbelievable. You really dare to go? Yi Qing heard this, chuckled, and said, why wouldn't I dare to go? Gao Qingyue, did you really think I was joking just now? From beginning to end, I just wanted to save Xian's life. As long as Xian is alive, what does it matter if I give him Myth Group? In my opinion, my brother's life is more important than anything. But, all of this is predicated on my brother being alive. However, if your young Master Nangong dares to harm my brother, or even kill Xian, Gao Qingyue, I will personally let you witness how he dies. As he spoke, a cold and intense killing intent emanated from Yi Qing's body. The intensity of this killing intent made Gao Qingyue shiver for some reason, even though she didn't believe Yi Qing had such ability. At this moment, Gao Qingyue still felt fear. At this very moment, in East Continent, at young Master Nangong's manor. Young Master Nangong looked at his phone, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. You dog, if Myth Group hadn't fallen into my hands, then so be it, but now that Myth Group is mine, what right do you have to challenge me? And let your brother live? It's questionable whether you yourself will even live. After muttering to himself, young Master Nangong shouted, Yaquan, come here. Young Master Nangong's top subordinate, Yaquan, quickly came to young Master Nangong's side and said, what are your orders? Young Master Nangong sneered, is that General Lu dead? Yaquan heard this and nodded heavily, saying, he's dead. I personally executed him, and his body has already been thrown into the lake to feed the fish. What's wrong, young master? Young Master Nangong heard this, frowned slightly, shook his head, and said, nothing, I just suddenly felt whether I let him die a bit too early. After all, this person might still have some use. But if he's dead, he's dead. Did he say anything before he died? Yaquan thought for a moment and said softly, from beginning to end, he only said 2 sentences, I'm sorry for Mr. Yi's trust, Mr. Yi will definitely avenge him and kill all of us. Yes, just those 2 sentences. Upon hearing this, young Master Nangong immediately snorted coldly. What an uncultured bumpkin. Even if he became rich overnight, he's still an idiot. He's on the verge of death, and he still feels sorry for Yi Qing. He actually believes that Yi Qing can kill all of us for him? I'm really curious where he got such a delusion. Yaquan, prepare if nothing unexpected happens. Tomorrow, this Yi Qing, the behind-the-scenes boss of Myth Group, will arrive. Yaquan heard this, a ferocious expression appearing on his face, and said, "Young master, don't worry, I know what to do. I guarantee he won't return alive." Young Master Nangong nodded, then suddenly thought of something and said, "What's going on in East Continent recently? It's so chaotic. Several people have called me, saying that the people from the East Continent underground world are like crazy, looking for someone." It wouldn't be related to General Lu's death, would it? Yaquan heard this, also frowned slightly, then shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be. Even if it really is related to General Lu, it doesn't matter. These people from the underground world, if we hadn't made a move, what would they amount to? It must be Tiger Tooth throwing a tantrum. Have you forgotten? Tiger Tooth found some powerful help from somewhere and directly dealt with Uncle Gong now. In the East Continent underground world, Tiger Tooth is the biggest 1 inch. Not only that, this kid even has the ambition to annex the entire East Province underground world. The underground world is currently in a mess, which is normal." Young Master Nangong heard this and nodded, saying, "If the family hadn't forbidden interfering in the matters of the underground world, it would never be their turn to jump around. However, these people have already formed a force and truly cannot be underestimated. Find some time to talk to Tiger Tooth. If we can subdue him, that's best. If not, don't have any conflicts for now. Everything can wait until I've completely settled things on my end." Yaquan heard this, nodded, and then left. At this time, Yi Qing still didn't know that Si Yen had already died. He took Gao Qingyue away from Lake Heart Island, and just as he was about to leave with Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji, he happened to run into Yi Father and Yi Mother, who were out for a stroll. Yi Father and Yi Mother walked directly over after seeing Gao Qingyue. "Gao Qingyue? Yi Qing, you two are together again?" As soon as Yi Father's words fell, Gao Qingyue immediately became displeased. "You old geezer, what nonsense are you talking about? Me and Yi Qing together? I wouldn't be with this jerk even if I died. I warn you, don't talk nonsense." These words made Yi Father and Yi Mother directly stunned. Was this still Gao Qingyue? Before, she had gone to great lengths to please them, fearing their slightest displeasure, but now? What kind of attitude was this? Yi Qing stood aside and didn't say anything. Some things needed to be seen by Yi Father Yi Mother firsthand to truly understand a person's nature. That way, they wouldn't have any lingering thoughts. Yi Father frowned slightly, looked at Gao Qingyue, and said coldly, "Gao Qingyue, how dare you speak like that? Is that how you talk to elders?" Gao Qingyue sneered, "Elders? Do you two even count as elders? Alright, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. In short, stop trying to claim a connection with Gao Qingyue in the future. There's no relationship between us whatsoever. Also, it's very comfortable living here, isn't it? Then stay a few more days. It won't be long before I kick all of you out." "Oh, right, don't call me by my name anymore. I'm not that familiar with you. Knowing you two is simply a disgrace in the future. When you see me, it's best to pretend you don't know me. If you insist on greeting me, please call me General Manager Gao. If you dare to disrespect me again, I won't let you off." Chapter 278 Seriousness. Yi Mother looked at Gao Qingyue in disbelief and said, How did you become like this?" Yi Father's face turned ashen, and he angrily rebuked, "Gao Qingyue, no matter what conflict you have with Yi Qing, you shouldn't speak to us with such an attitude. You are simply insolent." Gao Qingyue heard this and sneered, "Insolent? You haven't seen me being insolent yet. I'm telling you two old things. I've long found you annoying. Now, I'm just too lazy to pretend." At this point, Gao Qingyue pointed at Yi Qing and said coldly, "Do you really think your son Yi Qing is successful? I'm telling you, what he possesses is nothing but an illusion. In a few days, I'll beat him back to his original form. At that time, whether he lives or dies will be up to my word, understand?" Yi Father Yi Mother were startled and looked at Yi Qing. Yi Qing then chuckled softly and said, "Father, Mother, I know you haven't given up yet, so I didn't stop you. I wanted you to see Gao Qingyue's true face. Now, you've seen it, haven't you?" Gao Qingyue heard this and immediately became displeased, feeling that Yi Qing was using her. "Yi Qing, what do you mean? Do you think you're using me? Do you think you're very clever?" Yi Qing looked at Gao Qingyue and said indifferently, "Your role is over from now on. If you dare to disrespect my parents again, I will cut out your tongue. If you don't believe me, just try." Gao Qingyue heard that Yi Qing actually dared to threaten her, and immediately pointed at Yi Qing in a rage, about to explode at this moment. Lin Ji quickly stopped Gao Qingyue and cautiously said, "Qingyue, this is his territory, let's wait a bit, isn't he going to East Continent?" Once he arrives at East Continent and meets young Master Nangong, Yi Qing will know his place. Gao Qingyue heard this, reluctantly nodded, and snorted coldly, "Alright, then I'll temporarily swallow this anger when we get to East Continent. I'll make him kneel and lick the soles of my shoes." Yi Qing didn't bother with Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji's whispers, but instead looked at Yi father Yi mother and said, "Father, mother, you've come at just the right time, I have something to go out for these 2 days, you can live here. You can go wherever you want, and you can go out shopping, I've already arranged everything." As he spoke, Yi Qing waved his hand. Tianlang quickly ran to Yi Qing and respectfully said, "Mr. Yi, your orders." Yi Qing nodded and said, "For my parents these few days, you don't need to arrange anyone to follow them. Red Eyes' personal guard team as people following my parents, but as long as my parents are in Cloud Mist Villa, I need you to take good care of them, do you understand what I mean?" Tianlang heard this and nodded heavily, saying, "Mr. Yi, rest assured I, Tianlang, swear that as long as I am alive, I will use my life to protect the safety of your family." Yi Qing nodded and said, "Good, I understand." At this point, Yi Qing looked at Tianlang and said softly, "You should have been a fierce general in the underground world, but you ended up guarding my home. Do you feel that it's a waste of your talent and a bit unfair?" Tianlang quickly shook his head and said, "To be able to guard Mr. Yi's home is an honor for me, Tianlang, and for many of my brothers this is a blessing that many people want to strive for but cannot obtain. How could it be unfair? Mr. Yi, please don't overthink it, this is truly something we are willing to do and enjoy." Yi Qing nodded, looked at Tianlang, and said, "When Tiger Tooth was selecting people, I specifically made a request, not just anyone can come here to guard my home and be a personal guard. Tianlang, I think you've been here for so long, you should have felt the changes in your bodies, right?" As soon as this was said, Tianlang thought carefully, then quickly nodded and said, "Yes, Mr. Yi, during our time here, we feel that our physical condition has improved a lot, and although our combat power cannot be verified, we always feel stronger than before. Could it be that the environment here has changed our physique?" Tianlang looked incredulous, yet also felt it was only natural. After all, this was Cloud Mist Villa, and the secrets within were countless. Yi Qing nodded, patted Tianlang's shoulder, and said, "You and your 160 brothers will soon form the Tianlang Guard. At that time, there will be people specifically teaching you combat skills and tactics. Your strength will improve by leaps and bounds. Don't worry, you will have a chance to show your worth." Tianlang heard this, his eyes immediately lit up, and he respectfully saluted Yi Qing, saying, "Mr. Yi, Tianlang, and the others swear to serve you until death." Yi Qing nodded and said, "Go, do what you need to do. When the time is right, you will have your chance to act." After Tianlang left, Yi Qing looked at his parents and chuckled, "Father, mother, if you need anything these few days, just tell Tianlang we'll be going now." Yi father Yi mother heard this, nodded, then somewhat hesitantly said, "Yi Qing, don't do anything foolish, we know you're not what you used to be, but please pay attention to your safety." Yi Qing smiled and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, I will definitely be careful." Then, Yi Qing looked at Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji and said indifferently, "Let's go, come with me to East Continent to meet your backer." After speaking, Yi Qing walked directly to a black luxury car and sat in the back seat. Lin Ji carefully opened the passenger seat and got in. Gao Qingyue frowned slightly, not wanting to sit with Yi Qing, but still sat in the back seat. Gao Qingyue looked around, frowned slightly, and said, "With so many subordinates, are you really going to East Continent alone? Yi Qing, you're truly bold." Yi Qing looked at Gao Qingyue and said indifferently, "Who said I'm going alone? If you want to know, then I'll tell you. The moment I learned Xi Yan was captured, I had already given the order to sweep through the entire East Continent, digging 3 feet deep to find him. So, you actually don't need to worry about betraying your young master Nangong, because even without you, I would have gotten accurate information by tonight at the latest. Now, it just saves me time." These arrogant words immediately infuriated Gao Qingyue. "Yi Qing, so what if you know young master Nangong captured him? Did you not hear what I just said clearly? If you don't go after young master Nangong, you might still have a chance to live by hiding, but if you deliver yourself to him, young master Nangong won't let you go. You simply don't know how powerful young master Nangong is. And your subordinates, you just won them over with life elixir, right? but now, whether it's Life Elixir or Myth Group, they are all under young Master Nangong's control. Aren't you afraid they'll betray you? Yi Qing heard this, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth, saying, is that so? Then, let's wait and see. Gao Qingyue, this time, I will make you clearly see who I, Yi Qing, truly am. Chapter 279, Capturing the Traitor. East Continent. At Si Yan's home. At this moment, Red Eyes and Tiger Tooth were in the study, looking at the bloodstains on the floor and the desk. Red Eyes' eyes narrowed slightly, and he sneered, so, it was here that Mr. Yi personally saw Si Yan being taken away through a video, and the person who took him away even provoked Mr. Yi. Upon hearing this, Tiger Tooth's eyes gleamed with cold light, and he said, Red Eyes, my men are all ready, we can make arrests at any time. Red Eyes nodded upon hearing this, looked at Tiger Tooth, and said, Tiger Tooth, do you know that Pujuan has arrived? Tiger Tooth swallowed hard upon hearing this, nodded, and said, I also heard Mr. Yi call Pujuan back. Red Eyes patted Tiger Tooth's shoulder and softly said, the East Continent is your territory now, and Myth Group is in the East Continent, yet Si Yan was taken away in the East Continent. Tiger Tooth, although Mr. Yi didn't trouble you and understood that you are innocent, are you truly not at fault? Today, if Pujuan were here, he would be the first to kill you, do you believe that? Tiger Tooth's body trembled violently. He certainly believed it, and it was precisely because he believed it that he felt fear. It was my mistake. Even if I die, I will do so willingly. However, Red Eyes, please put in a good word for me and give me a chance to atone for my sins. I will find all the people who took Si Yan, and then hand them over to Mr. Yi to deal with personally. At that time, I will personally ask Mr. Yi for forgiveness. Red Eyes nodded and said, don't worry, Mr. Yi has always been lenient with his own people. This incident is ultimately an accident, so Mr. Yi might not do anything to you, but, if you continue to be muddle-headed, Tiger Tooth, even if you don't die, you will be marginalized after Pujuan returns. Do you understand what I mean? Tiger Tooth nodded heavily and said, I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Red Eyes. I know what to do. Red Eyes nodded, sat on the sofa in front of the computer desk, and said faintly, then, get to work. Keep an eye on the people from Myth Group one by one according to the list, then find the traitors and arrest them. As long as one is caught, everyone else won't be able to escape. Go, Mr. Yi is already on his way, and I hope that when he arrives, all the traitors will be kneeling before him. Upon hearing this, Tiger Tooth immediately nodded, then walked directly out of the room, personally leading the team to arrest people. At this moment, Red Eyes looked at the bloodstains on the computer, sighed softly, and said, Si Yan, I hope you are still alive, otherwise, Mr. Yi will bathe the East Continent in blood. Speaking of this, a gleam flashed in Red Eyes' eyes, and he said, although I really want to see Mr. Yi regain his fighting spirit, I don't want him to be sad. Tianyi. As Red Eyes gave the order, a black-robed man stood behind Red Eyes and said in a deep voice, Sir, the Tianzi squad is on standby at all times. Red Eyes took out a piece of paper and said faintly, Go, take your men and surround the Nangong family at the same time, work with the Xuanzi squad and the Huangzi squad to closely monitor everyone in the Nangong family. I'll give you 3 hours. I want to know all information about the Nangong family, as well as the whereabouts of all their important figures, including collateral family members. In short, one sentence, I want them to die immediately at Mr. Yi's command, understood? Tianyi nodded heavily upon hearing this and said, Understood, Red Eyes. I'll go now. Afterward, the entire villa, apart from those waiting for orders, was left with only Red Eyes. However, the East Continent was destined to be turbulent today. Within Myth Group, people began to disappear and be arrested continuously. 1 or 2 were understandable, but when more than a dozen, then more than 20 people, all vanished, panic slowly set in, especially the disappearance of Myth Group's president, General Liu, which made people suspect that all of this was a conspiracy. At this moment, General Manager Jia sat in the group president's office, watching the traitors he had painstakingly recruited disappear one by one, and he showed a strong sense of unease. A strange fear made all the hairs on his body stand on end. General Manager Jia, Xiao Sun, Xiao Wang, and the others are all unreachable so far, except for a few of our people who can still be contacted. Everyone has disappeared. General Manager Jia, could it be that young Master Nangong thinks Myth Group is already in his hands and is starting to settle accounts with us? General Manager Jia's anxiety was no less than anyone else's. Hearing this, he slammed his hand heavily on the table and said angrily, Fool, how could such a thing be possible? Even if Myth Group is acquired, our people are equivalent to another complete production line of Myth Group with us. There is room to maneuver in any situation. Young Master Nangon would not do such a thing. Don't say such things again. It's definitely not young Master Nangon's doing, but it's certainly targeting us, that's for sure. Damn it, who is it? To find all of us so accurately, could it be that there's a traitor among us? Damn traitor, don't let me catch him, otherwise, I will tear him into 1,000 pieces. Traitors, everywhere, are hated to the bone. And General Manager Jia and his people were already traitors, yet now they hated traitors to the bone. It must be said, this was an irony. After speaking, General Manager Jia took a deep breath, then dialed young Master Nangon's phone. He had to report the situation here. He believed it wasn't young Master Nangon's doing, but he had to let young Master Nangon know and send people to protect him, otherwise, he himself would be in danger. The call connected quickly, and General Manager Jia said impatiently, "Young Master Nangon, something has happened." Chapter 280, Mr. Jia was arrested. Why are you so flustered? What kind of behavior is that? General Manager Jia took a deep breath and said, "Young Master Nangon, I'm sorry, I lost my composure, but something really big has happened. All those people I brought in have disappeared. I suspect they've been kidnapped." Young Master Nangon, this is no small matter. You must understand that these people control the production technology of the life elixir. If they are captured by someone with ulterior motives, then others could very likely counterfeit the life elixir. Young Master Nangon heard this and said coldly, "Don't worry, it won't be done by competitors. At least, I haven't received any news on my end. In East Province, and even in the entire Southeast, no one will be our enemy. Myth Group is ours. Many people have already received this news, so they won't make a move. If all these people have disappeared, then the problem must be with Yi Qing. Heh. This Yi Qing is more troublesome than I imagined." General Manager Jia's eyes widened when he heard this. He said, "Is that the boss behind Myth Group? But isn't he just an ordinary person? How could he possess such powerful strength?" Young Master Nangon sneered, "No matter how strong, it's useless. East Province is our territory. If he's a dragon, he has to coil. If he's a tiger, he has to lie down. For me, I wasn't going to look for trouble with him, but he took the initiative to attack. Good, very good. In short, you take care of yourself. Everything will be resolved once I deal with Yi Qing, and all problems will be solved." After speaking, young Master Nangon hung up the phone directly. General Manager Jia's face immediately showed bitterness. Be careful? How can he be careful? What can he use to be careful? But asking young Master Nangon for help was clearly impossible. Now he could only hope that young Master Nangon would quickly resolve Yi Qing. Only then could he rest easy. "Go, notify the security department personnel to escort me home for the next few days. Have them stay at my house to protect me. And you, come with me too, lest something happens to you in the end." The assistant nodded heavily when he heard this, also letting out a long breath. "I'll go arrange it now." Then, the assistant directly made a call in front of General Manager Jia. Soon after the call ended, he immediately said, "General Manager Jia, I have already arranged it. 30 security personnel will escort your safety throughout. They will arrive at your office immediately. From now on, you will be under escort at all times." General Manager Jia finally relaxed a little. Soon, more than 30 security personnel in black suits arrived at General Manager Jia's office. General Manager Jia left the group building under the escort of these security personnel and returned to his home. It wasn't until he arrived home and saw the security personnel moving back and forth everywhere outside the room that his heart finally relaxed. He didn't know if it was due to nervousness, but despite the weather not being hot, General Manager Jia broke out in a sweat. Returning to his bathroom, General Manager Jia comfortably took a bath. When he came out humming a tune, wrapped in a bath towel, he was immediately dumbfounded. In his living room, a strange young man was sitting there. All his security personnel were pressed to their knees on the ground. This scene scared the bath towel off General Manager Jia. General Manager Jia, the dignified vice president of Myth Group, and it said he now controls the president's power. Isn't this impolite? To meet frankly, you don't need to be so frank. General Manager Jia heard this and quickly squatted down to pick up his bath towel, then quickly wrapped it around his waist. He looked at the man sitting on the sofa with a cold expression and nervously said, Who are you? How dare you break into my house? You are simply presumptuous." The man was none other than Tiger Tooth. How could he not personally come to catch General Manager Jia, this big fish, to atone for his sins? Looking at General Manager Jia, who was so flustered he couldn't even speak properly, Tiger Tooth showed a disdainful expression and said, "General Manager Jia, if I didn't know who you were, would I personally come to your door?" As he spoke, Tiger Tooth walked directly in front of General Manager Jia, grabbed General Manager Jia's hair, then pulled him directly to the sofa, and kicked General Manager Jia's knee, making General Manager Jia kneel on the ground in pain. "Tell me, where is CN? That's your direct superior, the president of Myth Group, General Lu. Is he still alive?" General Manager Jia grimaced in pain hearing that they were looking for CN. He immediately understood who these people were. "I don't know. I don't know anything. I am the vice president of the group. I only acted as the president's proxy when the president was not present. General Lu's disappearance has nothing to do with me. You've misunderstood." Tiger Tooth heard this, nodded, and said, "You don't know, huh? Alright, I don't have much patience, so I'll only give you one chance." After speaking, Tiger Tooth glanced at the assistant kneeling next to him and said indifferently, "You tell me, where is General Lu?" The assistant had already peed his pants in fear at this moment. He shook his head tremblingly and said, "I don't know, I really don't know. I'm just a small assistant. Please, let me go, I'm innocent." Tiger Tooth sighed and said, "You all have tough mouths, huh? Then there's no other way. Smash his fingers, one by one, and see if he talks." As Tiger Tooth gave the order, Tiger Tooth's subordinate immediately took out a hammer and then, in front of everyone, struck a heavy blow on the assistant's finger. A deafening scream erupted. One of the assistant's fingers was already bloody and mangled, with bone fragments shattered. And Tiger Tooth's subordinate showed no sign of stopping. Immediately, another hammer blow landed on another finger. Just watching this scene made people's hair stand on end. I'll talk. The assistant couldn't bear it anymore. Seeing another hammer blow about to smash his finger, he immediately said, "Although I don't know where General Lu was taken, General Manager Jia knows. He definitely knows. The person who collaborated from the inside when General Lu was captured was General Manager Jia. He is the biggest traitor of Myth Group." General Manager Jia's face was already extremely pale. Tiger Tooth's ruthless methods made his body tremble constantly. He knew that the little assistant certainly couldn't endure such torture, and the same went for himself. At this moment, General Manager Jia's face was pale and he said in extreme fear, No, I'm not a traitor. He's lying. He's really lying. Don't listen to him. None of this has anything to do with me." Tiger Tooth took a deep breath, looked at General Manager Jia, and said indifferently, "My patience is truly limited. I'm asking you one question now. Answer me. Is General Lu still alive? Tell me, is he still alive?" Chapter 281 Torture you to death. Is he still alive? Others might not know this, but General Manager Jia knows it best. He remembers what CN looked like when he was captured, and even more, how young Master Nangdong's subordinate, Yaquan, executed CN. Although he didn't personally see CN's body, CN was definitely dead, there was no doubt about it. However, can he say it now? He's not dead, he shouldn't be dead, but I don't know the specifics. I really don't know. You've got the wrong person. I'm just a runner, I'm just a small fry, I don't have that much capability. At this moment, General Manager Jia didn't dare to say he wasn't a traitor anymore. They had already come to his door and accurately captured so many traitors. Arguing now was meaningless. Upon hearing that CN was not dead, Tiger Tooth visibly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as CN was still alive, everything could still be salvaged. But if CN died, Tiger Tooth truly didn't know what consequences Mr. Ye's rage would bring. Are you sure CN isn't dead? I advise you to be honest now, because this matter cannot be hidden for long. By then, if I find out you lied, do you know what your fate will be? General Manager Jia didn't wait for Tiger Tooth to finish speaking and quickly interjected, I know, I wouldn't dare, I really wouldn't dare lie to you, but I also truly don't know if General Lu, is dead. At least, when I saw him, he was alive, I can swear on that. Speaking of this, General Manager Jia took a deep breath, looked at Tiger Tooth, and said, Big brother, I was really forced, please let me go. And you all, I beg you to, don't pursue this matter anymore. You won't win, no matter who you are, no matter how much power you have, you won't be their opponents. They are the heavens of East Province. In East Province, No one can be their enemy really. It's still not too late for you to let go now, don't worry. I will absolutely not reveal your appearance. I will absolutely not betray you as long as you let me go. I'll pretend nothing happened, okay? By this time, General Manager Jia could only bring up young Master Nangong. It was a pity, though, that he only dared to speak of such a powerful force but didn't even dare to mention young Master Nangong's name. However, he didn't mention it, but Tiger Tooth sneered. The person you say you can't afford to provoke, is his surname Nangong? It seems this is your confidence, but unfortunately, this confidence won't save you. From the moment you decided to become a traitor, your fate was already sealed. Don't worry, I won't kill you, because Mr. Yi still wants to see you, so you will live, but if I don't vent this anger, I really feel terrible. As he spoke, Tiger Tooth directly slapped General Manager Jia's face heavily, immediately causing General Manager Jia's face to swell red. Come, hold him down for me. Immediately, two subordinates came and held General Manager Jia down firmly. At this moment, Tiger Tooth took out a pair of tiger head pliers, gritted his teeth, and said, I heard you pulled out all of Xian's fingernails, is that right? As soon as he finished speaking, Tiger Tooth used the pliers to directly pull out one of General Manager Jia's fingernails, causing General Manager Jia to almost faint from the pain. No, it's not my business, I was forced, I didn't hurt General Liu, I really didn't hurt him. Let me go, please let me go. Tiger Tooth's eyes revealed a cold killing intent, and he said coldly, let you go? If I let you go, who will let Xian go? Xian and I have been good brothers for so many years, I failed to protect him, but I will get back every hardship he suffered tenfold or 100-fold on you. You didn't hurt him? If it weren't for the betrayal of you traitors, Xian wouldn't have been captured so easily. If you had given us some time, no one could have hurt him. It's you damn traitors, it's you who caused such consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, Tiger Tooth pulled out another of General Manager Jia's fingernails. In a short while, all 5 fingernails on one of General Manager Jia's hands were pulled out. By this time, General Manager Jia had already fainted from the excruciating pain. A trace of madness flashed in Tiger Tooth's eyes, and he directly punched General Manager Jia's face heavily, angrily saying, Come, splash him awake for me. Without my order, he is not allowed to faint. Also, give him a shot of stimulant. This bastard, I want him to feel all the pain alive, he can't even die. Thus, General Manager Jia couldn't even faint. Don't torment me anymore, it was young Master Nangong, he was the one who captured the person. Also, if young Master Nangong knows you're treating me like this, he won't let you go, he will avenge me. At this moment, General Manager Jia was calling out to heaven and earth, but no one answered. Begging was useless, the only thing he could do, perhaps, was threaten. He tried to use young Master Nangong's power and terror to make Tiger Tooth and the others restrain themselves, hoping to lessen his pain, but he simply didn't know how big of a mess they had stirred up this time. The sky had fallen. Tiger Tooth ignored General Manager Jia's words and continued pulling out General Manager Jia's fingernails. Young Master Nangong? Haha, I'm so scared, but no one can save you, and likewise, no one can save him. In East Province, is he the biggest? Does no one dare to touch him? You're overthinking. Perhaps they are very powerful, but from the moment they started targeting Xian, no one in this world could save them. Speaking of this, General Manager Jia threw down the pliers in his hand, and at this moment, all 10 of General Manager Jia's fingernails had been pulled out, his bloody fingers looking chilling. Tell me the names of everyone you know, all the participants. That way, you can be a little more comfortable at least. I can temporarily keep your 10 toenails for you, otherwise, I don't mind pulling them all out for you right now. Looking at General Manager Jia's hesitant expression, Tiger Tooth suddenly laughed. A traitor, trying to show me what steadfastness is here? You don't think it's ridiculous? I find it ridiculous. I'll give you 3 seconds to think. If you don't speak, then you'll bear it alone. If you speak, they'll suffer with you, of course. You can also consider it as exposing them all to put pressure on me, to let me know that you're not easy to bully. It was unclear which sentence convinced General Manager Jia. General Manager Jia looked up at Tiger Tooth, without the slightest hesitation, and immediately said, I'll talk. Chapter 282. He is just an ordinary person? 10 minutes later, seeing the densely packed names and identities on the paper, Tiger Tooth revealed a satisfied smile. Ji Jing, the successor of the Ji family. General Manager Zhang, President of Zhang Group. Lin Bai, the new patriarch of the Lin family. Heh, every single one of them is an influential figure combined. They truly are entities capable of stirring up trouble in East Province. General Manager Jia, no wonder your mouth is so stubborn. You must think your backing is strong enough that no one dares to touch you. At this moment, General Manager Jia wore a bitter smile. I've told you everyone I know who was involved. Can you let me go now? After all, I'm just a small fry. I don't amount to anything. A small fry? Tiger Tooth looked at General Manager Jia, sighed, and said softly, are you truly a small fry? The dignified vice president of Myth Group, even on this list, is not a low-ranking individual. In fact, because you have some say over the life elixir, these people should all be trying to curry favor with you. Are you a small fry? You can't even distinguish your own identity and status. Indeed, you really are a complete idiot. At this point, General Manager Jia remained silent. No matter what Tiger Tooth said, he didn't refute it. Refuting was useless, it would only lead to more suffering. Tiger Tooth looked at General Manager Jia, slowly rose, and said indifferently, I haven't told you who I am yet. My name is Tiger Tooth. Perhaps you've heard of me, perhaps you haven't, but it doesn't matter anymore. I can tell you directly, the underground world of East Continent, I am in charge now, understand? As soon as he said this, General Manager Jia was stunned. He looked at Tiger Tooth with an incredulous expression and said, you said you are Tiger Tooth? The big shot of East Continent's underground world? The Tiger Tooth who even drove Uncle Gong away? Tiger Tooth chuckled upon hearing this and said, what? Are you very surprised? Shouldn't I be Tiger Tooth? General Manager Jia then showed a bitter expression and said, that's right. You should be Tiger Tooth. Only someone with your strength could capture so many people in such a short time. But you are Tiger Tooth, why are you arresting us? I haven't heard of any connection between you and Myth Group. Is there some misunderstanding? Do you need money? Or is it the life elixir? Huya, as long as you tell us, we can discuss anything. I can even introduce you to young Master Nangong. With your strength, if you get help from young Master Nangong, your future prospects will definitely be limitless. At this moment, General Manager Jia actually thought of winning over Tiger Tooth. He thought Tiger Tooth was targeting them for money or the life elixir, but he had no idea that neither money nor the life elixir mattered. Tiger Tooth looked at General Manager Jia and said indifferently, you really won't give up until you hit a wall. General Manager Jia, I've been calling Si Yen all along. Have you forgotten? Your president, General Liu, is Si Yen. He is my brother of many years. Do you think money and the life elixir can buy me off? Let me make you completely give up Si Yen, and I have the same boss behind us now. Do you understand what you are saying? Upon hearing this, General Manager Jia's eyes immediately flashed with an expression of disbelief. He looked at Tiger Tooth and gritted his teeth. Impossible, you're lying to me, aren't you? How could you and General Liu have a common boss? I know who you're talking about, his name is Yi Qing, but he's just an ordinary person. If I can force myself to understand that he possesses the life elixir formula, then what about you? You're so powerful, how could you obey Yi Qing's orders? Isn't this still because of the life elixir? But now, the life elixir is already in young Master Nangong's hands. As long as you listen to young Master Nangong, you will receive countless life elixirs, guaranteed to be more than before, I swear. General Manager Jia's continuous remarks made Tiger Tooth laugh. Patting General Manager Jia's head, Tiger Tooth chuckled, you speak very well, but you forgot one thing. General Manager Jia was stunned upon hearing this and asked, what? Tiger Tooth said softly, for traitors like you, the words loyalty and righteousness seem a bit distant. But, if I say I'm afraid of death, then you can understand, right? That's right, I'm afraid of death, ha ha ha. I haven't been foolish enough to want to die, so why should I follow you down a path to death? Tell me, aren't you an idiot? General Manager Jia looked at Tiger Tooth in disbelief and said, what kind of joke is this? How could you die? You are Tiger Tooth. You are the big shot of East Continent's underground world. You even defeated Uncle Gong. Your power, your strength, is something everyone fears. How could you be afraid of an ordinary person? An ordinary person? This was perhaps the biggest joke Tiger Tooth had ever heard about Yi Qing. However, just because Yi Qing was low-key, did that mean he was truly an ordinary person? Could an ordinary person create the life elixir? Could an ordinary person possess the medical skills to bring the dead back to life and the poison arts to slaughter the world? An ordinary person? Could he, with just his fists, beat several renowned powerhouses to death? If this was an ordinary person, then Tiger Tooth and everyone else would probably not even qualify as trash. Tiger Tooth patted General Manager Jia's face, sighed, and said, "Ignorance is bliss." General Manager Jia, Vice President of Myth Group, you should have been high above, enjoying the glory envied by countless people. Unfortunately, you destroyed that honor yourself. Let's go soon, you will meet the so-called ordinary person. Be careful then. If Si Yin is still alive, perhaps you can suffer a little less pain, but if Si Yin cannot survive, trust me, you will still regret it even in hell. Then, Tiger Tooth waved his hand, and General Manager Jia and the others were immediately taken away by Tiger Tooth's subordinates. Tiger Tooth, holding the list, instructed, arrest everyone on the list, leave no one behind. If anyone dares to resist, do not kill them, but it's fine to cripple them, short of death. All these people must be handed over to Mr. Yi for his personal judgment. Tiger Tooth's subordinates immediately obeyed upon hearing this. Tiger Tooth looked at the sky, which was gradually darkening, and said softly, "The sky is about to change." Chapter 283. Catch them all. The sky was so gloomy it felt oppressive. Inside Xian's villa, Red Eyes remained seated in the study, unmoving, yet the number of people brought to the villa kept increasing. When Tiger Tooth escorted General Manager Jia to the villa, there were already over 20 people kneeling outside. Upon seeing General Manager Jia, these people immediately began wailing and crying out. "General Manager Jia, it's General Manager Jia. General Manager Jia, save us, General Manager Jia, please save us. General Manager Jia, we are innocent. Please save us." Even though General Manager Jia looked more miserable than them, they still saw him as immensely capable and now in control of Myth Group, so perhaps there was still hope. General Manager Jia looked at these missing employees, his heart filled with complex emotions. At that moment he knew this was no longer a minor incident, they might all be in great danger. After being escorted into a room, General Manager Jia immediately knelt on the ground, obediently, not daring to stand up. Meanwhile, Tiger Tooth entered the study, looked at the silent Red Eyes, and softly said, "Lord Red Eyes, the biggest traitor of Myth Group, General Manager Jia, has been brought here. At the same time, he has confessed to everyone he knows who was involved. This is the list, please take a look." With that, Tiger Tooth handed the list to Red Eyes. Red Eyes merely glanced at it, smiled faintly, and said, "I don't know them, but just by looking at their titles, I can tell they are not insignificant figures." "Tiger Tooth, are you scared?" Upon hearing this, Tiger Tooth immediately shook his head and said, "No, I'm not scared. Not to mention it's for avenging Xian. Even without this hatred, as long as Mr. Yi gives the order, my life belongs to Mr. Yi. What's more, this is for Mr. Yi. Each of these people is powerful, and together, they can stir up trouble in East Province, but this time they are wrong. Even if they unite, if they deserve to die, they will die." Red Eyes nodded and said, "Then go and capture all of them before Mr. Yi arrives. I hope everyone, except for the one from the Nangong family, is present." Tiger Tooth quickly shook his head and said, "Lord Red Eyes, rest assured, I have dispatched the most elite forces to apprehend them. No one will escape, I swear." Red Eyes nodded, slowly rose, and said, "Let's go. Let me see what these traitors look like." As he spoke, Red Eyes had already left the study. Looking at General Manager Jia, who was kneeling in the hall, trembling, Red Eyes walked directly up to him and calmly said, "It was you who betrayed Xian and caused Xian to be captured, wasn't it?" Upon hearing this, General Manager Jia's body trembled. He thought this was Yi Qing and immediately kowtowed, saying, "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, it was my fault, it was my fault. Please spare my life, I was forced into it." Red Eyes had no intention of striking. He merely shook his head and said, "I am not Mr. Yi. My name is Red Eyes, and I am Mr. Yi's subordinate. Therefore, begging me is useless." Looking at General Manager Jia's bare fingers, Red Eyes calmly said, "It seems Tiger Tooth has already tortured you. Then I won't torture you. I'm afraid if you die, Mr. Yi will have no one to vent his anger on." Live well, and especially pray that Si Yin is still alive. After speaking, Red Eyes glanced at the many Myth Group traders kneeling outside, and said, "To think there are so many traders, it's truly unexpected. But do you think you can produce life elixir this way? It's simply the height of ignorance." General Manager Jia dared not say anything upon hearing this. Red Eyes checked the time, sat on the sofa, and calmly said, "Mr. Yi will arrive in East Continent in about an hour. Tiger Tooth, be quick and decisive with your actions. Don't make Mr. Yi have to speak, understand?" Upon hearing this, Tiger Tooth gritted his teeth, nodded heavily, and said, "Lord Red Eyes, I know what to do. I will go personally now." With that, Tiger Tooth left again, and at this moment, a light rain began to fall from the sky. Today, East Continent was destined to be turbulent. General Manager Zhang, the CEO of Zhang's group, had just finished a meeting and was being escorted by bodyguards back to his club, preparing to relax. As he was leaving, he received a call from young Master Nangong. The call clearly warned him that General Manager Jia and others from Myth Group had disappeared, suspected of being kidnapped, and it was highly likely to be an act of retaliation against them. General Manager Zhang was advised to be careful. However, General Manager Zhang merely laughed, not taking it seriously at all. But as General Manager Zhang's convoy reached an open stretch of road, 4 vans simultaneously blocked their path. Over 20 people emerged from the vans, wielding machetes, and directly inflicted severe injuries on General Manager Zhang's bodyguards. When they dragged General Manager Zhang out of the car, he was still in a daze. "Who are you people? Do you know who I am?" General Manager Zhang's response was a heavy slap. This slap also brought General Manager Zhang back to his senses. He no longer dared to openly provoke them. "Brothers, let's talk nicely. Aren't you just after money?" "I have money, I have plenty of money. How much do you want?" "I'll give you as much as you want, how about it?" No one paid attention to General Manager Zhang. Over 20 of Tiger Tooth's subordinates directly grabbed General Manager Zhang by his hair and dragged him into a van, then sped away. And such scenes were happening all over East Continent. Everyone involved in the alliance with young Master Nangong, without exception, was targeted and apprehended. They were strong and possessed powerful security forces. However, facing the insane, full-scale assault from a boss of the underground world like Tiger Tooth, they certainly did not have the numerical advantage. The same applied to ruthlessness. Therefore, the outcome was obvious. Of course, not everything went smoothly. At least, there was a hitch when targeting the Yi family. It was unclear where Mr. Yi had heard the rumors, but he had been hiding at home and not coming out. The Yi family's security had also increased tenfold, with over 100 security personnel. Taking them down was truly not a simple matter. However, Tiger Tooth came in person with his men. Chapter 284. Who dares to be so presumptuous? In the Yi family's main hall, old Master Yi sat in the center, looking at Mr. Yi, who was seated beside him, and said in a deep voice, "What exactly is going on? How did we offend these people from the underground world? There are at least 100 people surrounding us outside right now. Tell me, who exactly did you provoke?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi said with a rather grim expression, "Father, I haven't offended anyone from the underground world, but I know what this matter is related to." Following that, Mr. Yi recounted how they and young Master Nangong formed an alliance and subsequently took control of Myth Group. He also revealed that they now had control of the life elixir. As soon as these words were spoken, old Master Yi's entire demeanor became more spirited. "You said you've gained control of the life elixir? Is that true?" Mr. Yi nodded heavily and said, "Old Master, I wouldn't dare to lie to you, of all people. We have indeed taken control of Myth Group and the life elixir. That's a fact. It's just that, who would have thought their retaliation would be so swift? However, even so, there's nothing to fear. Young Master Nangong will definitely make a move. Once he does, everything will be fine." "Old Master, the life elixir. Others may not know its value, but you, Old Master, are the clearest on that. After all, you have used this treasure. If we possess these, our Yi family will ascend to a higher level in the future." Old Master Yi took a deep breath, nodded, and said, "That's right. If I hadn't taken the life elixir, I wouldn't have my current vitality. It's an incredibly miraculous treasure. Whoever possesses the life elixir almost possesses immense connections and immeasurable wealth. You did well in this matter." Alliancing with young Master Nangong is also good after all. Others may not be clear about the Nangong family's strength, but we are very clear their power is beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Speaking of this, old Master Yi fell silent for a moment, then said, "Go, have someone go outside and talk properly, see who is in charge and invite him in for a chat. If he can't make the decision, then invite the big shot behind him to speak if there are no surprises. It should be Tiger Tooth." At this moment, old Master Yi was very confident, a confidence derived from his many years of dominating East Province. Seeing that old Master Yi himself had stepped in to support, Mr. Yi immediately nodded heavily and said, "I'll give the orders right away, but, old master, are the people outside Tiger Tooth's? Is it necessary to give Tiger Tooth such a big face? If you ask me, just drive them away. Even if we don't, someone will soon come forward to deal with them. They won't be able to cause trouble for much longer." As soon as these words were spoken, old Master Yi's face immediately turned grim, and he angrily said, "Foolish, idiotic. You usually seem quite shrewd, so why do you become so foolish when it comes to matters like this? Do you think Tiger Tooth is still the same Tiger Tooth as before? Don't forget, he has now driven away Uncle Gong and controls the entire underground world of East Continent. Furthermore, other cities support him. His future achievements will be far greater than Uncle Gong's." Listening to old Master Yi's reprimand, Mr. Yi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, nodded, and said, "Old master, your lesson is correct. I will arrange for someone to deliver the message immediately." Old Master Yi then nodded and said, "Good, go. However, although he is powerful, our Yi family must also possess the integrity of the Yi family. Go, have them deliver the message. Invite Tiger Tooth to come and talk personally. As long as Tiger Tooth arrives, this old man, will personally open the main gate to welcome him." At this moment, Tiger Tooth had already arrived at the main gate of the Yi family. Looking at the tightly closed gate, a hint of coldness flashed in Tiger Tooth's eyes. "You useless people, are you just going to stand there and watch?" Tiger Tooth's subordinates all knew that Tiger Tooth was in a very bad mood today, so not one of them dared to breathe loudly. "Lord Tiger Tooth, there are at least nearly 100 guards. In this manner our current strength isn't quite enough." Upon hearing this, Tiger Tooth said coldly, "Not enough? Is it enough now?" At this moment, behind Tiger Tooth stood a dense crowd of at least 200 to 300 people armed with long blades and weapons. These people were Tiger Tooth's elite subordinates, sufficient to deal with ordinary security personnel. Of course, if they encountered elite ones, it would be hard to say. After all, people who mix in the underground world are a complex mix of dragons and snakes. Some are incredibly powerful, while others are very ordinary. Just then, the main gate slowly opened. A bodyguard in a black suit, holding an umbrella, walked out. Looking at Tiger Tooth and the others, he said, "Our family head knows you are Tiger Tooth's subordinates now. The family head has something to say. Please inform Tiger Tooth to come and talk personally. The family head will personally open the door to welcome him." Then Huya stepped forward, letting his subordinate hold the umbrella to shield him from the rain, and spoke indifferently, "I am Tiger Tooth. Tell your family head to get out here." As soon as these words were spoken, a hint of coldness flashed in the black-suited bodyguard's eyes. Looking at Tiger Tooth, he said, "How do you confirm that you are Tiger Tooth?" Upon hearing this, Tiger Tooth immediately stepped forward and slapped the black-suited bodyguard hard across the face, saying, "I'm Tiger Tooth. Do I need confirmation? Do you really think I don't dare to attack now? Get lost. Go and tell the person in charge here to hand over Mr. Yi to me. I'll spare the lives of the others. Otherwise, if you dare to defy me, today, I will make the Yi family's blood flow like a river." The black-suited bodyguard, having been slapped by Tiger Tooth, wanted to retaliate immediately. However, looking at the dense crowd behind Tiger Tooth, and the cold, unfriendly gazes within that crowd, reason told him not to act impulsively. "Alright, I'll go tell the family head right now." The black-suited bodyguard then quickly closed the gate. Then he quickly ran back to report the situation here. "Family head, this person must be Tiger Tooth. Without a doubt he is simply too arrogant. Not only did he directly slap me, but he also said that he wants us to immediately hand over Mr. Yi, otherwise, he will make the Yi family's blood flow like a river." Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi's eyes immediately flared with anger. He slammed the table heavily and said, "He really thinks he's in charge here, that damn thing." And upon hearing this, old Master Yi glanced at Mr. Yi and said, "I just taught you to keep your composure, and this is how you keep your composure? Tiger Tooth is currently at the peak of his power. It's best to win over such a person. If we can't, then we'll consider other options. Come, follow me to meet this newly ascended giant of East Continent. As his words fell, Old Mastery had already walked out of the hall with powerful strides, heading towards the main gate. Behind him, more than 100 security personnel followed in a dense crowd to provide protection. Chapter 285 Killing Without Pardon. Soon, the Yi family's gate opened once again. Old Master Yi immediately saw Tiger Tooth, who was being held under an umbrella. This must be Tiger Tooth. Upon hearing this, Huya looked at Old Master Yi and said indifferently, "Let's cut the nonsense, hand the person over to me, and I'll leave right now." Old Master Yi smiled upon hearing this and said, "I've long heard that Huya is incredibly Tai-Woody, not only defeating Uncle Gong but also causing many powerful figures to bow down to him. Seeing him today, his reputation is truly well deserved. It is the Yi family's fault for not being able to congratulate Huya in time. As the head of the family, I must apologize to Huya here first." After speaking, Old Master Yi, truly very politely, bowed slightly towards Tiger Tooth, giving him ample respect. However, Old Master Yi then said indifferently, "But, if you intend to deal with someone from the Yi family just for this, isn't Huya being a bit too demanding? How about this, Huya? The rain is heavy outside, and the weather is bad. Let's go inside and talk slowly, shall we? Don't worry, I promise to give you a satisfactory explanation and ensure you don't leave empty-handed. How about it?" After speaking, Old Master Yi waved his hand, and the security personnel behind him immediately cleared a path. Tiger Tooth looked at Old Master Yi's calm expression and sneered, "Old Master Yi, there's no need for such trouble. It's not impossible for us to talk about our relationship, but first, hand the person over to me." At this point, Tiger Tooth looked at Mr. Yi and said indifferently, "When you made that choice, your fate was already sealed. Now, all your former allies have been captured, and you are the only one left. Mr. Yi, please come along. Unless you want to drag everyone in the Yi family to die with you, it's best to obediently come with me." As soon as these words were spoken, Mr. Yi's expression immediately changed. However, before he could speak, Old Master Yi smiled directly and said, "Huya, although I just found out that he offended Huya, this world is not black and white. Even enemies, as long as the benefits are sufficient, who says they can't become friends? Besides, Huya, didn't you say one thing wrong? Besides my son, Mr. Yi, there should still be someone who hasn't been captured by Huya, right? That person should be the mastermind behind everything." Huya looked at Old Master Yi and said indifferently, "You're talking about young Master Nangong, aren't you? So, you want to use this method to pressure me? Then you might be thinking too much. Don't worry, none of you will escape. Those who deserve to die will die. From the moment you made a mistake, no one could save you." Tiger Tooth slowly turned sideways, took a machete from his subordinate, and pointed the blade directly at Old Master Yi. "If you don't want to die, hand over your son immediately, otherwise, today I will make you all bleed like a river." Tiger Tooth's threat was effective, at least for Old Master Yi, who felt a strong threat at that moment. Taking a deep breath, Old Master Yi looked at Tiger Tooth and said in a deep voice, "We don't have to be at swords drawn like this. Tiger Tooth, you can see it too, not to mention what the consequences will be in the future. Just for now, if our Yi family resists strongly, I'm afraid you won't gain anything good either. Since you know that we have formed an alliance with young Master Nangong, you should naturally know the power of this alliance. We not only control a large amount of resources, connections, and money, but now we also control the life elixir. No matter who you, Tiger Tooth, are here for, when you're out in the world, it's always for wealth and status. By forming an alliance with us, you'll have money, status, and even the life elixir can be supplied indefinitely. Tiger Tooth, as long as you agree, I guarantee that young Master Nangong will also agree. How about it? This deal is very worthwhile." Tiger Tooth nodded faintly upon hearing this and said, "Indeed, it's very worthwhile, as long as I partner with you, I can become completely different. However, I'm sorry, I'm afraid of death." The phrase "afraid of death" stunned Old Master Yi. "Huya, you must be joking. Not only is your strength so formidable, but as long as you become one of us, no one will be able to touch you. Consider it, as long as you are with us, you will receive our full support. At that time, you won't just be a powerful figure in the underground world of East Continent, becoming a powerful figure in the entire underground world of East Province will also be just around the corner." He's really good at painting a picture. Tiger Tooth checked the time on his side, and said, Old Master Yi, if I had time, I would really like to continue listening to you paint a picture, even if I know it won't come true, but listening to it is not bad, at least, seeing your arrogant appearance makes me feel very amused. But, I'm sorry, I don't have time. Mr. Yi will arrive soon, and before he reaches East Continent, I need to capture all the traders and participants now, only Mr. Yi is left. Old Master Yi heard this, looked at Tiger Tooth, frowned, and said, Mr. Yi? Tiger Tooth, if that's the case, and you can't make the decision, then I can talk to Mr. Yi behind you. That should work, right? I believe that once we talk, many things can be resolved. After all, in this world, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests, isn't that right? What he said was truly good. Tiger Tooth burst into laughter and said, Well said, however, you have been wrong from beginning to end, hopelessly wrong. Last question, will you hand over the person, or not? Old Master Yi saw that Tiger Tooth was unyielding, and his expression also became somewhat angry. This old man, have been active in East Province for so many years, and no one has ever dared to threaten me like this today. I have said all the good words, it seems Huye is unwilling to give me this face? You want to take my son in front of me? I tell you, that's a dream. Tiger Tooth heard this and sneered, then, you're not willing to hand him over. Waving his hand, Tiger Tooth said coldly, Everyone, attack. Anyone who dares to resist, kill without mercy. Today, even if I have to kill everyone, I will take Mr. Yi with me. As Tiger Tooth gave the order, all the subordinates he brought rushed towards the Yi family mansion. Old Master Yi saw that Tiger Tooth actually dared to make a move, and his face immediately showed an enraged expression. Everyone, fight. Today, whoever captures Tiger Tooth alive will receive a reward of 10 million. The forces of both sides instantly clashed. Chapter 286 Brutal. It wasn't an absolute crushing defeat, after all, Old Master Yi's security personnel were quite elite. However, elite as they were, facing such a bloody scene, these security guards were on the verge of collapse. They weren't from the underground world, many of them took this line of work just to earn some money, and they didn't want to die. So, when one security guard after another had an arm severed or clutched their stomach and fell in agony, when the ground was already soaked with blood, the security personnel began to retreat, no longer daring to engage. The battle had lasted only a few minutes, and already dozens of people lay on the ground, screaming and wailing. Tiger Tooth had long since joined the fray personally, killing with a frenzy that had already stained his entire body with blood. It wasn't until the Yi family's security personnel all surrendered that Tiger Tooth placed a long blade directly against Old Master Yi's neck. I told you before, hand the person over obediently, but you refused to listen and even dared to resist. Do you regret it now? A trace of fear flashed in Old Master Yi's eyes, yet, looking at Tiger Tooth, his words remained unyielding. Tiger Tooth, even if you win now, what then? You've captured so many people. You won't have a good end. Young Master Nangong and the others will definitely not let you off. Instead, now, while there's still time, you should stop quickly, otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Tiger Tooth heard this, a cold smile appearing on his lips as he said, Regret? I don't know what regret tastes like, but right now, I don't mind letting you experience what regret truly feels like first. As his words fell, Tiger Tooth flicked the long blade in his hand, and blood flowed from Old Master Yi's ear, which Tiger Tooth had directly severed. A scream erupted from Old Master Yi's mouth. The strong-willed old man clutched his ear, letting out a shrill cry at this moment. Anger and collapse intertwined. Mr. Yi saw that his father's ear had been severed by Tiger Tooth and immediately became enraged. Tiger Tooth, you damned bastard! How dare you touch my father? I'll kill you! I must kill you! Tiger Tooth heard this, directly used the flat side of his blade, and heavily slammed it against Mr. Yi's face. Fortunately, it was the flat side, not the sharp edge or the back, otherwise, that single blow would have been enough to cut off half of Mr. Yi's face. You dog, do you still have the right to shout? Do you think your fate will be good? To put it bluntly, you won't live, all of you, none of you will live. Dare to target Myth Group, dare to target Mr. Yi, your fate is already sealed. After speaking, Tiger Tooth looked at Old Master Yi and said coldly, Old Master, do you know what regret tastes like now? Old Master Yi's eyes were now filled with hatred, looking at Tiger Tooth as if he were an irreconcilable enemy. Tiger Tooth, I swear, as long as I live, I will never let you off in this life, I swear, I make a solemn vow. Looking at the furious and distorted old Master Yi, Tiger Tooth showed a slight smile and said, "Good, I like people like you who make solemn vows not to let me off. Logically, I should give you a chance to take revenge, but, I'm sorry, what I hate most right now is threats. Cutting the grass by the roots is what I want to do more. Although I won't be so ruthless as to wipe out your entire family, I think, by killing you, the seed of hatred might be nipped in the bud. Old Master, in your next life, if you're a human, just speak fewer impudent boasts." After saying this, Tiger Tooth's long blade was raised high. At this moment, Old Master Yi immediately felt his life threatened. He saw in Tiger Tooth's eyes that Tiger Tooth truly wanted to kill him. It was at this moment that Old Master Yi finally became afraid. No, Tiger Tooth, I was wrong, I won't seek revenge, I swear, I will absolutely not seek revenge, don't kill me, don't kill me. Unfortunately, at this point, begging for mercy was too late. Tiger Tooth sighed and said, "I'm sorry, you don't have a chance." As his words fell, the long blade struck, and a large amount of blood sprayed from Old Master Yi's neck. Old Master Yi fell into a pool of blood, unable to believe until his death that he had died just like that. And at this moment, Mr. Yi was almost insane. No. Tiger Tooth, you bastard, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. Dad, wake up, wake up. Tiger Tooth, I'll kill you, I must kill you. Tiger Tooth heard this, looked at the furious Mr. Yi, and said coldly, "If it weren't to hand you over to Mr. Yi to deal with personally, do you think you'd be alive? Or rather, do you think you'd die so easily? In a moment, you'll understand your father being cut down by me like that was a form of release for him." As his words fell, Tiger Tooth waved his hand and said, "Come on, send the injured brothers to the hospital. As for the others, sever one arm from each of them." Tiger Tooth had learned this from Yi Qing. He already admired Yi Qing, so imitating him now was normal. With the matter concluded, Tiger Tooth immediately escorted Mr. Yi back to Si Yan's villa, waiting for Yi Qing's arrival. By the time Tiger Tooth returned to Red Eyes' villa, all participants, except young Master Nangong, had been captured. Each of them was kneeling, at least bruised and battered. After all, these people were not comparable to the traitors of Myth Group. Each was a person of identity and status. After being captured, they all shouted incessantly, constantly reporting their identity and status, trying to use these to intimidate Red Eyes and the others. The result, naturally, was a severe beating. After a good beating, they all became extremely obedient. At this moment, Yi Qing's car had already entered East Continent. Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji sat in the car, looking at Yi Qing, and sneered, "Yi Qing, now that you've come to East Continent, it's impossible for you to go back on your word. Don't really think East Continent is your territory. The waters here are much, much deeper than you imagine." Yi Qing merely glanced at Gao Qingyue, saying nothing. But his gaze was so cold that Gao Qingyue felt a shiver in her heart. She felt that Yi Qing was somewhat different. Ever since entering East Continent, Yi Qing seemed to have changed into a different person. Even though he didn't say a word, the feeling he gave off was terrifyingly cold. Chapter 287. Yi Qing is here. Soon, the vehicle arrived at Si Yan's villa. As soon as Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji got out of the car, they saw many people standing inside and outside the villa, and without looking, they knew these people were not to be trifled with. What made them feel the most murderous atmosphere was that outside the villa, almost everyone was kneeling, and each person looked very miserable. As soon as Yi Qing got out of the car, all the standing people bowed in salute. "Greetings, Mr. Yi." Yi Qing nodded and entered the room. Inside the room, more than a dozen people were also kneeling, and their attire looked different from those outside. Each one appeared to be wealthy and important. In fact, Gao Qingyue recognized a few of them and could even call them by name. General Manager Zhang? Young Master Qi? And Young Master Ji? Gao Qingyue was completely stunned. It would have been better if she hadn't known their identities, but precisely because she did, she realized how shocking it was to have these people captured and kneeling here. Not to mention so many people kneeling together, even just capturing one of them would be a huge disaster. "Yi Qing, if you wanna die, don't drag me down. Do you know who these people are? You're crazy, you're really crazy." You're trying to make an enemy of the entire East Province. Gao Qingyue felt her scalp tingle and even wanted to flee the place immediately, as if staying for another second would be extremely dangerous. Yi Qing didn't even look at Gao Qingyue but instead looked at Red Eyes and Tiger Tooth, who were walking towards him. Are all the people captured? Tiger Tooth quickly spoke, respectfully saying, Mr. Yi, all the traders of Myth Group, and the participants who allied with young Master Nangong, are all here. Red Eyes nodded upon hearing this and said, That's right, Mr. Yi, all the people of the Nangong family have already been monitored by my men. As long as you give the order, we can act at any time. Yi Qing nodded and said, Take me to the study. Red Eyes and Tiger Tooth quickly led the way, bringing Yi Qing to see Yan's study. Looking at the bloodstains in the study and the remaining fingernails on the floor, the killing intent in Yi Qing's eyes grew even stronger. It was here that he personally witnessed Xi Yan being taken away. At that moment, Yi Qing only regretted that his reputation wasn't prominent enough, and his abilities weren't strong enough. If he were terrifying enough, so terrifying that people wouldn't dare to resist just by hearing his name, would everything have been different? If he were strong enough, so fierce that his enemies would rather commit suicide than oppose him, perhaps all of this wouldn't have happened. At this moment, Tiger Tooth knelt directly in front of Yi Qing, sadly saying, Mr. Yi, it's all my fault. I failed to protect Xi Yan. I deserve to die. Please punish me, Mr. Yi. Yi Qing did not speak or tell Tiger Tooth to get up. He just sat quietly in the chair Xi Yan had sat in, then looked at the bloodstained computer and keyboard, his mind lost in thought. After a while, Yi Qing slowly spoke, saying, When Xi Yan and I first met, it was in prison, and that includes you too. I still remember when I first arrived at the prison, I was bullied, and it was you and Xi Yan who protected me, especially Xi Yan, who looked like a scholar, yet he fought desperately for me, and to this day, he still has several unhealed scars on his body. I truly consider you my brothers. And I truly wanted to give you wealth and honor, to help you achieve your ideals. So, Tiger Tooth, you wanted to become a big shot in the underground world, majestic and awe-inspiring, and I supported your dream. Xi Yan wanted to become the domineering CEO of a large group, making countless people envious and bringing glory to his family, and I supported him too. Xi Yan being captured this time is my responsibility, or rather, I should bear the main responsibility. Upon hearing Yi Qing mention the past, especially now, when he was taking the blame upon himself, Tiger Tooth's eyes immediately welled up, and he quickly shook his head, saying, No, how could it be your responsibility? You have already done too much for us. It's my incompetence. I already have such powerful strength in the East Continent underground world, yet I neglected Xi Yan's side, which led to his security not being strong enough. It was my mistake. Yi Qing sighed and gently shook his head, saying, There's no need to argue over who was right or wrong. After all, despite knowing that the life elixir has a heaven-defying effect and would certainly attract the covetousness of many people and forces, I did not increase Xi Yan's security in such a situation. It was me who thought too simply. Is Xi Yan still alive? Discussing anything now is meaningless. As long as Xi Yan is still alive, everything is fine. Both Tiger Tooth and Red Eyes were silent at this moment. A moment later, Tiger Tooth spoke with some sadness, I don't know if he's still alive, but we caught some people, and from them, we learned he is still alive. Xi Yan is, after all, the CEO of Myth Group. Whether it's the secrets he holds or the importance of his status, they should not threaten Xi Yan's life. So, I think it's very likely he's alive. Even if he won't receive preferential treatment, surviving shouldn't be a problem. Red Eyes also nodded upon hearing this and said, Tiger Tooth is right. After all, Xi Yan's status is significant. Anyone who captures him might torment him, but they might not kill him. Tiger Tooth and Red Eyes both thought so. However, Yi Qing sighed, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. They were all correct. Given Xi Yan's status and importance, anyone who captured him, even if they didn't treat him with courtesy, should at least keep him alive. But Yi Qing had personally witnessed the torments Xi Yan endured after being captured. If even these subordinates could humiliate Xi Yan like that, did they truly care about Xi Yan? Slowly rising, Yi Qing said, Take me to see these traitors. Red Eyes and Tiger Tooth quickly led the way. Upon reaching the living room, Tiger Tooth quickly pointed outside and said, Mr. Yi, these people kneeling outside are the traitors of Myth Group. And the biggest traitor of Myth Group, General Manager Jia, is this one. After speaking, Tiger Tooth quickly waved his hand, and the subordinates guarding General Manager Jia immediately brought General Manager Jia before Yi Qing. Yi Qing took a deep breath, sat on the chair, looked at General Manager Jia, frowned slightly, and said, "I've heard your name. Si Yin mentioned you to me. He said he had helped you more than once, and you had also helped him, so he made you the vice president of Myth Group, enjoying a high salary and generous benefits." When reporting the traitors of Myth Group, Si Yin mentioned many names, but he didn't mention yours. Did he not know? No, he wanted to protect you, wanted to give you another chance. It's just a pity that before he could talk to you, you acted first and captured him. You let him down. The single phrase "you let him down" made General Manager Jia burst into tears. "Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, truly sorry. I know I was wrong. I beg you, please forgive me." Looking at the weeping General Manager Jia, Yi Qing gently shook his head and said with an indifferent gaze, "You were not truly repentant. You saw our strength and didn't want to die, which is why you were using my words just now to repent. You are just afraid of death. It's okay to be afraid of death. I can let you live. Tell me, is Si Yin still alive? I want the truth." Chapter 288, Dangerous. Tiger Tooth had already asked this question before. General Manager Jia didn't dare to tell the truth, so he directly replied that Si Yin was still alive. But at this moment, facing the indifferent Mr. Yi, General Manager Jia was genuinely afraid. He saw ruthlessness in Mr. Yi's cold eyes. He knew that if his answer was even slightly wrong, death would likely descend upon him immediately. "No, I don't know, I really don't know. Mr. Yi, I swear, I don't know whether General Lu is alive or dead. I didn't see it. Even if young Master Nangong made a move, he wouldn't do it in front of us. Mr. Yi, I swear, what I'm saying is true." Mr. Yi nodded and said, "What you're saying is true, but you haven't told the whole truth. Just now, when I asked you, a hint of hesitation flashed in your eyes. Clearly, you know more than you're saying, but you're afraid that if you speak, you'll die." At this point, Mr. Yi sighed and said, "So, you think Si Yin is already dead, right?" Just by a glance, he could guess what was on a person's mind. Insight into human nature. General Manager Jia's body began to tremble violently, feeling that he had no secrets whatsoever in front of Mr. Yi. "No, it's not like that, Mr. Yi. I really don't know if General Lu is still alive, because I didn't see it with my own eyes, but young Master Nangong did say that it seems he has already killed General Lu." By the end, General Manager Jia's voice grew softer and softer, so much so that he didn't even dare to breathe. At this moment, the air in the room seemed to freeze. Because Si Yin might truly have lost his life. Mr. Yi sighed softly, sat on the chair, and looked at the pouring rain outside the window, his mind lost in thought. And at this moment, Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji, who had felt incredibly suppressed since entering this room, for some reason, no longer had their previous self-righteousness. Instead, deep down, they began to feel a constant struggle and fear. "Qingyue, Mr. Yi is so terrifying right now, even more terrifying than any time I've seen him before. Although he isn't shouting loudly, I don't know why, but I always feel like a devil is appearing behind him." Lin Ji's body was still trembling slightly as she spoke, not even daring to look at Mr. Yi's back, as if a single glance would drag her into hell. And Gao Qingyue, at this moment, actually felt much the same as Lin Ji, only her mouth was tougher. "Lin Ji, this is all just scare tactics. You don't really think Mr. Yi dares to kill all these people, do you? These unfamiliar Myth Group employees are one thing, but the dozen or so people kneeling in the room, even if you haven't met them, you've heard their names. Each one is deeply established and renowned. I can understand Mr. Yi dealing with one or two, but wanting to deal with all of them, that's simply a crazy idea. You should know, the combined strength of these people is something even young Master Nangong wouldn't dare to oppose. At least, it would require the entire Nangong family to gather all its strength. I don't believe Mr. Yi truly dares to kill these people. He, at most, is just trying to scare them." "Just trying to scare them?" Lin Ji forced out a smile uglier than a cry and said, "Qingyue, do you still think young Master Nangong can really deal with Mr. Yi now? Why do I feel that this Mr. Yi is far more terrifying and powerful than we imagined? Qingyue, did we make the wrong choice?" At these words, Gao Qingyue glared fiercely at Lin Ji and said coldly, "Shut up. What's wrong? You know young Master Nangong's strength without me telling you. What's more, young Master Nangong now controls the life elixir. No matter how powerful Mr. Yi appears right now, what does it matter? Given time, young Master Nangong can directly wipe him out." Lin Ji had her doubts, but at this moment, it was not good to argue with Gao Qingyue. However, at this moment, Lin Ji was filled with fear and dread. She felt that she had seemingly made another extremely wrong choice. She had originally thought that with young Master Nangong acquiring Myth Group, Gao Qingyue would soar unopposed in the future, but now, it seemed that everything was not over yet. At least, Mr. Yi was clearly not weak. If she chose wrong again this time, Lin Ji didn't even dare to imagine what her consequences would be. Therefore, the best choice was not to participate. After a long while, Mr. Yi remained silent, just sitting quietly on the chair, watching the rain outside grow heavier and heavier, watching the sky repeatedly torn open by lightning. Finally, Mr. Yi's sigh slowly echoed. Although I know Si Yan is likely in grave danger, I still don't want to believe this outcome. Among you, can anyone bring me good news? If so, I can guarantee to spare his life. Mr. Yi looked at the dozen or so people kneeling on the ground and slowly spoke. However, these people looked at each other, not knowing what to say. They certainly knew what Mr. Yi wanted, nothing more than proof that Si Yan was still alive, but what could they give as proof? But if they said nothing and let Mr. Yi get angry like this, their fate would not be good either. General Zhang was the first who couldn't hold back. Looking at Mr. Yi, he said, Mr. Yi, it was all a misunderstanding before we were all brought over by young Master Nangong, but we promise, we didn't do anything. We absolutely did not harm General Lu. Please, Mr. Yi, investigate thoroughly. Mr. Yi, as long as you let me go now, I swear, I will follow you forever. Whatever you say goes. Even if you tell me to deal with young Master Nangong right now, I will absolutely not frown. Mr. Yi, please consider, we are not useless. Our combined strength is something even the Nangong family wouldn't dare to underestimate. When one person spoke up voluntarily, others naturally followed suit. After all, this time, their lives were at stake. They wanted to stay out of it, but they had to be able to. Yes, Mr. Yi, we are not without value. All of us can guarantee to serve you. What do you think? As long as you, a great man, don't hold a grudge against us, and don't stoop to our level, we promise, we can immediately use all our strength to pressure the Nangong family. Mr. Yi, we swear, we are truly sincere. However, just as these people were each expressing their intentions, wanting Mr. Yi to leave them a way out, a discordant voice reached everyone's ears. Pa! You cowards, what are you afraid of him for? If he wants to kill us, then let him kill us. I don't believe he really dares to kill us. And, Mr. Yi, I'm telling you, that Si Yan is already dead. Ha ha ha, he simply can't survive. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 289. Why did you kill my brother? As soon as these words were spoken, the room immediately fell silent. The person who spoke was none other than Mr. Yi, whose eyes were bloodshot. Having personally witnessed Tiger Tooth kill his father, Mr. Yi now harbored an irreconcilable hatred for Yi Qing. Mr. Yi, shut up. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. That's right, Mr. Yi, are you crazy? Mr. Yi has been speaking to us politely all this time. What are your intentions, provoking Mr. Yi like this? Mr. Yi, you damned thing, shut your stinking mouth and stop provoking Mr. Yi. Without Yi Qing needing to do anything, these kneeling individuals, fearing being caught in the crossfire, began to curse Mr. Yi one after another. Yi Qing, looking at Mr. Yi, his expression unchanged, walked up to him and said calmly, "Why do you say Si Yan is definitely dead?" Mr. Yi heard this and laughed loudly, saying, "Why? Naturally, it's because I know he's definitely dead." To put it bluntly, does everyone here truly not know Si Yan's fate? Although we didn't personally witness whether Si Yan was truly executed, anyone with a bit of sense knows he couldn't have survived. Because, from beginning to end, young Master Nangong never intended for the president of Myth Group to live. They're all pretending to be ignorant, but I'm telling you, Yi Qing, no one is innocent. When Si Yan died, at least they all cheered and rejoiced. Ha ha ha. He's crazy, Mr. Yi must be crazy, otherwise, how could he say such suicidal words? But the most crucial thing is, if you want to die, fine, but are you dragging all of them down to be buried with you now? Crazy, Mr. Yi, you're crazy, aren't you? Mr. Yi, don't listen to this lunatic's nonsense. We haven't personally seen General Lu's body, so we absolutely dare not say whether General Lu is dead or not. That's right, Mr. Yi is crazy, but we're not. We are all willing to stand by you in advance and retreat together with you. Yi Qing ignored the others and looked at Mr. Yi, speaking calmly, "Your eyes are filled with hatred, and even a desire for death. Are you not afraid of death? Mr. Yi heard this and coldly retorted to Yi Qing, afraid of death? Who isn't afraid of death? But what good is being afraid of death? Can you, Yi Qing, spare us? Moreover, you have already killed my father. The hatred between us is irreconcilable. As he spoke, Mr. Yi's eyes were bloodshot, wishing he could directly bite Yi Qing to death. Tiger Tooth quickly stepped forward to explain, when we went to apprehend this person, his entire family resisted, especially his father, who was unyielding and even spoke disrespectfully, so I killed him. Mr. Yi, if you wish to punish me, I am willing to accept it. Yi Qing heard this, looked at Tiger Tooth, and said calmly, you did nothing wrong. Why would I punish you? I said I only want results, especially this time, which concerns Si Yan's life and death. Everyone is an enemy. Is killing one or two people enough? Yi Qing, with the calmest tone, spoke the most ruthless words. Mr. Yi went mad upon hearing this and began to curse Yi Qing furiously. Yi Qing, you will die a terrible death. I tell you, young Master Nangon will definitely avenge us. You can capture all of us, but you didn't capture a single person from the Nangon family. You yourselves are afraid, aren't you? Ha ha, so, you, Yi Qing, are just a weakling who only picks on the soft targets, ha ha. These words were quite unpleasant. Tiger Tooth went up and directly slapped Mr. Yi twice across the face, causing blood to flow from his nose and mouth. Yi Qing shook his head and said, let me do it. I'm in a bad mood. It's a good way to vent. Tiger Tooth quickly stepped aside, and Yi Qing, sitting in front of Mr. Yi, said indifferently, Si Yan, perhaps he really is in more peril than good and I am merely seeking some comfort. You can say I'm afraid of the Nangon family, or that I'm outwardly strong but inwardly weak. In short, it's up to you. But you want to die. I can see that. I will grant your wish, but not now. But for now, you enjoy the same treatment Si Yan received. After speaking, Yi Qing reached out and picked up a pair of needle-nose pliers, then gently placed them on Mr. Yi's fingernail, looking calmly at everyone and saying, just before, when I was on a video call with Si Yan, I personally saw those people take Si Yan away. They took him in front of me, though it was through a screen. I said Myth Group could be theirs, but don't harm my brother. I said if they dared to harm Si Yan, I would find them and kill them all. But they didn't listen to me. Not only did they not listen, but they tortured Si Yan in front of me until he wished he were dead. All 10 of his fingernails were pulled out. I was very sad, very angry at that moment. I wanted to kill everyone. Yi Qing spoke calmly like this, as if recalling the previous scene. And the next moment, Mr. Yi's earth-shattering scream erupted from his mouth, and one of his fingernails, with blood, was pulled out. And Yi Qing continued. Does it hurt? It's okay, it will be fine. After a while you'll get used to it. As his voice fell, another fingernail was directly pulled out by Yi Qing. At this moment, Mr. Yi's mouth was directly stuffed with a towel, and he couldn't even scream. When all 10 fingernails were pulled out by Yi Qing, Mr. Yi had already fainted more than once. His eyes were now dull, as if he were a walking corpse. And this extreme pain caused the others to tremble uncontrollably, especially General Manager Jia, whose 10 fingernails had already been pulled out, and he understood the feeling most deeply. Yi Qing removed the towel from Mr. Yi's mouth, smiled, and said, does it hurt? Do you still have the strength to curse me now? At this moment, Mr. Yi's eyes held only fear. His previous assertiveness and anger had completely vanished. Let me go, I was wrong, I know I was wrong, please, let me go. Yi Qing heard this, sighed, and shook his head as if greatly disappointed, saying, why beg for mercy? You were so spirited just now, I really admired that. So, don't beg for mercy, let's keep playing. Chapter 290, Repay 100-fold. After putting down the pliers, Yi Qing picked up a small hammer, then pointed at Mr. Yi's mouth and said indifferently, gag him. Mr. Yi was already scared out of his wits without Yi Qing saying anything, but now that Yi Qing said that and looked at the hammer in his hand, Mr. Yi instantly broke down, and tears streamed down his face. I beg you, please don't torment me anymore. I was wrong, I truly know I was wrong. I beg you, I'll do anything you want, really, I swear, anything. Woo-woo, no, woo-woo. In the end, Mr. Yi's mouth was still gagged with a towel. He was willing to do anything, but the key was that Yi Qing wouldn't let him do anything. Holding the hammer, Yi Qing gestured a few times in front of Mr. Yi and laughed, your fingernails are all gone, so your fingers are probably useless, right? As he spoke, a chair was brought over, and Mr. Yi's hand was placed on it even though he struggled frantically, trying to break free, he couldn't. Yi Qing slowly raised the hammer, and then, with a heavy thud, brought it down. At this moment, everyone heard the sound of bones shattering. Looking at Mr. Yi's fingers, they had already flattened, and even bone fragments had pierced through the skin, seeping out. Among the others, those with weaker nerves, some actually fainted at this moment. They didn't even dare to look, and even though they didn't hear Mr. Yi's screams, they could already imagine in their minds how miserable those screams must have been. After striking one blow, Yi Qing frowned slightly and said, "This seems a bit dull. Red eyes, turn on all their phones, then take some pictures of the surroundings here, especially these kneeling people, make sure to get all their faces clearly. Also, how these people were tormented should also be captured clearly when you're almost done shooting. Come and film me, I have a few words to say. After that, you can send it directly to young Master Nangong." Yi Qing intended to strike at their hearts, to make young Master Nangong feel anger, pain, and even deep fear through the screen. Red Eyes immediately agreed, then quickly found a phone and started filming. Red Eyes held the phone, filming everyone kneeling in the rain outside, and also filming these participants of young Master Nangong's alliance who were kneeling in the room. Finally, he personally filmed how Yi Qing used the hammer to flatten Mr. Yi's fingers one by one. At this moment, Mr. Yi had long since fainted, unable to bear it any longer. Yi Qing slowly turned his head, looked at the phone, and said indifferently, "Young Master Nangong, I am Yi Qing, you'd better pray Xian is still alive, otherwise, your fate will be 10, even 100 times more miserable than these people." As Yi Qing's words fell, Yi Qing directly smashed the hammer heavily on Mr. Yi's head. With that single blow, Mr. Yi was directly hammered to death. This was a deterrent to young Master Nangong, and also a form of extreme torment. From beginning to end, Yi Qing did not let out a single roar. He was calm, as if he had never been angry at all. However, the more he was like this, the more terrifying he became. "Send this to young Master Nangong, I want him to live in fear every moment from now on." After saying this, Yi Qing went to the bathroom to wash up. By the time he came out again, the video had already been sent to young Master Nangong. Red Eyes looked at Yi Qing and said softly, "Mr. Yi, should these people be punished?" Yi Qing nodded and said indifferently, "Everyone, pull out all their fingernails, then break 10 fingers, gag their mouths, I don't want to hear their screams." As he spoke, Yi Qing sat on the sofa, looking at the trembling Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji, and said indifferently, "Scared? How could they not be scared? It would be a ghost if they weren't scared." Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji watched with their own eyes as Yi Qing pulled out Mr. Yi's fingernails alive, and then watched with their own eyes as Yi Qing smashed people's fingers, and finally, they watched with their own eyes as Yi Qing directly hammered a person's head, smashing their head and killing them. Who would dare to say they weren't scared by such a terrifying scene? Even if Gao Qingyue was stubborn, at this moment, she didn't dare. Yi Qing, don't you feel scared? These people are all prominent figures in East Province. Not only do you torment them, but you even dared to kill them. You're crazy, you must be crazy. In Gao Qingyue's eyes, there could only be this one explanation. Could anyone who wasn't a madman do such a crazy thing? And Yi Qing, looking at Gao Qingyue, said indifferently, "Crazy? Perhaps. For me, whether I torment them or not isn't that important. In fact, as long as Xian is still alive, it wouldn't matter even if I let them go. But I, in fact, know that Xian is already in grave danger." When he said this, Yi Qing's eyes were somewhat dim, and even more, filled with an extremely intense killing intent. "That's my brother, killed by young Master Nangong just like that. Do you think I shouldn't take revenge? I'm telling you, Gao Qingyue, these people are just an appetizer. Do you really think that just because young Master Nangong isn't kneeling here, it means I, Yi Qing, am timid and don't dare to deal with young Master Nangong? You're wrong. If I told you that everyone in the entire Nangong family is already being watched by the people I sent, how would you feel? How would she feel?" At this moment, Gao Qingyue only felt that she was truly going crazy. If Yi Qing wasn't crazy, she would be. How many days had she been happy? In recent years, she had clearly been so smooth, everything going well, but ever since Yi Qing returned, everything had changed. Yi Qing had surprised her again and again. To put it bluntly, Gao Qingyue's feelings for Yi Qing had actually changed long ago, she just didn't want to admit it. And her bottom line was young Master Nangong. This was her last trump card. Therefore, when she heard that young Master Nangong had even acquired Myth Group and controlled the life elixir, Gao Qingyue was genuinely happy. Within that happiness, there was more of a sense of finally not having to worry about Yi Qing giving her any more surprises. Because no matter how hard Yi Qing tried, he couldn't possibly win against young Master Nangong. But now, she couldn't help but doubt it. Yi Qing was too ruthless, much more ruthless and much more unrestrained than she had imagined, far too much. Chapter 291. Everyone is under surveillance. Yi Qing, no matter what you say now, I cannot refute it. After all, today, you hold the upper hand here. You've captured all these people, torturing and killing them. What's the point of you saying all this to me now? At this moment, Gao Qingyue's tone dared not be forceful, but she still felt that Yi Qing was being a bit too pretentious. At the very least, Yi Qing had done so much, yet he still ran to her to put on an act. Wasn't this aimed at her? Yi Qing looked at Gao Qingyue and said indifferently, "It was you who kept talking about young Master Nangong's power, and it was also you who kept saying things like, I, Yi Qing, am sure to lose, and so on. I actually really don't want to bother with you, and there's no point in me saying this to you, but I just want you to know, Gao Qingyue, from beginning to end, you were utterly wrong. In my eyes, you are nothing but an ant, and the world you see is, to me, not worth mentioning." Yi Qing's expression was indifferent, and his tone was calm, but what he said was truly infuriating. Gao Qingyue was a bit displeased. She gritted her teeth and said, "Yi Qing, yes, perhaps I truly underestimated you, but how can you be so sure that you haven't underestimated young Master Nangong? That's the Nangong family. Do you know how powerful that family is? Do you know what kind of power they possess? Especially now that the life elixir is in young Master Nangong's hands, do you not know that even with just this short day or two, the life elixir can exert its maximum power in young Master Nangong's hands, allowing his strength to inflate several times over? You simply don't understand the resources they possess." Looking at Gao Qingyue, who was still unconvinced and arguing with him, Yi Qing sneered, "The Nangong family is indeed powerful, but I never said I would oppose everyone named Nangong. Don't be naive, Gao Qingyue. I am only targeting this branch of the Nangong family in East Province. Furthermore, they provoked me first. This logic holds true no matter where I go. This is what you call reasoning. I can reason, but if I don't want to reason, then I don't have to. Just like now, there's no more reasoning to be had between me and them. The only reason they're still alive is that I'm giving them more time to experience fear." As he spoke, everyone present had their fingernails pulled out, and then all 10 fingers were smashed. Red Eyes personally recorded this scene with his phone. After recording, Red Eyes walked up to Yi Qing and quietly said, "Mr. Yi, it's recorded. Should I send it directly to him, or do you need something else?" Yi Qing heard this, waved his hand, and said, "Send it. Let this young Master Nangong experience more fear." At this point, Yi Qing looked at Gao Qingyue and said indifferently, "Do you want to appear on camera? To ask your young Master Nangong for help? I don't mind." Gao Qingyue heard this and immediately shook her head, saying, "Yi Qing, what exactly do you want to do? You won't scare young Master Nangong this way." "Won't scare him?" Yi Qing smiled slightly and said, "Well, let's wait and see if your young Master Nangong is afraid or not. However, it doesn't matter. I will let you witness this scene with your own eyes. Gao Qingyue, you are very lucky. Just sit here quietly. Don't challenge my bottom line at a time like this, otherwise, people will truly die." Facing Yi Qing's threat, at this moment, Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji did not dare to refute a single word. Remember the fastest novel site on the entire network, 101.com. They both knew very well that Yi Qing had gone mad. The madness hidden beneath that calm face was something they could feel. And at this moment, the Nangong family already showed signs of impending chaos. Nangong Chao, a standout among the second generation of the Nangong family, and currently one of the persons in charge of the Nangong family's enterprises, was now sitting in his Shaosan's villa, looking at the figures outside the villa with an unpredictable expression on his face. These people seemed to have been watching him for a long time, yet they made no move. However, when his bodyguards went to chase them away, their legs were broken. This scene greatly angered Nangong Chao. In East Province, he, Nangong Chao, was being followed and spied on. He highly suspected who was behind this. But now, what he worried about more was his own safety. At the same time, his second brother, Nangong Mu, was at a car accident scene, looking at his bodyguard, who was already engulfed in flames, and furiously roared at the black-clad figures a dozen meters away. Who exactly are you people? Do you know who I am? How dare you follow me? You're seeking death. No one answered him. The people watching them continued to silently observe him, as if wherever he went, these people would follow, yet they would precisely not harm him. And such scenes appeared in many places across East Continent. Soon, almost everyone in the Nangong family knew that they were being targeted by an unknown force, and nearly all family members were being watched. What was most infuriating was that outside the Nangong family mansion, over 30 black-clad individuals were already guarding the premises, seemingly blockading the entrances and exits of the Nangong family. As soon as someone from the Nangong family came out, someone would follow. And as soon as someone from the Nangong family returned, the black-clad individuals would automatically gather together. And this was just the beginning. Slowly, more and more people appeared outside the Nangong family's residence. The rain fell harder and harder, but outside the Nangong family's residence, the cars grew more numerous, and the people also increased. Before long, at least several hundred people had completely surrounded the Nangong family, leaving no escape. At this moment, no matter how slow to realize the Nangong family members were, they knew that something major had happened. At this moment, the Nangong family head was sitting in the council hall, his face ashen, while the direct descendants of the Nangong family also sat on both sides, each with a very displeased expression. Where did these people come from? Why are they targeting our family? Does anyone know the reason? The Nangong family head's face was grim and very angry. For so many years, when had the Nangong family ever suffered such humiliation? They were low-key, but that didn't mean they lacked strength. And the people outside, being able to gather so many individuals, clearly weren't weak either. But since they weren't weak, they should know how deep the Nangong family's foundation was and how strong their power was. Knowing this, yet still daring to target their Nangong family, this meant they came prepared. Chapter 292. Who is it? So presumptuous. No one could answer the Nangong family head's question. Because no one knew where these people had come from. Family head, I feel like these people are from the East Continent's underground world, but they are not just from the East Continent's underground world, especially those who were following us. Even our bodyguards were not their match. Their strength is very high. Moreover, they only followed us and did not attack us. I suspect they want to use this method to prove their strength and threaten us. They actually don't dare to do anything to us, but they want us to know that they are not to be trifled with? The Nangong family head nodded upon hearing this and said, that's possible, but using this method to prove one's strength is in itself a foolish act. Since they don't dare to target our Nangong family, yet they want to show off their muscles, it's utterly boring. However, we cannot be careless being able to mobilize so many elite forces. It's clear that the other party has a significant background. The top priority is still to figure out what's going on. As the Nangong family head spoke, the others nodded in agreement. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy, but overall, it was still relatively relaxed. After all. To them, these people were only watching them but not targeting them, which, in their view, meant they still didn't dare to be enemies with their Nangong family. In that case, there was nothing to worry about. Family head, even so, we should take some countermeasures, or even counterattack. Otherwise, if the person behind this truly thinks our Nangong family is weak and easy to bully, allowing them to follow us whenever they want and surround us whenever they want, wouldn't that become a laughingstock if word gets out? I suggest we immediately recall Nangong Yu and have her bring our Nangong family's secret forces to make it clear to these people that we are not to be trifled with. The Nangong family head nodded upon hearing this and said, agreed. You immediately go find Nangong Yu and tell her to return at the same time, have her lead her subordinates back to guard the family. This time, no matter who it is, no matter what their purpose is, we must let them know that my Nangong family is not someone anyone can provoke. Also, this matter probably can't be kept from the old master. The old master had just started to feel happy these past 2 days, and then something like this happened. It's simply a spoiler. Go call Nangong Xing from the old master's side. I suspect this matter might be related to what Nangong Xing did. At this moment, without anyone needing to call him, Nangong Xing had already arrived at the deliberation hall, accompanied by a white-haired elder. Old master, how did this alarm you? The Nangong family head hurriedly stepped forward to support the old master. The old master waved his hand directly and walked to the main seat to sit down. Nangong Xing obediently followed by the old master's side. If I don't show up now, should I wait until all of you are dead to collect your corpses? The Nangong old master's single sentence made everyone present extremely awkward. Old master, I have already arranged to recall Nangong Yu and have her bring her subordinates to guard us. In short, we will use absolute strength to prove how powerful the Nangong family truly is. The Nangong old master nodded upon hearing this and said, Nangong Yu is already a Tiger rankings expert, and she has 200 well-trained experts under her. With her return, the problem won't be too big. After speaking, the Nangong old master looked at Nangong Xing beside him and said, have Yaquan also get his people ready. Yaquan is also a top-ranked expert on the Tiger ranking. With them here, we can ensure absolute safety. After saying all this, the Nangong old master finally stood up and said coldly, my Nangong family has Tiger rankings experts overseeing us and hundreds of elites guarding us. Just because we don't show off usually doesn't mean we can be bullied. Perhaps today is the time for us to show our strength. Especially, you all know that Nangong Xing has rendered great service by taking over Myth Group and acquiring the life elixir, right? It was only when he spoke of this that a smile appeared on the Nangong old master's face. And Nangong Xing smiled slightly, saying, this is what I, as a descendant of the Nangong family, should do. To ensure that Grandpa always has life elixir to consume and can gain more life energy through researching life elixir, I am willing to do anything. Nangong Xing was the young master Nangong. And his actions were not unknown to the Nangong family. On the contrary, they were not only aware but also strongly supported them. The Nangong family head then said with a smile, and Xing did well this time, rendering great service. Old master, I think that this time, the shadowing and surrounding of our Nangong family should be related to Myth Group. Or rather, related to the boss behind Myth Group. And Xing, don't you know something? Tell us everything you know. Since they have made their move, we must respond. Nangong Xing nodded lightly upon hearing this and said, there is indeed a boss behind Myth Group, but this so-called boss is said to be just an ordinary person, so I didn't take him seriously. Moreover, even if I did take him seriously, what then? Are we going to give up Myth Group and life elixir because of him? No, this is our Nangong family's best opportunity. Possessing life elixir can allow our family to enter the ranks of the first-tier families in the Dragon Kingdom, and even further, it's not impossible. Just based on this point, we cannot give up. Hostility is inevitable, so I think there's nothing to explain. Let him come if he wants to. If he wants to fight, then let's fight. Our Nangong family, as Grandpa said, is no longer afraid of anyone, and it's time for us to reappear before everyone. At this moment, Nangong Xing's words carried a certain domineering aura. Just as the Nangong old master was about to say something, Nangong Xing's phone rang, and a video was sent to Nangong Xing's phone. This video was precisely Yi Qing torturing the traitors of Myth Group and the participants in Nangong Xing's alliance. At this moment, young Master Nangong's face became extremely grim. Especially when Yi Qing revealed his appearance and said that Nangong Xing had better pray Si Yan was still alive, otherwise, Nangong Xing's fate would be 10 or even 100 times worse than these people. Nangong Xing's body trembled with anger. However, amidst the trembling, a trace of fear appeared in Nangong Xing's eyes. The Nangong old master then reached out his hand and said, give it here. Nangong Xing obediently handed the phone to the Nangong old master, and at this moment, his hand was actually trembling slightly. Chapter 293 Cruel Enough. Nangong family's old master looked at the video on his phone, his eyes slowly turning cold and angry. Ruthless enough, fierce enough, domineering enough. Enough. And Xing, is this the boss behind Myth Group? Nangong Xing dared not hide anything and quickly said, Grandfather, I haven't met the boss behind Myth Group, but looking at this situation, it should be him. The name Yi Qing has never been heard of before, but I do know a little about his information, but all the information shows that he is just an ordinary person. Just an ordinary person? Nangong family's old master sneered, an ordinary person can possess something as miraculous as life elixir? An ordinary person can have such powerful strength and such great courage? Nangong Xing was somewhat afraid to speak and didn't know what to say. Nangong family's old master sneered, if I wasn't mistaken just now, Tiger Tooth, who has made a name for himself in the East Continent's underground world, was right there, and also, these people kneeling in a row, it seems, each of them has connections, and they are all people from your so-called alliance, aren't they? Upon hearing this, Nangong Xing immediately said, yes, grandfather, these people, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Yi, young Master Ji and the others, are all influential figures this time, targeting Myth Group. I integrated all of them together, not only for Myth Group and Life Elixir, but also to lay a solid foundation for our Nangong family. All of this had already been successfully accomplished, but who would have thought such an unexpected situation would arise? Also, that just now, it indeed seemed to be Tiger Tooth. This Tiger Tooth is currently very prominent in the East Province's underground world because he drove Uncle Gong away. He is considered the biggest magnate in East Continent. This is why it's not surprising that so many people could be mobilized to capture people. Speaking of this, Nangong Xing frowned and said, grandfather, could it be that this Yi Qing is relying on this Tiger Tooth to be so presumptuous? Does he think we can't deal with him? In Nangong Xing's view, Tiger Tooth indeed had the ability to challenge them at the very least. Even if his strength wasn't enough, his courage was after all, to be able to make such a big name for himself in the underground world, and even Uncle Gong wasn't his opponent. No one would believe that Tiger Tooth had no capability. Nangong family's old master, however, shook his head and said, I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Speaking of this, Nangong family's old master looked at Nangong Xing and said in a deep voice, the CN he mentioned, is he the CEO of Myth Group? Looking at his demeanor, it seems he values this person even more than he values Myth Group. Where is he? As soon as Nangong Xing heard the old master asking about CN, his body trembled immediately, and he cautiously said, he's dead. Upon hearing this, Nangong family's old master immediately looked at Nangong Xing, his brows tightly furrowed, and said, you killed him? Nangong Xing dared not hide anything and nodded, saying, grandfather, actually, I wanted to spare his life too, but he was just too arrogant, and he was no longer needed, so I killed him. Nangong family's old master snorted coldly, slammed the table, and said angrily, when did your murderous intent become so strong? I told you a long time ago that sometimes, when you deal with people, you need to leave a way out, don't block all paths. Is this how you did it? He was the CEO of Myth Group. You killed him before Myth Group was completely under your control. Didn't you think about the consequences? Nangong Xing, you've disappointed me, do you know that? Upon hearing this, Nangong Xing immediately admitted his mistake. Grandfather, I'm sorry, I thought too simply. I just wanted to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, and since Myth Group was already in hand and Life Elixir had been successfully replicated, I killed him. I did this to prevent future troubles. I didn't know such a situation would arise. Grandfather, I was wrong. I ask for your punishment. Nangong Xing dared not offend Nangong family's old master, nor did he dare to hide too much. All he could do was embellish the story. At this moment, the other members of the Nangong family were all curious, wondering what video this grandfather and grandson had watched to have such a conversation. The Nangong family head said, old master, has something happened? Can we see the video? Nangong family's old master nodded and said, go, send the video to them, let them all have a good look. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xing quickly sent the video to these family members. Without a doubt, after these family members saw the video, their expressions all changed. Regardless of whether they were timid or not, just this matter alone, it was clearly targeting the Nangong family, looking for trouble with them, and looking down on them. Those with fiery tempers could no longer hold back and slammed the table. Outrageous! How dare they threaten us? They're simply courting death. Who is this person? He must be captured and taught a severe lesson. That's right, threatening us by name and daring to capture so many people, this is making an enemy of us. We must kill him to vent our anger. At this moment, the Nangong family head's expression was somewhat gloomy, and he said coldly, alright, everyone, shut up. The old master has already seen the video, and naturally, the old master will decide. Decide? In fact, there was nothing to decide. The Nangong family would naturally not bow down and admit fault to anyone. Moreover, would bowing down and admitting fault be useful now? Nangong family's old master said indifferently, our Nangong family has been low-key for so many years, so many people think we have declined. Actually, it's quite good this time. Our Nangong family wants to reappear before the world and advance further, and we just need a hearty battle. This Yi Qing, he's like a pillow sent to us when we're sleepy. He captured so many influential people. If we rescue them, then they will certainly obey our Nangong family in the future. In Tiger Tooth, this existence who drove away Uncle Gong, is just barely enough to be our enemy. It's quite good, so let him and everyone else know again whether our Nangong family can be bullied by others. Right now, I'm only worried about one thing. Does this Yi Ching have any other background? I always feel that he might be more complicated than we imagined. This point must be clarified. Speaking of this, Nangong family's old master looked at Nangong Xing and said, "You, tell me yourself, how much do you truly understand about this Yi Ching? How much do you truly know? Tell me everything, without any concealment." Chapter 294. Who is crazy? Young Master Nangong truly didn't understand Yi Ching's situation very well. However, he seemed to have just seen a figure. And this figure was very familiar to him. Thinking of this, Nangong Xing looked at old Master Nangong and said, "Grandpa, please wait a moment, I might know who this person is." After speaking, Nangong Xing immediately called Gao Qingyue. Meanwhile, at Si Yan's villa, Gao Qingyue didn't know how she felt at the moment. She could only say that this place was like a living hell. "Lin Ji, Yi Ching is crazy. He's really crazy. We can't stay here and be crazy with him. We have to find a way to leave." Leave? Lin Ji immediately showed a bitter smile. Could they still leave? If Gao Qingyue hadn't run in front of Yi Ching to show off the life elixir, none of this would be happening now. "Qingyue, can we leave?" At this moment, Lin Ji harbored extreme resentment towards Gao Qingyue in her heart, but she dared not show it as long as this matter hadn't reached its final moment. She truly didn't dare to be a fence-sitter anymore. Right now, the Nangong family hasn't made a move yet. As long as they don't make a move for a day, it's still hard to say who will win or lose in this matter. Gao Qingyue looked at Lin Ji and said with some displeasure, "Lin Ji, what kind of attitude is this? Are you perhaps scared?" I've said it before, the more ruthless Yi Ching acts now, the more it means he has no confidence in his heart. The strength of the Nangong family is beyond Yi Ching's imagination, and with the life elixir now under control, many things are uncertain. Just wait and see. Perhaps soon, Yi Ching will be abandoned by everyone. Facing Gao Qingyue's confidence, Lin Ji could only express helplessness. "Qingyue, I am scared, but believe me, I have no other thoughts. It's just that this scene is too terrifying." "I believe you, and I also believe that young Master Nangong will resolve everything." Didn't Yi Ching already send the video to young Master Nangong? Soon, young Master Nangong will know the situation here, and then he will definitely come forward to resolve it. Gao Qingyue nodded upon hearing this. Before she could speak, her phone rang. Looking at young Master Nangong's name on the phone, at this moment, Gao Qingyue was both surprised and flustered. After all, she was currently under Yi Ching's nose. Should she answer young Master Nangong's call like this? Yi Ching, sitting beside her, looked at Gao Qingyue, whose expression was uncertain and who dared not answer the phone for a long time, and said indifferently, "When I was filming the video just now, I actually recorded your appearance. I did it on purpose." "So, this call must be from Nangong Xing, right? Answer it." Gao Qingyue's face turned ugly upon hearing this. She looked at Yi Ching and said, "You did it on purpose? What do you want to do? Do you want young Master Nangong to misunderstand our relationship? You want to make young Master Nangong jealous and angry with me? Yi Ching, you are simply too much of a bastard." Looking at Gao Qingyue's wild imagination, Yi Ching's expression turned a little gloomy. "Shut your stinking mouth. Make him misunderstand? Make him jealous? Gao Qingyue, you really are sick in the head. Letting him see your appearance was to make him call you. I also want to see how much he truly values you in his heart. Remember our 101 Kenshokum. Answer, or not answer. If you don't answer, then there's no need to answer." Gao Qingyue immediately answered the phone upon hearing this. "Young Master Nangong, save me, save me." Her first words were a plea for help, to show that what Yi Ching did had nothing to do with her, and that she was also forced and kidnapped. Young Master Nangong's voice came from the phone. "Qingyue, what's going on? Why were you captured by him?" Gao Qingyue immediately showed a bitter smile upon hearing this. She understood that young Master Nangong had forgotten who Yi Ching was. "Young Master Nangong, it's a long story. You, please hurry and find a way to save me. I'm so scared, truly so scared." Young Master Nangong said in a deep voice, "Who exactly is this person? How much do you know, Xingyue? Tell me immediately now. Gao Qingyue was silent for a moment, then softly said, he's Yi Qing. I told you before, my ex-husband who went to prison. He's an ex-husband, really an ex-husband. We're already divorced, there's no relationship between us. Young Master Nangong, please don't misunderstand. Just then, Yi Qing took the phone from Gao Qingyue's hand and said indifferently, Nangong Xing, I am Yi Qing. Tell me, is Si Yan still alive? Hearing Yi Qing speak personally, young Master Nangong's tone immediately became somewhat angry. Yi Qing, I thought it was someone else, so it's you. You have some nerve, daring to provoke even our Nangong family. Si Yan? General Liu, right? You want to know if he's alive or dead? Haha, I won't tell you. What can you do to me? Now, I warn you, immediately release everyone, and then, kneel at the main entrance of our Nangong family. Only then can I spare your life, otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a complete corpse. Facing young Master Nangong's threat, Yi Qing's expression remained unchanged. He said indifferently, it seems that if I don't do something, young Master Nangong truly thinks I'm joking with you. Well, in that case, I'll say a few words too. If Si Yan is still alive, you'd better let me hear his voice now. Take good care of him. Perhaps I can still give your entire family a way out. Otherwise, if anything happens to Si Yan, I'll make sure all of you are buried with him. Oh, I can tell you're very unconvinced and look down on me, thinking I wouldn't dare do anything to you, right? Fine, in that case, I'll play with you. Within 10 minutes, 2 people from your Nangong family will die. This is my reminder to you. From now on, when you speak to me, remember to be more respectful. Oh, by the way, Gao Qingyue is right beside me. If you want to come and rescue her, you can do so anytime, anywhere, but I'm afraid you won't even be able to leave your house, will you? After speaking, Yi Qing directly hung up the phone. Then he looked at Red Eyes and said indifferently, give the order. Tell the people watching the Nangong family to act. I want 2 people from their Nangong family to die, to give them a reminder. Red Eyes nodded respectfully to Yi Qing upon hearing this and said, I'll go arrange it now. Yi Qing slowly nodded, closed his eyes, and listened to the rain outside the window, as if he heard screams. Meanwhile, Gao Qingyue looked at Yi Qing, almost driven mad. Yi Qing, you're crazy, you're really crazy. Do you really dare to kill someone from the Nangong family? If you do that, you'll have no way out. Those are people from the Nangong family. In Gao Qingyue's view, it was as if people from the Nangong family were superior and couldn't die. Yi Qing, however, just looked at Gao Qingyue indifferently and said, what? Otherwise, you die first? With that one sentence, Gao Qingyue didn't even dare to breathe heavily. And at this moment, the Nangong family had already erupted into chaos. Chapter 295, Win Over His People. When Nangong Xing and Yi Qing were on the phone, the speakerphone was on, so all the Nangong family members present heard Yi Qing's arrogant voice. However, before they could speak, Yi Qing had already hung up the phone. But Yi Qing's words enraged all of them. Bastard, this is outrageous. How dare he threaten our Nangong family? This is simply preposterous. Family head, old master, we must give this Yi Qing a severe lesson so he knows what it means to overestimate himself. Old master, give the order. As long as you give the command, the trash surrounding us outside can be cleared away at any time. That's right, find Yi Qing, capture him, chop off his limbs, and hang him on a tree so everyone can see what happens to those who dare to oppose our family. These Nangong family members were more ruthless than the last, even suggesting chopping off Yi Qing's limbs and hanging him on a tree for public display. And the Nangong old master's face was incredibly grim at this moment. What a Yi Qing, what a boss behind Myth Group. He truly thinks my Nangong family has no one. Alright, everyone, calm down. Yi Qing must be taught a lesson, not just a lesson, but a severe beating. However, the top priority right now is not this matter, it's the many people from our family who are still outside. These people are probably being watched by Yi Qing's men, and they are the most in danger right now. Call them immediately and tell them all to come back, immediately. In fact, they had already started recalling their clansmen from the moment they were first targeted, but at the time, they hadn't taken it too seriously. After all, in their eyes, no one would dare to truly harm their Nangong family members. At the very least, in East Continent, in East Province, there wouldn't be such an audacious existence. But now, it seems that's not the case. The Nangong family head's eyes were practically spitting fire at this moment, and the other core clansmen's faces were all gloomy and uncertain, filled with murderous intent. Does this Yi Qing really dare to harm our family's people like this? Does he truly have such courage? A core member of the Nangong family gritted his teeth and spoke, seemingly still unable to believe this fact. The Nangong family head then gritted his teeth and said, regardless of whether it's true or false, this is a special situation for the family right now. Recall all clansmen to be safe. Everyone nodded one after another, starting to make calls continuously to recall their clansmen. At this moment, no one was discussing anything else right now. This was the most important matter. Nangong Xing's expression was very displeased at this moment. Looking at the Nangong old master, he recounted all the information he knew about Yi Qing, including his relationship with Gao Qingyue, and the relationship between Yi Qing and Gao Qingyue. The Nangong old master frowned upon hearing this and said, so, this Yi Qing was just an ordinary person 3 years ago, with a clear record like a blank sheet of paper? After serving 3 years in prison and returning, everything changed? At this point, the Nangong old master said in a deep voice, in that case, it makes some sense. Tiger Tooth rose within these 3 years, and Myth Group also appeared within these 3 years. It seems that all of this is truly inseparable from him, Yi Qing. At this point, the Nangong old master looked at the Nangong family head and said indifferently, you have Tiger Tooth's number, right? Call him. I want to see if this person is truly loyal to Yi Qing, or if he can be bought off. As long as he loses the help of Tiger Tooth, this underground world big shot, a lone individual can be easily manipulated unless he is a grandmaster, a dragon ranking expert, otherwise, he is just an ant. The Nangong family head immediately laughed upon hearing this. A dragon ranking expert? That's truly a joke. Every dragon ranking expert is like a nuclear weapon, and everyone knows each other's background for so many years. The dragon ranking experts haven't changed, which shows their powerful combat strength. If this Yi Qing were a dragon ranking expert, how could we be his enemy? Old master, I'll send Tiger Tooth a text message first. Calling him directly might not be appropriate. After all, Tiger Tooth is with Yi Qing right now, and he might have some reservations. The Nangong old master nodded and said, alright, do as you say. Tell Tiger Tooth that as long as he turns over a new leaf and stands with my Nangong family, I guarantee that his benefits will be far greater than he can imagine. However, if he insists on being stubborn and wants to be an enemy of my Nangong family, then let him be prepared to lose everything. At this point, the Nangong old master remained silent for a moment, then said, you can subtly reveal some of my Nangong family's strength, lest he be arrogant. The Nangong family had nodded lightly upon hearing this and said, I understand. I'll contact Tiger Tooth right away. Subsequently, the Nangong family head immediately began composing a text message and then sent it to Tiger Tooth. And at this moment, Tiger Tooth was beside Yi Qing. Upon seeing the text message, he immediately laughed. Without daring to hide for even half a second, nor daring to hesitate, Tiger Tooth walked directly in front of Yi Qing and showed him the text message sent by the Nangong family head. Yi Qing looked at the text message and chuckled. Tiger Tooth, it seems you, this underground world big shot, are still somewhat useful. The conditions this Nangong family head offered you should be very generous. Tiger Tooth quickly shook his head upon hearing this and said, Mr. Yi, Tiger Tooth will never betray you until death, let alone what incredibly generous conditions the Nangong family offers me. Even if their entire family treats me as their master, I will absolutely only be loyal to you alone. Yi Qing nodded, patted Tiger Tooth's shoulder, and said, don't panic. I know what you're thinking. It's alright, since they want to play, then let's play with them. I also want to know what tricks the Nangong family can pull at this critical juncture. Tiger Tooth immediately nodded upon hearing this and said, alright, Mr. Yi, then I'll pretend to be somewhat tempted and contact them. Seeing Yi Qing nod in agreement, Tiger Tooth immediately dialed the Nangong family head's number and turned on the speakerphone, afraid of causing Yi Qing any misunderstanding. The call connected quickly. Tiger Tooth said fiercely, Nangong family head, what do you mean by sending me such a text message? Are you truly humiliating me, Tiger Tooth, thinking that I, Tiger Tooth, am weak and easily bullied? Do you think I, Tiger Tooth, am someone who would betray his master for glory, someone who would betray his companions? Nangong family head, you are truly despicable. However, the Nangong family had laughed heartily upon hearing Tiger Tooth's voice, not at all angered by Tiger Tooth's temper. It seemed that in his opinion, as long as Tiger Tooth made this call, there was room for discussion. Huya, don't rush. I guarantee that I absolutely have no intention of humiliating you. On the contrary, I am truly amazed by Huya's ability to quickly drive away Uncle Gong and become the giant of the East Province underground world. I believe Huya's future achievements are limitless. Therefore, I want to be friends with Huya, and at the same time, offer a small gift from our Nangong family. That's all. Please, Huya, don't misunderstand. A gift? It's more like a bribe, isn't it? Tiger Tooth sneered. Is that so? Then you might as well tell me. Chapter 296, One Warning, Two Lives. The Nangong family head thought Tiger Tooth was about to negotiate terms and immediately became happy. Huya, although I don't know how you got together with Yi Ching and targeted our Nangong family, that's not important. What's important is that Huya must understand what kind of choice is the correct one. Huya, you are currently vigorously reorganizing the East Province underground world, recruiting forces, and preparing for a major battle, aren't you? In that case, our Nangong family is willing to provide 100 million in cash to support Huya's further advancement. Furthermore, if Huya is willing, there are several small local underground world factions in East Province that have close ties with our Nangong family, and I am willing to have them voluntarily pledge allegiance to Huya. I think this sincerity should be more than enough. It must be said that the conditions offered by the Nangong family were indeed very generous. However, a careful look at the Nangong family's assets reveals that the Nangong family had still held back, otherwise, the price he offered should have been much higher. Tiger Tooth listened to the voice on the phone, looked at Yi Ching's expressionless face, and immediately sneered. The Nangong family head is truly generous with his offer. 100 million in cash, TSK, that's a lot. Is he trying to make me, Tiger Tooth, seem like I've never seen money before? 100 million might be a lot for ordinary people, but for someone like me who operates in the underground world, this 100 million is truly unimpressive. Nangong family head, if there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Upon hearing this, the Nangong family head immediately became anxious. He just wanted to save as much as possible, and most importantly, he hadn't changed his mindset yet. He still regarded Tiger Tooth as an ordinary big shot in the underground world. Not as a giant who rules the East continent, or even the most powerful giant in the East Province underground world today. To try and buy off such a giant with 100 million in cash? That's truly wishful thinking. 101 Cancom all original, no errors. Old Master Nangong glared fiercely at the Nangong family head. The Nangong family head immediately showed a bitter smile and promptly said, Huya, you've misunderstood. What I just said was not a condition to win you over, but a congratulatory gift for you. What I truly want to give you, I haven't even mentioned yet. Tiger Tooth heard this and sneered. Is that so? Is there still a need to say it? Well, I'll look forward to it then. After all, if it's just a congratulatory gift, then the generosity is indeed quite significant. As expected of the Nangong family, their foundation is very deep. The Nangong family head took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Huya, how about this? As long as you need cash, just name it. Within 1 billion, I can sign and approve the funds anytime, anywhere. At the same time, our Nangong family will fully support Huya in becoming the strongest giant in the East Province underground world. Even if you want to unify the East Province underground world, I, the Nangong family, am willing to lend our full assistance. Tiger Tooth might not understand the weight of this promise, but I can tell you, as long as our Nangong family acknowledges your, Tiger Tooth's, status, then many people, even if they are unconvinced, will have to shut up. Of course, there's also the most important point. The reason why Huya is so close to Yi Ching, I think, is because of the life elixir, right? Heh, but perhaps he didn't tell you that the life elixir is now controlled by our Nangong family. Huya, I think you know how to choose. Moreover, what we ask you to do is not much, just to temporarily leave Yi Ching. This, I believe, Huya should be able to do. This truly is a grand gesture. Tiger Tooth heard this, saw Yi Ching's lack of interest, and immediately sneered. I understand the Nangong family's sincerity, however, I'm sorry, one must be trustworthy. What's more, once I take down your Nangong family, won't everything you promised still be mine? Ha. You people, you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. I advise all of you to go out now and kneel at the main entrance to welcome Mr. Yi. That way, you might still live, otherwise, you can only die. Upon hearing that Tiger Tooth was unyielding and even dared to say such words, the Nangong family head immediately became enraged. Tiger Tooth, do you truly intend to be an enemy of our Nangong family? You are simply ignorant and foolish. Do you really think our Nangong family is afraid of you? Believe it or not, if you want to start a war, then let's start a war, but once it begins, it will be impossible for you, Tiger Tooth, to call a halt. At that time, the excellent situation you painstakingly built will completely disappear. You will no longer be some big shot in the underground world. Your life will even be in danger. Tiger Tooth, I advise you to think carefully. If persuasion fails, then threats naturally follow. Tiger Tooth heard this and immediately sneered. Nangong family head, what great prestige, what great murderous aura, heh, he can even threaten my life. Alright, then I really want to see what you, Nangong family head, can do to me, Tiger Tooth. Right now, if I'm not mistaken, all of you are probably hiding like turtles at home. At a time like this, you still dare to threaten me? It's simply laughable. The Nangong family head heard this and immediately sneered. Tiger Tooth, do you think these useless people at my doorstep can control the Nangong family? Never mind a few hundred useless people, even if there were a few thousand, what then? Tiger Tooth, I advise you to think carefully, otherwise, you really will die. You need to understand that since our Nangong family has been able to stand for so long, it naturally has its powerful foundation. Dragon ranking, Tiger ranking, have you heard of them? As soon as these words were spoken, Tiger Tooth's eyes lit up slightly. Finally, some useful information? Dragon ranking, Tiger ranking, of course I've heard of them. If I didn't even know about these two rankings, wouldn't that make me seem too ignorant? My position as a big shot in the underground world would be too incompetent. It's just, what does this have to do with you? Could it be that your Nangong family has someone on the dragon ranking? Speaking of this, Tiger Tooth laughed heartily and said, alright, if your Nangong family has a dragon ranking expert, then how about I bow my head and admit my mistake right now? But do you? Between his words, there was nothing but disdain, as if he looked down upon the Nangong family immensely. Chapter 297 Two Strong Men on the Tiger List. At this moment, the Nangong family head's expression was also somewhat grim. If their Nangong family really had a dragon ranking expert, that would be great, their family's strength and status would skyrocket, and it wouldn't be a problem to directly join the ranks of the top-tier families in Dragon Country. Unfortunately, this was just a dream. Dragon ranking experts were almost all strategic nuclear weapons. Such experts weren't something you could just have. However, while they didn't have dragon ranking experts, they did have tiger rankings experts. Tiger Tooth, dragon ranking experts are at least grandmaster level experts. While our Nangong family is confident, we wouldn't dare claim to possess them. However, while my Nangong family doesn't have dragon ranking experts, we do have tiger rankings experts, and not just one. Huya, I don't think you'd be so arrogant as to not even care about tiger rankings experts, would you? As he spoke, the Nangong family head was very conceited. Tiger rankings experts were already rare to see in everyday life. While they couldn't be compared to dragon ranking experts, generally speaking, no one would provoke them. What's more, the Nangong family had two. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Tiger Tooth was silent for a moment. In the Nangong family head's view, this silence meant that Tiger Tooth was already starting to feel intimidated in his heart. Why aren't you speaking? Tiger Tooth, you know that our Nangong family has two tiger rankings experts, so you're feeling a bit less confident, aren't you? Ha. I'm telling you, there's no need to distinguish between true and false, because this is a sure thing, a fact as hard as iron. So, Tiger Tooth, you know now what kind of situation you're about to face. I advise you to make the right choice, otherwise, everything you possess today will soon vanish without a trace, and you might even lose your life. You know I'm not joking, nor am I trying to scare you. I'll give you 1 minute to consider. As long as you choose to abandon Yi Ching and stand with my Nangong family, I guarantee that all the preferential terms just mentioned will still be valid. Just then, 2 photos were sent to Red Eyes' phone. Red Eyes held his phone, walked up to Mr. Yi, and whispered, Mr. Yi, the mission has been completed. 2 members of the Nangong family have been executed. Upon hearing this, Yi Ching looked at the 2 deceased individuals in the phone, one in his 30s and one in his 20s, and calmly asked, are they direct descendants or collateral branches? Red Eyes replied, the deceased in his 30s was a direct descendant of the Nangong family. This person committed numerous evil deeds, including multiple instances of forcing virtuous women, and as a result, had more than one life on his hands. The deceased in his 20s was from a collateral branch of the Nangong family. He once killed 3 people while drunk driving but escaped punishment by finding someone to take the blame. Therefore, both of them deserved to die. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing's eyes became somewhat sinister, and he said coldly, for such wicked criminals, death is too easy for them. Send it to the Nangong family, let them know that I am not joking. Red Eyes nodded and immediately sent the photos to Nangong Xing and the phones of other Nangong family members. At the same time, in the Nangong family's council hall, the Nangong family head was still on the phone with Tiger Tooth, trying to threaten and win him over. Meanwhile, Nangong Xing was already looking at his phone, anger and fear flashing across his face. Damn it, he actually dared to kill our family members. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Nangong Xing then gave the photos to the Nangong family elder, and at this moment, the other Nangong family members also received the photos. One of the elders, a man in his 60s, seeing one of the photos, suddenly stood up, his face filled with grief and indignation, and roared, my son. Damn Yi Qing. Damn him. I'm going to kill him. I must kill him. How dare he kill my son? How dare he? Family head, elder, I beg you, avenge me, avenge my son. Perhaps he was too agitated, but as the elder spoke, he actually fainted. At this moment, all the members of the Nangong family showed expressions of extreme anger, and amidst the anger, they were all somewhat terrified and uncertain. Before these two died, they thought that perhaps Yi Qing was just trying to scare them and wouldn't actually act. But now, Yi Qing had proven with facts that he really dared to kill people. And these people, more or less, still had relatives wandering outside, so now, weren't they all in danger? Just at this moment, another piece of news made everyone present's faces change drastically. Family head, elder, this is bad. Tiger Tooth's people have completely sealed off the main gate, and several family members who had already rushed back have all been captured by Tiger Tooth's people. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces immediately changed dramatically. Before, when they entered and exited, Tiger Tooth's people didn't stop them, as if they were safe once they returned to the Nangong family's main residence. But now, it was different. Tiger Tooth had directly sealed the gate, and everyone returning was being held. This meant they were directly controlling people, so they could kill them however they wanted. Damn it, bastard, how dare he? Family head, elder, quickly think of a solution, otherwise, our family members outside will truly be at their mercy, wantonly slaughtered. At this moment, the Nangong family elder's face was as gloomy as 10,000 years of cold ice. He slammed the table heavily, and the Nangong family elder roared, pass on my order, tell the family members who are still outside not to rush back, for now find every possible way to hide. This was the only temporary solution now, hide, they could only hide. Otherwise, what could they do? Confront them head on? Few could win. And at this moment, the Nangong family elder looked at the Nangong family head and said angrily, tell Tiger Tooth to release the people immediately and make a decision at once. Otherwise, my Nangong family swears that even if we don't kill Yi Qing, we will go all out, using the full strength of our entire family, to kill Tiger Tooth. The Nangong family elder was enraged. Even if they didn't kill Yi Qing, they would still execute Tiger Tooth. This was putting pressure on Tiger Tooth. Upon hearing this, the Nangong family head immediately said coldly, Tiger Tooth, were our Nangong family members killed by your people? Damn you, do you really dare to be an enemy of our Nangong family? Immediately send people to lift the blockade at the Nangong family's main entrance, release my family members, immediately recall all personnel tracking my Nangong family members, and immediately sever ties with Yi Qing. Otherwise, Tiger Tooth, my entire Nangong family, with the full strength of the whole family, will kill you, do you hear me? At this moment, Tiger Tooth stood beside Yi Qing, and his expression immediately became a half-smile. And Yi Qing looked at Tiger Tooth, nodded faintly, and said, it's fine, do what you want, say what you want, and tell them, this is just the beginning. And Red Eyes, at this moment, walked up to Tiger Tooth and chuckled, Tiger Tooth, are you scared? It's okay if you can choose to betray, I promise, Mr. Yi and I will ensure you enter the Nangong family residence alive, ha ha ha. Chapter 298 Nangong family will not lose. Red Eye seemed very interested in teasing Tiger Tooth. Even at this point, he was still toying with Tiger Tooth. But Tiger Tooth absolutely dared not turn hostile. Looking at the phone, Tiger Tooth sneered, Nangong family head, if you don't want your people to be slowly killed one by one, remember that saying, everyone, kneel at the main entrance and beg for forgiveness, go immediately. With that, Tiger Tooth directly hung up the phone. Mr. Yi, the Nangong family said they have 2 Tiger rankings experts, but I don't know if it's true or false. Yi Ching looked at Tiger Tooth, nodded, and said, it might not be false. The Nangong family probably wouldn't joke about such a thing. After speaking, Yi Ching smiled, seemingly finding it very interesting. No wonder the Nangong family is so confident, so they have such a trump card with 2 Tiger rankings experts guarding them. They are indeed very strong, but who said we don't have experts here? Yi Ching looked at Red Eyes. Tiger Tooth suddenly realized at this moment and quickly looked at Red Eyes, saying, Lord Red Eyes, are you also a Tiger ranking expert? Upon hearing this, Red Eyes shook his head and said, I haven't been in the country for the past few years, and opportunities to make a move have been extremely rare, so I naturally haven't been on the ranking. However, it's not that I underestimate Tiger rankings experts, but as long as the Nangong family's Tiger rankings experts are not among the top 10, I should have no pressure dealing with them. When saying this, Red Eyes was incomparably arrogant, clearly having absolute confidence in his own strength. And Yi Ching nodded, saying, with your strength, you can rank among the top in the Tiger ranking. Perhaps this time is a good opportunity for you to enter the Tiger ranking. Red Eyes, I allow you to go all out. Upon hearing this, Red Eyes' eyes immediately gleamed. Looking at Mr. Yi, he respectfully nodded and said, thank you, Mr. Yi, I will definitely have a good time with them. Looking at the time in the sky, Yi Ching said lightly, let's go. It's meaningless to stay here. Let's go to the main entrance of the Nangong family. I want to see if they will kneel at the main entrance and kowtow to admit their mistakes. With that, Yi Ching walked towards Gao Qingyue and Lin Ji. Looking at how well behaved they were now, Yi Ching chuckled and said, people under the eaves have no choice but to bow their heads, right? 2 people from the Nangong family have already died. Gao Qingyue, I think you shouldn't doubt the state of absolute enmity between me and the Nangong family now. Let's go. Haven't you always wanted to see Nangong Xing, that young master? I'll take you to the main entrance of the Nangong family right now. Looking at Yi Ching's indifferent expression, at this moment, Gao Qingyue's mood was extremely complicated. Reason told her that Yi Ching was just putting on a show, that he couldn't possibly possess such formidable strength to be an enemy of the Nangong family yet. The real events happening in reality were not fake. Gao Qingyue felt a bit lost. Yi Ching's performance and strength repeatedly exceeded her imagination. If everything before could still be understood, then what was this now? Yi Ching actually possessed the strength to directly confront the Nangong family, and even temporarily held the upper hand. What was this? How many years of foundation did the Nangong family have, yet they couldn't compare to Yi Ching? What else could this be but a huge joke? Yi Ching, you really killed people from the Nangong family? And you killed too? Gao Qingyue still couldn't quite believe it. Yi Ching smiled and said, don't believe it? It doesn't matter, I'll let you see it with your own eyes later, then you won't doubt it, right? Oh, if you're willing, I don't mind letting you personally kill 2 people. Hearing this, Gao Qingyue really wanted to directly scold Yi Ching, but she truly didn't dare. Watching Yi Ching had already ordered people to drag all these kneeling culprits to the Nangong family entrance, Gao Qingyue looked at Lin Ji and said in a deep voice, do you believe him? Lin Ji now didn't know what to say. Believe? Or not believe? Did it matter? What was important was that today, she and Gao Qingyue would probably have to participate in all of this. This was Yi Ching's intention, but what after participating? Would they be settled with? This was what she was most worried about. Qingyue, now I think there's no need to consider the Nangong family's matters, but rather, what about the 2 of us? Yi Ching brought us here and made us participate in all of this. Do you think that after he truly deals with the Nangong family, the 2 of us will also be dealt with by him? Lin Ji's words instantly made Gao Qingyue's face turn extremely ugly. What a joke! The Nangong family will not lose. He only killed 2 isolated Nangong family members outside. He can't do anything to the real Nangong family. In short, I don't believe he will win. I absolutely don't believe it. When saying this, Gao Qingyue gritted her teeth, but she dared not make a sound. And at this moment, watching the miserable culprits being transferred out one by one, soon only Gao Qingyue and Lin Zhu were left in the room. Yi Qing had already gotten into the car, and Tiger Tooth walked up to Gao Qingyue and Lin Zhi, saying indifferently, "2 young ladies, we can depart now." He called them young ladies, but his attitude showed no respect whatsoever. Gao Qingyue looked at Tiger Tooth. Seeing no one else around, she quickly said, "You're Huya, right? I know you. I'm asking you now, aren't you afraid? That's the Nangong family. You won't end well by being their enemy. I know you're worried about Yi Qing, but Yi Qing isn't here now. Everything you want, all your worries, are actually unnecessary. As long as you stand with the Nangong family, they will take care of everything. Most importantly, this time, the Nangong family will not lose. That's the Nangong family. Huya, you must think clearly, otherwise, it will be too late to regret." Even at this point, Gao Qingyue was still thinking of acting as a lobbyist for the Nangong family to persuade Tiger Tooth. Besides helping the Nangong family, Gao Qingyue also wanted to secure a guarantee for herself. Unfortunately, whether it was her or the Nangong family, they ultimately underestimated Tiger Tooth, and even more so, Yi Qing. Looking at Gao Qingyue, a hint of mockery appeared at the corner of Tiger Tooth's mouth. "President Qingyue, I've heard about your matter with Mr. Yi. Logically, I shouldn't say much, but do you want to hear my opinion?" Upon hearing this, Gao Qingyue nodded and said, "Huya, please speak." Qingyue is all ears. Huya sneered, looked at Gao Qingyue, and said, "You are a typical example of someone who chooses not to take the road to heaven but insists on forcing their way into hell. I won't say anything about your ingratitude. I can only say that you are ignorant and utterly foolish. You yourself have played a perfectly good hand into a complete mess." At these words, Gao Qingyue's face instantly turned extremely ugly. She didn't expect that Tiger Tooth would humiliate her like this. Chapter 299, Too Kind Before Hate. "Huya, what do you mean by this? I've been respectful to you and spoken to you politely, yet you choose to humiliate me in this manner?" Tiger Tooth scoffed, "What status do I have? I'm merely a dog under Mr. Yi. Do you understand what a dog means? It means exactly what you're guessing. Whether it's you or those people from the Nangong family, you all think Mr. Yi relies on me to get where he is today? But they don't know, and you don't know some things about Mr. Yi either, do you? It is I, Tiger Tooth, who has Mr. Yi as my backing, and that's why I am where I am today. If it weren't for Mr. Yi, what would I, Tiger Tooth, be?" As Tiger Tooth finished speaking, he waved his hand, and 4 subordinates immediately walked in from outside. "Take the 2 of them into the car, and let's go to the main entrance of the Nangong family." Gao Qingyue and Lin Zhi said nothing more, their faces now somewhat pale. Clearly, they never expected that the relationship between Tiger Tooth and Yi Qing was so deep, and that Tiger Tooth's evaluation of Yi Qing would be so high. It was obviously impossible for the Nangong family to subdue Tiger Tooth. Meanwhile, in the Nangong family's deliberation hall, everyone was already furious. The chaotic atmosphere was much more disorderly than before. Old Master Nangong clapped his hands and said, "All right, all of you shut up. It's just a little difficulty, and you're already in a mess. When has my Nangong family ever been so impatient? With your mindset, if the family is handed over to you, what good could the future hold? All of you, shut up." When the old master flared up, everyone present didn't dare to breathe loudly. "And Xing, tell Yaquan to come over." Nangong Xing immediately obeyed the command and went directly to find Yaquan. Yaquan was his subordinate, but in fact, Yaquan was the Nangong family's second Tiger rankings experts, the old master's personal guard, merely assigned by the old master to Nangong Xing's side to help him with some tasks. At this moment, old master Nangong looked at the Nangong family head and calmly asked, "Where are Nangong Yu and the others?" The Nangong family head quickly replied, "I just contacted Nangong Yu. She's almost at the main entrance. Once she arrives, she will personally lead the charge, and these rabble outside will immediately scatter." Old Master Nangong nodded and said, "Tiger rankings experts leading elites personally, humph, if they can't even defeat Tiger Tooth's rabble, then that would truly be a great joke. Killing my Nangong family members is an unforgivable offense. Inform Nangong Yu to deal with everyone outside, kill whoever needs to be killed, there's no need to fear anything. Whether it was the Nangong family head or other members of the Nangong family, seeing Old Master Nangong's determination, their faces immediately became excited. The Nangong family was finally going to act with force, which was something they had long awaited. Soon, Yaquan arrived at the deliberation hall. Seeing the serious expressions of the numerous Nangong family members, Yaquan also put away his smile. Old Master, you sent for me. Yaquan was still very respectful when facing Old Master Nangong. After all, strictly speaking, within the entire Nangong family, the Old Master was his true boss. Master Nangong looked at Yaquan and chuckled. Yaquan, you've been with my Nangong family for quite some time over the years. I believe I haven't treated you unfairly, have I? Yaquan nodded and said, the Old Master has certainly not treated me unfairly. Just speak directly. Whatever you need me to do, I will not hesitate. Is it to kill everyone outside? No problem, as long as the Old Master gives the order, I will immediately lead people to deal with everyone out there. This is not difficult for me. As he spoke, Yaquan exuded powerful confidence. And he should have such confidence, as a Tiger Rankings experts, to put it bluntly, ordinary commoners truly couldn't catch his eye. Old Master Nangong smiled and nodded. Yaquan, it's good that you have this intention, and you also know why they've come this time, don't you? So, today, you and our Nangong family are standing together, on the same boat, no one can escape. What he said was the truth. Because Si Yen was personally captured by Yaquan, and at the same time, it was Yaquan who personally killed Si Yen. Even if many people from the Nangong family could escape death, Yaquan absolutely could not. The reason Old Master Nangong said such words was to remind Yaquan not to have any luck mentality, wishful thinking. Yaquan smiled slightly, looking at Old Master Nangong, and said, Old Master, rest assured, I understand. Right now, if I were to say I have any regrets, there is only one thing I regret the most. Old Master Nangong asked, what? Yaquan smiled, a hint of ferocity appearing on his face, and said, if I had known Yi Qing was so ignorant of his own limits, when I captured Si Yen, I should have tortured Si Yen more in front of Yi Qing. Merely pulling out Si Yen's fingernails in front of Yi Qing was still a bit too merciful. Old Master Nangong nodded and said, no need to regret. Once Yi Qing is captured, you can torture him however you want, let him know that he is nothing more than an insignificant clown. Yaquan, I order you to immediately prepare your men and guard the main gate. Once Nangong Yu returns, it will be time for our counterattack. At that time, I want Yi Qing and everyone who dares to challenge my Nangong family to die. Old Master Nangong issued a murderous command, and Yaquan immediately obeyed. Just then, a subordinate came to report. Old Master, family head, outside the main gate, Tiger Tooth's subordinates are currently setting up a canopy, and they've also prepared seats. Judging by their appearance, a significant figure must be arriving. Upon hearing this, Old Master Nangong immediately scoffed. It couldn't be that Yi Qing himself is coming, could it? This bastard, we haven't gone to find him, yet he dares to come to our doorstep. Good, very good. Keep gathering information. When he arrives, I will personally meet him. The subordinate acknowledged the order and immediately left. Old Master Nangong looked at everyone present and said coldly, later, no one is allowed to disgrace our Nangong family. All our hatred will soon be avenged. Get ready when Yi Qing arrives, everyone, follow me to the main gate. I want to see what kind of extraordinary power Yi Qing possesses that he dares to lay hands on my Nangong family. With Old Master Nangong's command, everyone immediately obeyed. At this moment, cars had already driven to the opposite side of the Nangong family's main entrance. One by one, the traitors and sinners knelt in the rain, forming a line at the Nangong family's main entrance. This scene, to say it wasn't spectacular, would be a lie. Chapter 300. Kiss My Shoes. It wasn't just these people who were kneeling. Soon, the Nangong family members who had been captured and brought back were all tied up and made to kneel in the rain. At this point, these Nangong family members were all on the verge of going crazy. 4 or 5 Nangong family members, kneeling in the rain, began to shout wildly. Bastards, you bastards, do you know who we are? Let us go quickly, or else you will surely die. I am Nangong Moa, a direct descendant of the Nangong family. My father holds a high position in the Nangong family. How dare you treat us like this? You're seeking death. That's right, you're seeking death. Just wait, once our family members come out, all of you will die. And some other Nangong family members, looking at the guards standing alertly at the family's main entrance, immediately shouted out. Quickly save us! Go tell the patriarch, these people are going too far. But no matter how much they shouted, no one from the Nangong family moved for the time being, and the people on this side, after throwing them into the rain, no longer paid them any mind. The several hundred people present immediately became respectful when they saw a luxurious commercial vehicle arrive. The car door opened, and Tiger Tooth quickly held an umbrella for Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, the awning has been set up, you can sit under it to shelter from the rain. The awning was large, not small, and in the very center, there was a spacious chair. In other places, there were also a few chairs, but it was clear at a glance who was to sit in the middle. Mr. Yi nodded upon hearing this and, without declining, sat directly on the central chair. What followed was an increasing number of Tiger Tooth's subordinates gathering here soon. Over 1,000 people had gathered at the scene. This looked very much like a major battle was about to begin. Tell them, I, Yi Ching, have arrived. Tell everyone in the Nangong family, high and low, to come and kneel. Tiger Tooth immediately accepted the order upon hearing this, and then promptly sent someone to the Nangong family's main entrance to deliver the message. At this moment, the Nangong family's old master had also received news of Yi Ching's arrival at the Nangong family's main entrance, and immediately ordered an awning to be prepared there as well. Since Yi Ching had the necessary aura, then he, the true power holder of the Nangong family, would not be inferior to anyone. Soon, the Nangong family's old master led a group of Nangong family members to the main entrance, facing Yi Ching. The Nangong old master looked at Nangong Xing beside him and said, Is that Yi Ching? Nangong Xing nodded and said, Yes, that is Yi Ching. The Nangong old master's face was grim as he nodded and said, He's even younger than I imagined. But, young man, how can one be so ruthless? And Xing, you and the patriarch go and talk to him before the war begins. I hope he can think clearly. Some things cannot be done. Also, tell him to release the Nangong family members who are kneeling on the ground. Tell him that anything can be discussed, even the life elixir is not out of the question. This is my last chance for him. Upon hearing this, Nangong Xing was stunned for a moment and immediately looked at the Nangong old master, saying, Old master, do we really have to negotiate like this? Won't this give Yi Ching too much face? It will make him look down on our Nangong family. The Nangong family patriarch also quickly said, Yes, old master, our Nangong family hasn't lost yet. If this gets out, it will truly disgrace our family. The Nangong old master sneered upon hearing this. Some things, you only know how to deal with them when you see them with your own eyes. This Yi Ching might be more troublesome than imagined. If we can avoid a fight, it's best not to fight after this is over. Won't we still be able to deal with him? The Nangong family patriarch took a deep breath upon hearing this, nodded, and said, Old master, I understand. I'll go now. Then, the Nangong family patriarch, accompanied by Nangong Xing, walked forward, stopping in the middle of the two sides, and called out to Yi Ching. Mr. Yi Ching, would you like to come and talk? Yi Ching slowly stood up upon hearing this, nodded, and said, Why not? At this point, Yi Ching turned his head, looking at Gao Qingyue, whose eyes were gleaming as she constantly stared at the young man standing beside the Nangong family patriarch. He spoke faintly, He must be young Master Nangong, then. Gao Qingyue trembled slightly upon hearing this, and without daring to conceal anything, immediately nodded. Yi Ching didn't say much, but a hint of playfulness appeared in his eyes. Afterward, Tiger Tooth personally held an umbrella for Yi Ching, and Yi Ching stopped about 2 or 3 meters away from the Nangong family patriarch. What do you want to discuss with me? Do you think the rain is too heavy, making it inconvenient to kneel? Upon hearing this, the Nangong family patriarch's face immediately turned ugly. However, he did not flare up, but instead looked deeply at Yi Ching and said, Yi Ching, we are already aware of your strength, but you know nothing about the strength of our Nangong family. It is our family's old master who cherishes talent, which is why he asked us to try and talk to you. If we can reach an agreement, that would naturally be for the best. Yi Ching, stop now and release our Nangong family members. We can shake hands and make peace. The old master and our family will acknowledge your position in East Province, and from now on, no one will trouble you. Moreover, our Nangong family will not monopolize the life elixir. we can share a piece of the pie with you Yi Qing, just one word, as long as you are willing to stop, our Nangong family is willing to be friends with you. This is the old master's personal promise, you should know the weight of that. What is shamelessness? This is shamelessness. The life elixir clearly belonged to Yi Qing and was stolen by them, yet now they say that as long as Yi Qing doesn't mind, they can share it with him. To be a bandit to this extent, there's no one else like them. Yi Qing looked at the Nangong family patriarch, clapped his hands, and smiled. Interesting, are all the people of your Nangong family so interesting? When did the life elixir belong to you? Shake hands, and make peace? Are you even worthy? And what's this about acknowledging my position in East Province? Just you? Yi Qing was very disdainful, directly spitting on the ground and saying, since you want to talk, then show some sincerity. The Nangong family patriarch said with an ugly expression, what sincerity does Mr. Yi want? Yi Qing pointed to the ground and said faintly, I've said it more than once, all of you from the Nangong family, kneel on the ground, that is sincerity. Of course, it seems unlikely now. Alright then, just the two of you, representing all the Nangong family members, kneel on the ground and lick the soles of my shoes then, perhaps I can consider being a little merciful to your Nangong family. Remember, this time, you are doing this to save all the Nangong family members, you are not losing face. After speaking, Yi Qing extended his foot and sneered, come on, kneel here and thoroughly lick the soles of my shoes clean.